This young man is a handsome guy with superpowers that allow him to understand the feelings of other living beings, but he leads a difficult and dark life within his own home and with his close family. Since childhood, he has been regarded as a cursed one and was brutally beaten. To let SGO live, his mother locked him in the attic, where he had no contact with anyone all year round. But today, from early morning, the eldest brother, Tariot, kicked open the attic door to wake him up. He looked handsome and confident, completely contrasting with his dirty and ragged appearance. That's why Tariot woke SGO up so early today, because it's the coming-of-age ceremony. SGO crawled down from the attic and everyone downstairs was already ready. Rosette, the sister, coldly dismisses SGO because he's dirty and ragged, looking no better than a beggar. It's so ironic that they always lock SGO upstairs but mock him when they see this state. Parents don't care about SGO, so they let his siblings bully him like that. We're leaving now. Remember to wash up before you come. The whole family left first, leaving SGO standing there in a daze. They told him to take a bath, but where to bathe was the real issue, since SGO wasn't even allowed to enter the bathroom. The only place where SGO can take a shower now is the outdoor area. But with Serbia in the middle of winter and having to bathe with that cold water, SGO is hesitant. But in the end, he still had to endure that freezing cold to feel a bit cleaner, with the cold water making SGO's skin turn red all over. As SGO was still trembling, a meow sounded from above, and he immediately became happy again. Suki, I'm here. Suki is SGO's black cat. On a cold winter night many years ago when you were very young, you found it injured in the snow, and since then, Suki has become SGO's companion. Today, it disappeared early in the morning. And now, when it returns, Suki brings back a beautiful jacket. This is a gift I received, and now I'm giving it to SGO. Suki jumps down from the roof and wraps around SGO's legs. But he knew things weren't that simple, so he made Suki tell the truth. Turns out, today it saved a girl from being bitten by a carriage on the street. And to settle the debt forever, Suki insisted on taking this shirt back to her owner. You did well, thank you. Suki is kind-hearted, and SGO gently pats her a few times before slipping into the shirt. The warm feeling enveloping his body heals him instantly. Suki often brings these strange gifts to him, like a bag of medicine when he's sick, or a piece of bread when he's hungry due to a failed harvest. Even though he doesn't know exactly how Suki can do this, it makes SGO love this black cat even more. Besides Suki, SGO also has a few other little friends like Faria, the sparrow he named or visited at the nest, and Ben and Ricky, the dogs from next door. Thanks to his ability to connect with animals, SGO's life became less lonely with these friends. While talking with his little friends, a beautiful girl appeared. That's Bella, the most talented young woman in the area and the same age as SGO. It seems that today you're unusually neat and tidy, so it took a while for her to recognize you. The two of them chat for a while before Bella invites SGO to the festival with her. Meanwhile, at the festival, the villagers have gathered fully to drink together. SGO's parents and siblings both know he hasn't arrived yet, but they don't really care. Only the village chief is paying attention to this. SGO, where is that kid? Your parents looked at each other, unsure how to respond. And Rosette was the first to speak up, saying, you know, he's just a lazy parasite who leeches off others. I already told him to go wash up because it's already the new year. Yet it's still so slow. Terry Oates kept waving his hand beside him, urging SGO to move on. In the midst of the wait, the village spice master no longer paid much attention. He was about to signal for the feast to begin, but was stopped by a young blonde man because Bella hadn't arrived yet. Talking about Bella, the atmosphere suddenly became more lively. After all, she is the most beautiful girl in the area, so all the young men are willing to wait a little longer for her. Not long after, Bella in a beautiful pink dress stepped into the party. Behind her was SGO, but no one paid any attention. That blonde-haired young man named Louis immediately rushed over as Kra arrived. Seeing SGO, he also looked amazed by her usual thirst for attention. Seeing SGO's hesitant expression, suddenly Bella smiled strangely, then grabbed his arm happily and pulled him into the party. This grip suddenly brought back many memories of the young girl in front of him, from her mother leaving her when she was a child. Even the fact that Bella has been involved with many men, young and old, in the village, the truth about this seemingly innocent girl shocked SGO deeply. Your face turned pale, and Bella reached out to touch it, but SGO instinctively pushed her away. Realizing he had been rude, he quickly apologized awkwardly. You're angry with me for holding your hand without asking first. Sorry about that. Bella just put on a helpless, innocent look and asked, No, I'm not like that. SGO feels extremely awkward. Bella looks beautiful and pure like an angel, but what I just saw was truly disgusting. To ensure the party goes smoothly, SGO tries to suppress his emotions, acting as if he hasn't seen anything. He picks up a glass of fruit wine, finds a seat, and sits down. Of course, Bella also sat down right next to him, and out of politeness, SGO tried to chat happily with her throughout the party. But this incident inadvertently caught the attention of many people, especially the blonde-haired young man named Louis. What Louis noticed was not only Bella happily laughing with SGO, but also the seemingly expensive shirt he was wearing. Additionally, he accidentally overheard SGO's parents talking in a corner, discussing the new shirt their son was wearing. "Hey, did you buy that shirt? Do we have enough money to pay for it? And where did he get that shirt from? He probably borrowed it." SGO's mother seems worried, because no one around them wears such a distinctive style of shirt on the street. A surge of anger and pride swelled within Louis. After finishing his drink, he decided to pick a fight with the poor young man. "SGO, where did you buy this shirt? I've never seen this design before. It was a gift from someone." SGO honestly replied. Of course, that wasn't the answer Louis was hoping for. He put his arm around SGO's shoulder, his voice gradually becoming more teasing. "A gift? Who would give it?" "A friend," SGO replied. Of course, you can't honestly say that SGO brought back this shirt, because no one would believe it if you did. And besides, you really do consider SGO a friend, so there's nothing wrong with giving that kind of answer. Yet Louis's smile continued to distort. "Hey, who is your friend? Is he so rich that he can give you such an expensive gift?" Louis's increasingly loud voice drew everyone's attention at the party. "Come on, tell me the truth. You stole this, didn't you?" This wasn't a question, but an accusation. SGO looked around in confusion at everyone present at the party. "You know that Bishkt. But now, whether I answer yes or no, no one will believe me." The terrifying childhood memories flood back. Back then, SGO was often beaten and scolded by the villagers for no reason, because they called him a cursed being. Some of those beatings nearly cost him his life. To ensure her child's survival, his mother locked him in the attic, and so SGO grew up in that attic, living a life of hardship. Seeing that you didn't answer and your face darkened like that, Louis continued to do his job. "It's been a while since we saw you. Probably you went to the city to steal this outfit so you could appear today and impress everyone." The crowd started to whisper, all believing that Louis' accusation was completely justified, because someone like SGO couldn't have gotten that beautiful shirt honestly. His eyes instinctively searched the crowd for sympathy, but it was completely useless. Even Bella, who earlier looked at him with affection, was now giving him a contemptuous glare. "You monster!" A child at the party throws an apple from the table straight at SGO. The throw misses him but hits the oil lamp hanging above. The oil from the lamp drips down directly onto SGO's head. He had just painstakingly washed himself in icy cold water, barely managing to become a little cleaner, and now he's once again humiliated and defeated. SGO looks at his family with one last hope that they will speak up for him, but no one, from his parents to his siblings, pays any attention to him. The hope for a happy family has truly shattered. That's when SGO realized there was no place here to find refuge. That night, after returning to the familiar attic, he thought for a long time. SGO kept thinking, then suddenly burst out laughing at himself. He kept laughing like that until he was exhausted. Then tears streamed down his cheeks. After a long while, SGO made the most important decision of his life. He packed all his belongings to leave. For him, it didn't matter where he was going. The important thing is that you must leave here to find hope, to live for yourself. That was the first time SGO left Serbia village, waiting for orders to Taipei. And in reality, he didn't even know which way to go. Luckily, along the way, SGO met a kind-hearted man who gave him a ride on his horse-drawn carriage. Inside the warmer carriage, through a gap in the roof, SGO could see the starry night sky. As he was gazing at the sky, a small black head peeked in. The cat fell. SGO was overjoyed. Sure enough, Suki was still following him. And that night, after the coming-of-age ceremony, he officially left the village he had been attached to for 19 years. I don't know how long later, but SGO woke up. The carriage was still moving, but a strange man appeared in front of him. "Wow, you're really interesting. How can I sleep so soundly in this cold weather?" Seeing that SGO was still sleepy, the guy burst out laughing and kept joking. But SGO just remained silent. You look behind the man and see two large sword bags. SGO guesses that this guy is a carriage guard. "Just stay quiet like that, it makes me feel embarrassed. Say something already." "We're not worried about lying to give you a ride, so don't make me bored." Seeing how enthusiastic this guy is, I finally opened my mouth and managed to say a simple question. "I am SGO. Just a basic inquiry, but seeing his excited face was even more rewarding than hitting the jackpot. He introduced himself as Lena, but his full name is Lena Ranik Andre. SGO nodded unconsciously, and his clueless look made Lena feel amused. He moved closer and started to ask casually why you came to the city and if you were looking for a job. Before SGO could speak, Lena kept talking. You could say his mouth was working non-stop, as if he was constantly talking. My country boy, don't think you can meet luck when you go to the city. Nothing is called a miracle. You'll have to experience everything yourself. SGO understands that Lena's words come from someone with experience, but he really doesn't think that far ahead because he has no goals or ambitions. SGO's abilities wouldn't even help him protect himself, let alone others like Lena. But he still wanted to go to the city, simply because he wanted to leave that place of suffering. I have to say, Lena is quite persistent. Even though SGO mostly stayed silent from start to finish, he still managed to come up with a bunch of questions to ask him. Hey, do you have any special talents? Looking at you, I guess you probably can't even lift something heavy. Animals. I'm good at communicating with animals, SGO honestly replied. After all, you can really talk to birds and beasts. With this talent of SGO, Lena immediately thought of work in shackles for him. That's not it. I know what they're thinking, SGO explained, and Lena burst out laughing. Being able to read the thoughts of other creatures is completely unreasonable. It just makes him think SGO was overdosing on drugs last night. SGO also remained silent, as since childhood they had never met anyone like themselves. Through contact, they could read others' memories and thoughts. Those images vividly come to life before his eyes, even when he wishes they wouldn't, like when he sees Bella's dirty past. Just as you were unsure how to change the subject, the carriage suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lena quickly masked her playful attitude and suddenly became serious. He got up and quickly jumped off the carriage. At first, SGO thought they had been attacked by bandits. But after assessing the situation, Lena seemed helpless because the merchant said the horses pulling the cart suddenly acted up. They refused to move and didn't even touch the food. There are quite a few other people on the carriage besides SGO. They are all very scared, but they refused to use the horses. They were all very anxious as the journey was halted on the road. 3 hours later, the carriage horses still hadn't moved. While SGO calmly eats his bread, the other guests are getting angry. Lena is very frustrated. While he was still unsure how to handle the situation, he suddenly remembered what SGO said earlier. I know what they are thinking. Lena's panicked call startled SGO, making him drop the piece of bread in his hand. He quickly pulled you out of the carriage. Let's go. If you're a psychic, then go see what the horses are thinking. Honestly, SGO really wanted to refuse this task, because if the horse's will wasn't strong enough, no matter how much he wanted to read their minds, he wouldn't be able to. But because Lena kept insisting that I go, and the merchant kept whipping the horses, making me feel pity, I decided to try and see for myself. SGO approached the horses gently, holding their heads as if embracing a lover, even though he had never loved anyone before. Soon, SGO was able to hear their innermost thoughts. It's not tired or hungry. The horses are scared because the road ahead is full of dangers. Scary and dangerous? Why is that? SGO continued to ask. It is large and sharp, very aggressive. It will take the lives of those who care for us. SGO couldn't see clearly what frightened the horses, but based on their description, it seemed like there was a monster waiting for them ahead. SGO snapped out of his illusion and returned to the real world. Seeing that he was awake again, Lena asked all morning if he could hear what the horses were saying. SGO pointed to the end of the road and recounted, without missing a word, that there was a white dragon monster with glowing red eyes larger than a horse with long claws. Above all, it is very angry. And if they stubbornly insist on passing through and getting attacked, the damage to people and crops will be very severe. Lena remained silent, lost in thought, but the merchant didn't believe there was a monster ahead. After all, he had traveled this road many times before. While he and Lena were talking, SGO quietly approached and stroked the horses, which earlier had been injured by the merchant because they refused to move. In the end, Lena chooses to believe SGO because he truly knows of a large creature like the one described. It is the white long monkey, a rare existence that is hard to find but can definitely appear on this snowy mountain. The guests who heard Lena mention the white dragon monkey started to discuss excitedly because its fur is highly valued among the nobility. Just that alone was enough to attract the attention of hunters. But isn't it just a monster and not a real beast? There's no reason for the horses to be afraid of it, the trader wondered. At this point, Lena had taken her 2 large swords from the cart. Since the horses refused to move, he had no choice but to go and check the situation himself. But the main point here is that he wants SGO to come with us. SGO has been timid since childhood and doesn't want to get involved in this dangerous mission, but luckily Lena isn't going alone. Along with him, there were a few other mercenaries, all highly skilled, so you could somewhat relax. But the only one truly at ease here was Lena. SGO still wondered why he had to go along when he barely knew how to fight. But he had to come too, in case we needed a translator, Lena nonchalantly said, then pulled SGO's hand and walked away, while he kept nervously worrying along the way. According to the horses, their enemies are even more terrifying than the long-haired monkeys. It must be a brutal monster, or even something beyond that. SGO struggled to escape from Sebia village to have a chance to survive, and he was not happy at all to be involved in such a life-threatening mission again, but Lena's attitude made SGO reconsider. He seemed unusually interested and happy to learn about the ability SGO possessed. This is completely different from my family. Everyone in my family despises me because of this superpower. They gradually stopped wanting to interact with him after realizing he could read their thoughts. That's why SGO has lived in solitude for nearly 20 years. SGO kept walking and thinking until a mercenary in the group called out, snapping him back to reality. The cold wind bites, and you try to pull your collar up a little higher. Standing among a crowd of mercenaries, facing SGO only makes you feel even smaller. One of them used their small light skill, and the entire surrounding area immediately lit up. SGO sees the snow beneath his feet start to move. It seems that it has already appeared. Foolish humans, today I will send all of you to heaven. It is truly a giant white dragon monkey, and of course, only SGO can hear what it is saying. And that made him feel terrified. To understand the emotions of a creature without touching it, that creature must have an incredibly strong will. From this distance, SGO could feel the immense aura of the opponent, so it must be incredibly dangerous. SGO feels they have no chance of winning this time. You still care about your own life? So you advised Lena to turn back, but not only Lena, all the other mercenaries refused, because this is the only way to reach the city. Is there any other monster besides it? Lena pulled out her spear and asked, No, but it's very dangerous. SGO knew his advice was useless because there were so many mercenaries here and only one monkey. Of course, they all want to survive with it for one more time, opening a blood path back to the city. The monster roared, and SGO felt as if the ground was splitting apart around him. He couldn't even stand firm, yet Lena seemed to be very excited. Not only him, but the others were the same. SGO thought these people were crazy, completely mad, and still wanted to stop them. But before he could speak, Lena had already rushed forward at an incredible speed. Lena's attacks are even too fast for the eye to follow. The rest of the team rushes to support immediately. They have sharpshooters and mages, each busy unleashing their most powerful skills to overpower the enemy. But surprisingly, this monster prefers fatty meat. The damage they cause is insignificant and only makes it angrier. The moment SGO saw the white monkey dragon's eyes turn bloodshot and roar fiercely again, only 3 words appeared in his mind. You've been fed the wrong feed. Only now did those mercenaries seem to realize how dangerous the monster truly was. It started fighting back, and just a flick of its hand sent the marksman nearby flying dozens of meters away. As he hit the ground, the giant hand of the white dragon monkey swung towards him. That young man felt like his life was over, but SGO, who had no fighting experience at all, rushed in and used his frail body to shield the guy. Stop, you almost used all your strength to punch the giant monkey in the face. Come on, stay calm. The bloodshot eyes of the monkey disappear. It seems it was also a bit surprised to see a human able to communicate with it. SGO began to feel hopeful, planning to negotiate with the monkey instead of resorting to violence. But just then, Lena appeared from behind and ruined all your plans. I told you to pay attention to the distance. He shouted, of course, at that idiot guy. As he was about to speak, Lena used her 2 swords to carve 2 long lines on the monster's back. It let out a cry of pain, then covered its face and ran into the forest. The mercenaries chased after it, determined to kill the monster. Only SGO sat there in the cold snow, still stunned. At that moment, he knew the beast had understood what he meant. It stopped and then desperately ran away. And what SGO heard at that moment didn't match the appearance of this intimidating monster at all. Mom, I'm so scared. Mom, if that was the white-haired monkey's true feelings, then SGO feels he can't stay here any longer. He got up, followed the sound he heard, and found a cave. In front of the cave were countless footprints not yet covered by the snowstorm. It seems the monkey hasn't been in the cave for long, and everything around is very quiet. I guess the warrior group hasn't found this place yet. SGO bravely steps inside. the strong stench of blood making him instinctively cover his nose. SGO ventures deeper into the cave and sees the white-haired monkey sitting with its face pressed against the wall. For some reason, he suddenly feels that it is lonely and pitiful in a strange way. SGO took another step forward and immediately entered the white-haired monkey's memory. It turns out this monkey is a hybrid between a white-haired monkey and a human. Her mother is a beautiful blonde woman. Not long ago, on a snowy day, her father and his kind left the cave and encountered a severely injured girl. They carried the girl on their backs and brought her back to the cave. When she woke up, the first thing they did was bring her a delicious piece of meat. In the days that followed, her father took great care of the girl, and in the end she was moved and decided to stay in the cave. A love that crossed the boundaries of their species took place. And this monkey is the result of that love. When it was born, it was very adorable. So it was given the beautiful name Nezura. Nezura's life was once very happy with such a beautiful and fierce mother, until a group of hunters arrived at the cave. Although they were all humans, they didn't spare even Nezura's mother. And that was the day that little monkey turned into a monster. SGO was silent. So this is why the monkey kept whining that it was scared, but now it seems to have calmed down and even mistook SGO for its mother. "I am not your mother, my name is SGO. The white dragon monkey looked at you for a long time. The fierce look has completely disappeared now. It looks like an innocent child. SGO also came to kill me. No, you must answer immediately." Honestly, SGO didn't know where he found the courage to go all the way to a monster's cave. He just felt he had to come here. Nezura seems sad. It begins to recount its life story, even though SGO has seen everything. It quietly listens. Those cruel hunters killed Nezura's entire family and turned it from a happy child into a monster. I don't understand why they did it. Maybe it's because of money, SGO replied. Nezura didn't even know what money was. Hearing SGO speak, it truly hopes that if it has money, it can reunite with its mother and family. Even though the creature in front of it looks like a child, SGO still has to crush all its hopes. Nezura and my mother will never meet again. Even though I am just a monster, I have awareness and feelings like a human. When it truly understood that it had lost its mother forever, it suddenly burst into tears. SGO just listened quietly as it cried for a long time, until Nezura wiped away its tears and stopped crying on its own. I was really furious and thought about killing all of humanity, but when SGO appeared, I realized I no longer needed to worry about it. SGO suddenly felt guilty, as if controlling the other's emotions had left Nezura unable to even be angry at his opponent anymore. You spent a long time talking with that monkey until it was truly calm again. Nezura turned and went deeper into the cave, saying it wanted to rest. SGO then said goodbye and left the cave as a snowstorm started outside. SGO felt like they were about to freeze. Just then, Suki appeared again with SGO's bag. "Glad that you're safe." As soon as SGO saw it, he let out a breath. "I'm not so weak as to be hurt by a little brat with a reputation." Suki sneered dismissively, implying that the brat mentioned was probably Nezura. After handing the shirt to SGO, Suki turned around and headed back to the carriage. But SGO couldn't bear to leave Nezura here, especially since it was badly injured. If the breath search finds it, it will have no way to survive. Suki gives you another look of contempt. "You still want to stay here even if you might die." SGO remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he still resolutely decided to stay in the cave. Nezura is now asleep. SGO put on another coat and snuggled against it, but it still didn't seem to warm up much. It seems Nezura has to live in a secluded place all year round, so its body temperature isn't warmer than the weather. SGO didn't leave because she felt she couldn't abandon a child. And Suki didn't leave either. Although it knew it needed to return to the carriage, it couldn't leave SGO behind. Suki waited outside the cave for a long time, only stepping in slowly once it was sure that SGO had fallen asleep. But now, it no longer appeared as a small black cat, but as a fierce, jet-black tiger. Although not pleased at all, Suki ultimately had to lie down beside it to protect its owner. Suddenly, it remembered the distant days many years ago. Suki was originally a product of experiment number N1-251. Since it was born, it has possessed incredible power, but because of that power, Suki is also very difficult to tame. So, it was the scientists who created it who ordered its destruction. Suki was lucky to escape that night, but it was also badly wounded. Suki kept running without stopping, hoping to survive, running for a very long time and far away. In the end, exhausted, Suki almost lost all strength and turned into a black cat. At the moment it was struggling to breathe. Its strong will allowed SGO nearby to hear its cry for help, and as you know, He then saved Suki. The abandoned creatures continue to share warmth and rely on each other until now. Not long after, Suki wakes up to the sound of a call. SGO has also woken up. Thanks to you, I was able to rest without catching a cold. Are you hurt anywhere? Suki asked coldly in return. SGO shook his head. Only then did Suki feel relieved and gently shake herself a few times, transforming back into a gentle black cat. Nezura's injuries are also much better now since, after all, it is a monster, and the wound on its back has almost completely healed. And there hasn't been any activity around here for quite a while now. SGO is sure that no more hunters or warriors are coming after them. So you're planning to part ways with this monkey here. SGO. Nezura suddenly spoke, not in thought, but actually able to talk. Even Suki was startled by this phallogic phenomenon. Maybe because its mother was human, Nezura also inherited some human traits. Because SGO is a special human, Nezura wants to follow him and is confident that with its strength, it can protect SGO. Above all, since its family has all left this world, Nezura doesn't want to be alone. This wish of the white-furred monkey makes SGO feel conflicted. Anyway, your destination is still the big city. Nezura's size isn't small at all and can't be hidden. You're afraid it will be attacked by humans, and also afraid it will go berserk when it sees humans. I think I might get angry if I see those who harmed my family. But I don't care about the other humans. Nezura still insists, but maybe there are many who want to take lives. SGO warned it, but Nezura not only wasn't afraid, she just chuckled softly. In that case, I can also get angry to defend myself. Nezura's sparkling eyes completely convinced SGO, and so he had to bring that monkey with him to the city. When they arrived in the city, Suki disappeared again. But SGO wasn't surprised. After all, this wasn't the first time, and it would show up again when it mattered. As expected, Nezura quickly caught the attention of outsiders. But luckily now it just looks like an ordinary monkey, so people just see it as SGO's pet. The guard stopped him and reminded him that pets of this size need to be restrained. Then they brought out a large collar chain. SGO hesitated for a long time, not wanting to use this to restrain Nezura. But contrary to his bad mood, the little monkey seemed quite happy. SGO, it's okay, just do it. If I really wanted to break free, nothing could stop me anyway. After some inner struggle, SGO reluctantly had to put the collar on Nezura. The two guards then felt reassured and left. SGO looked very sad and apologized for making you endure this treatment. Nezura never blamed you even a word. On the contrary, it even felt that SGO was just like her mother, because her mother also used to say she was sorry all the time. At first, Nezura was very curious and asked why she apologized so often, but every time I asked, she never answered. Only later, after hearing it so many times that it became familiar, did Nezura understand what that apology really meant. My mother apologized with the meaning that she loved me. I think so. SGO seems to feel a bit of the burden lifted from his heart. Nezura is not just a pet to him now. It's like Suki. Both are companions with SGO in this lonely life. After entering the city, the first thing SGO did was look for a job, but he was rejected again and again due to his weak health, and he was also accompanied by a large monster. The merchants on the street advised SGO to go to GUI to find work. It was the first time SGO had heard of the concept of GUI. They pointed out the building called Ignis in the center of the town, and so SGO led Nezura into the town center, where Ignis shone so brightly, it was hard not to be blinded. A sign outside proclaims, "This is the best guild with a 99.9% success rate for quests." SGO pushes the door open and is greeted by a cheerful, beautiful receptionist. At first, she thought he was a customer, but after learning that SGO was there to apply for a new member position, she directed him straight upstairs to fill out the application form. The person in charge upstairs is a middle-aged man. Just by a quick glance at SGO's appearance, he knew that you were a newcomer from the countryside. "Hello, I heard you're hiring new members?" "Yes. Do you know what kind of work GUI usually does?" "I understand that you take on entrusted tasks and handle them. It's that simple." The man looked at SGO as if he were a naive rookie, and then took out a business card, handed it to him, and introduced himself as H, the branch manager of GUI Ignis in Galatia. After receiving the business card, SGO followed him to a nearby sofa. Usually, H would decide whether to interview a new candidate after reviewing their application. But recently, Gio's requests have been piling up, but GUI's staff is very limited, so he decided to skip the screening stage and go straight to the interview. H started his interview with basic questions like where SGO is from and how old he is. "Since the moment I first saw you, I've been paying attention to Nezura. What is your specialty?" "Animal domestication, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. It's best if you don't use those words to describe it." I need to know exactly which network you're good at so I can arrange a suitable job. Originally, SGO didn't want others to know too much about his abilities because he was afraid of being shunned like his family and the villagers of Serbia once were. But he also really needed this job, so he had no choice but to tell H everything. When he heard that SGO could listen to the thoughts of living creatures, the pen in his hand suddenly froze. H didn't expect that this country bumpkin kid was a talent, but the ability to read the minds of creatures was something he had never heard of before. There are not many illusionists in this world, from mages, elementalists, alchemists, pharmacists, priests, to swordsmen. They create magic by using mana or connecting with elemental spirits. Each profession has its own path. Some discover and harness special laws while others can heal wounds. Most of the ability users in the world are clearly categorized, but that strange ability SGO mentioned doesn't fit any of those professions. This makes H hesitate a bit. Please forgive my mistake. If I had known you were a Nung Li, I wouldn't have bothered with this kind of interview now. SGO is like a hidden card because of the strange ability you possess. Depending on that ability, you could become Ignis's ace or just a useless person. But H is a businessman and he doesn't want to miss any opportunity. Therefore, H decided to challenge SGO by giving him his first task. Go find the animal trader at house number 3 Sack Street. He is an animal collector working for Hui, but recently he seems to be struggling with controlling some rare species. If you can truly tame animals, maybe you can solve that problem. SGO nodded, understanding what H wanted him to do. Then he gave SGO a map and told him that if this mission succeeded, he would receive a token from the merchant, which would serve as proof of his success. After securing the SU-GUI, SGO could become an official member of Ignis. He took the map and led Nazura to the address on it. Thanks to Nazura's sense of smell, the lost SGO was able to avoid wandering aimlessly through the streets and headed to 3 Sack Street, where 2 guard dogs were watching at the door. At first, they bared their fangs and glared at SGO, but after Nazura shot them a warning look in return, both dogs trembled like leaves. SGO looked at them and felt both amused and pitying. You don't need to be afraid. I won't attack you, so don't worry. I came to meet the owner of this place, so I reassured them and gently patted each of their heads. My ability to control animals' emotions helped me calm the 2 dogs quickly. While SGO was still busy with the animals, the owner of this place came out to open the door. The man's face didn't look very good. He was probably going crazy over the rare items he just bought. The man led SGO inside. His collection was quite extensive, but he took him straight to a glass cage where a tiny dragon was struggling to breathe. According to him, ever since I bought it, it's been struggling and refusing to eat. That damn oat kid really drives me crazy. The man spoke while lowering his voice, but thanks to his special ability, SGO could hear his most genuine inner feelings. Baby, please don't drink anymore. So you're a cold exterior but warm inside person. SGO stopped looking at his messy head and looked at the dragon struggling in the cage. It's still just a child, you know? What are you talking about? That's obvious already. He wants to tame the dragon and bring it under control from when it was a child. Otherwise, when it matures, it could attack humans. And if that causes the upper classes to complain about the pet trade, he's basically lost his job. The man's attitude is extremely harsh, but SGO doesn't bother to pay attention. He only focused on the small dragon in front of him to find the key issue right now. Suddenly, SGO felt a fierce pain surge through him. My heart felt like it was going to burst, causing me to lean back suddenly. Luckily, Nazura caught her owner just in time. The man saw SGO like that and was also startled. Hey, what's going on? Are you hurt somewhere too? No, I'm not the one in pain. It's the pain of this dragon. SGO replied breathlessly, and at that moment, the other dragon slowly opened its eyes. Then it sat up straight, innocently gazing directly at SGO. He immediately entered the illusion containing its memories. That man saw SGO suddenly fall silent and grew more and more anxious. Hey kid, have you been point-holded? Damn it, why did you stop talking halfway? After a long pause, SGO finally responded in a sad tone. This kid's heart is melting. What does that mean? What nonsense are you talking about? The man shouted in confusion. SGO explains to him that this type of dragon usually lives in extremely cold waters. Now he has taken it out of the water and even covered the bottom of the cage with sawdust. So the dragon can't breathe and is gradually withering. The man immediately shouted, what kind of scam is this kid trying to pull? This Draki dragon is a desert creature. You should know that just from its name. What are you talking about? I mean, its ice heart is melting because of its fiery temper. And that man was about to duel with you over it. But SGO's determined gaze made him reconsider. After all, he wanted to do everything he could to save this little dragon. So he grabbed the shovel beside them, raised it, and threw it to SGO. "Hurry up and shovel some snow here," he ordered. "How am I supposed to do it alone? Do you want an old man like me to do it? I don't have any ice right now, so young and strong man like you, go scoop some snow here. If you keep hesitating, both you and that troublesome little dracky kid will be doomed." Then he took the small dragon out of the cage and released it into the glass container filled with water nearby. After touching the cold water, the child's facial muscles relaxed completely. The man finally smiled happily before shouting at SGO to hurry up and bring more snow here. SGO was the first to shovel snow into the water, much to the man's excitement, and then he made you shovel a few more loads. Of course, SGO knew they were being exploited and forced into hardship, but no matter how much they loved animals, they were still willing to do it. And in response to that effort, the ice Draki truly regained consciousness. Draki is already a rare species, but among them there are even some ice variants that are even rarer, so they are not widely known. Seeing the small dragon gradually regain its health, SGO finally let out a relieved breath. But of course, the man didn't plan to let you rest so easily because besides this Draki, he still has a bunch of other rare animals waiting to be hunted. SGO felt like he had become a veterinarian after just one day, and the man had to genuinely acknowledge the real skill he possessed. After settling everything, that man handed you a bag of money as payment. The job was already done, but SGO kept hesitating and couldn't bring himself to leave. Because you can hear the thoughts of the animals in that house, they are all longing for you. Now you can clearly hear each of their thoughts even from outside the door. That shows that everyone is fine now. Hearing this, SGO suddenly felt a lump in his throat with emotion, and he followed Nezura back to Ignis. But halfway there, vague thoughts kept clouding his mind. SGO truly didn't know where his future would lead him, and what will happen to a child burdened with such misfortune as him. Negative thoughts and a tragic past make SGO momentarily tremble. "Are you sitting down on the side of the road in confusion, Nezura? Are you okay?" The one feeling cold. It eagerly asked question after question. Before long, Sugi was also there. It always shows up when its owner needs it most. "What are you doing here? It seems you're not hurt. Get up. Sitting outside in the cold for too long will give you a cold." Sometimes SGO isn't sure if Sugi is the indifferent cat or my mother. But the fact that it has never left makes me feel that life has a little more meaning. For example, Sugi really hates being touched by humans, but when SGO strokes its head, it doesn't try to avoid it at all. "Thank you, Sugi," SGO suddenly said, wondering why. The black cat wondered why it didn't avoid me. "How long have you been like this without realizing anything?" SGO, "To me, you are completely different from those other humans. Do whatever you want, I will never avoid you." After speaking, Sugi tiptoed away and ran off. After calming down, SGO and Nezura returned to Ignis. "You received a payment of 2 copper coins, which surprised Hat quite a bit. I have to say that man is quite difficult to deal with. But today, he was surprisingly generous. This proves that SGO's abilities are real." Hat suddenly changed his attitude towards him as if he had struck gold. "SGO, welcome. From now on, you are a member of Ignis." Then Hat specially took SGO to get the uniform and the identification badge of GUI. From then on, he had to wear it whenever he went on missions. He was even willing to provide accommodation for SGO. Although the facilities here aren't the best compared to the cramped attic he lived in for over 10 years, it's perfect. Furthermore, Hat also allowed Nezura to stay, so SGO had no reason to refuse. After hearing him go over all the rules at Ignis, SGO led Nezura to his new room. Both of them took a shower and cleaned up. Then SGO put on his brand new uniform. He looked at himself in the mirror, and this was the first time SGO admired his neat and tidy appearance like this. The bed feels more comfortable and the feet warmer than at home, with a large window beside it. The moonlight shining through suddenly reminded SGO of the difficult days in that attic. "You find it hard to sleep, so Bond turns to ask Nezura, 'Hey, are you asleep?' 'Not yet,' Nezura replied from the ground. 'Do you regret it?' SGO suddenly asked, 'What about it?' 'Because I followed that path. Maybe because I have the ability to read other creatures' minds, SGO is more sensitive than ordinary people. So, since arriving in the city, you've always felt guilty about Nezura because it had to wear a collar, its freedom was limited, and people kept staring and mocking it. Moreover, the road ahead for them is even more difficult. Despite the discomfort, SGO still wants to take Nezura back to the mountain and give it back its freedom. However, what Nezura said afterward proved that his worries were unnecessary. Not only does he not regret it, but he is also happy to have followed SGO and ended his lonely life like before. Nezura no longer lives in hatred towards humans all the time. That is what makes it feel that life is worth living. Nezura's words are gentle, but they make SGO want to cry. He buries his face deep into the pillow, trying to hold back his emotions. Previously, during the time he was locked in the storage room, SGO received a dictionary from his brother. He taught himself how to read and write the words in it, but couldn't fully understand the meaning of all of them. But now, SGO seems to have understood. The days spent with Nezura have taught him the true meaning of the word connection. Zhang and the others may not share the same race or background, but from now on, they will stay together, no matter how difficult the road ahead is. The next morning, SGO still woke up early as usual. After tidying up his uniform, he stepped down into the house with Hat's admiration. Wow, who is that? But he's not wearing his usual outfit. Looks like SGO in that uniform really suits him well. Oh, branch manager, who's this? The new member? A petite girl with brown hair and glasses, who suddenly appears from nowhere, speaks up. Hat introduces the two of them, and that girl, Rosalie, is also a member of the group. He also introduced SGO to her as a new member, but he doesn't work in the support department, nor does he assist with magic or combat. Rosalie, hearing this, was curious and asked quietly, "Didn't you say he's a fake ability user? Why isn't he supporting magic or fighting?" Well, his ability is somewhat special. At least we need to wait for a response from the higher-ups before making a decision. Seeing that SGO looked tense, Haben took out a colorful candy jar. Out of respect for him, SGO also reluctantly grabbed one and put it in his mouth. However, you still don't seem any less tense. All right, come with me to get the stamp. Hat gets back to the main point. Just need to stamp the line boundary. It has to be a black rubber band, so check carefully. One set is enough. Oh, and while you're out, if you see a marker pen, buy it too. SGO doesn't know what those are for, but since Hat mentioned them several times, they must be useful. You went out asking around everywhere, then went to the nearest grocery store in the square to buy it. But the shop owner was quite strange, too, because when SGO arrived, she was busy doing something and had no intention of entertaining guests, until the girl found what she needed and then realized the guest was still standing below. As soon as their eyes met for less than 3 seconds, her gaze immediately fell on Nezura beside her. And feeling as fragile as the tinfoil facing Iyagi's storm, she let out a piercing scream. Oh no, a monster. And unfortunately, she was sitting on a beam. After this scream, her balance wavered and she fell flat on the ground. Fortunately, SGO caught her, or else she would have broken her leg or arm. Even while holding the beauty in his arms, SGO's face remained calm. You only seriously warned that girl once, saying it's not a monster, its name is Nezura. Up close, you actually look pretty handsome too. The girl couldn't hold back and her cheeks immediately turned as red as a tomato. After landing safely, she began searching for the necessary items for SGO. But while searching, suddenly her face changed. Oh no, where is my magic orb? She just dropped it over there. SGO responded as he helped her up. This girl looks like a contestant, but a bit naive. She found her magic orb, and she looks happier than if she had gone to a festival. SGO also showed interest in her, and after gathering the necessary items, he turned to leave, but was suddenly called back by her. Hey, over there, wait a moment. What's my name? SGO. I thought something important was happening. So it turns out that girl wanted him to try the magic orb in her hand. According to her explanation, it's a new product he had to risk a lot to obtain, a magic orb that can read others' emotions. This ability might seem divine to others, but for SGO, it's useless because he's had it since birth. I don't need it. SGO flatly refuses. Really? Why is that? Because no one wants to read what's in someone else's heart. The ability to read thoughts, memories, or feelings without care is the most useless power in the world. SGO replied before opening the door and leaving, while the shopkeeper girl behind still looked angry. She feels that this guy is handsome, but a bit weird, and that he seems to really be able to read people's minds. SGO quietly returned to his usual routine, completing the final steps to become an official member of the organization. While waiting for the higher-ups to decide where his assigned vehicle would go, he just wandered around doing chores like watering the flowers and tidying up the house. A few days later, Hat brought good news that SGO had been assigned to the Special Support Department, and the first assignment arrived after he officially became a member of the organization. The client was Sarah Lynn Jeff Fabian, the only 10-year-old daughter of the Fabian family. The trouble the girl is having seems to be with the puppy named Hero, who definitely won't listen. And Sarah Lynn wants someone to help her turn Hero into a good dog, which makes SGO feel a bit conflicted. After becoming a member of Ignis, I thought I would be assigned to more important missions, but it turns out I have to train dogs. However, Hat still thinks this is a good thing. SGO's abilities don't require training or combat experience. Since their clients are mainly high-level nobles, they can satisfy them easily and bring the rewards back without much effort. Seeing SGO sigh heavily, Hat still used all his charisma to make this seem more serious. It's that simple. But he also has to meet the expectations of the nobles. If they reject you, besides canceling this order, your future life could also be ruined, so be careful. He kept reminding SGO not to underestimate Saralyn, because she was just a child. Even as a 2-month-old, she was still a noble, and you had to serve her with all your strength. Then I wish you good luck. I hope SGO's trust will succeed and produce a well-behaved little puppy. She brought the candy jar back. SGO picked a piece and put it in his mouth, then led Nezura on their way. Fabian's mansion was so huge, and after the butler checked SGO's commission letter, he hurriedly took him inside. The interior space is even more luxurious, but the only thing that catches SGO's attention is the frantic barking of the small dog inside. Moving a little closer, he can hear its equally furious heartache. Stop bothering us again, go away, you human. Please don't do this. He's our guest. A lively blonde girl runs out from inside, and judging by her age, she must be Lady Saralyn. Watching how Saralyn talks and behaves with Hero, SGO can easily sense her love for animals. But unfortunately, Hero is not a well-behaved dog. SGO introduced himself as a member of Ignis. Saralyn immediately looked suspicious, thinking the visitor would be an irritable old man. So your delicate little brother also works at Ignis. How old are you? This kid really has a sharp tongue. SGO didn't feel very happy. But still, the customer is always right, so he swallowed his anger and answered the girl's question. He's just turned 19 this year, and while they were talking, Hero kept barking behind. The loud barking made Nezura furious. It was behind SGO, ready to glare at Hero with a fierce look that made the little dog immediately shut up. At this moment, Lady Saralyn also noticed its presence. But instead of being afraid of this large creature, her husband seemed very interested. This gorilla is huge. Kwong suddenly withdrew his fierce gaze, replacing it with a sparkling, water-like look to win her over. Lady Saralyn was immediately captivated, but just as she was about to rush over, her servant stopped her. For a very simple reason, Nezura is a white-furred monkey, and they cannot let their young lady be exposed to danger. After a fuss over not being able to touch Nezura, Saralyn decided to get back to the main issue. I heard you can read animals' hearts, so find out why my hero is always hostile to others right now. The worried look of the young lady made SGO hesitate no longer. First, he told Nezura to step back for a moment, because Hero was now so scared that it was about to run away. Only SGO and Hero remained facing each other. To gain the dog's trust, SGO takes off his gloves and gently brings his hand closer to its face. Hero, I won't hurt you. Saralyn seems tense. Usually no one dares to do that to Hero for fear of being bitten, but strangely today, after hesitating for a moment, it Judong approached and rubbed its head against SGO's hand. Its abilities are greatly enhanced after this encounter. SGO immediately enters its inner world. It turns out that Hero had a tragic childhood. As soon as it was born, it witnessed its mother being cruelly discarded by ancient humans. Because small puppies like Hero are very popular among the nobility nowadays, her mother was forced to give birth many times. Even after losing her mother, Hero herself was not given enough to eat. It was only given enough food to prevent starvation, so it could maintain its small appearance favored by the nobility. Not long after, Hero was seen by Viscount Fabian, Saralyn's father. The merchant group immediately bathed the starving little dog to prepare it for sale, turning Hero into the most beautiful birthday gift for the young lady. But for it, this was also the moment when its hatred for humans reached its peak, because they had taken away its mother and filled it with endless suffering. Saralyn really liked Hero, and she tried her best to take care of the little dog, but Hero had never felt happy when being with her. One day, during play, Hero bit Saralyn hard on the hand. Viscount Fabian saw this and immediately struck him. He couldn't accept a dog biting its owner and immediately wanted to take Hero out of the mansion. Saralyn kept crying and begging her father. She didn't want to leave her new friend she had just met, so she asked Viscount Fabian to send a trust to Ignis. After understanding everything thoroughly, SGO could only sigh. Saralyn is very anxious. What's going on? Is Hero upset about something? Everything. Hero fears all the love she has for him. Even though he's just a little dog, he's still just a child. And since it was born, it has never been embraced with love. SGO recounts the entire process it had to go through since it was born. That made Hero believe that one day humans would also take its life, just like they took its mother's. Hearing SGO speak, Saralyn could only grit her teeth and think to herself, why not? I like Hero the most. If I could read hearts, I would treat her even better. SGO also heard her poetic thoughts. Being able to read the heart is not everything. Its mother was killed by humans, and it was also forced to starve itself to increase its value. Have you ever thought about how to soothe its fear? Caroline finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst into tears. Although this action made a noble young lady like her lose all her elegance, SGO could understand her behavior. Even though she is a noble, she is still just a child. Moreover, she is a child full of love for animals, especially for Hero. To resolve this conflict, SGO created an inner world for the little dog and led Caroline into it. Here, she could talk to Hero. After this, Hero truly understood the young lady's feelings for him. But he still hoped Caroline could express her affection a bit more gently, instead of picking him up high and spinning him around like that. Hero slowly stepped forward, then gently rubbed against its owner's skirt. Caroline also carefully bent down, reached out her hand, and then cautiously embraced Hero in her arms. That moment was when the two souls truly connected, and it was also when SGO completed its mission. Caroline cried tears of joy, thanking him. "Ui, Ignis, you're truly amazing. Even though he made the request, I really didn't think this ability existed." Caroline hugs Hero in her arms, her happiness impossible to hide. She keeps blaming herself for not understanding her little dog during that time. She's not wrong. Those who sell heroes are the ones truly at fault. It was just a misunderstanding of her intentions, as this situation is completely different from what it has experienced before. Because Caroline is just a child, SGO also broke the usual and encouraged her a few more words. Hearing that, Caroline also smiled brightly like a flower. The entrusted task is complete, and the girl shyly hands the bag to you. After SGO takes it, Viscount Fabian also appears. "You have a very impressive ability. I truly commend you." Caroline sees her father and happily throws herself into his arms. From now on, she no longer has to worry about Viscount Fabian kicking Hero out because he is no longer a traitorous dog. Viscount Fabian and young Master Ceremion just returned to the estate and witnessed SGO's abilities firsthand, making them very curious about his power. "Based on my observation, your ability is used to handle quite unusual situations. What exactly kind of power is this?" "It's the ability to read the hearts of animals." SGO answered honestly without hiding anything. Viscount Fabian paused for about 3 seconds, then uttered 3 words. "How rude." Before SGO could explain or react, he continued speaking. "You don't know what will happen if an ordinary person like you dares to lie in front of a noble." SGO immediately tensed up, seeming to relax too soon because the mission was already complete. "These kinds of nobles are never easy to deal with. I'm quite interested to see exactly how you distinguish what you call animals. Based on intelligence A or soul, what about hybrid humans with animals?" SGO always tries to hide the fact that he can read minds by saying he can listen to animal hearts. But it seems this nobleman is even sharper than you imagined. While he was scrutinizing SGO, you accidentally overheard the thoughts of his son, Jeremian. No way. If he really could read others' hearts, he would be a monster. Jeremian's thoughts still truly hurt SGO. But anyway, he's been considered a monster since he was a child, so having one more person think that way doesn't really change much. The real issue is that nobleman's day. It seems that Viscount Fabian truly takes an interest in SGO's unique ability. Although he only casually mentioned that he would soon send more commissions to Ignis, SGO knows that in the future they will definitely have to face each other many more times. Caroline's adult-level conversations had gone beyond her thoughts, and she only felt happy that she had learned SGO's name before he left. And of course, Caroline also felt grateful that you cleared up her confusion. But her brother, according to Jeremian, seemed clearly wary of SGO. He doesn't even want his sister to get too close to you. "Is your ability limitless?" "I can't read everything. So I won't read your mind. Please don't worry about it." "Are you sure? Or will you just say one thing and then read everything in my mind?" Jeremian suddenly became annoyed. He didn't want to keep someone who could read all his thoughts in his head for another second in the house, so he roughly pushed SGO out the door. Caroline was so frightened by her brother's brutality that she almost cried. But after all, SGO was the one who helped her reconcile with Hyrule. Now being treated like that by Jeremian again, it made her very unhappy. SGO and Nezura headed back as the evening was beginning to fall. The 2 words monster that Jeremian uttered kept haunting your mind. Even though you're used to it, saying you're not hurt would be a lie. SGO gazed at the coin pouch in his hand, suddenly feeling lost about this life once again. Humans really are strange. Nezura suddenly spoke up. Seeing SGO's confused expression, it continued without waiting for a question. Nezura feels very happy that SGO can read her heart. SGO can understand her thoughts without her even having to say a word. SGO knows that it is comforting me. What Nezura just said sounds wonderful, but it is also the reason why people dismiss my abilities. SGO's existence is truly extraordinary, and it makes him feel lost in this world. Yet, Nezura doesn't find him frightening at all. To it, SGO is kinder than anyone else, and you also have a kind heart. The real mistake is not SGO's ability, but the narrow-minded thoughts that others hide. Nezura talks a lot, but it's all sincere thoughts, not just to comfort SGO. So he gently pats the monkey's head to calm it down. Don't worry, no matter who is angry or afraid of me, or even thinks I'm a monster, I won't care. Because being locked in cages is nothing compared to walking together like this. I feel truly alive again, and so the person and the monkey head back to the cage. SGO ignored Lord Jeremy's stern look and continued with his life. A few days later, it seemed he had caught the Lord's attention as he was directly entrusted with a task. This made Hark and Rosalie very happy. Actually, since his abilities are special, it's easy to see why. But neither of them expected that his reputation would rise so quickly, like a wind-blown axe. Compared to Hark and Rosalie's excited expressions, SGO appeared more reserved, because he knows that the more people pay attention to him, the more danger he faces. But anyway, he still has to work to survive. And so SGO continued to take on the next special support request. This time a commission related to Jefferson Company, which holds the largest gemstone trading market share in the city. For some reason, the company suddenly closed down, forcing jewelry businesses to halt operations. SGO's task is to find the company's owner, Thompson, to investigate the reason. Like always, after confirming his mission, SGO was about to leave with Nezura. But today, before departing, he realized something. It seems that every time he goes out on a mission, Hat hurriedly runs after just to say one thing, like reminding him to stay safe. And today, Rosalie also specially reminded him to buy pickled bread on the way back after completing the mission. They are just small words, but they move SGO deeply, because it's the first time he feels warmth like being in a family. The first thing SGO did after leaving Gila Cha Map was to go to the location, which was a bit far today, so it would take over an hour to walk there. SGO has never considered Nezura as a pet, let alone a mount, so he refused, but that accidentally made it very sad. Because Nezura felt useless and couldn't help SGO, in the end, to avoid disappointing Nezura, SGO had to reluctantly agree to ride on it. And sure enough, Nezura ran very fast, and it didn't take long for the person and the monkey to reach their destination. But SGO felt like his heart and lungs were all over the place after arriving. They stopped in front of a large house with a display of precious jewelry in the west-facing window. To SGO, they were just shiny stones with bright colors, so he couldn't understand why everyone was so crazy about them. Ignoring the jewelry for now, SGO steps forward to try knocking on the door. According to the information, the company owner lives in this house, but you kept knocking all day and still no one answered. Still, SGO firmly believed that Thompson wouldn't leave his home, even though his business had shut down. So he decided to stay here and wait until he appeared. Even though it was very cold, SGO stubbornly refused to leave the door. You and Nezura waited until midnight, when the temperature dropped to its lowest, and finally saw Thompson come out. Hey, are you crazy? I thought the cold weather would make you give up and go home. Even though I was freezing cold, I was still happy to see Thompson, because catching him was already half the mission accomplished. As soon as Thompson saw you, he chased you away like chasing away evil spirits. Just by looking, I can tell you were sent by those high-ranking guys, right? I don't do any business, so just go home. Thompson was actually planning to leave right after he finished speaking. But seeing SGO struggling and about to freeze, he couldn't bear it. He couldn't even stand up. His mind was confused and his face was pale. Hey, I was just asking, but you're not trying to kill yourself, are you? Has my house become the perfect spot for that now? Thompson even enthusiastically told SGO that 2 blocks away, there was a bridge where the river water was said to be warm. So if he wanted to commit suicide, he could choose that spot instead of in front of his house. Of course I'm not planning to kill myself, SGO replied weakly. Really? Then fine. Why are you sitting outside someone else's house? Come on. Thompson lost patience and directly pulled SGO up, intending to drag him away. But it was through this contact that SGO managed to read his memories. This seemingly tough man is actually more fragile inside than you think. He has a beautiful wife named Tin. Thompson fell in love with her at first sight, so Tin's acceptance of his proposal felt like a dream. However, Life after marriage was just endless days of suffering awaiting the young girl. Their firstborn had died just before their first birthday, and then came the second, the third. Tin went through a cycle of pregnancy and miscarriage over and over again. Later, Tin gave birth to a healthy baby girl named Leia. The baby's loud cry carried Thompson's hope. But unfortunately, Tin was now suffering from depression due to prolonged stress, and Thompson hit him hard, leading to their first quarrel after their child's first birthday. Thompson even knelt and begged his wife, but Tin still refused to let Leia go. That's also why he shut down the company. Thompson spent all his time focusing on caring for his little daughter. STO knew he didn't have much time to haggle with this man. Therefore, after understanding his problem, he immediately gave him the best advice he could. Thompson was stunned, mixed with panic. Maybe he would never figure out how STO knew about that. But in this situation, all you can do is give the advice you think is best. If they don't want to accept the truth, no matter how much you push, they won't listen. Thompson's reaction was even more terrifying than STO imagined. He roughly grabbed STO by the collar and dragged him straight into the house. After locking the door, Thompson revealed a terrifying face. As expected, he began questioning STO about how he knew the news. My whole body hurts, but I try to stay calm and answer Thompson's question. I am STO from the Ignis Guild. Thompson rubs his chin, thinking about the nobles who dug into his personal life, and even sent messengers to bother him. But looking at STO, Thompson doesn't feel any sense of threat. Because you're so weak, Ignis sent their worst member here like this. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong in this. So he suddenly felt a bit guilty for physically assaulting a weak kid who was about to freeze from waiting outside for hours. Damn it, washing a bunch of fools blinded by greed for gems. Thompson let out a weary sigh and then extended his hand to STO. Please forgive me for my rude behavior. Yes, I am the owner of Jefferson Company. STO kept looking at his hand, then at his feet. Finally, you chose to stand up on your own, your hand playing in midair making Thompson feel embarrassed. So, little Ignis, what request brought you here? It's a request for help to reopen the business again. STO straightforwardly replies, deadpan, and Thompson seems to have misheard. The Lord really is quite impatient, isn't he? Anyway, this isn't something that can be solved in just a few words. Thompson then invited him inside, lit some candles, and shared a drink to warm up. After pouring a few glasses of wine, he finally started to relax a little. To be honest, looking back now, Thompson feels that STO is not only lacking in intelligence, but also a bit foolish. To succeed in his mission, he should have loosened him up at times like this. But the only thing STO has done since arriving here is just stand there like a statue. The only thing that interests Thompson about STO is that he mentioned his wife. But honestly, this interest isn't going in a positive direction because he hates being pried into his personal life the most. Sharing someone else's private life isn't a good thing. When discussing sensitive matters like that, you need to consider the context. I'm sorry, STO lowered his head and stammered. If I may say so, you're too naive and childish. Why did Hawaii send someone like that here? Thompson sighed heavily. Now he no longer blames STO, but he also firmly states that he has no intention of reopening the business. STO remained silent, not even asking why, which in turn made Thompson curious. Aren't you going to ask why? So why do you think about not reopening the business anymore? Seeing Thompson's puzzled look, STO mechanically asked again. Thompson chuckled. This is the first time I've seen a Woody member on a mission act so foolish. Maybe this is the funniest thing in recent days, helping Thompson temporarily forget the pressures weighing on his life. Maybe because he was feeling happy, he took the initiative to tell STO that he loved his wife and daughter very much. Even if the whole world turned against him, Thompson wouldn't want to take anything from them. The most important thing is that Tin's condition is getting worse and worse. Since giving birth to Lei A, she hasn't even wanted to leave her room. There was a time when Thompson tried to force Tin out of the room, which led her to take the most extreme action of biting her tongue. It was okay that time, but the cruel truth was revealed to Thompson. His wife would rather die than face her daughter. That left him with no time or mood to care about jewelry or business anymore. Thompson recounted everything in one breath, then started to cover his face and cry, while STO remained silent, stunned, because just now, even though I had read Thompson's memories, it turned out there were still things I didn't know. Thompson didn't cry for long either. After calming down, he wiped his tears and forced a strained smile. Anyway, I apologize for causing your mission to fail, but I don't plan to reopen the business this year. So please tell them to find supplies from other companies. Thompson pats STO on the shoulder to comfort him, but someone as stubborn as you wouldn't give up here. If your wife's condition improves, I'll agree to reopen the door. Thompson was about to speak, but his steps had to stop when he heard these words. Maybe I will succeed. After STO's words, Thompson turned around. I will make your wife come out of the room. Seeing STO's expression, it didn't seem like a joke, but Thompson didn't quite believe it. If even I can't get my wife out of the room, then how could someone like STO do it? What do you think you're planning to do? STO did not answer. Instead, he slowly approached Thompson and suddenly touched his forehead with 2 fingers. Thompson was startled and confused, instinctively pushing away STO's hand. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Don't be afraid, you're begging him. STO is not a bad person. It's just Thompson and STO here, but that voice isn't yours. Thompson looked him down and was startled to meet Nezura's sincere, shining eyes, causing him to stumble backward. The glass in his hand spilled all over. Just now there was the strange voice in my head. Thompson's face turned pale. STO then slowly approached, reaching out to help him up. Although Thompson didn't know what method the young man had just used based on that inexplicable incident, he was sure this guy was no ordinary person. Thompson reached out, took his hand as a sign of agreement, then led STO and Nezura to his wife's room. When he knocked on the door, STO could clearly see the man's trembling and cautiousness. Perhaps his wife's situation had caused him a lot of pain. My love, it's me. We have a guest today. He tensed and turned the doorknob. The door just opened, and STO could feel the cold wind carrying snowflakes blowing straight at him. Tin sits by the window, cold air biting, but only wearing a thin shirt. From her expression, it's clear that this young woman has lost all her will to live. Thompson hurriedly goes to close the window, Tin's hand resting limply on the chair, frozen and making him feel heartbroken, while his eyes are utterly vacant and emotionless. Even when STO sat beside her, she didn't seem to care. He tried to touch Tin's head, but strangely, her mind was completely at peace. STO has never needed to adjust his power to read others' memories, but this time it seems like he has to do it. It was only when STO did that, the entire room suddenly shook with a dark energy, almost causing Thompson, a strong man, to lose his footing. A thick cloud of dark smoke enveloped the entire space. In an instant, it transported STO, Nezura, and Thompson to a different space. A lush, peaceful forest. They looked around from the side. Nothing unusual here until a soft voice rang out. Phew, it's so hot. Having to work in the fields in this weather. I really want to rest today. Thompson stared wide-eyed because the person in front of him was his wife. Seeing Tin completely healthy and normal, not at all like the sickly woman from earlier, it seems STO didn't control its power well and ended up entering her deepest memories, dragging Thompson and Nezura along. In that memory, Tin looked poor but still had a face full of happiness. Just like the memories STO had previously searched for in Thompson's mind, Tin is the daughter of a poor farmer. Her mother passed away before she even knew how to recognize herself, and when she grew a little older, her father also followed her mother. Besides Tin, only her 2 younger siblings who need care are left. So she took on the responsibility of raising them herself, doing all kinds of work and enduring great hardship. Fortunately, her 2 younger siblings were very obedient, and life was somewhat happy. Then Tin fell in love, but the man was not Thompson, but a poor farmer named John. They loved each other passionately, but poverty like a swamp submerged their happiness. Tin couldn't take care of the 3 sisters. Even after she increased her workload, Tin still couldn't afford food and medicine for the children. John proposed to her not once but 3 times, but Tin remained resolute in her refusal. Love was immense, but reality was cruel. In the end, Tin and John went their separate ways. She moved to the city hoping to get more orders. Then she met Thompson. That was the first time I met Tin. Watching his wife's memories unfold before him, Thompson struggled to contain his emotions. The first time they met, he was face down on the street, coughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Tin was rushing to complete her order, but seeing Thompson unwell, she still decided to help him to the infirmary. When Thompson regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was Tin's gentle and beautiful face, and he was captivated. Not long after, Thompson proposed, and Tin agreed. When she returned to her small house in the suburbs, John came looking for her. And when he saw the ruby ring shining on her finger, John almost went crazy. I heard you're planning to get married. If you're going to leave me, I'll take my own life right here and now. Just watch me. In fact, John was not just talking empty words because right after, he pulled out a bottle of pesticide from his pocket. His goal was still to force Tin to come back to him, but she firmly refused, hoping for a better future for herself and her siblings. Perhaps it was because of her coldness that John truly did something foolish. From then on, Tin lived in hatred and obsession, believing she had been cursed by John. This was the first time Thompson witnessed the deepest layers of his wife's memories firsthand. Until now, he had no idea that there had been a man who loved Tin so deeply. Seeing what he just witnessed, Thompson became even more devastated. Because he believes Tin agreed to marry him only for money, maybe he's right. She had already rejected a poor farmer to follow someone who could give her luxurious gems. SGO's words sound gentle, but they strike Thompson's heart like a blow. If that's truly the reason, would he change his decision?
What did you say? If your wife's decisions are influenced by money and poverty, if she longs for the things you have, would she still be one of the two most precious people in the world that you once told me about?
SGO's question was too blunt, but Thompson's love for his wife is so great that he didn't even have to think before firmly stating that Tin is still the person he values most. She is still Thompson's precious wife, even though she is trapped in these painful memories, tears streaming down Thompson's face as he recalls the days when Lei A was born. But Tin didn't even bother to look at her, despite all his efforts. Thompson, in reality, your wife is feeling very suffering, because she believes that each lost child is a punishment for her sins. His mood is very complicated, both sad and painful. He and SGO have also escaped Tin's memories. Thompson slowly approached his wife, then knelt on one knee in front of her, just like the day he proposed to her years ago. "Tin, it's not your fault," Thompson said softly as he held his wife's hand tightly.
Lei, our daughter is still alive.
She is alive and will be healthy in the future. She's waiting for you. So please stop blaming yourself and come back to us. Thompson doesn't care about Doan, he doesn't care about his wife's past, and he doesn't care whether she married him for money or not. But I feel there's no reason for her to hurt herself. The only thing Thompson wants is to get through all the pain together with his wife, because they are a family. Just then, a lightning bolt from the sky struck straight down, shattering the nearby window. Thompson instinctively hurriedly embraced his wife to protect her from injury. But from that moment on, Tin's eyes seemed to regain their vitality. Thompson was both amazed and moved by his wife's sudden change. Immediately after, a loud cry came from the nursery next door, and Tin stood up in shock as Thompson watched in surprise. "Leah!" she called out as she ran off, and for the first time in her life, Tin held her little daughter Leah in his arms, repeatedly apologizing for not being there for her all this time. This sudden change brought immense happiness to Thompson. "It's hungry, I can tell from the crying. Here, give this to your wife. It's a bottle of baby formula. You must be hungry too. We have plenty at home." "Thank you." Thompson enthusiastically hugged his wife and daughter. A family of 3 finally had a happy ending. As for SGO, perhaps he overexerted himself earlier, and his body was severely weakened. After Thompson and Tin rushed into the baby's room, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. SGO is Thompson's benefactor, so of course he couldn't just leave him there. So, in the dead of night, the couple took him to the most famous pharmacy in the area. SGO's whole body was burning hot, and he was unconscious. The doctor, after examining him for a while, had to stop and give up because he believed SGO's problem was related to his abilities, which were beyond his expertise. Moreover, there are no pharmacies in this area capable of treating fake abilities. The fake doctor believed that this happened because SGO had never lost control of his powers. For now, just rest well, then depending on the situation, ask Gil for help. Thompson and his wife looked at each other, kept trusting Nazura, then looked at each other again. Nazura is now sitting at the head of the bed, her worried eyes constantly fixed on SGO. Thompson hesitated for a moment before finally daring to speak, because just now Nazura was the one who rushed into the nursery to tell them that SGO had just fainted. This is the first time Thompson has seen a talking white-furred monkey, and he's still in shock. "Well, Leia is still at home, so we have to go back first. We will cover the medical expenses, so don't worry, and if you need any help, just come to me." Nazura nodded, then suddenly remembered the most important thing when she came here with SGO. "So, what about Uithak?" Thompson looked at his wife, smiling very brightly, so he also made a decision. "The trust is a request for us to reopen the company, right? Because SGO is my benefactor, I will naturally agree. After all, my wife's heart has already been healed. So there's no need to worry anymore, I'll leave this guy to you." Only then did Nazura feel at ease, and Thompson and his wife returned home, leaving it to stay by the bedside, looking worried and anxious. On Tuesday morning, SGO finally woke up. The first thing he saw was Nazura's tearful eyes. It couldn't control its emotions and rushed onto the bed to hug him tightly. After confirming that it was stable, SGO politely asked the fake doctor for permission to return. Anyway, lying in bed for 2 whole days is enough. They returned to the guild, and the Sioux Guild for successful commissions has already been sent over. This time it was 5 coins, singing so happily that tears of laughter came to my eyes. I have supported many talented individuals with these 2 hands, but this is the first time I've seen a member achieve such great results so soon after joining the guild. Currently, SGO is Ignis's main source of income, and his reputation has spread so much that even the nobles in the neighboring city have heard of him. After SGO recovered, another problem arose. It was that he received a second commission from the Fabian family. This time, it was personally requested by Viscount Fabian, but the letter didn't specify what the delegation was about. Still, SGO couldn't refuse because he didn't want to offend the nobility. So he had to take Nizura with him again to that Kunding estate. As SGO entered, Hiro hurried out to greet him. It seems it's been a while since they last met, so the little one misses SGO a lot, and Sarah Lynn rushes out eagerly. As soon as she sees the envelope in SGO's hand, she immediately recognizes that her father has called him over. "I'm very happy to see you again, and how about SGO?" SGO hesitated in front of Sarah Lynn's question, unsure how to respond. "Well, it's not that bad either." Sarah Lynn pouted and leaned in to slap your cheek. "Huh? It's not that bad either. So does that mean it's good or not? Are you happy to see me again? You're not afraid I can read other people's hearts, are you?" SGO didn't answer, but asked back. "Ever since the time when Fabian's family treated me harshly, I've always felt unhappy. Today, when I came here, I also felt very awkward, but Sarah Lynn is completely different from her brother. She is not afraid at all and doesn't dislike SGO's abilities, because she believes that you won't share your secrets or lose control of your emotions, since in Sarah Lynn's eyes, SGO is an incredibly kind person." The conversation between the two was interrupted by the butler at the estate. The Viscount was eager to meet SGO, and Sarah Lynn, though obedient, couldn't go against her father's wishes. All right. But before you leave, you have to come see me. Don't try to sneak away, understand?" SGO nodded in agreement with the girl, and then followed the butler's guidance to the master's room. The Viscount was already waiting, and before SGO could even ask, he posed a question that seemed completely unrelated. "Tell me, do you know about cacti?" "No, I don't," SGO replied. "How can a green plant grow in a desert where there's not even water?" "It's quite miraculous. But since it's a plant, it doesn't mean it doesn't need any water at all. But if they could be watered like normal plants, they would rot from the inside out." Viscount began to ramble about cacti. In the end, he concluded that if the owner doesn't recognize its value, they will easily destroy the plant. SGO knew he wasn't just talking about the cactus in front of him. Can anyone read its thoughts? The Viscount brought the cactus in front of SGO. "But you've never read the thoughts of plants, nor have you ever thought that plants can think like animals." Yet after using a little more power, SGO heard a curse. "This old man talks so much, I can't stand it." SGO tried to hide his surprise. Actually, the tree in Viscount's hand can think, and it's even angrily cursing at him. And just as SGO suspected, the Viscount didn't come to see you just to chat about this tree. SGO, a cactus has no choice. But the one who has the power to choose its owner clearly wants to pull SGO into his side. Viscount Fabian is trying to make SGO his own. He promises to give you a position that no one in this house dares to disrespect, and the only person you must obey is him. At the same time, you will enjoy the highest privileges as a commoner. SGO guesses that he longs for my mind-reading ability. In fact, he's already guessed it, and the Viscount shows no attempt to hide that thought. He asked SGO to read the minds of those he designated. Don't trust him, he's dangerous. Just words from manipulative people. Before he could speak, SGO heard the scream of the tree in the Viscount's hand. He himself had no intention of accepting this invitation, even though he didn't want to provoke the noble. But it seems the Viscount's intentions are not so noble for Cam either. "Thank you very much for your offer, but I am satisfied with my current work," SGO replied, and your reply made the old man burst into a hearty laugh. "A suggestion? It seems there's some misunderstanding. This is an order. Turning faces as quickly as flipping pages, you're not exactly a good person." SGO tries to stay calm and honestly asks the Viscount what would happen if he disobeyed his orders. "Nothing has happened yet, but bad things will surely come to the person eventually." Clearly, this is a threat. SGO is just a 19-year-old commoner, so how could he not be afraid of a noble's intimidation? However, he still tried to maintain his composure until the very end. SGO respectfully tilted his head and told the Viscount that he needed to discuss any job change with Gil first. His unwilling expression, however, seemed to please the Viscount. "If you agree to his demand, it will prove that you are not trustworthy and he won't dare to use you." The Viscount then softened his threatening demeanor and said he would give SGO some more time to think about where his true destination really lies. Then he handed the cactus to the butler and told him to throw it away immediately. Get rid of this thing. I will replace this picky plant with a beautiful flower. SGO could hear the tree screaming wildly. What?
Where are you touching, you bastard? Are you planning to throw me away, you bastard?
Quickly let me go, you damn human. The butler led SGO outside along the way. Along the way, you could always hear the tree's desperate screams. So SGO bravely asked to take it home. After all, they were just going to throw it away. This thing doesn't have flowers and is covered in thorns. Plus, it's hard to take care of. Are you really sure you want to ask for it? There's no guarantee it won't bloom someday. Seeing SGO so determined, the butler handed the plant back to him. Then he asked SGO to stay at the estate for a little longer, because Lady Sarah Lynn also wanted to see him. After he left, the plant in SGO's hand kept jumping nonstop. It seems to be scared, thinking that you will also abandon it. So SGO has no choice but to speak up to calm it down. I won't hurt you, I won't burn or throw you away. But since it's my first time seeing a cactus, I don't know what temperature is best for you. If you see something different, just tell me directly. The tree in SGO's hand immediately fell silent, because I could hear your voice, so just speak up if anything makes you uncomfortable. SGO remained silent, as if the tree in his hand was shocked to see that humans could understand its feelings. Only after a long moment did it finally cry out in panic. Are you a deity? How can you hear what I am saying? SGO named the tree Ahuru, a name so long that even her great-grandmother would be impressed. Nezura, having seen you silently talking to the tree in your hand, couldn't help but clap loudly. SGO can even talk to plants now. Wow, you're so cool. Even though it's just a simple compliment, Nezura's calm demeanor makes SGO feel very happy. It's like you've just achieved a great accomplishment, so you introduce Ahuru to it. These two seem to like each other a lot. Even though they're not from the same race and don't speak the same language, Ahuru also really likes SGO. Even the thorns on its body become much softer when they meet you. I still can't move my body freely, but I can still control these thorns without hurting SGO. You still can't move, SGO wondered. That's right. Those who don't know, if they live long enough or become strong enough, our mist can be moved at will. Although I am still young, my strong will allows me to at least control my own thorn. This strange knowledge has been absorbed by SGO. You originally wanted to talk more with Ahuru while waiting for Cerulean, but another mess has appeared. Jeremian, looking even less pleased than before, has discovered that Bao found you. Didn't I tell you to get out and never show up here again? Are you that forgetful, or do you think my words are a joke, you lowly commoner? Even compared to before, Jeremian's words are more harsh. He keeps insulting SGO as a lowly commoner and calling Nezura a hideous monster, yet he still wants to buy it because Nezura is a monster that understands human speech. He also mocked SGO for talking to a tree all this time, which made Ahuru extremely annoyed. What is this? Another little brat with developed limbs? Nezura is not a commodity. SGO was very annoyed by Jeremian's arrogant attitude, but this bastard was still very stubborn. You're so perceptive. You read my mind, so this negotiation is over. Just take it. Then he took out 10 gold coins, but SGO still repeated his old line that Nezura is not a commodity to be bought and sold. Jeremian thought you were just trying to extort more money, but SGO firmly insisted that he would never sell Nezura. His defiant attitude made him so angry he saw red. Jeremian felt extremely annoyed that an ordinary country bumpkin like SGO dared to look down on a noble like him. Hey, I've held back from punching your face in. So, instead, you ignore my warning and wander around my house like this. What the hell is going on? SGO tried to explain that he was only here at the invitation of Viscount Fabian, but of course Jeremian didn't believe it. He aggressively lunged forward and grabbed SGO by the collar. Compared to a wealthy young master who has been training in swordsmanship since childhood, a weak and skinny kid like you obviously can't fight back. Just as Jeremian was about to punch SGO in the face, Nezura couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Don't bully SGO." Jeremian released his grip in surprise. He knew this white, long-tailed monkey understood human speech, but he didn't expect it to actually speak human language. Greed grew even stronger, and Jeremian said he would pay SGO 30 gold coins to buy Nezura outright, leaving no room for refusal this time. Instead, Jeremian ordered the nearby knights to capture Nezura and bring her to the grazing area. I already said I wouldn't sell her. SGO kept shouting loudly, his voice several times louder than Jeremian's. He was furious. because this was the first time since birth that a commoner had yelled at him so loudly to his face. SGO was surrounded by 4 Fabian knights. They wanted to forcibly take Nezura away, but they didn't realize they were playing with fire. SGO can endure, but Nezura itself cannot hold back any longer. In the end, it attacked first. The sharp claws of the monkey towered over, immediately maiming the arm of a knight. All that remained in the hall was the sound of desperate screams. And the remaining men also stepped back in fear, their terror fueling Jeremian's rage to new heights. Just then, a few more guys arrived, and he pointed at SGO, demanding they capture him for deliberately harming himself. SGO's heart is cold, and so is Nezura's. Jeremian calls it a monster. While his actions were even more brutal than a monster's, at the order of the young lord, the knights immediately threw a large net over Nezura's body. Then they drew their swords and began to attack. The knights' laughter and their actions drove Nezura into a frenzy. Although it had been with the SGO for some time and willingly chained, its wild beast instincts were still very strong. Jeremian was frightened back a few steps by Nezura's roar. And now Viscount has also been disturbed by the noisy sounds and has gone downstairs. What's going on with this commotion, Jeremian? As soon as he saw his father, Jeremian was overjoyed. But before he could act, Viscount rushed over, grabbing his shoulder and scolding him sharply. "You idiot! That should have been in my hands already, but you let that fool interfere and ruin everything. What do you mean, father?" Jeremian was very shocked, not only because he was scolded harshly by his father, but also because he was scolded by a commoner. "Indy, you fool." Viscount pushes his own son aside and orders the knights to clean up the scene. He commands the soldiers to capture SGO alive, while Nezura can deal with him afterward. The knights accompanying Viscount are much harder to deal with because they know how to use magic. Nezura immediately fell into a state of cowardice and quietly apologized to SGO. Nezura apologizes to SGO, "I just want to be by your side." Don't apologize. No one is at fault. In Nezura's eyes, sadness and despair filled her. When those knights started using magic, she knew that no matter how strong she was, she couldn't fight back. Nezura closed her eyes, accepting the worst outcome for herself. A huge explosion erupts, shaking the entire hall of the mansion, and Jeremian just sighs in regret. If you had taken the money from the start, this wouldn't have happened, as smoke and dust filled the room. Only after it cleared did Fabian's father and son realize that SGO was still alive and completely unharmed. The ones who need to apologize are not Nezura, but you guys. Even the knights were amazed by his impressive resilience. Under Viscount's orders, they began to rush forward and attack SGO, but unfortunately, not a single one managed to land a hit on him. Why? Because although SGO has no muscles and a stiff body, it possesses an incredible ability to control minds. Translating for clarity. I'm working on the translation, ensuring clarity and accuracy. There's a soldier who swings his sword down, but the boy takes control, forcing him to stab himself. Fabian and his son are left in shock. I need to be careful with the word kongche for control to avoid spelling errors. I'll also keep the boy as the pronoun instead of using SGO, maintaining context while making it sound natural. Drafting a clear translation. The user requested a single translated line in plain text, so I need to ensure the grammar is correct. I'm considering a translation. One soldier had his sword mid-swing, but the boy took control, forcing him to stab himself. Fabian and his son stared in shock. I also think about simplifying it. One soldier was bringing his sword down, but the boy seized control and made him stab himself. Fabian and his son could only gape. I must keep it straightforward, avoiding quotes or tags, and be mindful of apostrophes too. Finalizing the translated line, I need to ensure I'm using ASCII formatting, especially for apostrophes. The translation reads, "One soldier's sword was already coming down, but the boy seized control and turned the strike back on him, making him stab himself. Fabian and his son could only stare, mouths agape in shock." It captures key phrases, maintaining clarity. I have the boy to avoid tricky pronoun references and confirmed the second part about them being shocked. Now I'll present this finalized single line. One soldier's sword was already coming down, but the boy seized control and turned the strike back on him, making him stab himself. Fabian and his son could only stare, mouths agape in shock. All the remaining soldiers were also controlled by SGO. They all dropped their weapons and knelt down before him. "Dad, brother," a trembling voice and tears broke out. Only now did SGO notice that Sarah Lynn had appeared on the stairs. She saw SGO's face covered in blood, surrounded by soldiers lying motionless. This excessively violent scene caused Sarah Lynn to faint on the spot. The Viscount hurriedly ran over to catch her, then questioned SGO with a victimized tone. "Are you satisfied now? Look around you. Is there still a need to shed more blood here?" SGO knew full well that the fault wasn't his, and he no longer wanted to suppress himself. Since he was a child, he had always had to hold back because of the power that made others think he was a cursed being. But that doesn't make SGO's life any easier. It only caused him to be beaten and mistreated for 19 years. Now, having escaped that harsh life, he continues to suppress himself so that Nezra can be freely bullied by others. SGO no longer wants to endure, but given the current situation, I think we should stop here. I won't attack anyone anymore. In the end, both he and the Viscount fainted from SGO's overwhelming mind control power. Luckily, Suki appeared just in time, as expected, always there when SGO needed it most. Since you can't carry Nezra back on your own, Suki transformed back into a tiger and carried her on his back. "You should come too," Suki urged. "But Suki will be very tired, so I can walk on my own. Carrying you won't make much of a difference. Just get on here." SGO could no longer refuse and had to climb onto Suki's back. Honestly, after using his power just now, his whole body was exhausted, and he held tightly onto Nezra and Suki. The tiger tiptoed, rushing out of the Fabian estate, with Suki carrying SGO and Nezra through the dark streets. Nezra had fainted, and SGO was extremely sad. Although he knew Suki hadn't been very open about sharing his feelings before, now besides confiding in him, SGO didn't know where else to seek comfort. "Suki, it seems I really am a monster after all." Thinking about the hall in Fabian's palace, filled with the stench of blood, others might faint from fear, but strangely, SGO feels nothing at all. "Even though I know what I just did was wrong, I feel no fear or sadness, and that makes SGO realize that I am getting very close to the concept of a monster." "So what?" Suki didn't answer, but asked back, "If it were me, I would have taken all of them out." Suki straightforwardly dismisses SGO as a weakling because, to it, there's no reason to fear or sympathize with those who harm and threaten to take what they cherish. But in the end, it is us who are the ones attacking others, and SGO still hasn't given up on feeling disappointed. "Well, maybe you can feel a little sad. After all, you don't want to hurt anyone." Ahuru, lying in SGO's arms and listening to you and Suki talk, also feels restless. It also insisted on stepping in to voice its opinion, and Ahuru found SGO truly ridiculous for clearly being a flesh and blood person yet still doubting whether it was a monster or not. Even if you are truly a monster, it wouldn't threaten the world's peace. As long as SGO doesn't use his powers to harm others, that's all that matters. The honesty of a tree makes SGO feel happy. But I wonder if after this, he has become less self-conscious about himself. Anyway, the monster's curse and dark past have been with him for 19 years. That feeling isn't something he can just turn off and forget. Suki didn't rush to bring them back to the guild, but a few days later, the Ignis branch was also in chaos. A guy with a bird's head named Fabian brought news that made Hack go crazy. That is an urgent royal order from the headquarters to SGO. It means the royal family has put pressure on the guild's headquarters, or someone at the main office believes SGO is a dangerous threat. Rosalie is also very worried. This clan order is a serious problem. But the biggest issue is that since receiving the mission from Viscount Fabian, SGO has been missing for 10 days. Moreover, recently there has been a rumor spreading around that the Fabian family was attacked by a young man and a white-haired monkey, but Hack still firmly believes that SGO is not the kind of person who would harm others. Just when the two of them were most confused, SGO returned. Hawk looked at him in his torn, tattered clothes, with a few dried bloodstains on his face and body, and couldn't help but feel anxious. But in the end, he reached out and patted SGO on the shoulder, with a proud look. "You did well. Aren't you going to ask about my mission progress? Naturally, you should be reporting on the mission, so let's just forget about that. Do you know how worried we were when we suddenly lost contact with you?" Hack scolded, while Rosalie nodded repeatedly by his side. Fabian is standing behind with a wide stance, so Hack has to temporarily put aside the long 2,000-word chat. Suddenly, he notices that Nezura is no longer by SGO's side as usual. "You explained that it was injured and resting to regain strength. Luckily, the injury isn't serious, right? Just rest today. In 3 days, the company will submit the mission report." Hack pushed Fabian aside and told SGO, but even if he considers you a treasure to protect, Fabian won't easily overlook this matter. If Hack can't speak up, then he will do it himself. Fabian appears before SGO like an angel, but the news he brings is not good at all. As you know, Izito had to go with him to the guild's main headquarters immediately. Hack still wanted to resist, but SGO obediently agreed, as Ignis was his livelihood, and he had no intention of giving up this job. As long as you are in the guild, refusing the headquarters' decisions is not wise at all.
So you have to say goodbye to Hack, even though Thay feels very guilty about it. On the way, SGO kept leaning his head against the carriage window, with a sad face like he had lost his rice book. Ahuru suddenly let out a cry and said he had found SGO's biggest problem. You're really bad at refusing and you listen to others too much. Just say no if you don't like something, and if you hate it, just say so. Is that all you can say? This tree is even noisier than a living Nezura by 4 times. SGO looked at it with a judging gaze. But you couldn't speak up because Avian was still sitting across from you. However, because Ahuru was too noisy, in the end SGO had to say something. Move aside then. All right, Ahuru replied irritably. Avian was surprised, realizing that the phrase Chat 2D wasn't meant for him. So SGO was communicating with a tree. When Avian raised this suspicion, SGO did not deny it. He believed Avian would be like the others, amazed and thinking he was a monster. Actually, Avian was surprised, but it was an excited kind of surprise. Wow, really? I heard SGO has the ability to read minds? Can you read what I am thinking right now? I really don't understand why someone like this guy would be eager to have his mind read. He originally intended to stay silent. But at this moment, Nezura lying beside him suddenly moved, and an Avian's thought immediately flooded into SGO's mind, making his head throb. Wow, that's amazing and terrifying. They say the white-haired monkey is a monster. What should I do if I get eaten? SGO started calmly reciting what was in Avian's mind, as if unfazed. Wow, he can really read my thoughts. I shouldn't have asked, I just wanted to wear pants. Well, it's okay, I'm sorry. Avian started to curl up. Even though SGO only read a little, that was enough to prove that his ability was the real deal. He no longer dared to be curious, and just then, Nezura also woke up. Although injured, seeing SGO's tired expression, it immediately pulled him onto its shoulder to rest. The softness of Nezura's fur and body brought an indescribable comfort, and this scene made Avian fall into deep thought for a moment. Seeing you all like this, it's like a family. As night falls, the carriage continues on. Avian prepares a thin knee pad set for SGO, constantly worried along the way that he might get cold or feel uncomfortable. If you're hungry or uncomfortable anywhere, just let me know. This is comfortable enough already, thank you. SGO replies. It's not that the guest is rude, but that Avian never imagined how difficult his life had been in the past. So even with thin legs and the constant rocking of the carriage, SGO still didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After traveling a bit further, it started to rain. At this moment, Avian was sound asleep, snoring loudly, while Nezra was abruptly awakened, looking very panicked. SGO thought it was the snoring of that guy that woke him up, but it wasn't. The keen instinct of the beast told Nezra that something was gathering around the carriage. It's not human, nor an animal, but it gave Nezra a very bad feeling that this thing was here to take their lives. Sure enough, not long after, the coachman threw open the door in a state of panic. They're huge now. We've been completely surrounded by a pack of monsters. They're surrounding us. How many enemies are there? Can we escape? Those are all Hoppy with very high combat power. The coachman just said something very true, and Avian's face quickly turned worse. Hoppy monsters usually only appear during winter, but now they are here surrounding them, and it's not just one, but a whole group. The coachman said that even if they escape the encirclement now, it would be very difficult to run away, because these monsters are much faster than horses. Nezura went outside to check. Even though she hasn't fully recovered, she eagerly rushed to the front line. SGO was about to call her back, but he hadn't had a chance to do anything before Nezura rushed out of the carriage. The rain was getting heavier, and SGO inside the wagon was feeling anxious. Letting your ally fight alone is a bit reckless, the driver said cautiously. But he immediately bristled. Even though he's also a power user, he actually has no fighting ability. If he rushes out now, he'll only get in the way and can't help anything. As for SGO, he can't just leave Nezura alone. Avian initially wanted to stop you because he thought SGO's abilities weren't suitable for fighting, but from the very beginning, you had no intention of fighting them with force. SGO's cold gaze made Avian shiver. If he's not planning to fight, then does he intend to use that white-haired monkey as food for the Hoppia? Thinking this over, Avian no longer dared to stay still, and hurriedly rushed out of the carriage. Although he couldn't fight, Avian's knowledge was extensive. He couldn't help but remind SGO that the Hoppy beasts are known to be very brutal, and their danger increases even more when they attack in packs. They are not enemies you can face alone with your destructive power. SGO, please listen to me. This won't end just by taking down a few of them. Over here, Nezura is fiercely attacking the Hoppy. Knowing that, Avian still believes they should run before being slaughtered. While he was busy convincing SGO, a hoppy suddenly swooped down from above, causing Avian's whole body to freeze in fear due to his complete lack of combat experience. Even running away was impossible for him. In the end, it was SGO who rushed in to block a deadly blow for Teacher Avian. Hoppy's beak pierced straight into his left shoulder, causing a deep wound that bled continuously. SGO uses its power to control the beast's mind, preventing it from attacking further. But the most concerning thing is that your blood scent has attracted all the Hoppy in the area here. Meanwhile, Nezura is still using its strength to take down one opponent after another. The only thing that worries it is that SGO is bleeding. Even though you say you're fine, Nezura can't help but panic. Still, it can't run to your side. Because the Hoppy swarm kept attacking wave after wave, honestly, SGO wasn't truly confident that he would win. Because you don't know if you can use your ability to target multiple enemies at once. But anyway, if you do nothing, you'll just become prey in the enemy's hands. So when the Hoppy swarm attacked, SGO risked it all and stood still. The space was incredibly peaceful as the Hoppy stopped and hovered in the air. At that moment, SGO truly hesitated, whether to take their lives or not. But in the end, you still chose to be a good person. Go back to your hideout. The Hoppy flap their wings again, but then turn around and fly back. This scene left Avian stunned in shock. Since birth, this was the first time he saw monsters obey a human's command. Gio's test was successful. The danger has been eliminated. You and Nezura return to the carriage, while only Avian remains standing there, still confused. The Hoppy have vanished without a trace. Their recent attack felt like nothing more than a dream. SGO ended this threat so easily, now Avian understands why the headquarters issued an urgent order to hunt him down. Although SGO's face looks gentle and his whole body doesn't emit any threatening aura. After this incident, Avian has confirmed that he is one of the most dangerous fake talents in the world. The deserted night sky is silent across the space. In the dark, dense forest, a carriage slowly moves along the small road. SGO is now injured and unconscious. A voice echoes in the space. You're too complicated. After a long while, he still showed no sign of movement. His eyes remained closed. Suddenly, the corner of SGO's eye twitched slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. Suki is now standing on top of SGO and speaking, always acting on her own. That's why I hate humans. He looked blankly at it and called out softly, Suki, with a slightly sad look in Suki's eyes. It nodded slightly and advised, sleep a little, don't run around like a fool and get bitten by monsters again. At this moment, you're still not fully awake. SGO softly said, I'm sorry. Suki gently places her small foot on your body and replies, don't apologize. Just stay away from trouble. Then there's no need to apologize from the start. Hearing that, SGO said nothing, just stared blankly for a moment. Its tiny shadow appeared before the light. Suki gently repeats, SGO, don't get hurt again. The sky is gradually brightening, and the carriage continues rolling along the road. Ahuru cheerfully yells out happily, what a wonderful morning. SGO, awakened by the sound, slowly opens his eyes and asks confusedly, what are you doing, you? He looked down from above and greeted, hello. Below, Ahuru's large body revealed tiny legs wriggling around. SGO sat up, curious and asking if you know how to walk. Ahuru jumped and then slowly climbed down, saying, are you surprised that a walking cactus suddenly runs around you while you're awake? As soon as he arrived, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Ahuru, and I was shocked too. Nezu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, looked at him and asked, do you know how to walk? It happily raised its finger to touch Ahuru's side and said congratulations. He quickly responded, thank you, thank you. Parker, just waking up with messy hair and a dazed look, exclaimed what the hell, as he now saw the cheerful scene of Nezu and Ahuru in front of him. Parker chuckled softly, his dull eyes saying, your friend is quite extraordinary. Then he suddenly fell silent, his gaze slightly moved, thinking to himself, what's so strange about a cactus going somewhere? After all, he can chase away a whole flock of happy with just one word. In Parker's mind, the moment when the happy creatures gradually landed nearby STO, and that evening when the happy creatures also left him, immediately came to mind. Thinking of that, he turned to look at STO, who was lost in thought. If it were STO, he wouldn't be surprised if he could be friends with the flow. Parker yawned loudly, stretched his wings, and before he could finish his thought, a sudden loud sound made him freeze in surprise. Parker stared wide-eyed at STO, who looked back and replied, those are my wings. Parker, surprised to be praised, shyly ruffled his hair and said thank you. The morning sun was still shining brightly, and the carriage kept moving non-stop. CTO, sitting next to Benaju, slowly chewed his bread, then suddenly realized something and remembered. Below, Ahuru has been walking back and forth constantly since it got its small legs. You kneel down and gently ask Ahuru standing at your feet, "Do you need water?" He waved back at STO to refuse. "No, I'm full now." He looked a bit surprised and curious. "Did you eat already?" "Not exactly. It's just that yesterday when STO was injured, STO hunched over and looked away, letting out a small cry. As soon as Ahuru spoke, an invisible wound on STO's shoulder seemed to bleed, as if the person had bled a lot, with the unseen blood continuously flowing down his shoulder and spreading widely. From then on, the small drops of blood gradually fell one by one, until finally, they landed right on the top of Ahuru's tree. Remembering that moment, he shyly smiled and said, "Your blood. I only drank a little." After Ahuru finished speaking, the surrounding space gradually fell silent, but STO continued to stare at him intently. Then, he gently reached out and lifted Ahuru up. STO looked at him and asked again, "The one drinking my blood?" Ahuru calmly replied, "Yes." The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly fell silent, both of them looking at them. Feeling uneasy, Ahuru suddenly shouted out loud, "Don't misunderstand! I couldn't move at that time, and I didn't do it on purpose. The blood just happened to fall on me, and then—" He was so worried he was sweating as he hurriedly showed the small flower on his head, saying, "I also bloomed for the first time then." STO's eyes never left Ahuru for a second. Then he spoke again. "Interesting. You bloomed after drinking my blood." Now, Parker, holding the bread, finally realized and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you should focus on the detail that when an ordinary tree drinks your blood and learns to walk, right?" Ahuru lowered his head, then took the small flower on his head and respectfully placed it in STO's hand. "This is my gift. Please accept my sincerity. You should be the one to thank me." The red flower in STO's hand emitted a golden light that reflected, then gradually smoked, withered, and disappeared, leaving only the small flower's remnants in his hand. STO slightly tilted his head in helplessness and said, "The flower has melted away. Ahuru is so sad, my gift." Suddenly, he jolted and shouted, "STO!" A strong light burst from STO's shoulder. He froze and looked over, along with Ahuru's voice, "The light. It's on your shoulder." STO's shoulder continues to emit energy, and he looks over in surprise, silently staring at his shoulder. Then he slowly reaches out and gently touches his bandaged wound, unhesitatingly removing the white gauze. He clenched his fist tightly and gently touched his arm, saying, "This flower seems to have healing powers." Ahuru blushed slightly and shyly replied, "Isn't that wonderful?" STO turned to Nezu and asked, "Last night Suki visited us, right?" He looked up at the sky and whispered, "That's half right and half wrong." Nezu didn't hesitate to answer your question. Suki was still peacefully sleeping on the roof earlier, and Suki has been on the carriage with us since last night. STO quickly stood up, dressed again, and spoke. So it wasn't a dream. Then he placed his hand firmly on the door handle and opened it, without hesitation. STO climbed completely out of the carriage. Everyone inside shouted in fear, "STO!" A strong gust of wind blew in, causing Parker to be blown away and scream in terror, which made the moving carriage very dangerous. You reach up and push yourself up loudly. "Suki, I know you're in there." But there's still no response from the roof, until suddenly Suki sticks his head out from the top and softly calls out to STO. He looked up at it and gently said, "It's dangerous on the roof, come inside." But Suki remained silent, standing still without moving. Then Suki turned away indifferently and said, "It seems you're in even more danger than I am." Nevertheless, it finally jumped straight into the carriage. Suki sat calmly on the floor, and STO felt relieved after seeing it get inside. You slowly crawled inside and closed the door. "A cat?" Parker reached out and looked curiously, asking if it's a cat you keep. STO. "No, Suki is not a pet cat." So, you quickly answered that it's not a stray cat either. Hearing that, Parker just softly exhaled, closing his eyes with a subtle smile. "So he's your friend?" At this moment, Suki jumped onto the chair and asked, "Who is that idiot?" He gently turned to introduce. "This is Parker." It gently lay down beside STO and rested its head on it, worryingly asking Han if it was hurt and okay. It smiled softly and cheerfully replied, "Ahuru helped heal my wound." Hearing that, Suki looked down on Ahuru with disdain, while you still didn't know anything and kept jumping around. What could that tiny dragon-horned tree do? STO's eyes remained focused, and it said, "It has healing powers. Suki, if you're going to follow me anyway." Suki closed her eyes, enjoying the gentle touch, and indifferently said, "I'm not following you, I just happened to see you get hurt while exploring." STO lowered his head even more and continued to pet it, saying, "Why don't you come with me from now on?" Suki remained silent without replying, its small tail gently swaying, and the image of you as a child appeared, still holding Suki in your arms, and it looked satisfied being held in STO's arms. Finally, Suki agreed to your request. "I told you, I only go with you because you asked, and why do I always happen to get hurt when I'm not around?" STO smiled gently and looked at it affectionately, then spoke, "Thank you, Suki." Suki was a bit surprised by that and half opened one eye to look at him. It then closed its eyes again, continuing to enjoy it in silence, thinking to itself, "STO has changed. I don't care how much he's changed, but this change is fine." The carriage suddenly stopped moving, and while sitting inside, STO heard someone calling its name, STO. The teleportation gate appears now, and a voice announces that we have arrived at the main connection gate. STO stares intently at the teleportation gate while Parker is talking nearby. Parker and STO just need to notify the Ignis Society about the fee. The vendor on the key quickly confirms, "Yes, it has been confirmed, for security reasons. The gate can only be used 3 times a day by an adult, yet you still stare blankly at the portal without looking away." The vendor in the background is still warning him that there might be some side effects after using the portal. "If you accept these conditions, we will open the way for you." Yes, after standing still for a while, STO slowly stepped forward and entered through the portal. As soon as STO touched the portal, he gently closed his eyes. When he saw the light shining in, he slowly opened his eyes. In front of STO now is a luxurious and splendid place. At this moment, Parker has also arrived, and he looks around thoughtfully, realizing this is the headquarters of the organization. He looked at STO happily and spoke, "Welcoming you, STO." Parker's voice echoed as the tall building stood proudly. This is the headquarters of the Ignis Society. Inside the complex structure, the two slowly ascended the staircase. He calmly led the way forward. You followed behind Parker, silently thinking, a seemingly endless spiral staircase, as if climbing up to heaven. STO gazed upward, wondering if heaven truly existed above that sky, as images of powerful and ambitious figures flashed through his mind. He kept thinking about others and their supporters. The more he thought, the more STO's eyes grew hopeful. Will things get better the higher he go? After thinking for a moment, he closed his eyes and remained silent. Parker, walking ahead, turned back and cheerfully said, "We're here," to which he softly replied, "That was quick." He turned away but still explained to you that this is a magic staircase, quite similar to the portal of destruction. "Anyway, you should have met the guildmaster, but since they've been absent for nearly 3 months, of course you'll have to meet the vice guildmaster." A large door now appears in front of both of them, tightly closed and impossible to open further. Parker quickly rings the bell to see if there is any response, but after a long time of pressing the button, nothing happens. They both remain optimistic, waiting in front of the door, but everything falls silent again, making them feel a bit awkward. Parker sighs in frustration. It seems the vice president has gone back to sleep. STO and Nezu, upon hearing this, immediately became stunned and silent. There was no other way, so Parker kept pressing the doorbell rapidly. After a series of continuous chimes, the large door finally swung open, and STO quickly caught Uhuru to prevent him from being hit by the big door. Parker looked inside the door, appearing stunned and unsure of what to do. Remembering how close he came to losing his life and how angry Uhuru was, he said, "Hey, just now." Your furious voice rang out, your head almost flying off. After the guard, STO looked confused with a blank face. "Where's the cactus head?" The person inside this room holding a sword quickly appeared, groggily stepping out and yawning as they asked who it was, opening their eyes to see who dared to disturb their sleep. Then he leaned close to Parker and said, "I don't think I ordered a chicken." Parker immediately turned grim and said, "I've told you over and over again, Vice President, I'm not food." Inside STO's hand, Uhuru quickly agreed, so he was right about the chicken. Just as he was about to argue, he remembered something important and Parker frowned to remind him, but "I did bring a guest here." Wen, still half asleep, groggily asked, "Who's the guest?" Parker replied, "Your guest." Wen put his hand in his shirt to rub his stomach and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I entertain guests? Isn't there anyone working downstairs?"
I will deduct your salary for waking someone up from a good sleep early in the morning. Seeing him behave so strangely also made Parker extremely uncomfortable, and he blurted out. Wen ignored him and quickly turned to go back inside, reminding him to go home just as Suki's meow echoed. Wen suddenly woke up, wide-eyed in surprise, and asked, "A cat?" In front of him was Suki, and it kept sitting there, meowing. Wen laughed and sat down looking at it, smiling as he praised, "You're so beautiful. Are you a guest too?" Then he reached out to pet its smooth fur, but it stood up and turned away. It hears the introduction and realizes that he is the one to replace the special support position of the Galatia branch, STO. STO takes the Uhuru cactus from his hand and stands next to Nezu. Hearing this, Wen slowly stood up and asked, "A guest?" His face much more composed, he said, "You brought our leader here afterwards. I can't be impolite any longer." He reached out to shake hands with STO and asked, "I am the vice president of Ignis Wenleski." As soon as they shook hands, he continued to comment, "So I've finally met the leader from the rumors?" Hearing these confusing words, STO felt curious about the leader. While he was still pondering, Wen quickly urged everyone to go in, so he thanked them and slowly stepped inside the room. As soon as he stepped in, he was stunned by the scene before him. Contrary to the glamorous exterior of the headquarters, Wen's room was extremely messy with belongings scattered everywhere. Seeing this, STO was speechless. It was the first time he saw such a cluttered bedroom. Uhuru in his hand spoke up, "Isn't this a coincidence? If I had to go in there, I'd just step on those things and walk around." Seeing everyone's confusion, Wen quickly stepped forward and said, "It's okay, it's okay." He smiled, stepping on the piles of documents and said to everyone, "I don't care what you step on, but..." Then he glanced at Nezu and asked, "That white monkey friend, you know it's too fluent. Does it lie to people?" Nezu was very surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Wen replied with a question, "Maybe." After saying that, Wen moved closer to Nezu, joking, "What if I become an animal?" Then he suddenly finished the rest of his sentence, but in a way that made others feel confused, saying, "I wouldn't like to tell humans why I can do it." Seeing his strange behavior, STO quietly thought, "He's so different inside and out." While you were still lost in thought, Wen returned to his usual state and asked, "Do you want some coffee?" STO shook his head in refusal. "I don't need it." He guessed with empty hands, "Sorry, but you probably aren't old enough to enjoy these things. Maybe a Coke would be better than sleep." Wen turned around to prepare the drinks, while STO, standing behind, didn't know what to say, and silently thought, "I refused because it wasn't worth it." A moment later, Wen finished preparing a tray, even bringing up some cookies and placing them right in front of STO. You take the hot coffee cup in your hand, your face a bit contemplative and speechless. As you remain lost in your thoughts, Wen's voice rings out, "Our new leader is quite young, isn't he?" STO immediately looked up and explained, "I have already had my coming-of-age ceremony." He laughed and said, "That's why I called you young. When adults are called young, they don't refuse. Thank you for it." Remembering something important, Parker called out, "Vice Chairman." Wen looked surprised while drinking coffee. "All right, I see. So let's just focus on the main matter," Wen said, leaning back in his chair. That was the chairman's intention when he called the leadership from headquarters. "I see what you're saying, but why me?" STO nodded in confirmation. Wen casually said, "That's also the chairman's intention. I'm just the messenger. At first, the title of leader was just a new addition, so I don't really know what it specifically entails." All these pieces of information also left STO and Parker sitting silently, unsure how to respond. STO felt a bit anxious, wondering if the guild hall was a trustworthy place. "Although I don't want to think about this, I feel quite confused because they have very secretive positions and attitudes, and their stances change frequently." However, STO's gaze gradually changed as he looked at Wen sitting opposite him, thinking at least there haven't been any lies so far. "While you are still thinking," Wen continued, "from now on, you will take on very different missions than before." Clearly, STO still didn't understand the deeper meaning behind this statement he uttered. What's so different? "These will be special missions that only a leader is capable of handling." STO had always been sitting there, wondering what the meaning of those two words, leader, really was. Suddenly, something was thrown directly at him, startling STO. "In front of you now is a carefully stitched small bag," Wen spoke, taking it. "You still don't understand what's going on." So he continued, "That promotion of yours on the badge, it clearly says, Leader of the Ignis Society, STO." His voice continued, "It also includes the new uniform and badge of the society and other supporting equipment, along with the society's logo." And finally, suddenly he stopped and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Nezu was curious and wanted to open the small bag from earlier. Wen looked at it with great interest and said, "This is just my personal curiosity. It has nothing to do with the chairman," while STO was still unsure of what he meant. He continued muttering, "How powerful is the new leader that the boss wants you to join us, to that extent?" "I wondered about that while waiting for you." Wen smiled eagerly and said, "So can you let me cut the threshold before you leave, little leader?" STO remained silent. Then Wen reached out and took the sword, saying, "Now, show me how strong you are." After a long moment, only Wen was seen kneeling on the ground with his sword beside him. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. The coffee and cookies on the table remained untouched as if nothing had happened, except STO's coffee cup had fallen to the ground, spilling coffee all over the floor. But it seems like Wen didn't pay attention to that. He stared intently at the steaming cup of coffee on the table. He recalled what happened back then. Fighting or resisting something like that, don't make me laugh. At that moment, Wen eagerly grabbed the sword in his hand, secretly amused to see the kid. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly swung the sword straight at STO and said, "How powerful is this?" STO still sat there calmly, glancing at him with a slight surprise, showing no intention to evade. It made him feel somewhat confused. Why wasn't he defending himself? As he was still rushing to attack, the sword suddenly swung past, causing him to freeze in place, his face truly puzzled by what was happening. Wen glanced at STO, who was still leisurely holding a cup of coffee, and he thought to himself, "He hasn't even moved yet." But at this moment, he had already brought the blade close to his throat without realizing it. Although he tried to resist, it seemed all was in vain, and the sword in his hand remained still. At this moment, STO looked up and spoke to him, saying the letter you wanted to see. His eyes, filled with suspicion, looked at Wen and asked, "Is this enough now?" So Wen personally put down his sword, returning to reality, with a stack of papers on the table beside his foot. Wen leaned back in his chair and sighed, feeling exhausted. Looking at the pile of documents still spread out on the table, he said, "Leader, you should have been clearer." The meeting is over. Wen had become deeply contemplative, witnessing a series of actions from STO at that time. He muttered to himself, "This one looks more like a ruler. How can he control a predator stronger than himself?" Wen let out a relieved sigh, glad he wasn't completely consumed. Then he smiled and said, "Now at last, a new era has begun." The scene shifts to a vast arena. A voice echoes out, "Wonderful." This time, a pot filled with nutrient-rich soil quickly appeared before Ahuru. STO replaced it with a larger pot for Ahuru and then asked, "Do you like it?" He nodded happily, "Yes, yes, yes, I like doing it." Seeing this excitement, STO was also pleased, good then, Ahuru. After finishing the chores for Ahuru, STO looks around his spacious office, filled with expensive decorations, and even has a living area for Nezu and Suki. To make the room feel less empty, the servants even decorated it with paintings of famous landmarks around the world. Looking at the spacious room before him, STO wondered why they needed to do so much. Suddenly, Nezu's cheerful voice rang out as he excitedly brought the outfits in front of him to show off, with 10 sets of clothes, even the luxurious ones carefully stored inside a suitcase in an organized manner. Hearing that, STO nodded in understanding. Those clothes, Nezu became very excited about these things, but it's not just about the clothes. Then it quickly grabbed the paper in its hand and read it, with magic embedded in it. Amazing. Nezu kept excitedly saying it can clean itself, like controlling temperature and shock absorbers. While Nezu was still excited about the future, STO on the side was lost in thought, wondering if Nezu wanted to wear clothes. Suddenly remembering something important, he suddenly called out, "Wait, Nezu!" STO stepped forward and said, "I will see if I can find clothes that Nezu and Suki can wear." Hearing that, it replied, "Nezu doesn't need clothes." Even Suki immediately stepped forward to share her thoughts, saying she also found it bothersome and annoying, so don't mind. STO sighed, gently sat down and looked at her with a worried expression. If Mai is cold because there's no warm clothing, or feels embarrassed to be naked like this, hearing that leaves me speechless, not knowing what to say more. "You make me speechless." Suki quickly uses her dense fur to rub against STO's body, then says, "Animals don't wear clothes at all, we have fur." Even Nezu on the side looked over all the new clothes prepared for STO and added, "I hear people usually wear nice clothes to be treated well. They call that making an impression. If I were in better shape, would it be okay?" Nezu cheerfully replied, "More people would like you." But STO still feels that it's not entirely right. Just because some people have high social status, does that mean many others will like them? Like some people don't like that king? Nezu honestly replied, at least it looked directly at STO and spoke sincerely, they wouldn't attack someone automatically. In the end, Nezu sincerely assured him that it would do its best to protect STO, but it would be very difficult if someone stronger than Nezu attacked him. Hearing those words of declaration, STO remembered their past mother. He seemed stunned by Nezu's feelings for himself. STO gently reached out and touched its chain, confidently removing the uncomfortable item from Nezu's neck, saying, "I will take this off when no one is around. Being chained up like this must be really uncomfortable." It touched around its neck, not really caring about it. "I'm fine, but at least I won't be hindered when walking." But ASTO still wanted to do it for Nezu. "I feel like this way I won't feel quite comfortable either." It understood and agreed. "All right." Suddenly, Suki gracefully jumped off your shoulder. STO knelt down with a happy face, thanking Nezu for the new clothes and feeling glad about it. You continued speaking to Nezu and also said you no longer need to worry. It softly called STO's name, and in STO's heart, a fierce determination was made, because now, if I want, I can make anyone kneel before me. You continued explaining to Nezu that I have realized a few things recently, and I quietly assessed my own abilities, which are growing stronger every day. Now you're no longer someone who always fears others, so why should I worry? STO quietly felt happy inside, thinking how convenient it was. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to speak the next words. And in the end, STO also honestly admitted to Nezu that perhaps humans are more selfish than he thought. Parker seriously hands the letter to STO as he is eating. STO politely thanks him for his dedication, even though Parker's fur falls into his food. He asked about STO with a look of eager anticipation. "But this is just my paid job. You're getting used to the headquarters by now." While observing the letter, I replied to Parker casually. I was a bit bored because there was nothing to do, but now with a request I feel a bit more relieved. He radiated admiration and kept praising STO. "You're really meticulous." STO, no. I should call you leader now, but you don't seem to care. He asked softly if I wanted to eat with him. Parker immediately agreed. "Really? I'll go get my meal now." STO opened the letter, thinking to himself that even if he's called leader or commander, he still doesn't know what he's supposed to do. He read the contents seriously and simply. The blind now at 2G, the reward. STO was quite surprised by the mission location or the station. Uhuru beside him cheered happily and confidently said, "I know that place." He shared the information he knew with STO. It is one of the new noble families in the country, led by a blind head of the family who is a cousin of the current emperor and has very agile control over his body. STO turned back and kept gathering information. "No one has met him yet." Uhuru, leaning on his crutch, quickly said, "I know a lot of people." Nezu only saw him move but didn't understand anything, so he asked STO what he said. He carefully recounted the story to Nezu, saying Uhuru had met the person requesting our help before. Hearing that, he kept praising, "Uhuru knows everything. Amazing. You're truly a wonderful cactus." Hearing that, he also didn't hesitate to praise Nezu. "Thank you. You're quite something too." Uhuru was a bit worried about this mission. "That blind man I know is a little crazy." He tried to recall and warned STO that he didn't know much more, but his swordsmanship was quite good. Hearing that, STO also became worried. "How strong is he?" Uhuru quickly replied, "No." He continued to tell STO the rumors he had heard. He's not just strong. Before becoming the head of the family, there was another person known for his swordsmanship. But there are rumors that he defeated that person with just a single sword strike. Uhuru partially understood the opponent's strength, and he also won when facing monsters, winning all his battles. From what Uhuru told, STO felt confused when receiving the mission. So someone as strong as that also has to request an order. Suddenly, Parker appeared out of nowhere, loudly announcing that it was time to eat. STO kindly wished him a good meal, while Uhuru nervously looked into his bowl and saw hair in the soup. So he patted Uhuru's head to comfort him, and seeing that, Parker was unexpectedly surprised. Later, after finishing his meal, everything was quiet and still, and STO studied the contents of the letter, the request, and the description. You quietly observed that everything is as you expected. Nothing specific. STO puts this aside for now and gently asks Han Parker if he has finished eating. He heard that and immediately replied, "Yeah, all right. You pick up the tray, stand up, and say to Parker, 'Let's go.'" He looked at STO with a surprised, incredulous expression, then Parker hurriedly followed after him. He hesitated before speaking and said, "Commander, I realized it before too, but you're quite unique." Surprised by Parker's words, what does he mean? But in the end, he couldn't say it. That's not it. Seeing that, STO's body suddenly stiffened, recalling those unhappy memories. That damned monster, the country is out of my sight.
Quickly, STO regained his composure, turned around and continued walking, remembering that it had been a long time since he ate with someone. Along the luxurious white corridor, silent and empty, STO walks slowly while Parker follows closely behind like a little shadow. Suddenly, STO stopped and looked back, just in time to see Parker's puzzled face. Surprised that he was still following, STO asked, "Are you still working at the headquarters?" Parker was surprised but responded anyway, "I haven't had any work for a long time. That request form I gave you was the last one." Hearing that, STO thought he was on leave. "So, are you going on vacation? Congratulations." Parker, seeing this, protests, "No, I'm still working." And you ask confusedly, "What?" He hesitates and says, "Why?" Seeing STO's puzzled face, Parker also guesses partly, "You don't know, huh?" And upon hearing that, STO is just as confused. What's there to know? Then Parker excitedly extended his hand and introduced himself. "I, Bernie Parker, have been transferred to the command team." Hearing this, STO asked uncertainly, "The team?" He smiled playfully and confirmed, "Yes, from today, I have been transferred to the support team for the commander." Then Parker extended his hand and asked for a favor. "So from now on, consider me as the soldier directly reporting to you, Commander." You were a bit surprised but also responded, "Me too." STO shook his hand, feeling uneasy, suddenly having a teammate and a soldier under his command. "You seem lost in thought about your role as commander." Seeing STO stunned, Parker nervously calling out to you, "Commander, are you okay? Maybe a bit too much." You don't pay much attention. STO shifts the focus back to the main matter, first making a request. "Let's sort out the luggage." Parker asks about the plan. "Huh, where are we headed?" "You just explained the mission to Parker as you were leaving. I was heading out to our client's place to buy some seafood or chicken." Quickly, STO and your companion arrived at the teleportation spot, and as Parker arrived, he spoke first, just as I thought. Stacked on his shoulders were countless bags of various sizes, surely requiring a portable charger. Faced with this scene, STO and Nezuko simultaneously paled. "You want to review this trip with Parker? We're not going camping." But he didn't hear clearly and happily showed off, saying, "I also brought these snacks, salted crab and grilled white bread." He wiped his nose, looking very proud. "This is the limited edition, so I used all my salary to buy it. Since you're the commander, I'll especially share some with you." STO looked at the food in front of him but didn't dare to accept. "No, I'm fine hearing your refusal." Parker's eyes welled up with tears so pitiful. The controller interrupted their conversation. "Sorry, the territory of the two chickens is outside our departure route. Instead, we will take you to Reynolds' underground cave, which will also cut your journey in half." Parker hesitated a bit about moving through there, the underground cave, but the professional controller offered encouragement, saying, "I will activate the portal, wishing you a safe journey." STO and Nezu's group approached the portal, and without hesitation, he confidently stepped through it. Parker still felt uneasy and nervous underground, but in the end, he hurried to follow, panting as he said, "Please, wait for me." They all stepped into a dark space with no light at all. In the desolation, everything seemed gloomy and terrifying. Everyone else was normal, only Parker kept shrinking back in fear. He was so terrified that his body was trembling uncontrollably, his face turning pale. Suddenly, behind Parker, a sneering voice asked, "Hello?" Without waiting a moment, he suddenly took off into the air. But Parker, not looking where he was going, ran straight into the rock in front of him. He fell to the ground like a shot bird, collapsing in despair. STO hesitantly asked about the situation. "You making noise, huh?" Parker, with his head spinning, replied, "I see these guys." The manager of the interdimensional gate teasingly said, "Wow, you're quite the energetic little dove." Parker slowly woke up and asked for his identity. "Who are you?" he cheerfully repeated. "Who am I anyway?" Then he straightened up, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am the manager of this teleportation gate." The kid knows his stuff. "Could you please tell me if we are at Renault's underground cave?" He started to ask about STO, saying it's been a long time since anyone visited this cave. "But why would someone as young as you come here?" "I'm honest with the portal manager. We're on our way to Hyga's territory." And hearing that place, his eyes widened. Hyga. The gatekeeper warned that few explorers dare to venture into that deadly land, so STO asked him why Hyga's domain is called the Land of the Dead. The gatekeeper openly admitted that the Emperor wouldn't dare keep such a talented relative close, because he is well-rounded, young, strong, and very handsome. He also added a comment about the rumors, saying that even just hearing that much makes anyone wonder why the Emperor would be so cautious. Then the instant portal manager pointed the way for STO, showing him the path through the dark cave. He indicated the passage and explained that although it was the only entrance to Hyga's domain, no one knew what was inside.
Hearing those words, he couldn't help but be shocked. No one knows? What does that mean? The man grinned, mocking and taunting, implying that while he could let them go, he couldn't guarantee their safety, even if they were torn to pieces. No one knows either, just a little bit. Parker's small heart also thumped. Are there monsters inside? The gatekeeper also confirmed that you speak so kindly. He continued to speak terrifying words about a domain ruled by a deadly long-fanged monster. The portal manager's face suddenly smiled mysteriously, meaning that the cowardly one is afraid of his relatives. Parker kept stepping closer behind STO, unbothered, watching intently. His cold face shows no emotion. Seeing that, he inwardly admits STO, looking at this child who is neither afraid nor distracted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up brightly, and the gatekeeper immediately stepped closer. He kindly advised STO to be a bit more careful. The gatekeeper suddenly pointed to his heart, implying a warning to avoid attracting the attention of that cowardly king. The more he spoke, the more serious he became, emphasizing the danger if you don't want to be swallowed before escaping your disguise. But STO was not afraid at all. He politely asked him to send this message to the Duke for him. As he turned to leave, he said I would be happy to accept his invitation. In the end, STO seemed to realize something was unusual and emphasized it, and when the time came, he could speak freely with me without having to hide like this. Following your words, he continued on his way, bowing and pausing before STO's statement. Then he burst out laughing again, and the entire space echoed with that laughter. Gradually, the disguise melted away, revealing the person inside who had been pretending all along without needing to hide. Buying the sign seems very satisfied with this result. Indeed, interesting. Inside the cave are countless small spheres hanging suspended on vines growing from the rocky walls. Wherever the group goes, the glowing spheres light the way. Parker panics and looks around frantically, trembling all over. He glances at STO for help, stammering but unable to speak. You immediately became flustered. I didn't know you were afraid of the underground. I'm sorry. Parker froze in shock. What do I do? He looked at me in surprise. Did you just read my mind? STO shyly replied, I apologize if I was rude to you. Parker cheerfully said, It's okay. You can read as much as you want since you're the commander. He shyly scratched his head and said, rather than saying he's afraid, it makes more sense to say it's a characteristic of my race. STO asked curiously, What is the characteristic of your race? Parker recounted that since the avian are a species that usually live on high mountains and hills, we often feel uncomfortable in such a confined area. He looked around and said, It's also hard to fly here because it's too narrow. STO pondered. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and said that since this cave connects directly to Hyga's territory, we can reach there in half a day if we don't rest. The STO calculated that due to the limited use of the teleportation gate, we have to wait a day before using it again, so I thought passing through the cave would be faster. Parker immediately became excited. This way really is more effective than it. He then blamed himself. It's also because I teleported without considering the team, right? Parker hurriedly explained, Don't worry about making mistakes or anything, just give the orders. STO hesitated for a moment, then pointed at himself and asked uncertainly, Give the order. You hesitated and said that means you accept to follow all my orders without caring about your own wishes, right? He asked, felt confused. Yes. STO pondered silently, ultimately realizing it was no different from controlling their minds and dominating them. Parker innocently said, Yeah, it's not that I don't consider my own desires. I'm here because I want to follow you. You half doubted and asked if I wanted to follow you, and he recalled when STO helped him and firmly replied, Right? You are my superior, but also the one who saved my life. You turned away to avoid it because I was also in danger at that moment. Parker grinned and whispered, But even so, I would have died without you. I really know it well. He was lost in his story when he suddenly hesitated, and I had a feeling I should follow him, huh? Parker, tears welling up in fear. How could he say that? STO gently called out, Nezu. From the cave ahead, there are terrible roars echoing. You immediately ask if they are monsters. Nezu frowning worriedly, there are too many. He anxiously asks, How many? How many? He remains silent before answering, Very many. They are also nearby, Parker shouts in fear. So how close are they to us now? STO stared at the cracked floor beneath him in panic and stammered that it was right below us. As he finished speaking, the ground was suddenly shattered into 100 fragments by something, and a giant yellow monster slowly floated up. He was frozen in terror by the scene before him, unable to speak, as hundreds of dun creatures hurriedly emerged from their hiding spots while Parker screamed in panic, Dun cat. He took a step back in surprise and asked, A giant dun? Ahuru's voice immediately responded. Duncat. That's the first time I've seen them, he explained excitedly. It's okay, they're not aggressive, very gentle by nature, so as long as you don't touch them, they won't get angry. Look, they are just observing us. The Duncat are not planning to attack, they are slowly walking on the ground. Ahuru looked at him affectionately and said happily, Above all, they have no reason to attack us. They do not eat humans or plants. STO sat down beside him and calmly asked what they eat. He replied quietly, They eat dirt. A Duncat slowly opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue to test the ground, and when it saw no sign of danger, it quickly rolled a piece of dirt and chewed it voraciously. Yu and Nezu said nothing, just silently watching. In the distance, he shouted in panic, Save me! Ahuru sighed helplessly. They won't help people. Hey, that damn chicken, look at it crying, huh? STO quickly looked around to assess the overall situation, then hurriedly called everyone to move on, saying we can go through there. What if they eat us then? STO calmly replied, They don't eat people, probably. Watching you run quickly past the sand dunes, he anxiously calls out, Commander, if they catch you. STO calmly slips through each one and replies, It's okay. They know we've been here for a while. Probably curious because no one has appeared in the line for a long time. You suddenly realize something, look around and say, They say this line was made by them. Parker can't believe his eyes and exclaims, Sand dunks, oh my god. STO stands on the other side of the street, gently encouraging them. Their emotions quite similar to human curiosity. So he just walks past. He tightly embraces the trembling body, while Parker, looking at the scattered sand dunes, sighs and says, Oh my god. He kept jumping around wildly, trying to avoid being hit. Seeing Parker struggling, you said, Parker, if it's too hard. He suddenly, full of enthusiasm, and said, No, I can do it. STO stood still, observing and thinking to himself, I was just going to ask the sand dunes to move a bit. Parker accidentally slipped and fell, and the scene suddenly darkened. He was covered in dirt and blood, and the place grumbled, its fur smelling like manure. You immediately reassured him that the smell wasn't too bad, and Parker asked back, So the smell is really bad? STO honestly stammered, A bad smell. Is okay. No, it's a bad smell. Oh well, it's good. He tried to hold back a laugh, thinking to himself, a mind-controlling guy like you still can't tell the truth. After walking a bit, Parker exclaimed, I guess I misunderstood this Reynolds underground cave, and you asked, what do you mean? He briefly recounted a story that there are many monsters attacking people down here, which is why not many visitors come. Parker remembered the huge dung heaps laughing, even though they looked ugly and stinky. The sand dung was very good. STO hesitated and asked, Are you still afraid even though you know they won't attack us? He replied as he walked on, They look creepy because they're slimy. Just seeing them appear makes you think you're about to be eaten by them. The boy honestly shared, Really? I think they're adorable. Hearing that, Parker opened his mouth in surprise. Adorable, those slimy outsiders. STO explained, Yes, they came all the way here to find us. And acting cute when moving his body, he shyly replied, That's called acting cute. He looked at the hanging lamp on the cliff and sighed. It's been 3 hours since we entered the cave. Parker whined, We're probably almost there. I just want to wash off this smell as quickly as possible. Even just a quick shower will do. Suddenly, Nezu slipped and froze, sniffling all around. It happily told STO, There's water nearby. I can smell clean water and the sound of the waterfall over there. Nezu points towards the distance to lead everyone. He and his companion approach the glowing opening, where a powerful water jet crashes into the rock wall, splashing foam everywhere. Everyone marveled at the majestic scene before them, a waterfall inside the cave. STO looked on in amazement at the magnificent wonder before him. All three couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes wide with amazement. They exclaimed joyfully, So this is a real waterfall. He slowly approaches the lake, leaning down to examine it, while STO gently cups his hands to feel the water. He immediately poured everything down the waterfall. The water looked very clear. A white figure suddenly flew past in front of him before he could hear STO's warning. It's quite cold, so be careful. The white figure quickly glides down into the lake, splashing water everywhere, soaking the person on the shore. Nisu happily shouts, It's so cool here. STO and Ahuru sit on a stone slab, happily saying, You look so happy. STO and BA stand silently on the shore, lost in thought. As if they share a telepathic connection, neither speaks, and they exchange glances in unison. He seemed to realize something, softly opening his mouth as if to say something. Neither of them could hold back and burst out laughing.
Bako gently crouched down, and after a moment of agreement, he nodded subtly. That's probably it. It was happily splashing underwater, and STO was coming down too. He suddenly asked, "But you don't bathe the cat?" STO looked at Suki, who was wagging her tail and smiling softly. Suki doesn't like water. Bako immediately added fuel to the fire, but there was already water available. A quick bath should be fine. Being dirty is also uncomfortable, it thought, and turned to ask for their opinion. Suki firmly refused and went straight ahead, saying, "There's nothing. I'll bathe myself." It hesitated, afraid to step into the water. I really don't like water. Taking advantage of Suki's distraction, someone suddenly threw him into the air, and he soared up, clutching him tightly and saying, "All right, let's go down." Suki was panic-stricken, eyes wide as he looked down at the endless void below. Bako quickly soared up into the air, then curled into a ball and plunged straight down into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. STO was about to call Nezu to change clothes and prepare to go into the water when suddenly he froze, eyes wide with surprise. Bako, being stepped on by Suki and lying motionless under the water, panics and rushes towards STO like a wave. He tries to hold back a laugh to avoid making a sound. Suki quickly darts behind STO's legs, tilting its head slightly to observe the surroundings. Suki growled quickly, "I won't let him escape. Where is that damn bird brain?" You had to speak to calm him down. "Stay calm, Suki." STO gently says while holding a towel, "Your eyelashes are quite clean now. You should wipe it down so I can dry it off." Bako stood in the water, hands on hips, laughing happily. "So do you like it, cat?" Suki immediately became annoyed and said, "I will kill him." STO awkwardly called out, "Ba company." He smiled foolishly and said, "Yes, you see." Suki was startled. STO hugged him tightly and said, "Please forgive me and promise not to do that suddenly again." Bako immediately froze and looked confused. He shyly lowered his head and whispered, "Sorry." Bako thought for a moment and said, "Next time I'll tell you first about that quick teleportation." After finishing, you immediately urged everyone to move. Then suddenly Ahuru sitting in a corner shouted, "Me!" and STO ran over to check on him. Suki looked up and asked what was going on. He then suggested going to the pond, and when asked about water, he replied, "I just drank, but it wasn't good. Maybe this is the hunger sensation of a fish-winged cactus choosing soup again." STO gently puts Suki down and says, "Drink some water. Being too strict isn't good." Ahuru then asks, "Can you give me something else to drink?" He tilts his head in curiosity. Something else. He ponders for a moment. Something stronger. Does it think the red liquid with its special texture and delicious taste has changed the way it eats since that day? He wondered to himself, is it some kind of plant that already drinks blood? Or, just as he finished speaking, STO let go of his mouth and moved closer to Ahuru. "You used your own hand to rub the sharp spikes, your own blood, unlike the others. You enjoyed spreading it, loving the head rub so much." STO spoke up, offering his spikes, and Ahuru asked in surprise, "Why?" "Hurry up, faster!" At the same time he runs over from afar. "STO, your shirt!" As he finished speaking, he suddenly plunged the sharp thorn into STO's hand. Ahuru panicked loudly. "There's blood! There's blood!" Parker froze in shock and called out, "Commander!" He calmly replied, "I only feed the cactus, so there's no need to panic." He was given good food and happily shook his body. As he walked, he asked, "Do you think they intentionally created that waterfall?" STO nodded in agreement. "Probably so." Parker stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Probably not the time to dig out that waterfall to make a stream for bathing. It feels like some great creature once lived here." He turned his head and asked, "Why do you think that?" He then added, "I heard that caves like this usually have owners." Parker excitedly said, "Haven't you heard, Commander? Caves have tigers, wolves, or..." Thinking of that image, he suddenly emphasized gravely, "Dong." STO asked in surprise, "Does Dong also live in caves?" Parker nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. I have learned that Dong's territory is usually in caves. Recently, there have also been some discoveries of Dong territories in caves. The sound of their laughter echoes through the deep tunnels, but their bodies are probably quite large. This place is a bit small for Dong to live in." Parker chuckled, then held up 2 fingers. "But some say that the dragon, the strongest among all dragon types, has 2 physical forms." STO asked curiously, 2 forms, and Parker nodded, continuing to explain. "Yes, a form with wings, a short tail and claws in the front, like that. They say that unless they use their power, most will try to maintain a human form." STO frowned slightly and asked, "So you mean Dong survive by transforming into humans?" He raised both hands and shook his head, as if they had two bodies rather than just transforming, because they are a species loved by the gods. Parker added, "Isn't it written in the Bible that the human body is the embodiment of the Lord?" Nezu obediently sat on the ground, holding the mist pot and listening to their conversation. In this way, Dong also has a second form created in the image of the Lord. Even to confirm all this, we also need to meet a real dragon in person. STO looked at him calmly and said, "I don't know, because I've never been to the shrine before." Parker was so amazed his eyes widened. Really, every village must have a place to worship. "You say that even if there is a dragon with a companion, we are not just one companion. You guys keep talking as you walk. I heard that the dragons abandoned this world and left." He shared his thoughts, saying that although they are called guardians, they are the most powerful predators at the top of the food chain. Who could possibly cause the extinction of dragons? STO was a bit skeptical. Weren't they killed by humans? Parker laughed out loud, waving his hand, saying that's not true. Parker approached and gently patted STO's shoulder, because of humanity's continuous evolution and the devastation caused by subsequent wars. The two walked on, talking as the Dong mourned seeing the world begin to fall apart, for God had given them the final choice. In Parker's story, a separate world emerges. They will either stay as guardians here or leave for a world of their own, so they have departed. Parker sighs. I don't know if it's true, but according to the Bible, that's how it is. He suddenly smiled softly, but one thing is certain. The dragon is very loved by the Lord, maybe even more than humans. Nezu suddenly stopped, saying in a questioning tone, STO, is something following us? You ask again? Is it the cutthroat gang? Nezu gnashes his sharp teeth and growls a few times. So they are not as friendly as you said? He looks toward the dark, deep tunnel. I think they want to kill us. And a foot quietly appears, followed by a pack of wolves, their eyes blazing as they stare at STO's group. Parker's face contorted, saliva dripping from his mouth. Those are wolves. They must have lived here already. Nezu clenched the cactus pot in his hand, his face full of anger, looking quite unfriendly, maybe because they are sensitive due to hunger. His pupils suddenly widened as if sensing something. Nezu looked up and saw a wolf rushing at him with its mouth open from above. Another appeared, and they all jumped onto him at once, so he used his legs to push them off. That fierce wolf is still there. Nezu lands softly on the ground. It hasn't quickly retracted its fierce claws, glaring at the remaining wolves before growling. The pack of wolves hesitated, but did not split into two sides to surround the group of STO. Nezu moved as if to continue discovering something, his eyes flashing with a fierce light before turning his head back. A fearless wolf charged forward, but was defeated by a slash from Nezu, blood splattering everywhere. The hand with sharp claws covered in fresh blood was tense as the wolves, now wary, growled and no longer dared to attack. STO silently nodded, then raised his hand to gather his divine power, causing the previously aggressive wolves to sit obediently and look at him. Nezu also put away his fierce expression from earlier and instead showed excitement. STO used his strength. STO continued to channel his power and then turned to Nezu, giving a slight nod. You look determined, as if you've made up your mind, so use your power to command. From now on, I am your master. The wolf snorted as if smelling something, sat down, raised its head, and howled, and the other wolves followed suit. They stood up and stepped to the sides, kneeling on the ground as a sign of respect. STO turned to look at Parker, who was still hiding behind him in fear, and then moved on, quickly passing by the wolves. Parker finally felt a bit more at ease, lowering his head to look at Nezu apologetically. I just finished bathing this white-haired monkey, but now it's all dirty again. It happily introduced itself, and my name is Nezu. Calling me something like white is weird, so just call me Nezu. Parker nodded. Then I understand. He suddenly paused and looked ahead. A light appeared at the end of the tunnel. There's the exit. The three of them eagerly ran outside, Parker's eyes shining as he couldn't help but marvel. In front of them stood the vast Higa fortress. In one corner above the city gate, soldiers are on guard with two large cannons nearby. Parker excitedly looks around, with SGO silently following behind. So this is it. His eyes scan the entire space here. Higa's territory. Suddenly the ground trembles, and their steps come to a halt. Parker shouted in panic. What is that? Earthquake? Nezu is just as surprised. It's not an earthquake. It points in a direction not far away. Look over there. Over there, a group of horsemen are rushing in. An army in uniform holding flags stops in front of SGO's group. Parker is stunned by this majestic sight. Meanwhile, the man on horseback leading the way dismounts and steps in front of SGO. Are you the commander of the Ignis Guild? He softly replied, Yes.
The leader bowed respectfully and reported, "The Lord is waiting for you." Their group was led inside the city, and the townspeople on the street looked at them with curious eyes. "Noble? No, just look at that guy's clothes. Semembra Ignis." SGO and Parker ride into the city center as the townspeople watch and whisper. One of them has wings. They seem strong, maybe new mercenaries. Are they preparing for battle, getting ready to fight? The leader shouted, "So we have to fight." "That's right, let's go." The man raises his hand to signal, and they begin to fight. The other villagers all joined in, holding their flags and shovels, shouting out, "Your Excellency, if you need our help, we are always ready to assist. Let's protect this city." SGO stared at them in shock. "You told the soldier leader earlier that this is truly a wonderful land." He asked in surprise, "Why do you think so?" SGO's eyes showed genuine sincerity as their hearts reflect a deep desire to protect their homeland together. SGO closed his eyes and sighed. Never before, not even once, feeling the desire to protect the land where he was born. Soon, they arrived at the palace, where the grandeur was even more apparent. Inside the main hall, decorated in European style, they followed the leader and soldiers up to the second floor of the main temple. He suddenly stopped and spoke, apologizing. He stands at the small door ringing the bell, announcing that only the leader of the guild is allowed to enter. He nervously explains the rules. Others are not permitted to enter unless directly invited by the Lord. SGO remained silent, lost in thought, then turned to the others behind him and said, "Just do as he said." Nezu was about to advise him, but before he could finish, SGO interrupted. "I will review the request quickly and respond immediately. Just wait here." Nezu looked down sadly, head bowed. "Yes." Parker gently patted him to comfort him. Nizu pursed his lips and communicated telepathically, "If anything happens, shout and call me." SGO stepped through the door and nodded. Parker hurriedly called out, "Let me handle this, Commander." His confident gaze and thumbs up show he's ready. "I will take good care of them." The door closed, and Parker no longer looked excited like before, but was crying. Nezu had to reassure him again. "It's okay." Inside the study room, SGO was also a bit worried. It seemed like they had never been left alone together like this before. You lean on your chin, thinking, will it be okay? SGO purses his lips and sighs, just confirming the requested information. Suddenly, Uhuru jumped in front of you and took it. Uhuru trotted forward. SGO looked at it thoughtfully, recalling that Nezu had been carrying it for a while. But sometimes, suddenly a voice rings out, pulling you out of your thoughts. "Are you here? Have you arranged to meet beforehand?" He put the paper down on the table and slowly stood up. Mubian took off his glasses and smiled softly. "You said you would be happy to accept my welcome." He opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. "Didn't you say that, SGO?" Before he could finish speaking, Mubian froze because what was in front of him wasn't SGO. Looking at the small plant pot on the ground, he asked confusedly, "A fog spirit?" Uhuru suddenly shyly bowed down. It unexpectedly spoke up. "My name is Uhuru. I am a fog stream tree." Hearing those words, Mubian's whole body froze. His eyes widened. Uhuru was a bit surprised by that reaction. Mubian struggled to get a word out of his throat. He screamed in fear, his voice echoing throughout the palace. Mubian's face turned pale as he looked at Uhuru in complete despair. SGO stopped in his tracks, watching him silently. He helplessly raised his hand to stop the despair and shook his head. The door to the study suddenly swung open. The soldiers with swords rushed in, their faces filled with worry. "My lord, did something happen right away?" Mubian froze, a look of pain on his face as he stared at the people who just rushed in. He stood with his legs apart. "Ahem." Mubian glanced down and saw Uhuru sitting quietly on the ground. He crossed his arms and leaned back on the table behind him. "It's nothing. Go back to your positions." The soldiers exchanged suspicious glances before nodding and signaling each other. They confirmed there was nothing dangerous and then left. Mubian let out a small sigh of relief. He bent down to talk to Uhuru. "I heard the commander is quite an unusual person, but I didn't think it was a cactus." Mubian sat down heavily, staring at it intently. "I heard the commander is just an ordinary person. You really can walk and talk at the same time." Uhuru is so angry. "What? Are you stupid?" "He's not angry, he even seems to enjoy it. Your thorn is also quite tough. I like it. He's out of patience. No matter what I do, this idiot can't be the day's workmaster." SGO slowly stepped forward. "I am the leader of the guild." You bowed your head and spoke to Mubian. "Weren't you saying that we met before?" He looked up at you and smiled gently. "Just a topic for the room." Mubian slowly stood up. "I don't know if you have a habit of disguising yourself as a cactus,
Sko replied indifferently. I don't have such a hobby. He chuckled lightly. But you have the ability to do that. That's right, the ability to manipulate minds. SGO looked a bit confused and frowned, but didn't respond. Mubian burst out laughing. So I was right, huh? I was just guessing. Because someone who can read minds can also control others. SGO hesitated for a long time before suddenly asking, How much do you know? Mubian still keeps the same smile as before. I'm just guessing. Don't be too sensitive, my friend. He stared at SGO intently, thinking to himself, There's truly nothing to doubt. The pressure he brings is truly endless. You purse your lips and stay silent without replying. Mubian extends his hand in front of SGO to introduce himself once again. I am Mubian Zyga. I am the one who sent the request to your guild. Nice to meet you. SGO simply remained silent, staring at the hand extended in front of him. I am SGO from the Ignis guild. Mubian turns to the right. So what do you want? First of all, I have a little question about this. He looked down at Uhuru on the ground. If you can't control this, then what is this talking cactus? It's like it's bristling. A monster, huh? Who called me a monster? Uhuru muttered to himself. That's true, but how can you call me a monster like that? It grows 4 small legs at the bottom and jumps straight at the middle. I won't lift my hand. Mubian was startled and scared. What did it say? He jumps onto the table to make Uhuru run around on the ground. SGO is speechless at the sight. He knelt down on one knee and called out, Uhuru, come here. Uhuru, hearing you call, stopped and turned around before running back toward SGO. You picked it up and asked, Your Excellency, did you hear what Uhuru said? Mubian was about to draw his sword, but also stopped. That, he replied calmly. So that's what the frost tree said? I heard everything. Actually, the hand holding the sleeve is trembling violently, but I'm too scared to do anything. Mubian asked further, What's wrong? Am I not allowed to listen? SGO whispered softly. I'm sorry to ask this, but can you really hear plants talking? You seem very happy. You might also have that ability. Mubian slowly walks over to where you are kneeling. I don't have one. What are you talking about? He clenched the sword in his hand. If it were the sword I always carry, I would understand. SGO looked up in surprise and asked, What does your sword have to do with anything? He chuckled softly. Some bonds are stronger than fresh blood. Like that? The two of them both turned their eyes to Uhuru hanging on SGO's shoulder. If that foggy tree drank your blood, for example. Mubian pondered thoughtfully. Is that so? SGO, this must definitely be your power. Your ability is to allow the voice of the trees to touch our senses. This ability will be activated through a life cycle. In translating expressions carefully, I only need to translate the target line, even though SGO from stands up sounds a bit unnatural. The phrase Kaukungko Tharalin Bangloi translates to, You can also issue commands verbally. Now, I should keep it to one single line, maybe splitting it with a period. I'm weighing options for describing a smile. His smile grew increasingly strange. Ki Kwai can mean weird or eerie, but I think I'll go with increasingly strange. Finalizing translation details, I need to keep it to one line without extra punctuation. The instructions clearly say to return exactly one translated line in plain text. So, I've confirmed the grammar. You can also give verbal commands, which matches the Vietnamese phrase Ralen Bang Loi. Great! Now, I'm considering whether they might want this in Chinese, but since the context is in Vietnamese, they probably want English. I'll finalize the translation in English. You can also give verbal commands. His smile grew increasingly strange. If just enough blood is absorbed, you wouldn't need to say anything to activate your ability. SGO slowly stood up. You know more about my power than I do. Mubian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Don't get me wrong, I didn't specifically investigate you. It's just that the information I've gathered over the years is now being used by chance. Hearing those words, SGO was even more amazed. Such an investigation must mean there are others with abilities like mine. A faint smile curves on his lips. It used to be. Mubian sighed and turned away. By now, it's just a hypothesis. His voice gradually lowered. Honestly, it's because the physical traits of the entity passed down through my family for many generations. I was misunderstood because of my hair color. SGO is confused and misunderstood. Mubian quickly draws the sword hanging on his leather waist with black hair. SGO's face froze for a moment, black eyes. His pupils flickered with confusion and a strange ability. Mubian's sword pointed straight at SGO's throat. Everyone wondered about this. A sinister smile curled on his lips as he said that the Haiga family is a descendant of the Dark Dragon. SGO looked up with wide, round eyes at him. Uhuru on your shoulder curiously repeats and glances at you, laughing out loud.
His words catch SGO's attention. His ego is too big. It's scary. Mubian seems to have lost control, his body trembling. He tries to hold himself back. SGO worries. Swordsmanship. Mubian covers his eyes with his hand, gritting his teeth. Nyok stopped speaking, and then his expression turned sinister. He continued, feeling the essence of the long song flowing through his veins. After hearing this, SGO was stunned, and Ahuru spoke up. "Let's go, SGO." Mubian, bald, and sorry, I was just joking. "I'm not a dragon singer," he continued. "I was only talking about the rumors that appeared before." He turned around, walking and explaining that the rumor was related to the request he made. The boy asked nervously, "What is your request?" Mubian threw a bag of money to SGO, and in his heart it felt too heavy. He seemed about to say something, then slowly spoke. Mubian calmly smiled, seeking to uncover the true purpose of the dragon's song. Ahuru was stunned, speechless, staring directly into his eyes. Mubian raised a finger to indicate 1 month. He continued, "If you try to help me with this within a month, my request will be considered fulfilled no matter the outcome. Just say that and stand up confidently, no need to worry, and follow my instructions." SGO pondered, "If you are a duke, then leave your position." Mubian interrupted him, "I've already found a replacement. A month will be enough." SGO looked quite worried. "Just so you know, I'm not a melee fighter. Do you want some soldiers to come along?" He's curious about the soldiers. He turns around, waves his hand, and says, "Why would I need something like that?" Then Mubian stepped toward the door and added, "If you're talking about swordsmen, I am the top swordsman of that empire." Ahuru, hearing that, scoffed mockingly, as if to say thank you very much. Mubian closed his eyes, a confident look returning to his face, moreover. He glanced at SGO and said, "If anyone dares to interfere with my affairs, they should be prepared to risk their life. I am not like the noble families of the past. Not even the royal family is an exception. Can you confirm that you want to go find the Hatlong? Are you questioning as if it has nothing to do with what you're thinking right now?" SGO seems helpless, silently thinking. He's read it. Mubian pondered, "He's more of a threat than I thought." He turned around and spoke, "All right, I will relay the message." Mubian placed his hand on his chest and assured him that the person requesting this time was not the duke of the country, but just an individual himself, and it had nothing to do with politics. He listened carefully and nodded slightly, understanding. Mubian continued, "The 2G family definitely has no blood relation to the Black Dragon." He widened his eyes, pupils contracting sharply, but there was indeed a mixture of Black Dragon's blood. The door opens gently as the scene shifts to Parker playing with Nezu, and a voice echoes, capturing his attention. "One of my ancestors drank dragon blood, and from then on we gradually gained power over time." STO hesitated, about to say something. That thing. Mubian, leaning against the door, suddenly spoke up. "Quite like your cactus, right?" Ahuru snorted coldly. "Kid, don't try to drag me down with you." He stepped forward, then said to the Duke in a cold voice, "Please choose my destination first." Mubian hesitated, as if pondering something, then suddenly turned to ask STO where we should go. "You hurt people, huh?" His eyes are cold as he slowly lowers his hand and then points directly at STO, "Shocking you," as he says that he is here to investigate you, someone with the power of the Black Dragon as recorded in my ancestors' records. STO, your eyes are wide open in disbelief, pupils contracting sharply. "What?" Parker stands silently listening to their conversation. Mubian confidently replied, "Isn't that quite interesting?" He continued, "Among all creatures, Haklong's pure power has a shadow attribute, relying on mental strength to dominate normal life." Parker and Nezu exchange glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Mubian wondered, "In my view, your dominance ability is too similar to Haklong's to be a coincidence." STO looked at him in disbelief, unable to believe it. He immediately cut him off, speaking in a haughty tone. "You're right. I called you here because I've always thought you might have some connection to the dragons." Mubian extended his hand, smiling kindly, "So let's help each other for the next month." "Where did you go, Mubian?" Zarya enters with a bright smile on her face. "Here you are, my adorable star." A vivid memory flashed by in that moment, and Zarya gently asked, "Were you playing hide-and-seek because you couldn't sleep?" Mubian was still young then, and he didn't answer Zarya, only lifting his big round eyes toward her. Mubian's mother picked him up and said, "Well, then let me tell you a fun story before you sleep." Mubian obediently replied, "Yes." Zarya held him in her arms and said, "The blood of the dragon is flowing inside you, Mubian.
Mubian curious about the dragon's blood. Zarya moved closer to his face. Yes, it's wonderful. That is the most precious and beautiful gift of the dragon species in this world. Mubien's mother carried him, walking back and forth just to tell stories and soothe him. The liar? He told you that the bloodline had disappeared long ago. Wow, did Heiken really say that? Zarya's storytelling continues. Yes, some other dragons may have disappeared because the world has become too vast and complex for them to protect. Mubien is curious. What is this, really? His mother keeps going. But remember this. Okay, my little star. Then she gently smiled, laid him down on the bed, and said the lineage we share still exists. The proof is our family, which has been producing healthy children for a long time. He argued, so they must have died a long time ago. Zarya placed a gentle kiss on his forehead and explained, the main line is the guardian of the world. They will not grow old, get sick, or die. Mother of Mubien continued. I told you already, they are the most noble and beautiful creatures in this world. They are surely protecting our family somewhere. Mubien looked pleased upon hearing that, but he blushed and turned away scoffing. What if they don't want to protect us? Then it's because we love them too much to let them care about us. Zarya still sat there, gently explaining that compared to the true lineage, we are nothing. But living with virtue, and continuing the family line, we will be the only living proof of their existence in this world. Zarya smiled softly as she looked at Mubien. He wondered, Zarya, so why doesn't that creature leave and just stay silent like that? Zarya still kept a gentle smile on her face because she loved humans very much. Suddenly, Mubien woke up with his eyes wide open as if holding the entire sky of shock. He gently tapped his chest, and inside, it was that same dream again. A voice from outside echoing in, Are you already awake? Seeing SGO sitting across from him staring intently, he wondered, Aren't you sleeping? SGO calmly replied, I just woke up too. The fire is still burning, the red flames warming us in this cold winter Z. Mubien seemed like he wanted to say something, but still felt quite hesitant. So I was curious. Did he say he was dreaming, or did he answer decisively? No, he sleeps peacefully. He asked again, really, and SGO dropped an object into the fire before replying, yes, truly. He sat there in deep thought, and in his mind he reflected that the way he responded so calmly was quite similar to Zarya. But then I immediately deny it. What am I thinking? Zarya is a gentle, warm woman with pinkish red hair, completely different from that gloomy guy. Then Mubien spoke up. But why aren't you sleeping and staying awake? I feel guilty about it. At this moment, SGO suddenly lifted his head and asked, Have you forgotten? He gently explained, My most basic ability is reading others' minds. If someone dreams with very vivid images, sometimes they can start to flood into my mind even if I don't want them to. You used a stick to put a piece of meat into the fire, as if it was being handed to me. In your eyes, the flickering flames look so warm and bright. Mubien smiled curiously and asked, So you saw everything? Thinking of Mubien's mother, SGO couldn't help but admire her as a beautiful and wise woman. He shyly scratched his head. Yes, Geria, my mother is very smart, unlike me. Then he tilted his head and looked up at the vast sky. Night has fallen long ago, and the stars in the sky shine like the hope in his heart, even though she is no longer here. SGO wondered, You only slept for an hour. Shouldn't you sleep more? Mubien calmly replied that he has insomnia. In his mind, the previous scene replayed, recalling his mother's image right before him, and a flicker of emotion appeared in his heart. Mubien chuckled softly. If that's enough, then it's enough. The two of them continued sitting by the fire, silently gazing at each other. Mubien broke the silence with a chuckle, wanting you to see a part of his past from his memories. A very dreamy and interesting one, right? Sko nodded, which made Mubien feel quite annoyed. Yes. He raised 2 fingers, indicating Geria was my father's second wife. Then he withdrew his hand. But of course I always considered Geria as my stepmother. I heard that my stepmother died trying to give birth to me. Mubien glared at you, lowering his eyes, hesitating. Geria is... He remembered Geria's gentle smile as my adorable star. Then looking up at the starry sky, she called me her star. He continued, but I couldn't give her anything. Mubien gritted his teeth, each word like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, even threatening her life. He clenched his fist tightly as monsters had already invaded the estate. Remembering that moment, a panicked voice shouted, The monster is coming! The screams echoed out, Geria, where are you? Back in the present, Mubien smiles, but within that smile is a deep sadness. That day, everyone died, didn't they? He hesitated, if Hat Long still exists in this world.
Exhausted, he collapsed, and I just really want to ask him one question. Seeing him so exhausted, STO felt deeply sorry. Mubien raised his hand to the sky, wondering what to do now. Looking at the hands reaching toward the vast sky, what do I need to protect now? He calmly gazes at the starry sky. If I keep going like this, letting the bloodline of the 2GA family disappear forever, that would be better. STO interrupted him. If you have nothing left to protect, then you can rest now. He continued, silly thoughts often appear when people don't get enough sleep. He hesitated. What? No, You interrupted him, just go to sleep. Mubien felt helpless, secretly wondering if he was the heir of the dragon. STO gently reassured himself that tonight there would be no nightmares. He thought to himself, that's right. He said he could read other people's minds and hearts. Then slowly close your eyes and drift into sleep, as if no nightmare could be a problem. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue, with fluffy clouds, and a pot of bubbling soup was being cooked over the fire. Mubien was awakened by the smell of soup, sat up stretching. Oh, is it morning already? As if realizing something, his face brightened, and in his heart he thought I slept so well. A person who knows how to use mental strength is truly amazing. For the first time in a while, I slept so well. A voice caught Mubien's attention. Hello? Uhuru gently raised both hands in a teasing gesture. Just woke up? So lazy, are you related to the net? He reached out to lift her up, smiling casually. No, that's not true. I don't usually sleep this much, you know. It's okay, just lying. He looked into his eyes from the corner of his eye and said after washing his face. Whatever he says, Mubien sighed, quite straightforward. Then Uhuru broke free from Mubien's embrace and lazily rubbed his eyes. Parker approached slowly with 2 bowls of soup, a bright smile on his face. Here's the cheesy corn soup. Mubien took the bowl of soup and sighed, but when he saw the dark, blackish color of the soup, he was speechless, asking what this is. Parker explained that it was a cheese, milk, potato, and cauliflower soup, and he was shocked. Did you rename it yourself? He tilted his head curiously. So it's the cheese and cauliflower soup of the young master. He looked sadly at the bowl of soup. Isn't this just a mishmash of what you brought? He quickly defended himself. No, it's not. Your Excellency, please don't ignore my 20 years of cooking experience like that. How tall are you to have 20 years of cooking experience? His face turned red with confidence. I am 21 years old. I started learning to cook at just 1 year old. He continued, his nose growing longer as he kept talking. I even cook my own baby food, Mubien sneered. Nonsense, Uhuru interjected. No, it makes sense because avian species are related to birds and can fly very well even at just 1 year old. Parker smiled smugly. That's right. I am also a clever little bird who could fly from a very young age. And now, with my current job, I also serve as a messenger and a recognized member of the command team. Mubien turned around. So Parker, where is the commander? At that moment, Parker suddenly froze while speaking. He turned away, stammering, who knows? He said he was going to observe this place for a bit. Maybe I didn't know either. He continued to question, where is that trusted member? Parker tried to salvage. Isn't it better to let him be alone sometimes? Things are quite chaotic, and he wasn't adopted either. Plus, he just found out he has powers like his lineage. The blind giant asked loudly, when did the commander disappear? Parker replied, I think it was when I was preparing breakfast. Yeah, it's been a while. He kept going, but he's the commander, so surely nothing serious has happened. He stood up suddenly, surprising Parker, and then said, I know this might not sound convincing, but this land is still not safe. He thought to himself that he should have told him to be more careful. He shouted in panic, what, isn't it safe? Mubien shook his head and sighed softly, looking helpless, saying gently, monsters, robbers, soldiers of the fallen kingdom of Kethu. Then he continued, the 2 chickens are still in a land that hasn't escaped the war. Mubien calmly looked into the distance and said, we are safe without any defenses. He hesitated, then continued, it's just that when I hold the sword beside you guys, suddenly from afar there was a loud noise. From behind SGO, something is rushing toward him. Mubien raises his eyebrows as if nothing has happened yet. Parker hesitated, really? Then I guess we should go. Saying that, he suddenly jumped up high, leaving him sitting there, confused, waiting here. I only saw his silhouette soaring up high, flying straight through the tall trees. Parker was amazed, gaping in awe, jumping so high. Mubien gazed at the towering trees as his speed increased, soaring even higher with his legs fully extended. He seemed to realize something, sensing the smell of blood inside him, then saw SGO's back and called out from above. Hey,
Mubian gently lands and quickly moves toward SGO. He anxiously asks, "Are you okay?" SGO curiously turns back, eyes wide with curiosity. A large wolf is snarling and gnashing its teeth at the two of them. Mubin was extremely frightened and stepped back a few paces. He wondered why those Xoi Hang were here. The vicious-eyed wolves are slowly approaching Mubin. He furrows his brows, wondering why these wolves are outside. Could it be because their minds are being controlled? The wolf's eyes are deep and wary. Mubien stares at it intently, suddenly startled by a call, already prepared to leave. He replied, "No, I'm still having breakfast." SGO continued, "Then I'll head back right now." He stopped speaking for a moment. "But what are you doing here?" "You separated the injured little wolf. They are the wolves I met when I was under the Vrenos underground line." The mother wolf anxiously looked at her injured pup in your arms. SGO explained that they are a species that live and hunt deep inside the caves, but when they leave the caves with they suffer significant losses caused by humans. Blind C reflects, then says, "That makes sense because for the Higa people, wolf packs are considered nuisances, so they will be hunted." "You seem to have understood something," repeating his words. "Hunted," he says, "they are predators." Then continue. "The Reynos cave system is the only place that connects the Higa territory with the outside world, allowing the people to travel safely here. Eliminating monsters and beasts that threaten lives is the right thing to do." He continued, "Anyway, if we don't do that, the lovers will be eaten," then turned around to advise, "Just let them fend for themselves." Suddenly, he became curious when he saw something. Mubian asked curiously, "Are you going to let it drink your blood?" "I see blood at the corner of the wolf's mouth." He was very surprised. STO didn't deny it. "Yes, I don't know if it works, but my blood has saved injured animals before." Mubian continued, "I understand you want to help it." He added, "However, giving your blood for free like that isn't good." He reached out his hand forward and pointed directly at BSTO, saying that your blood could revive lower creatures and turn them into your guardians. Then slowly withdraw your hand, your face becoming stern, and become a servant to the dark dragon. Then smile happily, pointing at yourself. But the family always acts that way. Seeing that STO said nothing, he shyly turned away. Maybe I talked too much. Then he turned his back and walked away. "Anyway, you should stop helping and let them take care of themselves." STO then finally spoke. "I agree with your words, Duke, but you continue. We can change them now." The blind C-step paused. He didn't turn around, only lightly repeated, "Change." STO hurriedly confirmed, "Yes. If we promise not to harm the Higa people anymore, you wonder what you can exchange for us." The blind sea merman pondered silently, inwardly thinking that the black dragon would regulate the relationship between humans and other creatures, and I am getting closer to the original goal. He seemed to lighten his burden, smiling happily, then turned to reply, "Just promising not to harm us might not be enough, perhaps." He looked straight into STO's eyes, sincere. "If they promised to become one of Higa's protective forces, I could ensure food and safety for him." The team. Mubian was extremely happy, squinting and smiling, saying, "How about this?" In the forest, a faint scent wafted up with the rising heat, captivating the senses. The old woman cheered excitedly when she saw STO return. "He's back." Suddenly, he was startled when he saw something. Seeing the wolves behind STO, he was startled, his limbs flailing wildly, shouting, "Those are the wolves over there." Mubian spoke. "That's my new companion," STO replied. "We've decided to go together from now on. Always." Parker stepped back. Back a few paces, face filled with fear. "Commander, I can't provide food for the wolves anymore." "Mubien, are you panicking because you're curious?" Over there, Nezu is enjoying the cool breeze from Parker's arm. He continued, "Don't you know how important a meal is?" Nezu seemed to see something, his eyes shining as he stared intently at them. Only STO is seen bringing the pup out for the mother to examine. It approaches curiously. "Is that the pup?" STO replied, "Yes, but it's badly injured. You keep going. I think if we let its mother take care of it, the wound will get worse." Then he turned back and asked, "It was shot in the hind leg with an arrow. Parker, can you check its condition?" Parker politely replied, "Yes, a minor injury." He approached, saying, "If it's not serious enough to require surgery, I can help." He takes out a piece of cloth and some medicine, then places the injured pup on the cloth. "Let's see." He silently examined the young fox all over, and then helplessly said there was no wound. STO curiously leaned in, and he continued, "What if a young fox was pierced in the leg by an arrow? Its skin would be pierced through. But if it's just a tiny bleeding wound, calling it a leg injury might be a bit much."
Parker looked at his brother, and he seemed fine, just recently revived. Then he looked up and asked STO, "Commander, are you sure it was shot with an arrow?" STO pondered for a moment before firmly shaking his head. "No, you seem to realize something." "Don't wake him up. I must be mistaken. Behind you, in your hand is an arrow, and you slowly speak. Maybe I confused it with another wolf," Mubien mutters to himself. "So he doesn't want his teammates to know about his special ability. Why is that?" A huge explosion appears from afar, and at that moment, the black cat slowly opens its eyes and looks down. From below, STO calls out, "We're about to leave now." At this moment, a fox from the pack thinks to itself, "What are these things?" Suki looks down and ponders silently. STO continues, "Now they are allies and will accompany me until the mission is complete." The black cat sitting on your head is thinking to itself, "Teammate." STO then turns to speak to the wolf pack. Yes, they will also become the new legal citizens of the Two Roosters territory. Suki raised his hand to lick and thought to himself, "Do whatever you want. So have you decided on your next destination yet?" Mubien reached out and said loudly, "I should have said this earlier." He chuckled and continued speaking, "But we've already chosen our next destination." Parker suddenly turned to ask him, "When is the decision?" "Now," he calmly responded, and then turned back to ask with suspicion. Suddenly Mubien turned to him and asked, "I heard you grew up in a rural village. Where exactly is that village?" STO suddenly froze and thought, "There are many tall buildings in this village." Suddenly, STO remembered and shouted loudly, "It's a Serbian village!" "Serbian," Mubien replied cheerfully with a quick smile. "I will go there," Parker shouted in disbelief. Nezu suddenly looked up at everyone, thinking to himself why he would do something he knew STO wouldn't like. Is he a pervert? He looked at Mubien while thinking, "Just look at that smile. He must be a pervert." STO suddenly turned and asked, "Why do you want to come to my hometown?" Mubien quickly replied, "I was just observing you." He continued happily, "But from what I can see, it seems you don't really understand yourself either, do you?" Mubien continued, saying, "That's why if I meet the people who raised you, I might understand better." At this moment, Terrio was very angry, grinding his teeth as he looked at them. "You remember and think to yourself that your caregiver, not your biological parent. No, that's not the issue. It's you. You focus your thoughts, not wanting to see them again, until Mubien's voice from behind breaks this quiet moment. He continued, "You should follow the owner's request." Mubien asked again, "Do you think so?" STO sadly replied, "I understand from afar. Everyone is chatting away. Let's go." In a scene of a big city. Ignis Society. Galatia branch, hat from inside the tall buildings echoing out, welcoming your return. I can't say that anymore. He continued to ask politely, "Welcoming you. How have you been lately, team leader?" STO extended his hand in greeting with a serious expression. Hat, the branch manager, then humbly asked to be treated like before, as that would make me feel more comfortable. Hat replied with a commanding tone, "But my rank, I am now of your rank, please." He gradually regained his composure and said in a firm voice, "If you say so." Hat smiled happily and greeted casually, "How have you been lately?" STO. And suddenly, STO stood still. I replied cheerfully, "Yes." Hat reached out his hand forward with a smile and said, "You're now the team leader. Your new uniform looks great. Please come in." The blind man from outside looked in and told everyone around, "I knew you would do something like this. I told you I have a good eye for people." Parker also thought to himself, why is he so self-centered? Hat continued to boast endlessly, saying, "My eyes are not ordinary, my salary should be higher, or at least I should get a few multivitamin candies you take from Delphia every month or week, right?" Rosalie stepped from behind and covered his mouth. She smiled and greeted you, STO. "It's so good to see you again. I heard you're heading to the Serbia village by the river." Rosalie, lost in thoughts of a distant landscape, said, "But if it's a mountainous area, it would be far from here." As she continued to think, she said to you, "You will have to cross many mountains and the road is very rugged. If you walk there, it will take a long time and be very hard, so I will lend you a carriage to make it easier." Rosalie shyly turned to STO and said, "We will prepare the carriage for you." And he quickly responded with a smile, "Yes, thank you." He still smiled and continued, "Everyone must be tired, so you all rest in the room." Inside the room on the top floor of a building, the sunset sunlight streams through the windows into the room. As STO looks out the window, he thinks to himself, "Everything looks the same, just like when I left." There is a knocking sound from outside coming into your room, and STO stands up cautiously at the noise.
He looked at the door and listened to the noise outside, wondering who it could be. He stared intently at the door, feeling puzzled. Who would come here? Immediately after, the door slowly opened itself, and STO kept staring straight ahead without blinking for a moment. At the same time, someone was slowly walking inside. Seeing that person, he immediately widened his eyes as if recognizing something. STO shouted. And seeing his reaction, Rosalie wondered, "Am I bothering you to rest?" Hearing that, he shook his head and said no. "It's fine." Then Rosalie slowly approached and asked, "Do you know how to open a horse door?" STO hesitated for a moment and honestly replied, "No, I've never learned that." That immediately made her flustered. "Really?" "Too bad, but right now there are no carriages available. It seems they are all being used for other requests." Then Rosalie remembered the horses locked in the stable. "We still have a few horses, but if you don't know how to open the door, you immediately spoke up." "It's okay." STO gently reassured the others because the deadline for the request was quite long, "so I can walk." She nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Rosalie suggested something that made both of them eager to listen. "At least I also called a lot of soldiers to go with you, but you immediately refused, saying no need," which made her a bit curious. Why? Outside, Mubian was listening carefully to everything STO said. "Of course I have no fighting ability, but since my client has proclaimed himself the best swordsman in the capital, I think I can trust him and travel safely." This immediately made him shiver, countless questions flashing through his mind. Self-proclaimed what? At this moment, Rosalie also felt somewhat relieved and didn't clap enthusiastically. She thought to herself, "Luckily, if you need help, just tell me." As they were talking, suddenly a voice rang out. "Sorry, I won't delay for a second," Parker immediately spoke up. "If the person finished talking, there's something I want to say. The meal preparation is almost done." He presented his work in the darkness, with the bottom of the pot burned and dirty, making them all exclaim in frustration because it was too messy. Parker just scratched his head and smiled innocently to beg, "So I think it would be convenient to exchange for a new one now. Can your guild supply us with this?" Hearing that, Rosalie immediately agreed without hesitation. "Of course, let me tell you which office to go to." As if afraid of missing the chance, he quickly asked if he could buy other things as well, and she happily agreed, "Sure." After they left, Mubin whispered, "Then I'm heading to the weapon shop too." Seeing him about to leave, Nezu also poked his head out to say goodbye. "Shall I go alone then?" Hearing that, you turned away as if you didn't know anything. "I don't know anything about those arms trading places," which made him wonder, "Didn't you say you used to operate in this area?" But SGO still didn't change his expression. "I'm not a close combat fighter, I just belong to a special operations unit." At this point, you instinctively clenched your fists a bit more, "So I've never had to use a weapon." This made Mubin even more suspicious. "So you don't know how to use weapons at all? I thought you grew up in the countryside. Haven't you ever hunted and found a hiding place for them?" SGO frowned slightly, a look of unreadable contemplation in his eyes. "I don't want to kill them." At this moment, he couldn't help but become curious and asked further, "So have you ever killed someone?" But you only avoided their gaze without answering. The terrifying scene from that rainy night flashed through SGO's mind, with blood-stained weapons scattered all around. SGO lowered his face and replied with a cold tone then. This made Mubin more contemplative, so it seems he doesn't know what to do. He secretly assesses your character, and with someone claiming they've never slaughtered a chicken, he can kill a person if necessary. After a brief silence, Mubin also speaks no matter what. He stands empty-handed, his voice full of sincerity. "I know you have immense power, but humans are more fragile than you think. So, at least having a weapon is better." At this point, Mubin's eyes suddenly lit up more. This is also a request from the master to make that suggestion. But SGO didn't want to hear more. He just exhaled and said, "Nezu, wait here with Parker and Ahururi." Seeing SGO leave, Nezu called out, "I want to go too, but you immediately refused." "No, I will go back now. Just rest up and be careful." At this moment, SGO immediately noticed Suki's thoughts, but looked at him with big eyes and couldn't help but ask why he was bringing the tiger along. SGO honestly explained that Suki would definitely follow him, even if he tried to stop him. Hearing that, Suki wagged its tail slightly, looking very pleased. "You know it's me," Suki asked again. "Who dares to stop me?" At this moment, they are on their way to the weapon forge. Mubian is leisurely stirring his blood while you look around. After a while, they arrive at the weapon forge. He throws open the door and loudly declares, "Trial and error." But what awaited them inside was only a silent emptiness. Then a faint sound from below the table responded. "Who is it?" Mubian looked ahead intently, and then softly said, "A guest." Seeing that, he quickly hurried to climb up, forgetting to lock the door while tidying up. The arms dealer sighed and calmly said, "I'm not selling anything today, so please leave." He couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't selling anything, and he just sighed and asked, "Why is that?" "Because Fabian just needed to sweep this area." The weapons dealer clearly showed his annoyance as he recounted. Even though he was short on supplies, he still ordered more and made me produce more weapons. He shrugged and said, "I heard he's concentrating his troops but has run out of equipment. So getting more weapons from other shops is difficult." This information also caught SGO's attention, especially since Fabian was focusing on the back, and immediately the weapons dealer realized, "Are you from Ignis's group?" At this moment, he wondered a bit. "So wouldn't you know more about that than I do, little lady of that family?" The frail appearance of Sarah appeared as the weapons dealer described her being seriously ill. At that moment, SGO widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe it was true. Sick? This clueless look of his only made the weapons dealer more suspicious. He really doesn't know, does he? About the recent news. At this moment, he clenched his lips tightly to stop himself from shouting. Then the weapons dealer leaned in close to them and whispered that the rumor was. Every word he uttered was shocking. It was a heart condition. He immediately recounted everything he knew, that the young lady would panic whenever she saw blood and had nightmares every night. The dark and bloody scene gradually appeared according to the weapons dealer's words. In the past, soldiers of that family were killed in large numbers, and it seems she fears that chaos. The more he listens, the more SGO's gaze darkens in an unpredictable way. That's why he's been trying to gather so many soldiers and is looking for a long-term treatment for the young lady. After telling everything, he quickly changed the subject to something else, which wasn't very impressive. "So is there anything I can help with?" The blind seer also spoke up. "So can you sharpen my sword for me?" The weapons dealer happily agreed, of course. At this moment, Sarah's appearance and anticipation flashed through his mind. If he can uncover my secret, it means we are secret friends. Lost in thought, SGO is startled by a loud call. "SGO," he handed me a finely sharpened sword. "Take this." As soon as I received it, I couldn't help but wonder why he gave me this. The blind man replied softly, "Better than leaving you empty-handed. Safety is still the top priority." And he pointed at SGO and warned, "Watch yourself. He's careless about himself." Immediately after, Mu Bien turned around, ignoring your bewildered look, and walked away. SGO stared intently at the shadow ahead, still not fully recovered, and could only utter 2 words. "Thank you." At this moment, he quietly followed behind him. SGO kept his head bowed throughout the journey, as if lost in thought. Suddenly, you seem to remember something and whisper, "Suki." SGO asked, "You don't remember Sarah?" Hearing that, Suki simply replied, "I don't remember all the humans I've met or their appearances." Right after, he turned his face forward. Not remembering might be better. SGO's expression makes it speak up too. SGO. Suki lowers his gaze slightly, still unable to understand this human. They cause his life to be miserable, yet he still cares about them. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice full of irritation. Sarah did nothing wrong, and seeing that, she just asked softly, "So what do you plan to do now?" Although I really want to do something, it seems SGO knows he's not capable enough, so I won't do anything. The scene shifts to another place, inside a house with loud shouting, bringing him here. No, but they could only respond awkwardly that they couldn't do that. Viscount seemed to have lost his mind, slamming the table and shouting loudly, "How dare the officials cancel my request?" But she still forced a smile and tried to persuade him. "Hey, calm down. Just because you mention their names doesn't mean we have to do exactly as requested." She kept explaining that we received the request, but this only made Viscount more annoyed. It's been 10 days already. SGO was also drawn by the noise and quickly recognized Count Fabian. She forced a smile, trying not to let the presence of this guest frighten her. "I apologize. Lord Viscount, the SGO commander, is now one of the leaders of the guild." Even if it was a request, he had no hesitation to interrupt and silence him. Viscount slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you defy me? Do you want this building to go bankrupt?" But she remained resolute. "I apologize. But since this building is under the authority of the Emperor's high officials, unless we face punishment or are authorized by the Emperor," he interrupted, before the other could finish speaking, and told him to shut up. Viscount boldly ordered, "Tell them to bring him here immediately." This scene made Mu Bien a bit annoyed, and he asked, "So is that the rumored nobleman?" SGO immediately responded, "Yes." SGO looked at his hurried and sluggish figure and sighed. Maybe he's the one who's crazy, not his daughter. Where is the noble quality in him, and why does he look like that now? Right now, Mu Bien also doesn't want to care about them.
Just ignore and pass by him. Hearing that, you nodded in agreement. I think so too. Without another word, the two of you straightened your steps and moved forward. At that moment, Viscount's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had realized something. Without wasting a second, he directly turned toward SGO and called out loudly, SGO. Viscount turns his face away, revealing a worn-out appearance with dark circles under his eyes. Then he rushes straight toward you like a madman. Viscount tightly grasped SGO's shoulder, his voice revealing excitement. It's been a long time since I heard you've changed jobs. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? He suddenly grabbed your collar tightly and asked repeatedly, Are you going to stay here from now on? But SGO just looked down coldly and then softly let go. Immediately, Viscount couldn't hide his confusion, of course. As if afraid the other person would run away, he quickly said, I've been a bit off lately. It's me, Leo Jeff Fabian. Just listen to me for a moment. At this point, Viscount's gaze became indifferent and uncontrollable. My daughter Sarah's body is not stable. You can help her, right? But this also couldn't shake you. Why should I do this? Hearing that, he immediately showed confusion. What do you mean? This is something only you can do. Because of the urgency, Viscount's source also became chaotic. Yes, if it were you, you could erase her memories, or at least help her sleep peacefully. But STO coldly turned away. I'm working on another request now. Please go back for the moment. This statement immediately sent his mood plummeting into an abyss. Another request? At this moment, Viscount seemed to be blinded by emotion, dismissing it as unimportant, but you still remained unmoved. I don't want to. Suddenly, he noticed Mubian. Who is he? He then smiled kindly and said in a calm tone, I am that request. Mubian wagged his index finger as if provoking the other. I have no intention of canceling my request, so forget about it. Now, although extremely angry, Viscount could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure. This reckless brat dares to behave rudely in front of a corpse, while he remains calm and composed. Sorry for not introducing myself. Mubian smiled brightly and then made the introduction. Mubian, you bastard! This guy made him stop for a moment. What? At this moment, Viscount was at a loss for words, causing the space to be filled with a tense silence. Everyone there was frozen in place, too afraid to speak. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true that someone as important as the Duke himself would show up like this? Meanwhile, SGO turned and left without saying a word, while Mubian simply smiled kindly but with a threatening tone. Sorry for acting like a damn bastard, kid. Then he looked straight at Viscount with an inscrutable gaze. Viscount, like the Duke, was stunned, mouth agape in shock, and only after a moment of silence could he speak. You? Could it be? The past memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Are you still harboring hostility towards me because of that? He pointed at it and shouted, while Nizu could only raise his hand to shield himself from the relentless attacks. As SGO was about to leave, Viscount quickly said, Please don't take such a small matter to heart. He looked genuinely remorseful and tried to persuade you, think it over. Isn't it me who should be angry after losing so much? Viscount looked exhausted and frantic from lack of sleep. I've forgotten everything. Now is not the time to think about such things. But it seems SGO has grown tired of hearing this, that's right? He's always been like that. Within the group, you understand the true nature of the opponent, but they have no awareness of their mistakes or willingness to apologize. He has been blinded by emotion, and at all costs, he must persuade SGO. I won't ask anything more from you. Please, just this once. Help me this once. But you only responded with a very cold tone. Why should I do that? Seeing SGO's reaction, Viscount was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Your gaze at him is completely empty. SGO softly releases him. At this moment, Viscount can only helplessly let go of SGO's shoulder as he turns away, still muttering as if he wants to say something. Before leaving, Mubian turned his head slightly to glance at Viscount. He clenched his fists, trembling all over, his eyes like a madman. This can't go on. In the end, Viscount couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, Sarah. Even though he knew SGO would still refuse, he held on to a small hope that Sarah wanted to see him. In the end, Viscount was willing to give up his pride as a Mahai. I beg you. He clasped his hands together and begged as if he was willing to risk his life. Please, save my daughter. This scene immediately shocks everyone there, and Mubian is trembling with fear. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It seems you also didn't anticipate this reaction from the opponent. Seeing Viscount so stubborn, SGO could only speak up. Listen carefully, but you still refuse to let his words sway you. I will not accept anything you give me or what I need to do. The tone of SGO's voice growing colder will be decided by me.
Without hesitation, he left immediately because SGO had completely lost faith in Viscount, and he never apologized once. By now, the sunset has fallen, tinting the sky with red and orange hues. After a tiring day, Sarah quietly stands by the window, gazing at the sky. She slightly lifted her eyes, revealing large dark circles from lack of sleep. Seeing Sarah's distressed mood, Ben quickly ran over and grabbed her dress. It kept tugging at Sarah's dress to get her attention. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from outside. Suki jumps onto the window frame, surprising her. It stares intently at Sarah and makes a few sounds as if trying to say something. Sarah blinked and stared intently at Suki, a starry black cat. She leaned forward to observe it more closely. Sarah looked into Suki's bright, flashing eyes and sighed. "You look just like him." Now she is completely helpless and slumps down against the window frame. At first I thought he was really stupid. He was thin and very quiet. Sarah instinctively confesses things from deep within her heart. He also doesn't seem happy when reading others' thoughts. "If I were you, I would like it a lot. I could talk to Hairu all day." And even though he has adorable Neju by his side, his face still remains empty. Then the image of SGO clearly appears in her mind. But when I see him, I don't know when Sarah has always engraved his eyes in her mind. His eyes are very beautiful. She half closed her eyes. It seems that SGO's shadow makes Sarah feel more at peace. My heart feels truly at peace when I see those bright eyes. But then, I think about him using those eyes to kill someone out there. As after a series of thoughts, her mind became empty again. I don't know anymore. I can't think of anything. Sarah kept fighting with her own thoughts. I was truly horrified by what my father and brother did, but at the same time I felt a great relief. It seems she still can't understand everything. Even though everyone present is dead, SGO didn't harm my father and brother. Sarah clenched her fists. Her voice also became softer. I was afraid of myself for thinking that. At that moment, her pupils dilated when she heard the familiar voice. "It's not your fault." SGO stepped forward and gently reassured. "Don't blame yourself for nothing. Seeing you." Suki immediately rushed over excitedly. Maybe Sarah didn't expect him to show up here either. SGO looked at her with a gentle gaze. "It's been a while, Miss Sarah Lynn." Then he gently reached out to help Sarah up, still not fully recovered from the surprise of SGO's appearance. Immediately after, Sarah smiled happily, tears unconsciously streaming down her face as she placed her hand on his. She just said it. She told me to just call her Sarah. Then Sarah immediately asked, "Did you come here when you heard the news from my father?" But SGO immediately denied it. This matter has nothing to do with the noble prince. He leaned forward slightly and asked, "Wasn't that what the princess also said back then?" The statement made her pause for a moment. "Yes." Then SGO calmly repeated what Sarah had said, that we are friends. She immediately clapped her hands as if she remembered. "That's right. You are my secret. I still remember." At this moment, he explained that he is a friend of the young lady. "I never intended to harm you or your family," but SGO's next words instantly froze Sarah. "So I will erase the young lady's memories." Sarah's eyes widened. She seemed unable to believe her own hands. "What?" Before she could regain her composure, SGO gently placed his hand on Sarah's head. "Young lady, there's no need to be afraid." He lowered his gaze slightly, a gentle voice soothing her. "Sarah Lynn, this is something you need to do." Immediately, Sarah jerked SGO's hand away. "What are you saying? But you don't seem surprised at all, just speaking softly." "If not," SGO asked again. "Your voice is filled with coldness. Are you planning to die?" This statement immediately made her stop in her tracks, momentarily unsure how to respond. That matter. At this moment, he raised his voice to make Sarah understand. "If you forget everything about me, you can happily smile when you see your family." But she never expected things to turn out this way. Sarah couldn't hold back and was trembling. She lowered her face, her whole body trembling with anger and disappointment. Sarah clenched her fists tightly. It seems like he doesn't want to believe the truth. Is he saying that what I need is just that? Right after that, she yanks SGO's collar down and shouts loudly, "I don't know if it's for the best. Just ignore the things you don't like. Look away. Ignore everything and forget it all," Sarah shouted. Is this what it means to be an adult? Eyes full of determination. You didn't expect her to react so strongly. When SGO tried to explain that I didn't mean it that way, Sarah immediately cut him off. "So what do you mean then, you idiot?" At this moment, she also couldn't hold back tears. She was afraid she would have to forget all these feelings. Sarah confesses from the bottom of her heart, bullying others without realizing it and hurting them. She's afraid she'll laugh because she doesn't know her actions are wrong. Then the image of the Viscount appeared as she described, like her father. At this moment, Sarah bent down to embrace him.
Hero, come here, just stroking Hero. She just said that if I forget about him, I will also forget everything about Hero. No matter what, Sarah will never let SGO erase her memories. I never want that to happen. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke softly, and SGO's gaze became vacant. What do you want to do? She still keeps her head bowed, trying to hold back tears as she speaks, continuing. Right after, Sarah smiled happily as if nothing had happened, acting as his friend. She squinted her eyes and spoke in a cheerful tone. That's enough. I'll handle the rest myself. This made you a bit suspicious, wondering if it's really okay, but Sarah immediately responded as if it were obvious. Yes, that's right. She smiled brightly with happiness. Anyway, I am Sarah Lynn's Fabian. Then, Sarah gave you a warning glance, so don't even think about erasing my memory, causing SGO to helplessly agree. I understand. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to leave. Well, goodbye then. SGO climbed up the window frame while she kept her eyes fixed on his figure. After a moment of hesitation, Sarah decided to speak up, her eyes now filled with worry. You can do it, right? Hearing that, SGO smiled confidently and reassured her, yes, if it were you, you would definitely succeed. Immediately after, he suddenly jumped through the window frame, startling Sarah. She instinctively ran to the window and called out, SGO. Suddenly, Sarah paused for a moment as she saw something. From above, shimmering feathers slowly fell down. This beautiful scene makes her smile with delight. Sarah watches the scene below closely. Now he has many friends. Now night has fallen, and the sky is unusually bright. After meeting Sarah, SGO went with Parker and Mubian. Suddenly, his legs froze, as if he remembered something, and SGO couldn't help but wonder and ask, how did you two know I was at the Fabian estate? Hearing that, he looked a bit confused. I mean, Lord Mubian just pulled me along, saying we were looking for you, and he just shrugged as if it was obvious. What do you think that means? Mubian recalled what SGO had told the Viscount. I want to do whatever I decide. Then he immediately walked away without hesitation, down the deserted corridor of the building. His steps faltered slightly when he realized Mubian was following behind. SGO didn't turn back, only softly sighed. Lord Mubian made him startle as if caught in the act. Only then did he turn around and suggest that you go rest first. Before Mubian could react, SGO had already run past, moving too fast for him to catch up. Wait. Right now, Mubian can only sigh in frustration and give up, playing along. Then he walks in the direction SGO went, muttering to himself, he's still acting like a child. Back in reality, Mubian happily snapped his fingers, as if that was enough to understand everything. He shrugged his shoulders and stepped back, but we didn't know that the young lady was secretly crossing her feelings, leaving SGO only able to deny it helplessly. No, you won't know how to react for now. I will stop talking here, SGO. At the same time, Natsu stood by the window, waving excitedly, happy to see everyone return. It looked very pleased to see everyone back, just after dinner. Seeing that, Mubian also responded, I'm a bit hungry too, and Parker, who was nearby, said we should eat a little since we have to leave tomorrow. Hearing that, SGO hesitated, and since he was still confused about tomorrow, he said we would go to Serbia village. At this moment, Nezu was preparing the food, and tonight's dinner included special beans, meatballs, eggs, and fried rice, surprising them a bit. It's not a typical dinner for a gathering. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the forest. Exhausted from the long journey, Ahuru kept growling and whimpering as if he couldn't go any further and was in great pain. Seeing Ahuru's exhausted state, Nezu asked what was wrong and then reached out and offered to carry him. Immediately, he jumped onto Nezu's palm. Right now, SGO's group is on their way to Serbia village, and as they walk, Parker pulls out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat pouring down his face, breathing hard. The path is too rough. Even riding horses would be shaky. Hearing that, Mubian also wondered, I think so too. We've come this far but still have a long way to go to the village, and you still keep focusing ahead. Still need to go a bit further. As he walked, he muttered, this village is quite isolated. Being deep in the forest like this, it's understandable. The deeper we go into the forest, it feels like my horizons are expanding. I look around and can't help but marvel that I once lived somewhere so far away. From behind, Parker said, even here no one could steal from us. Hearing that, Mubian replied, what kind of theft without someone around? As he flapped his wings to fan himself, he asked loudly, Commander, how long has it been since you last returned home? SGO honestly replied, I just left the village at the beginning of this year. Hearing that, Parker spoke up, so you left after your coming-of-age ceremony. This made SGO fall into deep thought, recalling the past. At that moment, it seemed like everyone was chasing after him, pushing him away, damn it. SGO was shunned by everyone while he still didn't know what he had done wrong. In their eyes, I shouldn't exist. That must be what the kid from the cursed island thought. Returning to reality, I still can't seem to forget those things. At this moment, a golden voice sounded, making SGO startle slightly. Feeling it was a heavy responsibility that made him step into adulthood right away, he immediately looked at Parker with curiosity, and he replied, "Yes." Parker placed his hand on his chest and spoke sincerely. Leaving the place he grew up in is very hard, whether it's to pursue a dream or something else. But these words only made SGO more thoughtful. He lowered his head and immediately objected, "No, that's not true, but I don't want to hear any more, so..." SGO turned and walked away, not because of some sense of duty. I instinctively clenched my fists as I thought about the past. I left just to live. Seeing SGO's reaction, they all looked at each other in confusion. Then Parker suddenly remembered, but he was convinced he was still in Sebuyama village, and I just responded indifferently. Probably. Next to him, Mubian raised his pinky and started counting off. His parents are still fine. And he's the youngest child, with an older brother and sister. I looked into that a bit. Then he quickly reassured them that they would be very happy to see him return, right? But all Mubian got in response was SGO's lonely back, and his reaction made him wonder. Strange. Isn't SGO unhappy, even after becoming the leader of the guild? Then Parker scratched his chin thoughtfully. He rarely talked about his family, and his expression when mentioning them was also unpleasant. But why is that? Thinking about how they dislike a child with such incredible abilities. Suddenly, his pupils widened as he saw something. Before them was a forest engulfed in thick smoke, burning. Before they could react, Parker had already soared into the air, heading straight toward the burning forest. I will check it out now. At this moment, he couldn't help but become suspicious. What is that smoke? What about the fire? Well, you seem to have realized something. No. SGO just stared intently ahead, where the village was. Hearing that, Mubian immediately panicked. What? So it's the fire village, but he only responded indifferently. Who knows? SGO's eyes grew distant but filled with thought, increasingly unable to understand why he remained so calm. In contrast to his composure, Nezu looked extremely anxious. What should we do? Will the villagers be hurt? The fruits ahead are burning more fiercely, and with such large ones in an isolated village, it's hard to handle. Mubian is also quite worried, since without anyone who can control water, we're in a tough spot. Upon hearing that, its eyes immediately lit up. Can he control water? He placed his hands on his hips, still staring intently at the flames ahead. Mages can use nearby water sources, and elemental mages can even summon rain. At the same time, Parker has returned, gently waving his wings. Parker slowly descended and said, "I just went to check." Then Nezu asked urgently, "Is the fire big?" He looked extremely confused and said, "No, that." Parker's next words made them hold back their tears. Now there's no running from the mountain. Suddenly, STO realized something strange. Wait, he slowly looked up and asked, "What do you mean by now?" He then recounted the previous scene. The villagers built a bridge and a shrine, and then burned it. Seeing Ficker hesitate again, so the story is Ahuru couldn't hold back and got overwhelmed, too tired, and the person just said to stop, but it was so hard. This statement startled him a bit. If I'm not mistaken, immediately STO opened his mouth wide in anticipation of the answer. Then Parker's voice, now trembling slightly, described the scene on the burning target, where the previous scene of chaos appeared, according to his account, with someone tied up there. A loud shout of warning rings out, revealing that someone is tied up in the burning building. STO opens his eyes wide, showing a surprised expression. Parker. He clenched his fist and asked again for clarity. "Do you mean the villagers there tied someone up and burned them?" He quickly clarified the situation. It seems so, and the person who was tied up still seemed to be alive. The atmosphere fell into strange silence. STO clenched his jaw, and his face darkened. No way, he must be mistaken. Seeing him turn away coldly, Parker was panic-stricken. STO. He quickly flew through the forest while STO pushed himself to run forward with all his might. He kept thinking to himself that surely the people of Seljund wouldn't go that far, even if they were evil. Even if they are wicked, they wouldn't dare commit crimes in the western sky. STO. Then he worried about the worst-case scenario, but if they were truly that evil, STO believed that the first person to be bound there should have been me. A village of black smoke rises from the middle of the houses, a small stone blocks your path, and STO, exhausted, stands beside a large tree while Bella is tied up on a wooden post. His eyes immediately widened in shock as she,
covered in dirt and grime, desperately called for help. "Please save me." STO, seeing this, immediately becomes very worried. Bella tries to persuade everyone below. "It's not like that, please believe me." Bella looked down at her two brothers turning away coldly, Dino and Louis. She, in her suffering, had to find someone else to call for help. Uncle Jack, that strong man, quickly shouted in anger, "How dare you call my husband, you witch!" Bella tearfully begged everyone in vain, "Please save me." Since she was a child, she has endured rejection from her mother and father. But in response, Bella was met only with rejection and disdain. "Playing with you is too troublesome." The father also coldly warned, "Don't bother your parents and go outside to play." She scrunched up her face and burst into tears, explaining, "But I want to be with my parents." Just as Bella was desperate, a voice offered, "Are you Bella? Do you want to play together?" She immediately saw a glimmer of hope and turned back together. Just then, a crowd outside approached to confirm, "Yes, let's play together." Clarifying translation requirements. The user wants me to return exactly one translated line without any extra spaces or lines. I need to be careful with punctuation, especially since they prefer ASCII characters by default. An EM dash isn't ASCII, so I'll use a double hyphen or a semicolon instead. It's probably safer to stick to ASCII for consistency. The final line I'll translate must reflect their preferences accurately, ensuring clarity in the translation as well. Finalizing translation choice. I'm considering the phrase "then lowered his head," which works fine. For a duara loidingi, I think made a proposal could fit, but using asked is simpler. I need to avoid extra disclaimers. They might prefer ran over to ran out since it sounds more natural in English. The context suggests she's going towards them, so I'll finalize it as, "So Bella quickly ran over with a smile and said, 'Yes.' That's it." So Bella quickly ran over with a smile and said, "Yes." Louis then lowered his head and asked, "You're so cute. Do you want to be my little sister?" That was also the moment Bella felt the happiest. Is this what being loved feels like? I am so happy. She grew up over time, and other women also appeared very friendly, adorable Bella. Everyone was very enthusiastic and praised her, saying she was growing up fast, and from then on she realized the desire in her heart, to be loved. At the same time, her two older brothers kept affirming, "I love you, Bella," and she was immersed in happiness, wishing to be loved even more. Suddenly a furious voice shouted, "You, that man's wife, can't help but question, how dare you?" And he reached out his hand to try to explain, "My love." And in Bella's mind, a wrong thought arose. I thought that if I did that, I would continue to be loved. But then Jack turned hostile, pointing and affirming that she was a witch, that he was seduced by her. She nervously repeated the statement once more. "You said you loved me, Bella. You said you loved me." But everyone still cruelly shouted at each other. "Burn the witch. Burn her." The fire grew hotter and hotter. Bella closed her eyes, hoping someone would save her. "I don't want to die like this." Suddenly, a pair of sharp hands appeared out of nowhere, and a cat's cry suddenly echoed through the tense space. Bella was also drawn to look up. Everyone was stunned and wide-eyed in surprise. A cat. They turned to each other, whispering and gossiping. A black cat in this situation. A sign of that demon. It must be a witch. Suki sat calmly on the high platform, lowering her head while she was crying her eyes out. Bella gazed deeply into its eyes, tears streaming down as its eyes looked exactly like that person's. Yes, it's all because of him. If that person hadn't left, I wouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a swift movement flashed by and the ropes binding her broke apart. "What are you doing?" Bella saw STO appear and stood there stunned. She tore off his shirt in the cool breeze, and STO carried her away in surprise. STO. But at this moment, you still didn't say a word, and the elder stammered as he stepped back. STO. But that badge. The elder glanced and recognized it. Ignis Society. After a while, STO also let Bella down to the ground, then turned around and asked what was going on. "What is happening here?" The elder clenched his teeth and emphasized that traitor. He slammed his staff down and explained that he is a sinner who committed a serious mistake, angering the gods and now must pay for it. STO remains calm, listening to everything. What did Bella do? A hostile voice emphasizes clearly that she seduced a man and then killed him. Rosette raised her hand to question. "Look at you now, what have you become? But so what?" Rosette, STO's sister, even turned to warn her directly. "The girl you just saved is a murderer." Bella stepped back in fear, denying it. "No, she's not." Rosette remains stubborn and clearly emphasizes that she is a witch who seduces men in the village, kills them, and then eats their livers, supposedly preferring fresh organs right after death. The villagers all agree and shout that she must be killed, a terrifying witch. Unshaken, STO demanded the full story, asking whether there was evidence and a fair verdict, but Rosette retorted, "Why bother?" And Thériault spoke up with contempt, "Defending that criminal like that, you're truly an accursed child." He crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. "If you're going to leave, at least disappear without a trace. Thériault. S-T-O. Thériault sneered and asked again, "What's the point of crawling back to the village like a rat?" After a while, STO confidently affirmed that Bella had never killed anyone. He clenched his teeth tightly after hearing that and then asked what, then turned to explain briefly that I had just read Bella's memories. STO is very confident and firmly states that in its memory there is no such thing. She places her hand on her chest to confirm, "Yes, I am innocent, I am." But everyone still remains suspicious. Does it really use that strange power? It can lie easily. How can we believe it? Then they chose not to believe and decided to leave, you monster. Something was flying straight toward them from afar. Truong Lang was also speechless and terrified now. The old man turned around in anger and questioned, "You idiot, what stupid move did you just make?" Suddenly, a few drops of water fell from the sky, and then a heavy rainstorm started pouring down. Everyone below was surprised, and SGO also accidentally started bleeding from the head. The blood slowly dripped down onto his shoes, and Bella quickly ran over to warn him. "SGO, there's blood coming from your head." Your eyes also gradually become vacant. Nothing here has changed at all. Then SGO suddenly opens his eyes wide, shining brightly, and stops. You used magic on the people there, and one suddenly knelt down, followed by the others, and only then did they realize the situation. They couldn't move. You just abandoned me. Harriet looked up, still questioning. "You little bastard. Do you think we raised you to be like this?" But then he noticed something strange, huh? Long? SGO can't hold back anymore, and also asks, "Enough already." Then Parker quickly appeared, spreading his wings, and with his hands on his hips, he questioned them. "Don't you dare speak carelessly to the Ignis squad leader. What kind of behavior is that?" Rosette frowned in confusion. "Is that the famous Ignis Guild?" Then Truong Lang straightforwardly ordered everyone, because the weather isn't suitable for welcoming guests. "Kids, outside. I will take the Ignis squad members to my house. Everyone else, go back now." The old man hobbled forward, and everyone followed me, so they quickly followed behind. Bella hesitated at the back, nervously muttering, and then gathering her courage to grab your shirt. SGO. Her voice trembled with gratitude as she said thank you for saving her, but you then firmly stated that you didn't try to save her and asked her not to misunderstand. She looked back with a clear sense of regret. "But even so, I know what you're really like." SGO suddenly cut in sharply, emphasizing, "You still owe me, even now," his eyes rising with anger. "Just like when you wanted me to be the one to fall into that pit of fire." Bella still wanted to speak up to defend herself, but then SGO forcefully pulled his hand away and firmly declared, "I'm not so good that I'd accept someone who betrayed me." He also walked forward coldly, hoping we won't have to face each other again after this, because she and this place only make me tired. Bella tried to catch up, her voice trembling as she recalled how she lifted her skirt to explain everything, that she didn't know anything about him and believed what those cold-faced people said about him. But now, she knows that's not true. Then Bella smiled brightly and emphasized, "I understand now we are alike. We have both been abandoned." Suddenly, Mubien shouted to wake you up. "What are you doing? Are you going to listen to those nonsense words anymore?" SGO also quickly stepped forward to urge him on. "No, let's go." Bella saw that action and immediately felt disappointed. SGO. Bella, trembling all over, asked again, "We were friends when we were young, right?" But you still insisted and reminded her, "We can never say such words." Then SGO suddenly strode forward. She lost all her strength and knelt down on the ground. "Why?" Bella painfully pressed her face to the ground. "Why?" The rain continued to pour down below. Inside the house, a sudden voice rang out, "Ignis." The village chief suddenly chuckled in surprise to think someone so remarkable was born in our village. But SGO remained silent. The old man saw the awkward atmosphere and suggested, "Yes, it's been a while since you last saw your family, so go ahead and greet them." But once again, the atmosphere fell into silence, so the village chief had to try to steer the conversation. "SGO has already gained fame here, that's wonderful." The old man reached out his hand to try to remind him, feeling like just yesterday he was only this tall, and his father quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Mubien interjected again, saying it might not be, and both of them turned away in confusion. Mubien crossed his arms and smiled brightly, affirming that he was just fulfilling my request.
The village chief, upon hearing this, became angry and reminded him, I know you're the one making the request, but don't ruin things while the adults are talking. He still calmly pushed the tea glass away and spoke with a stutter. Then Mu Bian raised it to take a sip and sighed. Oh my God, whether noble or common folk, you old men all speak the same way, huh? Then he calmly asked them to give a proper answer. At this point, the two of them started to become anxious, and the father turned to ask out of curiosity if he was a noble. Mu Bian placed his chin on his hand and leaned his face close. Aye. Then he reached inside his shirt to take something out. Mu Bian spilled the money on the table again, emphasizing once more, I said I was the one making the request. Those people immediately gasped in shock. Mu Bian smiled excitedly, then quickly set a condition. They are yours. If you answer my question, I will give you all the money on this table. The village chief was stunned, unable to believe it, and the old man quickly changed his attitude. Oh my God, you should have told us you were a noble instead. Sir, Rosette also couldn't help but flatter you, knowing immediately that you exude a refined scent, like being bathed in honey. But Mu Bian quickly raised her hand to her face and clarified, It's not honey, I used perfume instead. She blushed excitedly and asked again, Perfume. He continued to boast proudly that he used a fragrant oil distilled from crick, personally granted by the emperor, to massage his feet every morning. It would be rude not to use such a gift, Rosette immediately praised upon hearing this. You truly are amazing. Honestly, I feel very uncomfortable inside. I had hoped for something special since this is where STO grew up, but this place is truly disgusting. The village chief stood up, beginning to question in confusion, But sir, I don't know what information humble folks like us can provide to you. He simply replied with a yes. Then Mu Bian shamelessly insulted them without hesitation. I was surprised that you are more foolish and blind than I thought if I didn't know you were the family of the commander. I can't even guess. It's truly astonishing. He crushes what he's holding and gets straight to the point. Enough talk and let's get to the main issue. Mu Bian, with a look of disgust, reminds them that at least you fools should be able to answer questions based on your own experiences. He hesitates, raising his face with suspicion and doubt. Do you really belong to the family of Commander STO? They exchanged meaningful glances. The father then spoke first to confirm, yes, and the woman beside him also firmly affirmed, of course, STO is our child. She then turned to look at him, approached and patted STO's head affectionately, saying he is our beloved child. Mu Bian still seems not entirely convinced and emphasizes again, right? He stands up straight to clarify the question himself. I'm asking if STO truly has a blood relation, honestly. She still stubbornly insists that Ignis, Thuanghai, and the boy are all my children. But your face clearly shows confusion. She still confidently asked back, saying it looks exactly like her parents and siblings, so how could she be suspicious? Mu Bian still calmly asked, Yeah, another question. Were you all present when STO asked, right? Terry Oates looked confused but confirmed the information. I don't remember. The father also hesitated before explaining that the children were still too young at that time. Terry Oates was only 3 years old then, and Rosette was just over a year older than him. He tilted his head confidently, but I remember everything I saw and heard when I was just 1 year old. Parker also had to speak up because it was a special day, the blind day. Then the blind day looked down and asked again, are they telling the truth? You lift your face with a very cruel look in your eyes. Why would you ask me? He crosses his arms and calmly looks down, reminding you that you are the only one who can tell if others are telling the truth or not. STO stammered to ask again, checking if they had spoken, then suddenly turned around to look behind, but his father was standing there silently, trembling all over. Then STO spoke in a helpless voice. I can't. Memories from the past flooded his mind. All the times STO was tortured and beaten appeared, and suddenly a voice echoed, Listen! His father appeared, pointing his finger forward to emphasize, reading other people's memories is a very bad thing. He pointed his finger with disgust, confirming that you are a monster who did all those terrible things. As a child, STO stammered speechless upon hearing that, but then he was silenced completely. She looked down and asked again, Do you understand? STO's eyes gradually became surprised. She looked no different than an evil witch, saying, You must never read our minds again. If you do, she threatened without hesitation, you will never be part of our family again. At this moment, STO could only stare with tears in his eyes, returning to reality and lowering his head with a sad look. What did I read back then? I can't remember. STO closed his eyes tightly, trying to urge himself to remember. What was it? As a loud call outside echoed, Hui, Commander. Uncle O was very worried and asked about the situation, noticing that you didn't look well. Are you okay?
S.T.O. widened his eyes, suddenly snapping back to reality, and stammered, "That thing." Suddenly, Nezu's voice suddenly rang out, calling, as he approached with a somber, worried look, calling. You look down and smile brightly, reassuring them that you're fine, just lost in thought. Then STO turned to remind everyone not to worry, while the two people behind him looked more serious. He opened his eyes wide and confidently asserted that they were definitely hiding something. STO suddenly stands up from his seat, and their faces show clear tension. Suddenly, a hand is placed on their shoulders from behind. STO calmly proposed, "So according to your request, let me see your memories to confirm." And she suddenly pulled her arm back in panic. "No, you can't!" Finally, she revealed her story to justify herself. "We lied, STO. It's because of doing things like that that you became a monster. Don't you know how hard we tried?" Suddenly, someone slammed their hand down on the table, and Rosette, terrified, let out a loud scream. Mubien, seeming full of contempt, demanded they shut up about that stupid monster. He was annoyed by their way of talking. The monster would be sad to hear that. Nezu quickly agreed and said, "That's right, I don't like it." The girl with the shy and embarrassed look explained, "Actually, I'm not really human like you guys. I'm an avian bird species." Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted, and Ahuru suddenly jumped out excitedly and suggested, "What's going on? I'll join in." They were so shocked they gaped in disbelief. Their faces turned pale with terror. Monsters. Terio saw this and also felt worried. Rosette. Seeing the reaction, Ahuru was confused and said, "Wait, what? This is scary." I already saw through everything and emphasized that I knew the fake person, fainted, and woke up again. Ahuru gasped in horror, "Oh my god, there's a talking hairy monkey here, and someone with bloodline to the black dragon, and a talking chicken too. But am I the only one who's scary?" The doctor quickly snatched himself up, pretending to be annoyed. "Chicken." He kept frowning and kept jumping up. SGO suddenly lifted Ahuru higher, which helped him calm down. Ahuru started to feel upset and complained, "Everyone looks down on me." SGO reached out and gently patted him. They don't look down on anyone. They're just afraid. And being able to make so many people afraid is also very impressive. Ahuru, after hearing that, he happily responded, "If you say so, then I must be very good." At this moment, SGO suddenly turned his face away. Mubien then stood up and reminded once more that if you want to receive the reward from the requester, you should cooperate. Terriet walked straight from afar to the hall to chat. "Do you think you're threatening someone?" "He grabs SGO by the collar, you damn bastard." Terriet shamelessly insults again. "You're just a useless fool from the start. He poured all his anger on you. We have to live in shame and ridicule because of you. Why are we also being criticized and blamed just because of you?" At this moment, Teria also openly admits the truth. "I put you in the attic so I wouldn't have to see you, you little brat." He looked up and smiled cruelly. "You know that attic wasn't built for living, right?" Terriet didn't hold back and explained clearly, "Do you know that in winter, it becomes like a cold storage, so no one can survive there?" Dad walks over from afar and shouts loudly, "Terriet, let's go!" Mubien stood aside with his arms crossed, witnessing everything. He didn't stop and kept recounting the story, saying we didn't feed you for a whole month and you still lived like a cockroach. He grabbed Terriet's shoulder in anger and shouted loudly, "I told you to stop! If you're still alive while we're already at your door to hell, what are you if not a monster?" The two of them also had to stop in surprise after hearing that. SGO, after hearing it, also understood the whole story clearly, so that's how it was. He still didn't stop and firmly asserted that, "I hate you for being the most useless among everyone. It's unbelievable. You just live as if my family is copying my mother's eye color." Blind Bia stands to the side, mimicking the eye color. SGO firmly holds his hand. "I have loved you for a very long time. Now you can finally tell the truth and admit you hate him too, Terriet." He clenched his teeth tightly, but couldn't speak, and now Terriet raised his fist to strike. Damn it. A force was quickly unleashed, but the one who took it was none other than the father. He froze in surprise, unable to understand, and the father, standing in the middle, reaffirmed once again, "He is your brother, Terriet. I don't expect you two to get along, but you can't deny it." He also seemed surprised by it. Why? Terriet couldn't hold back anymore and questioned, "Dad also hates him. Dad is always afraid of him." In the end, he finally raised his voice and confirmed, "Yes, I am afraid." The father lowered his face in guilt and emphasized, "But I have never hated him." SGO stands there confused. "If you don't hate him, then why?" He reaches out forward and asks, "Why did you do that?"
A sudden beam of light burst out from that spot. SGO's eyes widened in amazement, his mouth agape in disbelief. SGO also sensed something strange. The light and the dining scene were now empty, and outside, the sky had turned pitch black with no sound coming from the middle of the scene. At this moment, the father suddenly appears here, still young and climbing the mountain, when a black object suddenly flies straight at him, causing him to startle and fall backward. But then the black bird flew away. He grabbed the axe and tried to stand up. Damn it. Dad stopped his harsh stare and looked around, realizing he took the wrong path. Damn it. Suddenly, something started to glow. He quickly recognized it and observed the light carefully. Then he hurriedly ran toward it, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, calling out for help. "Sorry, over there, help me." Dad runs with all his might towards it. "Please wait for me a little longer, at least stay with me until sunrise." Suddenly, something white appeared. He was blinded and covered his eyes with his hand. When he took it away, he was stunned. Oh my God! A huge lake appeared in front of him, and he seemed unable to believe it, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Then he quickly slid down to check it out. After a while, he managed to get down there and was stunned by the large gold nugget in front of him. The father's eyes light up with excitement as he eagerly embraces the gold. At this moment, all the father could think about was that he could take this. Suddenly, a black panther appeared from behind. The father, frightened, stepped back slowly, and immediately the beast opened its jaws. His face suddenly tensed as his eyes shifted between the gold nugget and his bloodied son's feet. Remembering his wife and children at home, he was determined that if he could bring that thing back, his life might change a bit. So he reached back and grabbed the spear. He kept jumping forward without hesitation, rushing toward it. It also faced upward, ready to confront. At this moment, his face became incredibly determined, but unfortunately he was bitten on the hand by the beast. Father still didn't give up and held the staff high. After a slash that sent blood flying, he happily approached the large gold nugget. Father knelt down on the ground, releasing the cane. He eagerly reached out to touch the large gold nugget, thinking if he could take this. After some time, Dad returned home and kept knocking on the door, urging me to open it. "Hey, open the door." She opened the door with a terrified and pale face. "No, you already." But Father insisted firmly, urging her to pack her things first. She didn't understand what was happening and asked what was going on. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense and rubbish?" He gently reached out and pushed the door open. "I don't have time to explain. We need to take the kids and leave this village." But she still stubbornly insisted on making the request. "You have to explain to me first before I decide to wake them up and pack the things." Then he also turned back and started telling the story, saying you got lost in the mountains. Hearing that, she became worried. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Dad confidently shows his leg to confirm. "I'm fine. If you see what I found on the mountain, you'll be surprised." She also leans in closer, curious. So he becomes even more eager to boast about his achievement. "A precious gem I have never seen before. Something fell out from there." Dad leaned in close and whispered, "It's gold." But her face doesn't seem very happy. "Are you crazy?" That realization made him feel terrified too, Inside the basket, there was none other than STO. He even smiled brightly despite the snow. Dad didn't understand what was happening and immediately became scared. "No, wait, that." But he was immediately slapped by her hand. Dad fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain. "No, it was just a misunderstanding." She raised her hand to smooth her shoe and repeated clearly, "Yes, have you never seen such preciousness before?" He still stubbornly wants to explain clearly. "No, what you brought back is not it." She couldn't accept it and immediately shouted to give the order to take it away. At this moment, a cry of water and tears echoed throughout the forest. The foster father looked at the cloth in confusion. Clearly a bar of gold. Looking at the adorable child wrapped in the cloth, he was stunned and wondered if he was haunted. Then, the foster father anxiously looked toward his suspicious wife. The foster mother glared angrily, returning it to the spot where he found it. Faced with a dead end, he then turned and walked forward. The foster father pondered, if that gold nugget was a person, then what kind of monster was that? At that moment, a wave of guilt washed over him, making his face go pale. Did I kill someone? Just as I finished my thoughts, the two of them stopped at the location. The foster father walked confusedly toward the crowd and looked down into the pit where a group of people had gathered. All the villagers were curiously discussing around the edge of the hole. Then he calmed himself down. "That's right, with a big hole like that, it's only natural to find it. Just act normal." At that moment, a boy eager for the story overheard the news, hearing that the priest from the temple was coming, and they must be planning something. He leaned against the wall to recount what he heard. "From what I gathered, whatever was supposed to be here seems to have disappeared."
Hearing this, the foster father nervously asked for clarification, apologizing, "What's going on here?" The boy was surprised and exclaimed, "You came here without knowing anything." Without hesitation, he pointed to the mysterious group. "Over there, see? The son honestly reports the priest from that temple." As he finishes speaking, he exclaims in surprise, "The temple, the priest." Faced with the presence of a powerful figure, the foster father hesitated before asking, "So why is the priest here?" The boy straightforwardly revealed the secret, saying that the dragon's treasure had fallen here. Then he happily repeated the gesture. The dragon, the boy beside him, nodded in confirmation of the shocking rumor. Yes, a dragon. He skeptically comments that the dragon shouldn't be a divine creature. And according to what has been uncovered, it is said to have hidden itself for hundreds of years. The temple is probably in chaos now. Continuing the story, the son points out a crucial detail, but they say that someone has killed the dragon's guardian and mixed up the treasure. They're bold, all right, and deserve to be punished 1,000 times over for stealing the dragon's treasure. If caught, they'll be executed. He added the danger, making the foster father uneasy. Royalty will probably handle it before the dragon even acts, or they won't survive. Returning home to their small village, the husband slowly walks into the house, while STO is already deep asleep. Standing at the door, he anxiously ponders their fate, unsure of what to do. Just then, Terrier pushed open the door and spoke, breaking the heavy, sad atmosphere. "Dad." Dad turned around in surprise to see his eldest son standing there. Terrier, with a cheerful look in his bright eyes, looked at the bundle and asked, "Did you go shopping? What did Mom and Dad buy? Is there anything tasty?" He awkwardly turned to look at his wife. Then the foster father shyly looked at her. And next, he sadly concealed a big secret. "No," Terrier just asked, pointing at the trembling bundle in his hand. "So what is this?" After sighing, the foster father opened the cloth and introduced the new member. "Here, a child, he will be your brother," Terrier innocently repeated. "A little brother." Without hesitation, he smiled kindly and confirmed, "Yes, the younger child than Rosette." Then he happily asked again, "Really? So this is your second brother?" The foster father nodded affectionately. "That's right." Later, Terrio marveled at the deep eyes of the child, his eyes dark but shining brightly. "What's his name?" At that moment, he hesitated to search for the name. His name is... Seeing him stare intently at the child with a mesmerized look, the foster father confidently announced the name. S.G.O. He gently repeated once more, "The boy's name is S.G.O." Returning to the present, Terrier looked bewildered at the scene before him. "What is this?" he exclaimed in horror. "What is going on, father?" Seeing the two of them pursing their lips without a word, Terrier anxiously asked, "Mother, father, what is that bastard?" At this moment, the foster father hesitantly prepared to speak, then sadly stepped forward and begged for forgiveness, apologizing to SGO. The foster father's voice trembled as he sincerely apologized, kneeling down and pleading desperately, "Please forgive me. I truly didn't know." The foster father stammered, "No, I still don't know exactly what you are." Hearing these words, your face remains calm as if nothing happened. He explained his reasoning. "I can't let my whole family be killed, but that doesn't mean I blame or hate you at all." The foster father poured out his vulnerable feelings. "As your father, I just want to protect everyone." Meanwhile, his voice hesitated when mentioning the potential risks, because the more you show yourself outside, the more danger everyone will face. SGO still gazed blankly into the distance, and only then did he lower his head and pay attention to the person in front of him. The foster father opened up about his original intention to raise you, and I also decided to protect you. I truly want to treat you like my own by naming you and watching you grow up. He hesitated as he explained, "But you're not normal, you're just imitating ordinary people." After listing the abnormalities, the foster father grew more fearful, reflecting human language, human emotions, and even the rare development of a human. Later, he recounted the long, terrifying nights watching the child grow, the slow growth process while living in the attic. But no matter what, the child still woke up and went outside normally, which made him very scared. The foster father bowed his head in regret, begging for forgiveness, saying I was wrong. Seeing through the other person's thoughts, SGO looked disappointed, offering an apology in exchange for his family's life. If only I hadn't read so much into this. Then he clenched his fists and raised them to his chest without saying a word, then suddenly punched straight into the wall. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed throughout the room, the shattering of glass falling to the ground, making the atmosphere even more tense. At this moment, the food on the table was scattered all over the place. Witnessing this scene, the village chief was too scared to call out, muttering to himself in a dark tone like this.
Just then, the boy turned to leave, but when he saw someone move, Terriot raised his voice sharply. "Are you planning to kill us?" He turned pale quickly and begged, "I'm still your brother. Let me go. I'm sorry. It was my fault, so let me live." The mother cried, covering her face and not daring to make a sound. SGO slowly approached Terriot's face. Then when he looked down, was it really this easy? As soon as he finished speaking, he glared and muttered to himself, thinking it was ridiculous. SGO brushed past and left, considering how weak they were. At this moment, Mubian and Parker hurriedly chased after him, stepping outside into the pouring rain. Suki watched SGO's figure and gently followed. Then the team all left this lonely house together. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, observing the solitude of the boy, and Mubian was momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to the desolate forest where SGO is hurriedly heading toward the spot where he was found. As soon as he sees the giant tree ahead, he instinctively recoils, then steps forward before coming to a complete stop. The whole group stood at the edge of the pond, gazing down in thought, only to see a large puddle remaining. SGO felt disappointed, as the lake had become a pond. He gazed absent-mindedly into the water, recalling the moment he met the mysterious fox. "You look suspiciously at your reflection in the water. What's his name anyway?" Suddenly, Mubian suddenly kneels down. SGO did not turn around calmly. I ask, "Nyai, do you know everything?" He reports with a deep tone, "I have also figured it out myself." Mubian raised his head and explained delicately, "But if I said I didn't know they were capable of doing so much, would you believe me?" He observed SGO's reaction and then kindly asked, "Do you resent me? Should I resent you now?" Without hesitation, Mubian affirmed the professionalism of the agreement between both sides. "It's unnecessary. Your request is fair, and I have accepted." He reiterated the responsibility he had agreed to bear and asked to be entrusted to me, you see? Mubian firmly pledged, "I agree, and I will protect that." Hearing this, SGO couldn't help but be stunned and turned away. He placed his hand on his chest and concluded that Haiga is a bloodline clan. Mubian now, in the name of my title. Mubian, Haiga, the name given to me by the gods who saved me, so that tragedies like this do not happen again. He firmly proposed, "I want you to choose me as your guardian." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, and SGO looked down in surprise. He remembered the harsh rules of the bloodline. The guardian of the bloodline, who receives blessings from the bloodline, also bears a price. The price is the sacrifice of the soul. The guardian must obey orders, and the safety of the master is the top priority. The key point of it all is a blood contract. The scene shifts to the inn, where Parker pats your shoulder and advises you to rest after a long day, Commander. Inside, Suki softly calls out Nyang, calmly moving from the head of the bed to the pillow. Suki quietly observes SGO sleeping soundly and whispers affectionately, "He must be overwhelmed, so sleeping like this is for the best." Just then, SGO stirs faintly in his sleep, and suddenly, Suki is pulled back, startling it. "Seeing you call my name dreamily, it was startled for a moment, Suki." It nuzzled into SGO and comforted him in his dazed state. SGO is okay. The next morning, as sunlight filtered through the window, SGO lay peacefully with the light shining on his sleepy face. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Right after, SGO was startled awake and looked around, dazedly saying to himself, "I did it." As soon as he finished, Parker greeted him with a smile. "I was about to wake you up, but it seems like you're already awake. Good morning." As soon as he smiled and offered, Mubian suddenly interrupted, "Come on, let's go eat now." Seeing that action, Parker got upset, and I was about to say that. The scene shifts to the living room, where he reports the schedule. They say it will take about 2 days to reach Galatia. Watching the heavy rain, Parker sighs tiredly, but since it's pouring too hard, the carriage can't go anywhere. Now we have to wait until the weather clears. He looks seriously at the commander to discuss the next steps, so the commander, Parker, eating casually, asked out of curiosity what Jubu Gubo Nadar Eren Ikmu Ekit means, and what they will do when they return to headquarters. STO confidently guessed that they are probably waiting for the next mission. At this point, he hesitated to mention STO's real identity, but that, well, no. Just then, Mubian straightforwardly asked about future plans. "Do you intend to continue working with the organization?" Later, STO nodded to confirm his responsibility. Yes, he also had duties as a noble, not just as an ordinary guardian. Immediately, he rejected the title. "I plan to give up all my current positions. You quickly intervened. There's no need for guards." Mubian affirmed their unbreakable bond. No guard can leave their master, and he knew they couldn't survive on their own. As he finished speaking, STO bowed his head and admitted, I don't know. The only truth I know is about myself. He sighed sadly and faced the harsh reality of himself. There was nothing more. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Yes, compared to STO's true age, he was still just a young line. Mubian lists the long and impressive timeline of the line, with the growth process taking a very long time. 100 years is considered little, and the longest can be up to 500 years after blooming. The line is cared for by the mother for up to 100 years before it begins to mature. Judging by its innocent appearance now, he is certain that this commander is no different from a newborn. Mubian analyzes the appearance, and although he might resemble a human, that form is just a mimicry to survive. He wonders why the black protective line doesn't guard his bloodline instead of singing long. As soon as he finished speaking, Mubian suddenly pretended to be heartbroken. Worried that it might not be about protection after all, he quietly wondered, is it because he simply can't? After finishing breakfast, Mubian declared that the mission was complete and it was time to go. At that moment, he curiously asked, "Lord STO, why do you keep insisting on staying at the guild?" Mubian urgently suggested, "At least come with me instead of staying here. My territory is safer." However, STO kept his distance with a cryptic reply, "I might not be what you think I am. You firmly request privacy. Honestly, everything so far has been the truth, and I'm not sure if I want to know more, so please leave." Faced with a blunt refusal, Mubian awkwardly replied, "That matter." He is anxious, pondering the meaning, the only remaining trace of the line. The master he has always been searching for, but if everything he's done so far is meaningless. After self-reflection, Mubian clenched his fists. Are the two families truly useless clans? At the same time, STO suddenly spoke up, but he cautiously made a promise that in the future I will contact you. STO clearly assigned tasks, asking you to go back and continue your work. I will call you when needed. Facing that promise, Mubian was stunned into silence and solemnly declared, "I swear." The scene shifts to the main headquarters when orders you to rest. After hearing that, STO was left stunned and confused. Yes. He smiled warmly and reminded him about the upcoming meeting. "Take a rest. The chairman said he wanted to meet you, and he will find you soon on that day, so just rest until then." STO looked at that and paused for a long time. Then Wen suddenly stood up. He handed the thin blanket to Mayim and carefully advised, "This is very precious to me, but I will give it to Yao." Then Wen enthusiastically described how he didn't know the joy of curling up in a blanket and rolling on the bed. He cheerfully suggested enjoying simple pleasures, like reading a book in a warm room. "Since you have a blanket now, you can open the window a little for some fresh air, sit and snack, lean back a bit, sleep, and then wake up to try a piece of chocolate." Next, Wen enthusiastically asks, "So do you want to take some things from my room?" STO politely declines. "No problem." He smiles and says goodbye, reminding him to rest and not to push himself too hard. The chairman will see him later. At that moment, Nezu suddenly called out to STO, who understood immediately and replied briefly, "Yes." Afterwards, Ahuru hesitated and asked if it was really okay not to know more about his family, given that the pain from his past still lingered. However, STO still pretends to agree politely. Ahuru, annoyed, continued, "Even though they make you endure everything." Facing the calm confrontation with the past, he suddenly snapped, "But why?" Ahuru grumbled in frustration. "I can't stand it anymore. I'll come back and give them a hard time." At that moment, STO turned around to soothe his anger. Ahuru, confidently concluding that amidst the turbulent world, no changes are needed. STO lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. He silently thought, "I've never learned how to play before. What should I do now?" Then he sat up, preparing to get off the bed, and reached out to open the door. STO stands by the door, peering outside to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, a noise catches his attention. Surrounding him are tall buildings. Under a tree, STO is sitting on a stone bench, looking pensive. Suddenly a voice spoke, "Hi?" Then Parker and Lena waved hello to you, Commander. Lena spoke up. "Wait a moment. I'll go say hello. The commander you always praise. Should I go greet him too?" Parker hesitated and thought to himself that it might be too noisy if we went together, so he's probably enjoying some alone time. He looked at STO, but I couldn't understand his feelings. Then Lena walked away. "I will go say hello myself." Parker flew over to STO, called him Commander, then asked if he had eaten yet. "Are you a bit surprised? Is it already lunchtime?" Parker replied, "Yes. Actually, it's been a little over that time. I'm just waiting for a friend to finish some work." He smiled and continued, "I get to rest just like you are now," STO replied. "Really?" Then Parker suggested, "Hey, let's go together." He added, "Neju, Ahuru, and the kitten too. You wonder if I do as well." You asked him if sitting together would make everyone uncomfortable. He denied it. No need to worry. He told you not to be tense. Those unknown tiger numbers won't do. Suddenly, Lena slowly walks up and stands behind him. STO notices and greets, "Oh, hello, old friend." Parker turned to look at Lena with surprise. "What, do you two know each other?" He spoke softly, perhaps. He stepped closer to STO, staring intently, and seeing that you looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Lena suddenly realized something. He smiled brightly when he recognized you. "That's right, STO. Your face has always been etched in my memory because it's so special. You remember the past, then you keep smiling." STO calls out to him, "Lena." "Aha, so you still remember me," he said to STO with joy. "I thought you had died because of that white fur. But you're still alive. I'm glad to see you again then." He talked about the white fur. "Even though I searched all over the mountain, that white fur disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought you had been eaten by it." Lena continued, "I didn't think we would have a chance to meet again." Suddenly, Nasal popped up from behind STO's chair. Kiwu, Lena was terrified to see it. "It's fur. White fur!" he shouted with a pale face. Bake, seeing the situation was tense, spoke to calm her down. "Lena, Nazul is your commander's companion." Lena watched Nazul looking at her with shining eyes. The companion. That white fur monster. "Huh?" Then he asked, "STO. This STO, so you tamed the monster using your mind-reading ability?" He praised, "You're more impressive than I thought." Oh, he's wondering, "Oh my god, are you the leader of the guild?" "Lena, you're being rude. Even though you're the ace of the combat team, you still need to show respect to the commander. You'll drop quite a few ranks on the leaderboard if you keep this up." After hearing him, Lena didn't understand what was happening. Lena guessed, based on the leaderboard, and he confirmed exactly. "As you know, causing trouble will get you demoted or expelled, right?" STO suddenly spoke up. "Bake, go have a meal with your friend." Bake wondered, "So you're not coming with us?" I said I'll go alone. If things continue like this, no one will feel comfortable. I also feel uncomfortable when you talk about Neju that way. The three of them looked at him helplessly after hearing that. Then they said goodbye and left. Lena paused to think for a moment, then called out to STO. "Hey, Commander STO, if you heard that, turn around. Do you want to say something else?" Lena bowed sincerely and apologized. STO looked at him with a cold glare. He spoke. "Not because I was uncomfortable, but because I was so surprised to see it. I promise I won't call it that white fur anymore, and I'm not used to someone I know being the commander. From now on, I'll call you Captain." He looked up at STO and Neju and said, "Please don't misunderstand me. I will treat you to a meal today as an apology. While we're outside, I'll take you to experience the best restaurant." An excited voice rang out from inside an old-style building. "This is the top restaurant in Revital." Lena cheerfully waved to call the waiter over and confidently told STO, "I'll order for you. Trust me, this is the most popular dish." STO exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Lena immediately replied, "Of course." STO silently stared at Ahuru, thinking to himself that today he was unusually silent. Ahuru showed no sign of movement at all, completely still, just like an ordinary cactus. STO was extremely worried, wondering where it hurt, when suddenly a voice broke his gloomy thoughts and asked, "May I ask?" Perhaps Jen was truly curious, so she directly asked, "How old is that cactus?" STO hesitated. "I've never asked about it, so I don't know." Jen isn't willing to give up and continues to probe deeper. "I don't know. Why?" Jen's face remains calm, her voice even and steady. You could know without asking. Jen's face suddenly darkened quickly. STO stared intently at her, silently assessing. Strange indeed. I can't read any emotion from her. No beating around the bush. Ask directly about the main issue. "Who are you?" Lena suddenly steps forward to introduce STO to her, saying that Jen is not human, but a doll made by the chairman. STO is very surprised. "A doll?" Parker then joins the conversation with a smile, asking, "Huh, you didn't know?" Then he began to explain more clearly the origin of Jen. The captain of Ignis is the greatest master of deception control in this world, observing carefully her eyes, hair, nose, and mouth. STO couldn't help but marvel. Aside from not being able to see through her emotions, she looks just like a human. He asked Lena, "How can you tell she's a doll?" And Lena didn't answer directly, just told him to look at Jen more closely. As expected, when looking closely at Jen's face, STO easily notices a small star tattoo just below her eye. Lena calmly continues, Do you see the tattoo under her eye? All the dolls made by the chairman bear that mark for identification. Then he put his hands on the table, his tone a bit annoyed, and said, "Don't pay too much attention to her, after all, she's just a doll." Lena advises STO, but also seems to be telling herself that a doll only obeys its owner and doesn't know what pain is, so it wouldn't be good to treat it like a human. She glances at the delicious dishes just served and finishes. "I say this from experience, so you can trust me." The waiter at the restaurant also spoke up just in time. "Here is everyone's food." Lena cheerfully elongated her tone. "Oh, STO is lost in thought again. A living doll." When all the food has been served, Lena cheerfully calls out to him, "STO, look!" Parker also chimes in, "All right, everyone, enjoy your meal." Nezura's eyes sparkle like 1,000 stars, unable to contain her happiness. The illusion dishes look very delicious. STO gazes at the shimmering plates before him and agrees, yes, indeed. They started to eat happily. When Parker was about to pick up a piece of fish to put in his mouth, his hand suddenly froze as if he had heard something. He looked at STO, who had been still all along, and asked suspiciously, "Commander, are you not going to eat?" Then he suddenly realized, could it be that he can't eat raw food? Hearing that, Lena was also extremely panicked, just as I thought. "We should have asked before ordering." He quickly thought of a solution. Should we order some cooked dishes?" STO gently objected. "Not like that, it seemed like you were about to say something, but then hesitated." He turned his face away and helplessly said, "It's just not to my taste." He quietly looked back, and those plates of abundant food still looked very tempting. But in his eyes, those dishes looked truly horrifying, and he couldn't help but think of creatures cut into pieces while still alive, just minutes or even seconds ago. His gaze darkened as he looked at the plate, filled with intense fear and the visible pain of a creature that had once been alive. The atmosphere around him also grew dark and gloomy, and all he could see was a mess of hatred. Then he quickly pushed aside those tangled thoughts. Forget them, after all, it's not something important. You return to the conversation with Lena and Parker, and I'm not that hungry either. Parker still isn't convinced and wants to try persuading you a bit more, but SGO quickly cuts in, "It's okay. Damn it, Parker can't get through to you." And he angrily turns to scold Lena. "Lena, it's all my fault, even though the vice president told us to take good care of the commander." Lena helplessly scratched her head. I know, if I had known earlier I wouldn't have done this." Parker could only shout and yell, while Lena nervously asked, "What should we do now?" SGO stood beside without intervening in their conversation, and you looked down to ask Neju with concern. "Neju, can you go?" Neju happily replied, "Yes." Seeing that scene, Parker suddenly had an idea and happily suggested, "Commander, let's take this opportunity to give him a tour of the city." Looking at the clean, bustling streets and the closely packed houses, Parker kept persuading. "You were assigned to the headquarters only recently, and since then you've been stuck there with a lot of work, so you probably haven't gone out at all." Parker genuinely cares about SGO, and most importantly, he seems quite exhausted after completing his missions these days. Lena confidently assured, "Don't worry, guiding the city tour is also my specialty." He winked mischievously at SGO, and the blush on his face made her hair stand on end. Lena happily ran over and put his arm around SGO. "Let's go, Commander. You don't have any important work to do today, right? Then let's go," he said, pointing towards the city. SGO wondered, leading the way. Lena smiled smugly and began her role as a guide. "Yes. Actually, our club has a tradition that dates back a long time ago, when it was first established." His face is very bright. That is the welcoming culture. SGO shows no clear reaction, only staring intently at Lena. Backer is very excited. He chimes in, "Yeah, that's right." Then he personally demonstrated it, and I also experienced it myself. After that, Lena proceeded to inform SGO about the welcoming ceremony, with images of the city's iconic sites appearing one after another in her narration. From simple residential houses to the city's clock tower symbol and street market stalls, it's all quite typical. Newcomers are usually asked to tour around the main headquarters to understand the city's layout. Then they are randomly called upon to answer questions about the city, the largest engraved monument in the square, the most famous candy shop, and many similar things. Lena twirled her fingers as if illustrating the image, saying if you can't answer, they'll make you run laps until you're drenched in sweat. Then he laughed loudly. "But since you didn't go through the newcomer phase, Lena here will help you, Commander." SGO nodded indifferently and sincerely bowed his head, showing respect, "So please guide me well." Lena confidently points to himself and says, "You can trust and follow me to the safest and most prosperous castle. Revital, from now on I will take you on the most wonderful tour." SGO did not object and quickly agreed, "All right." Bake suddenly noticed something else. He looked up and said, "Wait a minute. Why are you wrapping your arms around the commander?" Zen quietly follows behind, faintly assessing and enduring this noisy group. She looks at SGO from behind, smiling, a truly beautiful smile, and silently admires. You're really a good person, Commander. The sunlight shines down on the bustling and beautiful Huale city, filling the space with a peaceful and joyful atmosphere, and Lena says this is the famous Sun Ferry Street. He excitedly introduces it, and interestingly, the sky moves directly along this street, so maybe we should hop on a carriage and explore. SGO looked around, then shook his head in refusal. No, I don't need to. Lena looked at him puzzled, but Commander, you've been looking around for a while now? Are you searching for something? SGO looked up and asked him, is there a medical center here to check the condition of the plants? Lena looked at him in surprise. He examined the ahuru cactus inside him, pondering if it was a plant. Lena hesitated before mentioning a place, a botanical garden, but the manager there is always busy, so I don't know if we can meet them now. Could you kindly take me there? Lena replied with a bright, cheerful smile, now feeling that following the commander was worth it. He excitedly guessed and said, please trust me. Follow me. Parker shyly looked at him, searching for a reason to dismiss Lena's embarrassment. He's always full of energy, right? You don't mind, just reply indifferently. It's okay. Parker helplessly ruffled his hair and sighed. He was just like a colt without a bridle. It was terrible that the guild had nicknamed him Lena the Beautiful. SGO was stunned, eyes wide open when he heard Lena's nickname. Parker looked at Lena happily skipping ahead and quickly explained that the name is quite common and a bit crazy. He joked that just hearing the name makes people think of a beautiful woman, so we often use that to tease newcomers. I was also fooled once. Lena, walking ahead, shouted loudly when she saw the SGO group falling behind. What are you all doing? Are you talking behind my back? Parker chuckled and replied. Yes, we're here. SGO quietly looks down at ahuru in his hands, who remains silent. The scene shifts to a garden inside a beautiful white house. Parker wondered if the door was open, and Lena quickly explained that because this is a botanical garden authorized by the guild, I guess it's also considered part of the city's garden. SGO's team is walking along the path into the garden, Lena continued, so anyone can come and see the flowers and plants. Parker looked around in surprise and said this was also his first time visiting that botanical garden. The peaceful scene bathed in sunlight made him marvel, unlike animals and plants that do not move or speak. Parker suddenly turned around and asked SGO behind him, I just thought, Commander, do the plants here talk? He casually replied, I don't know. Surprised, he asked again, what? Lena also turned back, curious, saying, isn't it possible for you to read animals' emotions? Commander, is it harder to do that with plants? SGO calmly explained while looking at the cactus in his hand, it's not that I always hear them. It can happen if I look at it or have a certain level of contact with it. Lena, as if enlightened, said, the more I listen, the more interesting I find it. Suddenly, he grabbed a tree trunk, and Lena innocently said, so now I can understand what this guy is saying? He looked thoughtfully at the huge tree, the sunlight shining down on the reflected canopy. SGO bowed his head in response. If possible, I would rather not hear it. Lena looked confused at his silence. But why? He started to wonder if he could read the hearts of other things. He would become curious and try to read everything. Damn it. A voice called out to him. Parker and Lena spoke together. Jen, she's calling you. SGO. Jen faced the tree and said, it welcomes all of you. The tree began to rustle its leaves, and its voice echoed, so glad to meet you, the last child of the dark race. It's such a relief that you are still alive. A gentle leaf falls on your head like a greeting touch. SGO reaches out and takes the leaf, looks at it in his hand, then shakes it back and forth. Can you hear the sounds of plants too, Jen? She replied calmly. I am also made from trees. He was surprised, then lowered his head to think quietly, so she couldn't be like me. Jen approached and suggested, here, listen to the trees. SGO refused, no, I'm fine. She wondered why you hate trees. The boy shook his head to deny it. That's not it. SGO looked sad as he replied, they probably don't want me to read their minds. His inner pain was evident as he continued, reading someone's heart when they don't want it can become violence. Jen asked confusedly, violence? The indifference, oppression, and harsh words from the past began to resurface in his mind. O replied heavily, yes, that's right. Jen moved closer to remind him. SOYO trees cannot speak unless he listens to them. He reacted by raising his head to look at her. Jen began to speak slowly, even if they wanted to say something. even if they had stories to share. Even in moments of withering and dying from thirst, they still couldn't express what they truly meant. She slowly took off her hat and said, "That is the true nature of the tree." Jen revealed a bright smile and said to you, "Do you know, for us, your existence is a blessing." SGO looked at her to reply, but was cut off by a shout. Green's eyes are angrily demanding what they were doing in the garden. Bake quickly bowed his head and apologized for Lena touching the tree without permission. Lena stiffened and stood behind him, saying, "Why are you using me to apologize?" He hurriedly ran over. "No, not the tree." He pointed at Nezu and said urgently, "You're stepping on the flowers." It suddenly startled and let out a cry, then lifted its leg in pain. A poor flower had sacrificed its life. Nezu quickly dodged the guilty flowers in the bushes and apologized. A cracking sound echoed, causing it to startle in fear. Bryn, stunned, looked at the small, pitiful flower stem beneath Nezu's foot and instinctively broke the broom handle with force. He painfully held his head and looked at his surroundings in disbelief. In the botanical garden, sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. Lena kept apologizing. "We are very sorry, Manager Bryn." He suppressed his pain and replied to him, "Lena, is that you? You're still living as a wandering mercenary because you're not famous yet." He immediately denied it. "What are you talking about? I am very famous, you know." Lena forced a smile, proud, and said, "I am the leader of the combat team. Now I have many missions and items, Manager. You should be more careful when talking about the old days in front of Tri Hui." Bryn looked up and asked him, "Tri Hui?" The man looked at the STO group thoughtfully for a moment. "Could they be strangers?" He looked at you with surprise and asked, "No, could you be the new Tri Hui who was promoted recently?" Bryn warmly shook your hand and introduced himself. "I am Bryn Zezer, although I still have much to learn. I am in charge of taking care of this botanical garden." STO also responded softly, "I am STO." The tree beside them thought as it saw the two hands clasped, one able to read others' hearts. Seeing Bryn's sincere smile, it marveled, "Maybe I should ask what these kids are thinking." STO turns to stone upon hearing the silent thoughts of the cactus, unable to speak. The scene shifts to Bryn, who is using a magnifying glass to observe the cactus, his face serious as he contemplates, his throat making faint rasping sounds. The doctor next to him quickly asked about the situation. "Manager, how is Uhuru doing?" He examined the clip and replied, "It's a bit difficult." Hearing that, he immediately exclaimed with dissatisfaction and curiosity. He looked at the plant pot on the table with confusion and explained that it was neither lacking water nor nutrients. From its appearance, its health seemed perfectly fine, but the doctor suspected that its condition might not be good. I hold its chin and deny, saying, "No, I don't know why, but it looks strangely weak." Bryn turns to STO and asks for permission, "Commander, can I take this little one out of the pot and check its condition?" Then a strange sound rings out. "Condition?" He looks confused at Uhuru on the table. Bryn froze in shock and confusion as he realized that voice was coming from somewhere. Uhuru shook his body and said, "Whose doll is this, mine? But that bastard, you pervert!" As fast as lightning, he stepped back in panic and shouted out loud, "Oh my God," Bryn muttered in a trembling voice. "Pervert." Surprised, he asked, "Are you calling me that?" The old man suddenly asked, "Aren't people usually surprised by something else?" He then realized the main issue once again and shouted out loud. Now thinking back, the snow creature was actually talking. Uhuru pouted and shook his head. "What are you looking at? Is this the first time you've seen a talking snowflower?" He's so angry he's turned red inside and out, and he's already prepared a whole list of insults to throw at Bryn. He immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Uhuru, stop." And he retracted the kind words he was about to say, swallowing them back. He agreed and said, "All right." SGO patted his head to comfort him. "Your condition seems different from usual, so I asked him to check on you." Uhuru wondered, "Are you really a doctor?" Then he looked at him and introduced him. "A botanist. That's Bryn Zezer." Uhuru asked in amazement, "Are you really a botanist?" Bryn nodded softly and said yes. It thought for a moment and then said, "Here, you can look at my seed from underneath the plant. Is pulling it out of the plant too cruel for a tree like me?" The leaves start to emerge from the tree's crown and sway back and forth. He examines them carefully, touches its leaves, and concludes that you are very healthy. Uhuru eagerly replied, "See, I was just sleepy. I'm very healthy." Bryn looked surprised. "Sleepy?" He looked at it and asked, "Hey kid, I'm just asking out of curiosity, but how old are you?" Uhuru shyly covers his face and says, 200. The old man from where appeared, laughing loudly, "No way. Has this cactus been alive for 200 years? It looked at him in surprise and asked, What, you don't believe me? Uhuru, full of energy, insisted, Actually, I am even older than that. I've just been 200 years since I've been alone, and in my tribe I still consider myself a child. Bryn opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, Oh my God! He excitedly stood up and turned to report to Commander STO, This is a rare plant believed to have been extinct for a long time, a giant cactus. You are surprised and asked, What is that? Bryn began explaining its origin, saying it was a very large and beautiful desert flower, believed to produce a fairy fruit once every 1,000 years. Uhuru was shocked and asked, What do you mean, are they extinct? My mother and all my relatives are still alive back in my homeland. Bryn couldn't believe it and said, How could that be? He still seemed excited to report to you, but from what I observed, Uhuru's current sleep state is part of its growth cycle. However, he gradually became more serious and warned you because this was the first time I saw a giant cactus, so I can't be completely certain. The sleep phase will last for a long time, but I need to study the data to be more precise. I only know that during its 1,000-year growth, the giant cactus has several long sleep periods. STO turned and called out, Uhuru, tell it that this is the botanical garden at the main hall, and I will ask them to take care of you safely until your sleep phase ends. So rest well. A fully equipped greenhouse with plenty of light is truly suitable for plants. Uhuru again firmly refused this request. I don't want to. STO gently asked for its opinion. If you feel uncomfortable here, I can also ask Lord Haiga because Mubian is a strong person. Before you could finish speaking, Uhuru covered your mouth, leaning in warmly, making you feel uncomfortable. And suddenly you couldn't say anything. Then it patted your head to reassure you and said, That's not it, it's just that. Again, cutting off your words, Uhuru firmly reaffirmed its determination to you. STO. I don't want to sleep. I will never sleep. Then it naturally presses its body against your hand, silently thinking, because I worry about you, STO. When the STO group had to leave, Brienne gave some notes about Uhuru, explaining that it is a special plant that can talk and even move, though I can't be entirely sure. He seriously explained the potential consequences, but kept refusing to sleep, fearing it might cause health issues. I hope you remember this, he said, and you replied, I understand. Brienne looked at it in your hand and continued, Although the plant seems simple, the more you understand them, the more they are as intricate and diverse as animals. The sunlight shining through the glass further enhances the beauty of each plant and flower, and Brienne softly added that their environment, size, gender, age, or even the shape of their leaves all make each one unique. He smiled happily at Uhuru and exclaimed, Even though this little friend might take advantage of knowing how to talk to gain benefits. Brienne handed STO a bag and reminded him, I've packed some nutrients and loose soil. They will help you. Parker took the bag, replied, Thank you, sir. And Brienne suddenly remembered something. Rummaged through his shirt pocket and added one more thing. Did you know I was coming here? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Not at all. I was only informed a little before you arrived, sir. You held the glass vial and looked at it thoughtfully for a long time. STO realized something and thought to himself that he was being watched. As if sensing what he was thinking, Brienne quickly waved her hands and explained, Please don't misunderstand. The chairman doesn't do this only with you. He always cares about all the members. STO wondered and asked again. Yes, he even started to introduce the chairman. She is a master manipulator, and the number of puppets she openly controls is known to be over 1,000. Parker suddenly stepped forward and whispered into your ear, In fact, there could be even more. He continued, saying that because the puppets are fragile and quickly become useless, she makes many of them. STO opened the letter and began reading its contents. The letter written by the Ignis Guildmaster. A special mission for the commander. A position. Ravito Central Market has a 30-minute time limit. Find Chief Kai at the Ravito Central Market within the time limit. Rewards will be given upon finding her, and the guidance will automatically cancel after the time runs out, so find her quickly from Chief Kai. After you finished reading the letter, the countdown started. Lena looked at the letter curiously and asked, The magic ink, I wonder how rushed she was to set a time limit for you. He suddenly realized something and reminded him, Wait, isn't there less than 30 minutes left? The number is still decreasing, Lena worriedly said. Now it's 27 minutes. He waved his hand in frustration. Oh my God, this is hopeless, STO wondered. Is the way back this long? Lena denied and began to explain. No, that's not it. Ravito's Central Market is very large, with 8 main roads leading in different directions. The alleys are very complicated, and there are also countless people. Yes, that's right. The chairman usually only relays messages through puppets. Parker continued. Right, because only the vice president had spoken directly with the president. But before he could finish, STO quickly rushed past. Parker hurriedly called him back, Commander, but all he received was a brief message from you that you would go to the central market. Suddenly he paused, turned to look at Breen standing among the crowd, and STO, with a determined gaze, told him that all the plants in the garden are grateful to him. They all like him. Breen, surprised and unable to believe, stammered and asked, "Is that true? You explained the ginkgo tree behind you, or even the flowers that were soaked by Nezu. Just as you wished to hear words of thanks from them, they also wanted to say this to you all along." Hearing your words, Breen felt warmth inside, and an unexpected happiness spread through his heart. After conveying everything he wanted to say, and passing on the message from the STO plants, he quickly ran away, leaving only 2 words behind. Goodbye. The STO group was walking through the central market. The dark thoughts surrounding STO made him feel uncomfortable, and his unconscious grip on the letter clenched tighter. Jealous thoughts keep flashing through my mind. STO silently thinks that if I have to find out who the tree leader is among so many people, I will have to read them. Your ability is like a double-edged sword that wounds your own spirit. STO takes a deep breath and opens his eyes to start absorbing information, as every thought from everyone in the market appears before him. Stato focused his hearing with his hands, a faint voice saying, "Too loud, I'll die," while others described, "There are so many here, they probably won't notice if I take one," as the bustling city sounds filled the space. Come here, no money needed, I won't ask for payment. So, come in and take a look. Even the smallest thoughts of people are exaggerated. This sword seems real. STO didn't give up, closing his eyes to filter the information. No, even more than that. His ability weaves through the alleys of the market. Suppressing enough energy, he opens his eyes wide, only wanting to find one person there. He suddenly felt a stream of blood flowing out. Nezu beside him anxiously reminded him, "Your nose is bleeding." He gently wiped his nose and calmly said, "I'm fine." Nezu suddenly panicked and responded, "You're bleeding, you're not okay at all." Ignoring the whiny kid beside him, STO stared intently in one direction. With a sharp gaze, he silently thought, "I saw her." Without saying a word, he walked forward, and the 3 idiots called out his name loudly. STO. Somewhere in the central market, STO approaches a stall. "Are you looking for a gift?" Her smile grew even brighter as she continued, or maybe it was something for herself. STO stared intently at her, immediately recognizing the puppet of the chairman. "I am here to meet Chairman Kai." This made STO feel confused. He thought, "Isn't it here?" But he was sure he had felt it before. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned to the side, only to find a small hand pinning a pink bow onto his hair. "You found me. Please accept this." At the rest stop, STO greeted warmly. "Very pleased to meet you, Commander." She also responded, introducing herself. "This is Kai, the president of Ignis." Just as STO was about to speak, when another voice suddenly called out loudly, "Owner!" Zen ran over from somewhere, shouting happily, "Owner!" Her face now wore an extremely joyful and blissful smile. Seeing that smile, Parker and Lena gasped in shock, stammering, "She's smiling." As they finished speaking, Zen also ran over and embraced Kai tightly. "I was just wandering after leaving my hometown with nowhere to go, and the acceptance of the club helped me a lot. Although it's a bit late, I want to thank you." Kai replied gently and politely. "Just go ahead. Our Ignis guild has gained a lot of trust from you, seeing that she seemed unsure, so he straightforwardly revealed that I am also a member of the Ignis guild. Sir Guildmaster." Hearing what you said, she paused for a moment, then quickly forced a smile and said, "I made a mistake. The commander is also an important member of Ignis. Thank you for helping me understand that." Then she stood up and stepped down from her seat. Kai walked straight to your place and asked if there was anything else you wanted to ask. "I've prepared everything for our meeting." With her leading the way, SGO hesitated before asking why she assigned me as the club's leader. Seeing that you asked directly, she gently raised her hand to brush her hair and replied, "Oh, that's a good question. It's also the reason why I came to see you." Then, she looked around and suggested that it wouldn't be good if others overheard this. "So, use the commander's special ability." Hearing her words, you hesitated and guessed, "Special ability, what does she mean?" Under that loose coat, she gently nodded with a mysterious smile. Beneath the blue sky, SGO still stood motionless in that spot. But a few seconds later, the sky was suddenly covered by a dark shadow enveloping him. Inside the black space, only the 2 of them and Kay were present when a voice echoed out, "Oh!" That voice was coming from Kay, trying to protect him. And then she began to tell about her guild. Our guild was created to help those with abilities. We have always protected those valuable users of power under Ignis's wings. Among them, the command position was created solely to protect you. Because long ago, her face and voice became more and more mysterious, revealing that she knew of an existence with abilities similar to yours.
Hearing this, SGO slightly furrowed his brow in surprise. Then, Kai continued, long ago, it was said that dragons had disappeared from the world, but 2 still remain. Driven by curiosity, you asked who they are. She calmly replied, one has already died, and the other remaining in this world until the end is Kim Long Suhanan. I once thought that was the last dragon. Until I received the report about you, you trembled slightly, wanting to ask more, which meant that but Kai immediately cut in with a strange remark. SGO moved away from Suhanan, pointing at him and warning, I understand what you're feeling right now. You probably want to meet and learn more about him, but you absolutely must not be curious about this. And also don't try to find him. Understand, Suhanan doesn't know about your existence, and if he finds out there's another black dragon alive in this world, he will definitely try to end your life. But she still reassures you that luckily Suhanan does not live in the Rubrezan Empire because they can't hide you forever. I have decided that it's better for everyone to know that you are under special protection in this empire. After rambling for a while, she finally decided to lead the SGO because of these reasons. I think from now on, I will accompany you. But beneath the loose clothing no one can see, your hand clenched tightly to stay calm. Why? The boy looked confused and asked if I was okay with that. I don't even know exactly what I am, helping the guild leader believe in something and risking the entire guild for me. The faintest footstep stepped forward and said, it seems you still don't know your own value. She stood confidently in front of him, but please remember this, I also won't do anything that puts me at a disadvantage. With that, she smiled gently, hiding her secret to end the conversation. After a while, they returned to reality, and Kai spoke cheerfully. Together we will gradually find the answer. She tilted her head up, smiled playfully, and said, it seems that even if I tell you now, you still wouldn't understand. As she said, STO has remained silent and confused all along. Just as Kai turned around, Parker and Lena immediately straightened up and listened to her, then returned to rest. I apologize for today. They hurriedly bowed to her respectfully, and before leaving, she gently waved and smiled, promising, I will see you again soon, Commander. Time passed, night fell, and dawn broke over the Rubrezan Empire. Bright sunlight shines down on a villa where voices are heard. STO has been asleep for several days. Nezu is holding a meeting with Suki and Ahuru to discuss the island. What should I do now? It turned its head to look at the person sleeping so deeply in worry. Should I wake him up? Idtis O on the bed is unaware of this conversation and is still lost in a sweet dream. Suki gently moved his tail in a wagging motion to show he was thinking, then suddenly leapt high and rushed forward. He sat on the bed, tilting his head slightly as he watched the steady breathing of the person. Suddenly, Suki turned his head toward Nezu and gently shook it, refusing his earlier suggestion. The 2 objects, a tree and a creature, sit quietly watching their sleeping owner. All right. Nezu doesn't know, but inside Suki, there's great worry, and continuing like this might be very dangerous. And at this moment, who can help now? He looks at those useless 2 and makes his choice. That muscle-brained Lena probably won't understand his signals. Maybe the bird person would be a better choice, because they have good senses. Suki turned around again and looked back thoughtfully. Just then, STO woke up to reassure him and ease his worries. I'm fine, Suki. Then the sun set in a cursed twilight, and a guilty voice echoed, I'm sorry for waking up late. STO shyly hugs his pets. Nezu holds him tightly, crying with despair. How relieved he must feel because he didn't wake up. I thought he was hugging them. Suki snuggled into him and continued, I thought you had caught my hibernation state, but now everything is fine. Everything is fine. STO, with a blushing face, gently shrugged to reassure them. I'm fine. Then, you hurriedly picked up Suki and stood up unsteadily. Nezu immediately called out to STO. Seeing you suddenly grab your coat, one of them exclaimed in panic, Hey, the sun has set! Where are you planning to go? Ahuru moved to try and persuade him to rest a little longer, since he had already woken up late, but he refused, holding his coat in one hand and carrying Suki in the other. I'll go get some food, he said, cutting him off. You're running a fever. Having been comforted by STO all this time, he seemed to sense the heat of your body as he questioned you. You're sick, so why are you trying to pretend everything's fine? Hearing what he said, you hesitated for a moment and let out a small sound. Just then, a knocking sound at the door drew your attention. STO released Suki, opened the door, and asked, Who is it? Outside the main room, the handler, holding a piece of paper and smiling brightly, hands it to the one giving the mission. Her smile fades when she sees his current state. She saw your face flushed and your heavy, exhausted breathing, then lowered her hand in concern and said, It seems I came to find you a bit too early. With that, she slipped the note back into her shirt pocket and changed the subject. Today we'll pause our talk about your work. Seeing her change her mind, STO barely managed to say a few words. Mission, before she cut him off again. So where are you planning to go? You're putting on your coat and bringing your 3 pets out. I was about to go to the cafeteria when I heard your plan. That suggestion, oh, then let's go together. Our cafeteria food is the best, right? As she said that, she suddenly thought of many delicious dishes. Honestly, I want to go there and try everything. But for some reason, every time I go there, I attract a lot of attention, and it's not comfortable at all. Ahuru seemed to realize the reason from her again when she asked, and she truly didn't know why. Immediately, he answered bluntly without any finesse, just wear normal clothes. But Kai immediately repeated, are my clothes so strange? And of course, Ahuru confidently confirmed, very strange. But I can't change my clothes, she replied, to which you asked why, and she simply said 2 words, they're expensive. And Ahuru officially gave up and let her do as she pleased. After all, it's her life. He watched her walk forward, radiating confidence, and thought that, moreover, a child dressed like that would attract more attention, as people are often interested in the unusual. After a while, they arrived at the bustling dining hall. Here, eat a lot. A very lavish table is set with mountains of food. SGO looks at the food in front of her and nervously says, I can't eat that much. Do whatever you want. I just tell you to eat as much as you can. I won't force you. Then she signaled to Sansuki next to her, and he did the same. The black bear, but his gaze towards her clearly showed his displeasure. Realizing the situation, SGO helplessly exclaimed in his heart, just as I thought, she already knows a lot. Then he took the spoon and placed it into the soup bowl, thinking to himself, Kim Long Suhanan. He gently scooped up a spoonful of soup and thought to himself, I didn't think the leader's name was just based on color. Then he looked up and addressed the person in front of him, President. She, with a mouthful of food, corrected his words and called Kai, if possible, I don't want my position to be exposed. SGO understood her meaning and then put the soup spoon aside. Understanding, Kay, how did you find out about the dragons? After swallowing a mouthful of food, she chuckled softly and replied, I was wondering what you were so absorbed in thinking about. Now you seem serious, huh? He answered gently and coldly, yes. She picked up the chopsticks and turned to the king fish dish, commenting that it seemed like he was quite indifferent to his own problems, Commander. She muttered thoughtfully as she skillfully sliced the fish. Kai carefully separated the fish into 2 parts with his chopsticks as if it was nothing, saying there's nothing to be done about this. After splitting the fish, she pushed it toward the dark 4-legged figure and revealed this is just information she learned on her long life. Suki gazed intently at the beautifully arranged dish in front of her. Then, without a word, he kicked the fish plate away with his foot. Then he coldly climbed onto Nezu's back, and it had to explain on his behalf that Suki doesn't eat fish. Hearing this, Kai was a bit surprised. I thought cats liked fish, right? Nezu, full of wisdom, explained to her that it's just a misconception, and hearing that, she seemed to understand. I see now. From this action, she summarized an example for STO. As you can see, I also have some incorrect information. Saying that, she stuck a toothpick into a loaf of bread and continued talking. Living a long life simply means I have experienced more than others. So the information I have about you might not be entirely accurate. Suddenly, her grip tightened, and her eyes, along with the surrounding atmosphere, grew tense and pressured. I can assure you that Kim Long Suhanan is the enemy. Immediately after, her tone shifted again. Oh, and by the way, Kay shared an interesting piece of information. Starting tomorrow, I am considering joining the commander's support team. STO quickly asked for more details. Is Parker in the team? Kai nodded slightly as he took some more food and replied, Yes, this is to support you, not like the leader, just Kay. Your tone slightly lowered, I understand. Later, she seemed to have finished eating and went to the door to say goodbye. Enjoy your dinner. I will see you again tomorrow. She didn't leave for long. Suki also suggested, Do we need to finish the meal right now? STO immediately stopped her. No, just eat slowly and we can go for a walk after the meal. The whole sky gradually turns a softer red with this beautiful and peaceful sunset as you walk around the club grounds with your pets after a light meal. Inside the club grounds, a peaceful scene unfolds with a monkey playing with rabbits, bears, and horses drinking water together in a small stream while a duck swims nearby. Witnessing this, you are a bit surprised and find it hard to believe that these animals have developed in the same environment. At this moment, a greeting sound from below echoes, Hello? A tiny cat bear appears, smiling from beneath STO's feet. A small golden question mark appears above your head as you bow slightly and say, A cat bear. When the red panda hears STO call him a cat bear, he immediately crosses his arms, stomps in anger, and yells at you. What? A cat bear? I am a red panda. It scolded STO, making you confused, so you hurriedly apologized and calmed it down, saying, "Sorry, I was a bit mistaken." Hearing your apology, it quickly became happy again and looked at you contentedly, saying, I am STO. I just arrived at the headquarters not long ago, he thought to himself. Is this one of the creatures from Yichni Lake? Because it looks a bit different from the animals I've seen in the village. STO looked closely at the red panda's claws and then focused on its fluffy tail. Suddenly, other animals appeared from nowhere. Rabbits, monkeys, bears, and horses, all surrounding the red panda from behind, and it happily spread its arms, waiting for you. So you are one of us. T.O. was surprised, looking at the animals standing there. He didn't smell the red panda, and curiously asked if it wasn't afraid of humans. It happily replied to your question, no, everyone in Yichneet Lake is very kind. The red panda listed many things about Yichneet Lake that make them not afraid of humans. They feed us, teach us, and even clean up after us. Even the horses neigh happily when they hear that, and the red panda continues. They play with us every day and take us out to have fun. So we love humans very much. The blue sky has turned into night, and the scene shifts to the white monkey's bed. Nezu happily praised the animals they just met. They're really adorable, STO also agreed. Tigers, well, they're as cute as the strands of hair on my tree branch. He turned around to confirm with STO, right, that Ban the cat bear is especially adorable. Nezu leaned down on the bed and excitedly told STO that he wanted to see them again. And STO quickly agreed and replied that we could go tomorrow if you want. Nezu turned back to his bed, his face full of excitement, saying it's okay. She said she would bring the mission tomorrow. STO stared intently at his raised palm and responded, yes. Then he immediately clenched his fist tightly and told the monkey that once we accept the mission, we will have to leave the main headquarters for a while, so rest well, and it's better to say goodbye to them before we go. As the darkness slowly fades away, giving way to the first rays of dawn, STO gently opens the window to welcome the sunlight, and the chirping birds greet him, saying hello STO and reminding him that it will rain later. They remind us, it's just a morning shower, be careful not to get soaked. STO was quite surprised to hear that, but politely responded, thank you. Nezu has also woken up, walking slowly towards him. Did he wake up? STO turned around upon hearing it. Nezu's face was beaming with happiness. He smiled brightly and said, today is an incredibly beautiful morning. STO, curious, wondered to himself, incredibly. Who did you learn that from? Nezu's eyes lit up as he excitedly invited STO to eat, and then greet the friends they met yesterday. STO agreed and moved toward Nezu. All right. Suddenly, a voice rang out, STO. The person who called you was Lena. His face showed a hint of surprise when he saw STO, and he greeted him warmly. So, this is where we meet, huh? Nice to meet you. Lena also greets Nezu and Whitefur as well. Unlike Lena, STO seems more indifferent and responds to him with a call. Lena, he quickly asked, confused about what was happening. Your intuition is terrible. Did something happen? His eyes quickly shifted elsewhere, and he simply replied in a faint, small voice. No, good morning. Lena smiled brightly, placing her hand on STO's shoulder and asking what he was doing here. I was about to go training. He points in a direction in the forest and continues. If you follow this path, you'll see the training area, then begins to tell STO what he knows. Actually, I heard a super strong warrior returned today. I heard that person mainly uses a spear. Anyway, that person with their superior slashing skills is also called the Claw of Ignis. He curled his fingers like a bird's claw and said it was Ignis's claw. After hearing what Lena just told me, I understand. The three of them walked and talked, and Lena wondered if Ignis was a mythical bird, because if the warrior was called Ignis's claw, then he must also be a legend. STO wondered and turned back to ask Lena, why do you insist on meeting him? He burst out laughing cheerfully. I just want to see if I can learn anything from him. He already has the claws, so I will become a claw too. You weren't too excited nor indifferent and said, I'll cheer you on, making Lena's face flush with a hint of joy. He smiled shyly and replied, thank you. Suddenly, his leg stiffened in place, unable to move forward. Lena hesitated and scratched her head, then said, I'll take this path. Suddenly, Lena sensed something and turned back to tell STO, wait a moment. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows from the forest, sweeping away the fallen leaves on the ground, and the sound of branches cracking echoes everywhere.
Lena frowns and cautiously says, "Commander, I think you shouldn't take this path today. I can smell blood at the end of the road." Nezu looked worried and said it's not human blood. He was scared and thought it was the blood of the animals we encountered yesterday. STO seems to sense something strange around them. He thinks something is approaching us. Lena prepares to fight, gripping his sword tightly with one hand, shielding STO with the other as the threat gets closer. Suddenly, a pair of legs slowly emerged from the darkness. The girl with bruises on her arms wielding a sword. Her name is Bilung. Her eyes drooped as if covered by a dark veil of bones, her calm gaze exuding coldness. When Lena saw the girl approaching, he kept holding his sword and slowly drew it out, speaking first to ease the tense atmosphere. Starting a new day with the smell of blood, a monster has appeared at headquarters. He asked Bilung if she was so hungry that she had to butcher them herself, and she curiously asked back, "Butcher?" When she heard the word butchering, it reminded her of something. Her lips gently parted and she softly said, "There's another one here." She decisively pointed to Nezu, who was standing confused in a corner, another filthy creature. Nezu raises her weapon, somehow feeling targeted even though she hasn't done anything. A glowing sword appears in her hand and she sneers, not at a human but at a filthy living creature. Then she grabbed both swords and swung them straight at Nezu. In her panic, Nezu raised both hands to shield herself, and her sudden action caused the ahuru cactus on her head to fall off. When the white fur trembles and pulls back, "Hey, what are you doing with your sword like that all of a sudden?" Bilung, surprised and confused, what can you say? She re-evaluated the white-haired monkey in front of her. "What is this? You're not a monster, just a human, only a hairy human." The pain in her hand trembled slightly. Nezu closed her eyes in fear, only hearing her muttering like a lunatic. "There will be trouble if you're that person. Quickly say you're not. Say you're not human." Suddenly a hand clenched her pain-light tongue, and SGO's voice rang out, "A human." He questioned whether she was truly human or not, as Warrior SGO's steady hand prevented her from moving or stepping forward. Bailing hesitated, looked up, and thought to himself, since when had he? SGO asked her back, "Does that matter?" He gently released her hand. The short pain from Belong's light was dispelled, and it gradually disappeared. SGO looked and called out the girl's name. Zeon Bilung. She was still a bit confused, wondering how he knew her name. She withdrew her hand, and Zazat asked, You are the new mental energy user, SGO, right? Why did you stop me?" SGO stood protectively in front of the white long monkey Nezu and asked Bilung, "Why do you want to hurt him?" She calmly replied, "Monsters are bugs that must be eliminated." SGO explained, "Nezu is not a monster," Bilung stubbornly argued. "He's not human either." The two of them couldn't reach a common understanding, and the argument went nowhere, ending only with them silently glaring at each other. After a moment of silence, Bilung looked at the white monkey dragon with an innocent expression and accused him. "That monster can use its sharp teeth and claws to tear you apart into pieces whenever it wants." She continues to defend her point. "Unlike with humans, we cannot communicate with these low-level creatures." Biling stepped forward, and if she couldn't communicate with them, she brushed past Nezu and SGO and concluded that she could never trust them. Never. SGO calmly questioned, which is why she killed them. Bilung hesitated slightly, but didn't turn around and replied, "The chairman ordered me not to hurt others recklessly." She glanced back, meaning that if they weren't human, it didn't matter. At this moment, Kai appears to clarify, "I didn't mean it that way." Bilung happily turns around upon hearing her voice, Kai. Kai approached. I asked her not to unnecessarily end the lives of other creatures. Bilung realized Kai wouldn't defend her. She responded indifferently, "No one is losing their lives." Kai was dissatisfied and sighed, including the animals cared for within the guild. She explained that they are an important part of the guild and also been the ally. Bilung suddenly felt upset. From the start, treating those things as allies was already a mistake. She turned her back on everyone and pouted, saying, "I won't participate in this mission." Kai looked disappointed and said, "Bilung, you need to pay more attention to your words." Bilung turned away silently without saying anything. Kai looked at her and said, "I will request compensation for this incident, so please go back to your place. I hope you won't cause harm to the guild during your stay." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth as if she couldn't accept it. Finally, before truly leaving, she muttered bitterly, "Fine." SGO and Neju watched the figure walk away, both appearing displeased. After Bilung left, they looked back at the battlefield she left behind, the trees fallen and broken. The blue lake was stained with blood, not to mention the slaughtered animals under the firelight. Lena was stunned and exclaimed, "How could this be?" He desperately searched to see if any animals had escaped death, but I saw no living creatures left.
SGO looked sadly and mournfully at the innocent, adorable animals that had lost their lives. He steps onto the grass and approaches the unfortunate animals, and behind him, the tree speaks. I am sorry. She explains that Belong is not a bad child, but every time she sees monsters or wild animals. At this point, the tree hesitated slightly, and the first meeting between him and her was unbelievably terrible. SGO softly said, those who should be apologized to. He clenched his fists, having accepted death just because they were different from humans. He remembered what they had said earlier, that the animals loved humans. SGO bowed his head, unable to clearly read his emotions if a very powerful creature appeared and harmed humans without hesitation. He turned his head quickly, and after seeing all the victims, wouldn't humans just say this is another terrible thing? He chuckled to himself, thinking it's truly a disaster. She's trying to salvage the situation, but they won't change until that happens. SGO knelt beside the animal's remains, sadly holding the carcass up with both hands. Then he turned and walked toward the edge of the land. The atmosphere was quite somber as he watched SGO's actions. He kneels beside the mound of earth, places the little fox aside, and begins digging with his hands. As he focuses on digging, he feels someone place a hand on his shoulder. That is Lena. He smiled softly and said, let's do it together. Nezu also stepped forward, saying he would lend a hand. On the simple grave was a white flower as a farewell to his new friend. SGO's hand is covered in dirt, but he doesn't care. The two of them stand in front of a white, furry monkey, looking at the graves they just dug to bury the animals that sadly died because of Belang's recklessness, unaware of what they are thinking. The wind rustles the leaves, hoping those animals are at peace near these trees. As for this, everyone heads into town on a clear day, hoping no more sad events will happen. In front of a busy coffee shop, people are coming and going. Inside, Kai and SGO sit facing each other, ready to discuss their work. Seeing Nezu chained outside, SGO was startled. It's a bit cramped inside. I will come out right after the conversation. Then, he turned his head to read the mission details on the paper, an exclusive task from the president of the Ignis Guild, requesting Marissa S. Rubrazana Konya, location, Ely capital. SGO widened his eyes in surprise and thought to himself, Rubrazan, while Kai across from him raised his coffee cup and explained the mission details. Princess Marissa is the first daughter of the Rubrazan Empire. She is also the Emperor's eldest daughter and received all the love back then. That mysterious princess seems to be quite bold based on Kai's story. This year, she will turn 21. She is a tomboy princess who has rejected all marriage proposals. She said if it were her, she might ask for something unreasonable. Kai asked SGO with a smile, "Do you accept?" SGO calmly replied, "Do I have the right to refuse the royal family?" Kai chuckled casually, stating there was a condition before he carried out the mission, and she happily announced the condition, bringing a warrior along with him to the location. Kai pointed and said this task was originally assigned to Pirang. Then she looked at the coffee in front of SGO and changed her tone. However, since the situation has become like this, and she gently points to her own hand, "Of course, I will go with you, but I shouldn't be considered a combat member." Then Kai pushed the stacks of files toward SGO and said, "I will give you the authority to choose your combat members. Please select from these lists." SGO put down the mission paper and looked at the 3 stacks of files in front of him. You review the information of each person. The first has a destructive magic type. As you look, SGO asks if there is any reason to request a fighting member for this mission. Kai said that the capital Ely is a very peaceful city. Then his face grew serious. However, according to the guild's rules, the team assigned to the mission must include both support and mass combat members. Kai rested his chin on his hand because as one of the guild's leaders, he was not allowed to leave without a protector. Hearing that, SGO understood the issue but still wondered if he needed more protection than usual. Kai looked at SGO's serious face and replied, "Of course, it's not easy to counter your abilities." She also looked at Nezu, who was chained with a cactus on his head and crying outside the window. "I also know that your teammate, Nezu, is very strong." "Hello, everyone!" Kai is still worried about SGO, as if he might face an enemy at Beelan's level. Can he defeat them without getting hurt? SGO quietly reviews the information of the fighting members without responding. Finally, he closes the file, seemingly unwilling to choose anyone from the list just reviewed, and asks, "Do the fighting members have to be selected from within the guild?" Kai replied, "No. If you can recruit someone from outside the guild, go ahead and do it." SGO stared blankly, thinking for a moment. Then he pushed the file folder back to Kai and made a decision. So then, on a clear sunny day, deep in the lush green forest there was a sorrowful sound. Parker just stepped out of the teleportation gate and is hugging a young sapling. SGO has to stand behind him and pat his back. Parker's face turned pale like his hair. He covered his mouth and apologized. "Commander." At this moment, Kai also stepped out of the teleportation gate, and Parker continued to vomit everything in his stomach while explaining his embarrassing behavior. "The teleportation gate is fine, but sometimes I experience after effects." Worrying about Parker's stamina, SGO asked Kai again, "Isn't there a gate that can go directly from the headquarters to the capital?" Kai explained that the Emperor is very cautious, as the royal family always has many enemies. And considering she hasn't met the Emperor yet, she used a hint about his careful nature. Even Mubian and Higa, who are from his outside family, were sent to the front lines and never called back. From Kai's words, it's easy to guess her conclusion, so he doesn't want a group of people with powers that can easily enter the capital. In the end, Kai chuckled and pointed to the road ahead, "So even though we're very tired, from now on, we will have to walk." A gentle breeze softly blows through the green branches, leaves rustling in the wind. Everyone walks for a long time until they finally arrive at a place called the Forest Ranger Village. The villagers seem excited to welcome the group. New tourists are here. Watching them ask around, someone exclaims, "There's even an angel among them." Among these. The children in the village peek at the woodpile and ask each other where they came from. "I heard they came from the Ignis Guild." The boy in the middle turns to ask, "The guild?" "The people who arrived here last night also came from a guild." The boy on the left replies, "No, they came from the Ballista Guild." The other boy wondered who was stronger. The two friends beside him immediately said, "Of course, it's Ignis." Over there, Neju hears a noise and looks over at the firewood pile. But the kids have already startled and hidden, leaving Neju curious with a puzzled expression. Ngua crouched down, and the black-haired boy in the middle confirmed, "That's right, Ignis is the biggest and strongest guild of all." The other boy also added, "Even King Biha is in their faction." The little boy who didn't understand the situation also praised, saying it's amazing. Then footsteps are heard, so a red-haired boy joins in. "Will these people agree to help us?" The boy said eagerly, "The guild is where you take on missions." The boy with the pointy hair spoke up earlier, "Rian, I heard you'll have to pay if you want to request a mission from them." The black-haired boy also said, "That's right." Rian clenched his fist and said, "I have money." The other boys quickly stood up and made their decision, so go ask them. The black-haired boy, feeling confident, nodded. He said that, then pulled Ryan's hand. "Let's go, Ryan." The red-haired boy hesitated for a moment, then looked back and called out, "Dad!" Parker's regretful voice echoed through the house. "I am truly sorry." SGO comforted him kindly. "It's okay. Rest until the after-effects subside." He kept trying to apologize through his remorse. Kai entered the room and immediately saw the scene. "Oh my God, this is terrible. Is he okay?" The boy helped Parker to his feet and replied, "Still okay." SGO stands up and says, "Please take care of Parker. I will go out for a bit." She understands and replies, "I know you must have a reason to leave like that." Kai still reminds him, but at the moment he has no fighting members in his team, so be careful. Nezu confidently said, "Don't worry too much. Nezu will go with him." The cheerful monkey waved goodbye and said, "See you later." They went out together and closed the door behind them. She anxiously watched the shadow gradually fade away. Then Kai returned while Parker was relaxing comfortably. She touched the door and thought of someone, Mubian, touching Higa. Kyler looked at the glass door, thinking that SGO was the only one who could appoint the guardian formula for him. As he lowered his head to observe SGO and Nezuko, he hoped for the day to come soon, the Higa formula. At the same time, Suki was standing on a high branch and let out a cry. The black cat immediately sensed that someone was watching him. SGO nodded slightly in response. "I know." Immediately after, Suki leapt down from the tree. The cat on your shoulder suspiciously reports that it's not the kids, but the bastards staying at the same inn with that idiot avian who have been following you since you arrived. Nevertheless, SGO calmly replied, "I already knew that." Suki jumped down from your shoulder to the ground to comment, "SGO, you've become more perceptive. You spoke up to explain. I just sensed them naturally." Just as I looked at the suspicious figures behind SGO and recounted, my thoughts naturally flooded in, even without focusing on them. The cat on the right side nodded in approval. "Well done. You need to practice more." Like a strict teacher, Suki continued to instruct, "You must be careful even around people or animals. All of them can become cunning." I obediently agreed. "I will try," when suddenly a voice of disdain spoke up, who was mumbling to themselves like that. So it turns out he's an old familiar soldier, walking with their accomplices. The one who can talk to cats and similar things, right? That guy's words left SGO speechless and made Suki wonder,
Does that idiot not know your rank? The accomplice nervously stammers, since he has no weapon, I don't think he's a physical ability user. Another one guesses maybe he left it at the tavern. The leader started laughing mockingly. Did he really make such a basic mistake? He's definitely a rookie. I don't understand what you're asking. Who are you? We are the ballista. He held his hand wide, surprised that he still mocked us even after seeing our guild emblem, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the leader pointed at the symbol on his chest. After realizing it was your emblem, he arrogantly continued, but before anyone could boast, Neju stepped forward and let out a strange cry. The soldier was so scared he was trembling. You've tamed a beast, a monster or something. SGO calmly explained. Neju is not a monster. He pretends to be friendly, but is actually talking behind your back, acting arrogant because he has a giant beast beside him. Don't go too far, my friend. The soldier tries to speak more calmly. We're just trying to understand you a bit better since we operate in the same field, right? He silently wondered if their guild had some secret deal with Ignis. Seeing SGO remain silent, they grew anxious and clenched their lips tightly. A soldier angrily questions why you didn't answer. He should be shouting, "Are you saying you don't want to talk to a low-level guild like ours, you Ignis brat?" Another person was just as furious, saying you talked to that cat but looked down on us. You watched their anger intently and didn't understand anything. The members of the Ballista gang are still arguing aimlessly, leaving Neju helpless. Meanwhile, SGO confidently steps closer to Neju. You told the monkey that you couldn't stay here long, so please finish what you wanted to say. Although still quite worried, the leader spoke up, seeming to think you're just a low-level member assigned to protect a child without proper teammates. His words left SGO and Suiki stunned and confused. The child, wait a minute. Suiki immediately realized that the misunderstanding was growing. Another soldier raised his voice. When did you start working? He modestly replied, I joined the gang at the beginning of this year. After hearing SGO's response, they regained their confidence. Really? I told you so, he sneered as he threw a punch. He's just a newcomer? The leader threw a punch with all his might towards you. In an instant, Neju's hand blocked his attack. SGO's face darkened as the monkey growled fiercely. The soldier trembled in shock at the scene before him, both shaken and terrified as he looked at SGO. The leader was scared but still shouted insults, saying this bastard even dared to defy him. Suddenly, a loud warning shout rang out, Captain, watch out above. It turns out Sugi had transformed into a tiger and was rushing forward as if to attack. Sugi in tiger form lunged forward, causing the Ballista gang soldiers to scream in fear. Tiger! One of them cried out in pain after being struck hard and spat out blood. Luckily, Teacher SGO managed to stop it before things got worse. Sugi, stop right there. I gently intervene. You can't attack humans unconsciously like that. SGO slowly approached as the two accomplices hurriedly retreated. They didn't really mean to hurt us. Right, Joe Smart, leader of the Special Forces team. After being exposed, Joe Smart sat up in shock, thinking to himself, damn it, does he already know everything about us? The accomplices sweat with fear, but remained silent. Do you dare to attack the leader? Ryan and the children sitting in the tree suddenly shout, stop! No fighting allowed in Kiem Lam village. The kid sternly threatened, we will report if you cause any more trouble. As he was being helped up, he argued back, that's a bit much, we're the ones who got beaten up. They carefully help each other walk. Hey, kid named that, you'd better leave our guild as soon as possible. Still, Joe Smart turned back to remind them that the guild leader of Ignis is not human but a monster. They didn't form the guild for humans. Does SGO have any evidence to prove that the guild leader is an enemy of humanity? He replied, Saint Su Hanan told us. My nephew frowned and repeated, Kim Long Su Hanan. Joe Smart, despite his struggles, tried to recount, it seems you don't know. Recent news from the Eastern Continent reports a new pope has been appointed, and those with reliable sources have quickly learned about it. SGO firmly believed in his heart that he was not lying. He continued in a not very friendly tone, even though they hadn't officially entered the Holy Land. How long do you think that cowardly emperor will cling to Ignis? After watching intently, Joe Smart suddenly spoke, I hope you will make a wise decision. My friend, SGO silently watched his back as he left. When he and his friends approached to ask if he was okay, he turned around gratefully and said, I'm fine. Thank you for stopping them. The curious kids ask about Suki, and I correct them. Suki is my companion. The children touch Suki and quietly praise him. Oh my, he's a friend of a lake. That's wonderful. The confusing kids asked questions. But why didn't he do anything? He's from Ignis. That's right, he should teach those guys a lesson. SGO looks hesitant at their words. Didn't you all say fighting is forbidden in this village? Rian stepped forward and replied naturally, well, that's right. But since they provoked him first, there's nothing wrong with punishing them, ma'am. The boy suddenly hesitated, clenched his fist, and Ryan's sincerity piqued SGO's curiosity. The boy boldly asked, "Even kids like us can make requests too." You responded casually as if it was natural, with no age limit for requests. Ryan happily smiled and exclaimed, "So lightly, I heard that Ballista doesn't accept requests unless you're an adult, but then I thought maybe Ignis could do it." SGO bowed and informed the boy, "But at the moment I am handling a different request." Not wanting to disappoint Ryan, I immediately made a suggestion. "If you want to send a request to the council, please go to the nearest branch." Another boy sadly refused. "I can't do that. The people of Wenger Villas can't leave the forest." SGO explained according to the rules, while Ryan looked frustrated. "There are procedures to make requests to the guild. If you don't comply, we can't accept your request." The children complain in unison, truly heartless. Suki endures the kids' petting, knowing deep down that if he were truly indifferent, he wouldn't bother explaining to them. "That brown-haired boy, he tries so hard. Can't you at least listen to us?" Ryan's father is in the strange capital. Before the boy could speak, Ryan replied, "No need, enough with the procedures and all that." The little boy said desperately, "Do you mean you can't even give people like us a chance? Those who can't leave this forest?" Ryan's friend gently advised, "Ryan, if we ask kindly but Ryan doesn't listen, that's enough." The little boy sang loudly as if to express his discontent. "I don't need support from a group like that." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind pushed STO backward, and he found himself in a dull gray space. It turns out, STO returned to Ryan's painful memory. The father and son were playing happily in the forest when he suddenly seemed to notice something and rewound. A squad of soldiers marching steadily towards them piqued their curiosity. Suddenly, the soldier clenched Ryan's father's hand and pulled him away. They escort him away and stop the boy from chasing after. Ryan, tears welling up, reaches out and shouts for his father. Remembering that was the end, STO returned to the present in confusion. The boys shouting after Ryan's figure caught his attention. They immediately started running after Ryan, carrying him. Although they appeared calm as if nothing was wrong, STO still watched the children and was lost in a jumble of chaotic thoughts. They returned to the house as it was getting dark, walking slowly into the circle of Call Thorn. As expected, it seems he has many things he wants to say. STO looks distant and questioning. Is the organization created to harm humans? Your problem confuses her. This question is so big that I'm hesitant to answer. STO still insists, please just answer. After careful consideration, Kai responded seriously. This organization has no intention of harming anyone. You answered confidently, I understand. She looked puzzled. Is that all? STO confidently states that I have heard everything I wanted to hear, but there is one thing I am not sure about. One of Su Hanan, or Kai, is lying. You declare boldly that I can tell if you're telling the truth or not. STO continues to judge while thinking of Su Hanan. I just want to hear the truth from her own mouth. That means the one lying is Kim Long Su Hanan. The owner of those clenched hands suddenly spoke up. Sorry, there's one thing I haven't said yet. Kai sat by the bed, sincerely explaining, I didn't mean to deceive you, but in the end I took advantage of you without being clear, carefully revealing what I knew from a long time ago. When the society was first formed, people with abilities like us were once expelled and oppressed. Therefore, the guild was formed with the hope of creating a place where those with abilities could live honorably, and also with the hope of a world where everyone could coexist peacefully. But times have changed, those with abilities are no longer easily frightened, and the leader has allied with the guild. As I thought of that giant shadow, it was then that I met Su Hanan. The dragon's eyes were full of rage and vengeful hatred, terrifying, I will never forgive you. Hatlong Ro Aran, I hate the humans you cherish. As the memories end, Kai slowly raises his hand, looks up at SGO and says, because Aaron is the black dragon who refused to abandon humanity even in his final moments, choosing to stay in the mortal world. She pointed directly at him and said her guess. SGO. I think you carry its bloodline of the dragon. She slightly frowned, leaning in with confident understanding, because only a dragon can kill or hurt another dragon that is close to death. I can only think that Su Hanan survived after killing SGO Aaron. Then she recalled the moment she reached the place of that giant dragon. After the scream subsided, I turned back to search. And when she saw that the ground was completely untouched, she was filled with sorrow, but Su Hanan had vanished without a trace. She gradually adjusted her emotions and turned her suspicion inward. I am sure he is plotting something, so I wandered around the world to find him and finally traced his trail to the far eastern continent, the furthest from the Empire. That means he has started to act in order to destroy the world he hates. It was during that time that I found you. SGO has been quietly listening all this time. I fear you might follow the path of the Dragon King, hating humans, so I wanted to keep you by my side. Suddenly, you called her name, interrupting Tai. Immediately after, he asked her a difficult question. Is harboring hatred also a sin? Have you ever tried to see things from Suhanan's perspective? Hearing you say that, Kai looked a bit confused. Suhanan's perspective. She immediately shook her head in denial. Impossible. I can't read people's minds like you do. How could I possibly understand him? SGO firmly insisted, but she could still try to guess. Then he proposed a hypothesis that maybe Suhanan was the one who sensed her hostility first. I also hate those who despise me. Hearing what he said, Kai lowered his head, pondering, but Suhanan's anger and authority could not be underestimated. Thinking that, she stood up and prepared to leave. It's over. Everyone should get some rest. Sko quickly moved aside to thank her for sharing this story with me honestly. Seeing him thank her, she felt pleased. Aren't you angry? He calmly repeated his previous words, saying again that just because she hadn't spoken up didn't mean he didn't know all along. Hearing that, Kay somewhat agreed and said that was also true. No more fuss. She pulled up her shirt and headed to the door to say goodbye and goodnight. The next morning, a loud voice echoed throughout the inn, apologizing for the disturbance. In the SGO room, you and the others watch anxiously as the crooked person walks by. Parker, are you able to walk now? He turns around, thumbs up, and smirking responds, I'm completely fine, let's go. Suddenly, the door bursts open, huh? The kids from the village rush in excitedly to greet the Ignis guards. Seeing the kids, SGO's group immediately had big question marks appear above their heads. At this moment, Parker looked at the kids passing by him and complained, Hey, you kids barging in like this is going to cause trouble. He saw they ignored him and quickly reminded them that to meet the leader, they had to speak properly and one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, the children immediately stood in a straight line in front of SGO. Are you waiting for me, kids? The children quickly nodded and replied, We were here before sunrise. Please accept Ryan's request. I reluctantly looked at the kids and explained again. I already clarified the process yesterday. If you want to send a request, please submit it at the nearest branch. But the dark-faced boy exclaimed, We can't leave the forest. At that moment, the other boy outside the door stepped in, showing his concern for the Lord. The red-haired boy, who seemed to be the leader of these kids, asked, You refused because you already accepted another mission earlier, right? The boy gently furrowed his brow and sincerely begged, so after finishing that task, Could you help us? Hearing him, the other children immediately looked pleading, Yes, once that mission is done, the ring is fine too, please. The dark-faced boy begged so desperately that he started crying, saying, If you guys leave, we won't know when we'll see the old man again. Faced with a tough situation, SGO looked back at the plea for help, but it seemed she also wanted to be like these kids. Her face, smiling with pure innocence, radiates shimmering light. He struggles to hold back and, confused, turns his head to look in another direction. Then he caught the pitiful, pleading look in the young leader's eyes of the village children. Suddenly, a flashback appeared. A huge bear being carried by a tall person, Ryan. The man confidently shows off that bear to the delighted boy, watching as Ryan excitedly shares his dream of becoming the best ranger in the village, just like his father. The boy's father then praised him. Good, become an excellent ranger so we can proudly show off to your mother in heaven. Returning to reality, STO knelt before the boy and said, Ryan, I heard you say yesterday that you don't need the help of the guild. So this time, what do you want me to do? Hearing your question, the kid suddenly hesitated about the request. Suddenly, tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Ryan, seemingly unable to control his emotions, clenched his eyes shut and angrily cursed, Damn it! The little boy clenched his fists with all his might and honestly said he wanted to leave the forest on his own to find his father. But if he left, he wouldn't know what to do or where to go. He couldn't do anything. Ryan, mustering all his courage, loudly asks, Please find my father in the capital. Find him and tell me what he's like, even if only a little, please. The little boy spoke sincerely and then burst into tears in the middle of the room. Seeing him like that, STO regretfully said, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your request. Hearing that, Ryan immediately turned away disappointed. I knew from the start that you wouldn't be able to do it. But before the boy could finish speaking, he interrupted, On the contrary, I will go myself to find out about your father. When he heard the next question from the boy, Ryan turned his head and asked what his father's name was. Then the boy quickly started crying and placed his hand on his shoulder, replying, Isaac A. Upon hearing this, STO stood up and said, I understand. I will pass by here after completing the mission. Please wait for me. So, what about the payment then? I don't think much. I just refuse the kid. This isn't a mission that requires money, but promise me you'll wait here and not leave the forest. The cheerful boy surely promised you. I promise. Thank you. Then he happily headed toward the door. All right, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and asked, "What is your name?" He immediately turned his head, smiled softly, and replied, "SGO," as the scene shifted from the inn to the lush forest beneath the clear blue sky. The sound of insects chirping in the sunlight creates a lively atmosphere. Just then, a cheerful cry rings out in the quiet space. The weather is so pleasant. People like it, but Ahuru doesn't like complaining. It's too hot. Parker hugs you with some sympathy. It's summer after all. Lately, I wake up easily every morning because it's so hot. Ahuru sighs tiredly. I just hope winter comes soon, he agreed with you again. I also prefer winter over summer. Suddenly, he realized something was off and exclaimed, "You're from the desert, right? So wouldn't you prefer hot weather, Ahuru?" You're a bit helpless at asking him back. Oh my god, if that's the case, then you also like eating insects because you're a bird. Seeing you mock me, Parker angrily retorts, I'm not a bird, I'm a winged creature, and I absolutely hate insects. Based on his response, Ahuru said, I also hate summer a lot, but I was born in the desert. You're really prejudiced. Huh. Hearing their argument, Kai stepped closer to STO to break the tension. Seems like they don't get along at all. Calm her down. It's okay. Ahuru doesn't actually hate Parker. If she really disliked him, she would have shown it clearly. But she seems to be watching them intently, though I feel like she's acting pretty aggressively right now. You don't care much and simply say that's just how he normally talks. STO. Knowing them well and making a point. If he were truly in front of someone he hated, things wouldn't just put-put-up at this level. Then he smiled softly and turned away. Watching his actions, I was full of thoughts. Sure, I wasn't mistaken. He had smiled when leaving the inn. From this action of yours, she confidently believes that he is definitely different from Suhanan, who only lives driven by rage and hatred. Thinking that, she starts a conversation STO before we leave Vanville. I was wondering why you agreed to those kids' requests. You casually replied, I didn't agree to any requests. Hearing that, she quickly corrected her words. Of course it wasn't a mission from the guild, but a promise. She gradually followed him and revealed, I just overheard what they said. They are just words, she muttered to herself, always keeping her promises. And it seems he still doesn't understand how important a promise is to a child. STO didn't pay much attention to the sincere explanation. We were already on our way to the capital, and since it wasn't too difficult, I decided to accept. At this moment, Suki appeared and called out, saying, You're not someone who is indifferent. Remembering the crying image of the little boy in his heart, he assured himself that he would investigate what happened to Rian's father himself, and this wouldn't affect others, so there's no need to worry. As he said that, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask for opinions. So is acting alone against the rules of the club? He gently shook his head. No, that does not violate the rules. Then Parker seemed to have argued with Ahuru, but immediately spread his legs wide. As long as he didn't break the rules the Guardian had set, the captain said he could do whatever he wanted happily because the support team was already there, so he could do whatever he pleased. Gio asked a bit more curiously, even about personal matters, and he was happy to joke around, of course. Parker hummed a blood-colored song and flew closer to him, all part of the job, and all members of the guild are paid based on the work they do. He, with shining eyes, expressed his wish, saying he would try to work hard because this year he wanted to get a blue Pegasus. SGO asked cluelessly for the first time, what kind of creature is a blue Pegasus? Even when you ask foolish questions, he proudly explains that, basically, it's a winged steed. These Pegasi are very fast and strong, but they only care about shiny gemstones, so they are quite difficult to manage. Parker proudly puffed out his chest and revealed that in my world, many avians dream of riding Pegasus to meet unicorns. Hearing that, SGO looked at his arms and said, Aren't you already have wings? He raised his hand as if learning from Ahuru's example, saying, Well, even though humans have legs, we still watch horses, so we're the same. Then he hugged Ahuru and jumped happily forward. If possible, I'd prefer a Pegasus over a unicorn. You looked at him like that and asked a confusing question. Is there a big difference between them? At this moment, Parker imagined images of mythical creatures. Even though they are the same species, unicorns are usually female. And instead of wings, they have a forest with healing powers, and the Pegasus is a male with extremely large wings. He romantically envisions a wondrous scene. It would be perfect to don silver armor on that blue coat. If I had one, I would show the captain first. Seeing how excited he is, SGO feels a bit helpless. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Then they finished their conversation and moved forward. Parker confidently led the group, instead of the playful boy jumping around as before. The forest returned to its original peaceful state, the scorching sun beating down relentlessly, leaving only the sound of cicadas. After walking for a while, Parker reached a ledge, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked ahead and spotted something. He excitedly pointed forward and shouted, "Captain, look over there!" In the sky now, a flock of white birds soars freely, while below on the ground, a magnificent fortress gradually comes into view. He gazed at the majestic scene before him and marveled, "At last we have arrived at the capital, Ely." He excitedly looked at the distant Zubrzan palace. As he finished speaking, a sudden, overwhelming sound echoed, "Oh, wow." Nezu looked eager, describing it as truly amazing, more like a work of art than a city. Hearing that, Uhuru was surprised and curious. "Do you know what an artwork is?" It nodded slightly to show its understanding. "Of course, it's something that contains beauty, and I really think it's very beautiful." Suddenly, it became a little shy and asked for permission. But can Nezu go there? Uhuru looked at it with confusion. "Is there a problem?" Nezu clenched her hands, hesitated, and softly said, "For others, I am very dirty." When covered in white hair and feeling guilty, well, to others, Nezu was very dirty. Hearing this, SGO paused for a moment in silent contemplation. Nezu continued to speak self-deprecatingly about his body, saying, "I'm really big and I have a lot of hair, and—" Right then, the fairy came over and interrupted him, asking if what Biran said upset him. Hearing your question, it looked up at you, its eyes indifferent, lips tightly pressed in hesitation. Finally, it bowed its head and honestly said, "To be truthful, yes." Nezu recalls the moment when he was openly scolded by someone, another insignificant creature, a monster that must be destroyed. Biran shouts loudly, and from the beginning, thinking of those as allies was already a mistake. After she finished speaking, both SGO and Nezu fell silent, glancing at her. Inside, he was filled with turmoil. She was right. Most people hated creatures like him. Can I stay with SGO? I want to protect SGO, but if I do, I might put him in more danger. Coming back to reality, he clenched his fist and apologized, saying sorry for making Nezu hear those words. Hearing you say that, it was startled and exclaimed, "I don't think I'm bad." Carefully, it expressed its thoughts. "I'm worried. I'm afraid that everyone will attack SGO again, just because of Nezu. It stands on the mountaintop with others looking down and suggests that the capital will have more people than other cities, right? If so, Nezu won't go inside and will just wait outside." SGO immediately stopped him. "There's no need for that." Hearing this, he looked at you, but you gently placed your hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "It's not your fault." Nezu also gently placed his hand on yours and thoughtfully replied, "I know, but I don't like people who say such mean things. Just hearing it refuse makes you a little uncomfortable, Nezu. I will be very angry if I hear those words again." And then, you turn your head forward confidently and declare, "I already said you're not dirty, just different." With the sunlight fading into dusk, SGO makes a reassuring statement. "I will face this with you. Don't avoid their gaze." Nezu looks up at you and gently nods with a small smile. Uhura also quickly agreed, saying that if anyone said anything, he would respond to them, gaining more strength, which made him happier. "Thank you." The scene gradually moved closer to the villagers carrying baskets, pulling them underneath, then shifted to two men laughing and talking while admiring a bird. And then, the scene shifts to SGO's group, following the villagers into the city as the sky darkens into a deeper sunset beyond the city walls. Below the gate, a guard is questioning their group, asking where they come from, and they reply from the Ignis clan. Just as the guard was asking for some documents, Parker noticed Uhuru moving and politely requested to present his identification. Uhuru seemed to sense something and gently shook the tree branch. After being allowed in, they began to enter the capital city. At that moment, Uhuru exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, it smells so good here," which immediately caught SGO's attention. "Did you smell something?" Uhuru looked at the faint shimmering things before his eyes, and, hearing your question, he was confused. "You can't sense it, SGO." Under the foolish gazes staring at him, Uhuru immediately revealed it must be the scent of divine power. Hearing your words, Kai seemed to realize and added, remembering that the capital has the only direct connection to the Holy Temple. Seeing your unexpected ability, Parker proudly raised you up and praised you. "Oh my God, Uhuru, you can detect divine power," to which you excitedly replied, "I don't know either." He didn't care about that and kept praising, "Are trees sensitive to divine power? That's amazing." Uhuru nodded in agreement. "It's possible." Suddenly, he continued to act wise and explained that, of course, only chosen priests can sense divine power. "I've heard that trees usually thrive in sacred places, and they wither and die in unclean areas, which is why there's a hypothesis that trees are the first creatures to detect divine power. Uhuru helplessly watched him rebut. That was just a hypothesis. Refuted. Parker smiled as he defended himself. In fact, since we cannot communicate with trees, we have no way to ask them even if we are curious. Then they continued deeper into the capital city, and it seemed like the trees were searching for something. Suddenly, she stepped forward and called your name. S.G.O. She asked if you knew where the person who made the request was, and you nodded slightly to confirm. Yes. Hearing that, the tree immediately suggested, then let's rest today since there are only a few days left until the final round. Seeing her propose that, he was a bit curious. Any special reason? She carefully explained her request a bit more clearly, suggesting it would be best to postpone the meeting so we could gather our strength first. When she mentioned this, he suddenly exclaimed, remembering. At this moment, SGO recalls the image of two hens whispering to each other, saying, I had assigned him because I remembered I said I would call him when needed. Then Kay turns to call out the full name of the person next to him, Bernie Parker, and hearing his name called like that, he panics. Yes, she looked like the commander asking him, do you know where Ignis's branch in Ely is? He regained his composure and replied, I come here every year to deliver goods, so I know it very well. Immediately she issued the command, so I will leave the rest to you. Upon receiving the order, Parker saluted seriously, affirming the order. Then he realized something and asked her back, but what about you, Kay? She gently turned around and revealed her actions. I have someone I need to meet. With that, she blended into the crowd, leaving, you go ahead. And so her figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the city. Time passed by from the sunset glow to the darkness of night until the next morning at the Ignis Association building, Ely Branch. Where are you going? I heard the guild has a dedicated information management team. Hearing what you said, he immediately stood up excitedly. The information management team. Oh, is it related to your father? My God, you should have told me this is the job that the support team for the captain should handle. SGO hesitated for a moment, then slightly stepped back, refusing politely, no, it's not necessary. But it seemed Parker didn't hear. He ran up the stairs and told you to wait here. I will call the information team immediately. You stare coldly at the hurried person who only manages a quick A before stopping. SGO helplessly watches the feathers floating in the air, calling out. Then Uhuru asked Nezu, do you know? Nezu naively replied, no what? Looking at the falcons soaring in the sky, Uhuru continued. Every time a falcon flaps its wings, 100 sparks will fall from it. SGO then warned, Uhuru, if you keep chasing like that, you might really become hated in the future. Hearing that, Uhuru felt a bit sad and quickly apologized. Seeing Uhuru like that, SGO silently thought that he might be hated by Parker in the future. It seems you regretted saying that. You shouldn't have said it. SGO thought to himself. At the same time, Parker had brought Skylar Ty over. On Parker's face, it was clear that he was in a very good mood. Captain, I have brought them here, Parker said. Then Skylar stood up straight, politely greeted him, and introduced herself. I am the head of the high-level information management department, Skylar Ty. It's a pleasure to meet the captain. So after the greeting, Skylar and SGO sat down to discuss work. What information are you looking for? She asked, and SGO immediately replied, I am looking for two things. Hearing that, Skylar asked further, could we discuss the information here? One of them is acceptable. Yep, you reply. Then the two of them start discussing the main issue. So can you talk about that thing instead? Skylar asked, I am looking for someone, you said. After hearing that, she handed SGO a piece of paper and asked him to fill it out. I understand. Please fill in this form with the details of the person you are searching for. He also immediately took it and quickly filled in all the necessary information, including name, appearance, age, hair color, and eye color. Parker watched from the side, wondering how he knew when even I didn't provide any description. I guess the captain would know. The entire form was filled out by the SGO team in advance, and Skylar then said, I will ignore the other documents. Since this is not an official request, she added, all right, then we can change the location and continue the conversation. Suddenly, 3 strangers appeared out of nowhere, barged in through the door and even broke a flower pot inside the room. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room, confused about what was happening, looked at them with puzzled expressions. The 3 of them, with fierce faces, gradually stepped forward. It seems like SGO has figured out who those guys are, he thought to himself. The Ballista Society I saw at the Ranger Village. Meanwhile, the young waiter with a slightly confused face hesitantly asked, what are you guys here for? One of them looked annoyed and replied, Deco. Then he slammed the table hard and asked, what kind of question is that? Seeing their attitude, the young employee finally panicked and shouted out, and one of them also spoke up, "Oh my God, what do you think we came to the guild for?" "We came here to make a request," he said. After hearing the response, the young employee calmed down a bit and continued, "Sorry, but that badge, aren't you members of the Ballista Guild?" Then, crossing his arms confidently in the middle, he said, "So you recognize us." It seems that the great Ignis Guild also cares a little about a weak guild like ours. The waiter immediately denied, "Sorry, sir, but the Ignis Guild does not accept requests from other guilds." As soon as he finished speaking, his face twisted in anger, and the waiter responded, "I'm also sorry to have to refuse a customer who came here for us. Perhaps another time." Before he could finish speaking, they got even angrier and yelled, "Aren't we customers too? That's right. Are you discriminating against us?" Since they didn't get what they wanted, they caused a commotion, even though we said we would pay and make requests. Watching the scene unfold before me, STO thought to himself, "They are a bit rude, but I don't sense any ill will from them." It seems the Ballista Guild misunderstood the waiter's intentions, so he explained to calm their anger. "What I mean to say, gentlemen, is that we cannot accept members from other guilds making demands. This applies to all the clubs, not just ours," so before I could finish speaking, one of them cursed. "Damn it! We're being threatened with our lives," he said angrily. "Bring your club leader here immediately." Seeing their attitude, the staff member also nervously tried to calm them down, saying, "Please stay calm." "It's impossible to stay calm here," they replied, then threw all the papers on the table to the ground. Feeling the situation was getting unstable, STO stood up with the intention to step in and help. Silently thinking they really needed assistance right now, I need to check. In a moment, STO thought. Suddenly a surprising voice rang out, breaking the rules. Seeing that, STO turned back toward the source of the voice. Then she continued listing the crimes they had committed, damaging property and obstructing business. It turned out to be Biberung, her aura full of hostility as she slowly advanced, following the Alliance's rule that when a member enters another guild's branch building, her cold gaze responded, provoking him after saying that she unleashed her power. STO was momentarily stunned. Biberung, call out.
Then she quickly thrust the spear in her hand forward and said, "Destroy," and her target was the loud and rowdy guy from earlier.
But surprisingly, in that tense moment, STO stood in front of the guy and shielded him. Seeing his action, Biberung was extremely surprised. She quickly threw her spear elsewhere before it hit STO. The spear pierced deeply into the ground without anyone getting hurt. Then the two of them looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. Suddenly, Biberung said, "Hey, why are you here?" Finalizing translation details. I need to make sure the translation flows smoothly and maintains clarity. So, I'm deciding on phrasing like, STO stayed silent, offering no reply. The two men behind him also wore awkward expressions. It feels natural. I'm also checking punctuation and ensuring everything uses ASCII characters for consistency. The goal is to create an accurate and straightforward translation that reads well. All that's left is to finalize it without any formatting issues. Deciding on quotation marks, I'm thinking about how to handle the quotation marks for the dialogue. One character asks, "What the hell is with that girl?" I'm considering whether to use double quotes or single ones. Since we're aiming for clarity and consistency with ASCII double quotes, I'll stick with that. They didn't mention a preference earlier, so it seems fine. All right, I'm ready to deliver it as it is. STO stayed silent, offering no reply. The two men behind him also wore awkward expressions. One of them asked, "What the hell is with that girl?" "She is a combat mage," STO replied. Then Zeon Biberung grabbed his spear. She asked, "You didn't follow me all the way here, did you?" "I'm sure I told you I refuse to work in a team." Upon hearing this, STO replied, "You were just about to kill this man. She is a combat mage," STO replied. Then Zeon Biberung grabbed his spear. Zeon Biberung still insisted on her way. She argued that killing them would make everything faster. Then STO asked whether what they did was wrong enough to deserve death. Biberung jabbed his spear at STO and said, "They're just a bunch of pests that someone needs to clean up. I'm not asking you to do it, so step aside, coward." Seeing this, someone from the Ballista Guild stepped forward and pushed STO away, saying, "I was about to give up, but am I going too far? I didn't expect the greatest guild in the Empire to have such terrible customer service." Another member of the guild also showed his true attitude, saying, "Let's go, all right then." Then he looked at Zeon Biberung and, with disappointment, said that we really came here to submit requests, not to fight. Hearing that, she didn't bother to apologize, but pressed her spear against his neck. And the ballista member continued, "So if she doesn't pull that damn spear out of the way, we'll draw our swords too." Now that guy was furious, and they looked at each other with fierce gazes as if a battle could break out at any moment. Seeing that, STO quickly stepped in and told her to lower her weapon. Birong, agitated, stepped back and said, "You're not even the leader. How dare you order me around?" Suddenly, Birong's face showed surprise as she seemed to want to grab her staff but couldn't quite reach it. Birong looked around anxiously, not knowing when her staff had been moved to the corner of the room. She didn't expect to say, "What just happened?" It seems Birong's anger has reached its peak as she shouted at him. Then Birong angrily rushed forward, grabbing STO by the collar and shouting, "What did you do to me?" Hearing that, STO didn't answer but responded with silence. Birong continued to bite and ask, "Isn't your ability just poison?" She added, "You're not human." If you're not human, while she's trying to gather more information from STO, the branch behind Birong starts moving and points a spear at her. Seeing that, the members of the Ballista Guild warn, "Hey, watch out! STO! Be careful." Nezu was also surprised and shouted. Then suddenly someone slashed between the two of them. Luckily, Birong and STO managed to dodge just in time. Despite that rough encounter, Birong's spirit still hasn't stabilized. Turns out, those are the two chickens, and he hasn't even joked around before telling them to stop, the hot-headed girl. Then he stepped forward, put his arm around STO's shoulder, and said, "If this man gets even a little hurt, I will be truly angry." The eyes of the two guys radiated a fierce aura. "She wouldn't like me when I get angry," he said. Hearing that, Zeon Birong clenched her staff tightly, silently wondering when he had approached without her noticing. Then she moved closer to the two guys and asked, "Who are you?" He smiled and replied, "Me. I am a combat member of the support team for the leader." Birong continued, "I heard there are no combat members, so you already have some." Hearing that, the two chickens replied, "It's only temporary. My situation doesn't allow me to join the guild." After hearing their response, she got angry and said, "You're helping him, but do you know what kind of monster he is?" The two guys, skeptical, asked again, "A monster? It seems like you attacked him because he has a different ability." Then he pointed to Parker over there, who was confused, and said, "So why didn't you attack the gentleman with wings? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person." Seeing that, Parker hurriedly explained that I am human. Even if phoenixes might be a subspecies, we are still human. Hearing that, the two guys didn't bother to care and continued, "Besides, this big friend of yours has both white-furred monkey blood and human blood, so what? Are you just planning to kill half of him?" Nezu also spoke up, "Don't bully SGO." And then the two chickens continued, "As you can see, this world is more diverse than you think. If you keep clinging to your own thoughts, you won't be able to see that unbelievable things exist." Despite Birong's face looking very unpleasant, he still kept lecturing her, saying, "Don't be arrogant, it's not your place to judge them." As expected, Zeon Birong, with a resentful mood, turned and walked away without looking back. I don't know what happened, but it seems everything has been temporarily settled. The two guys talk to SGO, and then you reply, thanking him for his help. After that, you look at the members of the Ballista Guild, and SGO asks, "So what are you here for?" He just got up and replied, "Actually, the Ballista Guild is in danger of being disbanded." The man sadly said, "Actually, the Ballista Guild is in danger of being disbanded." He nervously explained that we were fooled by the recent gambling mission trend and are now on the verge of bankruptcy. SGO asked in surprise, "A gambling mission?" The other replied in detail, "It's a scam targeting small groups lately. They give out a huge mission with an extremely tempting reward, but very dangerous. If you fail, they will charge a cancellation fee." SGO couldn't help but doubt, "Did you guys accept the mission without knowing how dangerous it was?" He lowered his head in regret. "We knew, but the reward was too great to refuse." He clenched his fists tightly, and recently we heard that the guild leader had failed after returning to the capital. The other teammates next to him also bowed their heads in sadness, and the man suddenly, feeling troubled, turned away, thinking, "What's the point of talking about these things with a rookie like you? Sorry for making it damp, I'm leaving now." Watching them turn away, Mubian asked curiously, "Did you tell them that you're the commander?" SGO replied, "No, I don't want to interfere in their affairs." Uncle Chow excitedly ran over to ask long time, "No, see, Mubian, I thought it would take quite a while because of crossing many portals." "Who would have thought it would be so quick?" Mubian replied. "The one port a day rule is actually just a suggestion," he explained in detail, meaning he accepts the risk and won't complain if there are side effects. Anyone can use more portals than allowed. Uncle Ko suddenly froze in surprise. "Wait, don't tell me you're hesitant to go through 2 portals in one day." Mubian casually held up 4 fingers and replied, "No, I'll go 4. Bakko was shocked and shouted loudly, "What?" Mubian calmly explained that I have some matters to handle before leaving the station for a while. And since I saw the time was tight, I came straight here. The more I delay, the more my whereabouts will be exposed. Uncle Ko hesitantly asked about him with a bit of worry, but I think you should go check your health. Do you need me to call the medical team? Mubian smiled warmly, reassuring him, It's okay, it's okay. Then STO suddenly interrupted him, saying we wouldn't be going today. Suddenly, someone from somewhere stepped up beside them. This is Skylar. She brought a folder of documents to ask them. Thank you for waiting. I think we should continue the conversation somewhere else. She then gestures upstairs, inviting them this way, and STO slowly follows. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to ask Neju, Can you go back to the room with Parker and wait for us? She replied, Yes. Ahuru disagrees and asks, What? Where are you going? Aren't you going to let me come along? STO confirmed, That's right, you can't go either. Ahuru sighed softly with a hint of sadness. STO replied patiently, I know you're curious, but these things are both boring and don't contain the information you want. I don't want you to hear them either. Ahuru's sweat drops as he fidgets with his small hand. I will wait, but you have to come back quickly. STE smiles genuinely at him. They quickly enter a private room, a large room filled with thousands of books of all sizes. Can I listen to this? STO replied, Sure, so Just go ahead, placing your hand on the chair beside you. Then he sat down in that chair and got straight to the point. I want her to investigate Su Hanan. STO clearly responded, I heard he lives on the eastern continent, and there are rumors that he will become the next pope. Maybe he possesses a golden object. Skylar understood and quickly retrieved a document. As you know, Su Hanan has become a figure of concern. She handed the document to you. This is the latest report, updated today. Skylar continued, I will give you the entire report, sir. After reading it, instead of returning it, burn it. She said with a serious expression, although we can't be completely certain yet, but Su Hanan will likely try to contact the guild soon. The Ballista Guild once said they were threatened with disbandment before, right? Skylar said seriously. Our Ignis Guild believes that the one behind the extreme demands to absorb disbanded guilds and increase power is Su Hanan. She broke out in a sweat when mentioning it, and in the worst-case scenario, if all of this is aimed at destroying the Ignis Guild. Her words shocked SGO, and a battle would erupt. After a while of talking in the private room, SGO and Mubian finally left. As Mubian was walking away, he asked who Su Hanan was, and SGO openly replied, a dragon. Mubian couldn't help but be confused when hearing something so unbelievable. He hesitated before asking, You're not joking, right? SGO calmly replied, as if this wasn't something too extraordinary, I am not. Mubian fell into deep thought. Well, if the black dragon exists, then it's not surprising there's another dragon, but he was stunned when he thought about it. This timing is too coincidental. SGO suddenly said. Clearly. I heard he hates the black dragon, you calmly added. The reason he targets the guild might be because of me. Mubian suddenly paused and asked hesitantly, So you're going to leave the guild? Hearing no footsteps, SGO also stopped and turned around to reply, I haven't made a decision yet. Mubian sadly asked, So you have thought about that? What if this golden dragon is really targeting you? SGO. And suddenly, he angrily questioned, SGO. Is this a problem that can be solved just by leaving the guild? SGO still calmly replied, At least it will eliminate the reason to start a conflict. Mubian frowned deeply. Isn't it true that you want to stay in the guild? He clenched his fists in frustration, just wanting to avoid a conflict. Having made his decision, Mubian knelt respectfully before SGO. He suddenly blurted out, Just tell me what you want your servant to do. SGO hesitated and quickly reached out to stop him. I didn't call you here for a favor or anything. We only really need one team member to fight, and the reason I let you hear about Su Hanan is because I suddenly remembered you are searching for traces of the bloodline. Mubian's face suddenly darkened as he carefully examined the traces I was looking for. I have found it. Your words made SGO pause for a moment. In an ancient and majestic building, a cheerful voice greeted, Good morning. Smiling in greeting, I just remembered this is our first meeting. Very pleased to meet you, Mubian. He leisurely sips the delicious coffee and already calls me casually on our first meeting. I just go along with his smile and words because I know he's deliberately hiding his identity. Mubian put down the glass and continued speaking. Even though this building belongs to you, seeing how the puppets are all on alert, I just pretend I don't know anything. He pouted and looked mischievous. So should I call you the leader? The forced smile warned him, Just call me Kai. Mubian smiled politely. Then call me Mubian. Suddenly, someone entered with a husky voice, and then, Who's the next fool to sit down? STO hugs Ahuru as Nezu enters the room. Kai, you're here. Kai happily turns to reply. I tried to come back before Mubian joined the group. Sorry for being late. It seems our combat members are quite quick. Suddenly, she froze when she saw something strange. Huh? Kai looked at the bandaged wound on STO's arm and asked worriedly, what happened to your wound while I was away? Kai looked back at Ahuru being held in his arms and asked if he had given Ahuru blood again. STO admitted that he had stopped drinking water some time ago. Ahuru loudly sings and shows he's full of energy. I feel completely revitalized. Kai thinks for a moment, then advises STO. It's hard to see it as an ordinary plant, so it's best not to let it drink blood too often. No more waiting. Kai turned around and suggested, let's go to meet the requester of the mission in the busy, wealthy neighborhood nearby. The group of STO happily walked down the street when Parker suddenly turns to ask Mubian, Lord Mubian, are you okay with meeting the requester? He leans back casually and says, I don't really care. And I sighed and complained, there's only one person in the Imperial City I don't want to meet. Mubian closed his eyes in indifference, and as for the rest, I have no grudge against anyone in the royal family. The person requesting the meeting today probably doesn't even know what I look like. After a while of traveling, they arrived at a house with a beautiful flower garden. We're here, a small house separated from the bustling neighborhood. They quickly entered the house, a cheerful sign hanging above the door. A green-haired girl holding a large bouquet of wildflowers greeted them, welcoming me as Lantana from Evergreen Hill. What kind of flower are you looking for? SGO stepped inside and replied, we came to see the crystal flowers. Please lead us to the hill where they bloom. Lantana still kept her cheerful smile. Did you bring the 10-letter letter? SGO then took out a coin and said yes. Lantana confirmed the letter 10 and nodded, guiding them to enter and wait a moment. SGO and the others followed Lantana into the room. But as soon as they entered, someone quickly drew the curtain to close off the space. A serious-looking guard is watching the corridor. Mu Bian glances at them thoughtfully, realizing they are all knights. Then he looked at Lantana, who was about to unlock that room, and wondered if the guide was a maid. There was a fresh bouquet of flowers arranged in the room. Lantana quickly pours tea for them and happily introduces it. This is Locusta tea, which clears the mind. This flower has a mint-like flavor that can dispel drowsiness. The butler raises his teacup first, showing a look like he wants to spit it out immediately because of the strong smell, and Lantana asks if he's fully alert now. It made her gasp in surprise to see STO take a sip of the tea so calmly. Oh my, it seems you're not very surprised. Most first-timers find it unpleasant. STO replied casually, I know a type of candy with a similar flavor. Your words excite Lantana greatly, the sea wave-flavored candy. She eagerly steps closer to STO. Is that a Delphia specialty? That ocean wave flavor, STO replied in surprise. That's right. Lantana excitedly clenched STO's hand. This kind is quite picky, so few recognize it as the flavor of candy. It's really nice to meet someone who understands it. The scent of the sea urges us without hesitation. So miss, let's get straight to the point. His words seem to warn Lantana, and she quickly releases STO's hand. Oh no, I was so careless again. She politely greeted them, saying, I am Lantana, the eldest princess of the Empire. Marisa cannot leave the palace, so as per that plan, I have taken her place at her request. She looked at STO clearly, saying, I heard that the leader of Ignis has the ability to read people's minds. Then Lantana held up 3 fingers as the princess questioned those 3 people. You just need to go with the princess, listen to their answers, and determine if they are telling the truth or not. Leader? Simple right, Lantana asked. Yes. With a smile. STO couldn't help but wonder what would happen after I confirmed. Lantana thought for a moment, and then replied, if they tell the truth, they will receive proper treatment. But those who dare to lie in front of the royal family. Suddenly her eyes showed a hint of cruelty. They will be punished, of course, and you are no exception. After those words, she still maintained a polite smile while the entire room fell into silence. Mubian silently lamented that if that's the case, then the leader is just being used as a political tool, and the rumors about an upright princess are just rumors. Truly, like father, like son. STO quickly made a decision without much hesitation, and I accepted the request. Mubian was startled by his words. Lantana pressed harder and seemed displeased. I thought you might hesitate a bit, so I was a little surprised. How can someone not know fear? STO calmly replied without hesitation. Should I be afraid? Lantana suddenly slammed her hand on the table and reminded him, Commander, please take your decision seriously. She asked sternly, are you confident enough to complete this task without offending the princess? STO didn't answer, but suddenly suggested, I want to ask something first. Your gaze seems to see through everything. Are you asking this as an imperial princess? STO stared intently at the girl in front of him. No, Princess Marissa. His words made Lantana freeze for a moment. The cup of tea suddenly spilled onto the table, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Uncle Ko Kin was startled and hurriedly apologized, saying it was an accident and he would clean it up immediately. Suddenly Lantana spoke up. I knew it. She happily patted her chest just as the rumors said. You just read my mind, right? Lantana is my birth name. My mother gave me that name because I look like white lantana flowers. She honestly took out the hairpin. My real name is Marisa Estrubrazan Aconia. The hair that was blue suddenly turned into a shimmering metallic color as the magic changed its hue. Lantana has returned to her noble Princess Marisa form, and I am the one who asked you to come here. Marissa continued clearly, I am currently searching for the traitor to His Majesty the Emperor, and although I have narrowed the list down to 3 people, we still haven't found any additional evidence. She said firmly that if the royal family publicly doubted them, the consequences would be severe. Marisa raised her hand to her mouth to signal that this mission had to be carried out secretly, so I could not give orders as the eldest Princess Marisa. SGO looked up at her and asked, I have accepted your request. Tell me whose thoughts I need to read. Marissa then listed a series of powerful figures, Endymion the Duke, Delphia the Countess, and a very close person to Marissa, the 5th Prince of the Estrubrazan Aconia Empire. Back at the luxurious building, Mubian couldn't help but marvel at the targets. Surprisingly, the imperial princess suspected her own brother, Prince Gurs. He poked a small flower and sneered, I must try to stop a family already hollowed out. Uhuru shouted angrily, don't poke the flower, it doesn't like that. You keep jumping up in anger, but I don't care. I look at SGO, Your Excellency. Is this crystal flower saying it doesn't like me? SGO shook his head. I don't know. I can't hear plants unless they want to speak up. Mubian, teased Uhuru. See? They didn't say anything. Uhuru was so angry he looked like he was about to explode. What is this, just because it doesn't speak you keep bothering it? Are you ignoring the rights of plants? He's glaring at you again. Do plants also have human rights? Uhuru is even taller. I know you're deliberately ignoring me. Mubian no longer teased him and seriously asked SGO if everything was really okay. The palace would be no different from a battlefield. SGO remained indifferent and did not answer. As long as I am still in the guild, I will carry out my mission whether I want to or not. I continued explaining that the council had allowed me to stay here. Suddenly, the sky outside turned pitch black. Raindrops started to fall, and a heavy rain quickly began. A drop of water sneaks through the window and lands on Uhuru's head, making him shout out that it's too cold. He hurriedly looks up at the windowsill, crying and urging someone, our crystal flower is about to be hit by the rain, someone quickly take it away. The kind person passing by was about to help the small plant down when she suddenly looked surprised at something and murmured. The color of the small flower changed from white to purple, making her marvel. This is a color-changing flower when it contacts water. Aha, so that's why it's called a crystal flower. So cool. SGO approaches and gently holds the small flower, causing Mubian to wonder if he's planning to take it inside. He looks out at the heavy rain and explains that it seems to be afraid of the sound of the rain falling, when suddenly a voice utters, Thank you, the last descendant of the dark race. The strange voice surprised SGO, and Parker asked worriedly, Hey, the heavy rain is really intense. Is Suki okay? Seeing that SGO still didn't respond, Parker stepped closer and asked, Mr. SGO, are you all right? SGO only then suddenly woke up and replied, Suki hates water, so it will come back soon. Parker understood, but hesitated a bit, then said, That's okay, but he looked at the dark sky and heavy rain and sighed. The weather is terrible. It makes me a little worried. A long time has passed, and Parker stepped forward anxiously, shouting, Why has it been raining non-stop for a week? He cried in pain, while Mubian calmly explained that it's the rainy season and it might last another 2 or 3 weeks. Looking at the pouring rain, Parker cried even more sadly, when suddenly a luxury car approached. Catching his attention, and a well-dressed person slowly drove a carriage near the building. Parker hurriedly informed everyone that the invitation had arrived. His words left them all stunned. Parker quickly ran to the door. I'll go tell Kai myself. The little flower pot spoke again. I'll go too. Everyone left the room. Only STO stood still, looking at the flower pot. Nezu, confused, turned back and urged him to go. The little flower pot once again pleaded to take me along. I want to meet her. Its words made him widen his eyes in surprise, and a moment later we were waiting downstairs in the hall. A serious knight stepped forward to introduce himself. I am the knight serving the princess of the empire. My name is Talon de Zapiro. He continued to detail the events that would unfold, explaining that when they boarded the carriage, everyone would assume the roles of the guild members assigned to protect Lady Haiga, and he imagined the lively scene of the ball where Lady Haiga would attend the princess's birthday celebration. Talon sternly warned that if you cause any unacceptable disturbances in the palace, the royal family cannot guarantee your safety. Then he asked seriously if you truly wanted to accept the mission. STO led the group and replied, "We accept." STO and his team were ready to say, "Let's set off immediately." After a while, they were escorted to the Tronglay castle, with the carriage rushing through the heavy rain towards the fortress. Inside the castle, a beautiful garden appeared before them. "I will lead everyone to the princess's garden." Everyone was stunned and looked around in awe. The flag-bearer exclaimed in amazement at the large circle. "What is this?" Outside, the rain still poured heavily, like we were standing under a waterfall. Marisa, dressed in a beautiful formal gown, stepped out to greet them. "Everyone has arrived." Mubian bowed respectfully and saluted her. Glory to the sun shining over the empire and its children. The divine bow before the princess. I should have said that. After speaking, he looked up to ask, "But isn't this greeting a bit too soulless? Outsiders would think we are meeting for the first time again." Marisa politely smiles and responds, in official correspondence, "It's better to be cautious. Mubian understands, if that's what the princess desires." Suddenly, Marissa's expression changed, her face darkening as she warned, "All right, from now on you must obey my orders absolutely." Marissa's sudden change stunned everyone, and they stood frozen in silence for a moment. Marisa couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, giggling happily. "I was just joking. Don't worry too much, hee." Marisa cheerfully turned to the maid and said, "We will meet some cunning nobles, so we shouldn't be too stiff. Benzia, please serve the tea you prepared for the guests here." The maid politely responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Immediately after, a beautifully decorated cake was placed on the banquet table. Delicious desserts were also brought out, and Marisa gracefully raised her teacup to reassure them, "Don't worry. This is just a simple birthday party, although I'm still not very familiar with these kinds of events, so I'm a bit nervous." Mubi Wen thought to herself, now that she thinks about it, she has never heard of Princess Truong participating in any high society social activities. He looked at Marisa, who kept talking non-stop, and silently sighed, having received many praises for his noble ways through organizing charity activities that helped the community outside the palace. I can understand because they have strong support. Although I heard that the person has given up the throne, naturally, the other princesses and princes are still cautious of her. Marisa cheerfully asks, "So how are you? Are you feeling less tense now?" The old man suddenly paused and wondered, "Huh? I'm not worried at all. Why is this, huh?" He then looked at Marisa and flinched in regret. Please forgive me. I've been more respectful in front of Her Highness the Princess." Marisa calmly replied, "It's nothing. The tea contains a kind of medicine that relaxes the mind and relieves stress in the body." Mubian was slightly shocked and questioned, "Are you the one who put the drug in here?" Marisa gently explained, "I only use healthy ingredients, so you don't need to look at me with such a scary face. You're quite cowardly." Mubian heard this and sighed in relief. "I dare not threaten the princess. Please forgive my weakness." Marisa nodded at the teacup in her hand, unconcerned. No, I understand. I don't blame you for becoming cautious after hearing that there's a strange substance in the tea you're drinking. This is a medicinal tea, made mainly from the leaves of a flower cultivated in the greenhouse called tula." Suddenly she exclaimed, "But it still has an effect that makes animals that eat it become overly excited." Her words made Neju stiffen, and it suddenly realized that the god's tea was a different kind. Marisa happily takes a big sip of tea, but for us humans, it's just an harmless plant because it soothes the soul and relaxes even the stiffest muscles. Knights also often drink this tea during their leisure hours. She suddenly looked in a certain direction and hinted that Ignis Lake will always be a friend of the royal family because they have discovered the answer in the labyrinth. STO came to inquire about her. "So are all the flowers used for tea brewed by her husband himself?" "A flower lover," Marisa said about her hobby with a very gentle look in her eyes. "Of course, I've met many different people and animals, but no creature is as truly gentle as flowers. However, flowers cannot make sounds, so at first I found it a bit difficult. But you don't need to overthink your actions or hide your intentions from those flowers because they can't speak either, so I can imagine that they like me, and that's why I love flowers." Suddenly she froze, wondering why she was revealing all these things. Could it be the effect of Tula tea? Realizing she had spoken too much, Marisa quickly stood up and suggested that everyone seemed to have relaxed, "So let's end the small talk here. We should get ready for the evening party, everyone. Yes, you lead the way. I will quickly respond. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone else left following her request. Only STO hesitated, pondering something as he paused in this garden. Suddenly, he called out to Marisa, Your Highness, and handed her the small bouquet, saying, I would like to return this flower to you. Oh my, you don't like this flower? I thought you liked plants since you own a cactus. STO replied, This flower is wonderful. He responded sincerely, but I think it's better to return it to its original owner rather than keep it with us. Marisa took back the small bouquet, and STO also turned to leave with everyone, asking for permission to prepare as requested by His Highness. Marisa quietly looked at the small bouquet in her hand, seeming very happy to have it back with her. Then she glanced at STO's back and silently sighed. STO. He seems more special than I thought. After a while in the hall, Neju frowned sadly and said, I'm sorry I can't join everyone, but I hope you all have a good time. Ahuru said warmly, Don't forget to bring something back for me to eat. Suddenly, the trash teacher was looking for something, but where did that tiger go? STO suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Ah, Neju also remembered, and worriedly said, Neju is very worried. Suki is so late. If he gets cornered, what then? Ahuru couldn't help but complain, Oh my god, this is the last thing we should worry about. Mubian asked Han if he was okay, and STO reassured him that everything would be fine. They quickly walk to the banquet hall. A servant respectfully guides them, inviting everyone in this way. Inside, the room is elegant with luxurious furnishings, and everyone is dressed in fine clothes, smiling politely and chatting. They all buzzed with excitement at the sight of STO's group. Oh my, the rumors are true. The 2-egg recipe personally attended the party, but why this particular one among all the others? They kept talking about Mubian. Maybe he had some connection with the Princess of the Moon that day. I give up. Who knows what life is like for royal family members? Marisa approached Mubian and greeted him. I'm very glad you accepted my invitation. 2Ga formula. Mubian also bowed politely and congratulated him on his 21st birthday. The crowd began to notice the STO behind him. Wait, there's another black-haired man? Does 2Ga formula have a younger brother? Someone suddenly pushed the other person. Idiot. Look at his outfit. That's a club uniform. Mubian turned around to look at his teammates. All right, who will come first then? Suddenly, someone called his name. Day 2Ga. A gentleman asked him, It's been a long time since I saw you in a place like this. Are you still well? Mubian looked at the unfamiliar face and said, I apologize, but I don't remember who you are. The other person understood and quickly responded, It's my fault. The young boy cheerfully introduced himself. I am Risi Endymion. I inherited the head of the Endymion family earlier this year. Mubian smiled gracefully and extended his hand for a handshake. So you are the princess she has been waiting for. Hearing this, Rizzi was overjoyed. Does His Highness really say such a thing? Mubian casually continued, I've heard that the one waiting is checking if you are the right person, secretly hoping you're not a traitor. Suddenly, Mubian asked suspiciously, But you didn't receive another name, did you? He looked down shyly before continuing. I feel a bit embarrassed to admit this, but it's true. His expression makes Mubian confused. Why is that? Rizzi hesitates, unwilling to reveal too much. Well, my family's situation is a bit... Sato gazed intently at him but was lost in thought. He could see Rizzi's troubled mind, a child not recognized by the Holy Temple, and Mubian should understand what that meant. He is definitely someone who cannot feel others' pain, so continuing this conversation would be pointless. STO, seeing this, called out to Mubian, Your Highness! Suddenly, someone approached them with a curious voice. I was very curious. Why today my sister's palace, a place that has always been empty, is so lively. The person's robes fluttered with authority, seeming to indicate a distinguished guest was here. Mubian, Rizzi, and STO suddenly froze in surprise at the appearance of the person who just arrived. Mubian respectfully bowed and asked, Your Majesty, Mubian, now 2Ga, sends greetings to the 5th Prince. Girls approached casually and asked, Welcome to the 2Gwa. I am Girls Rubrazana Kidion. Mubian glanced at girls with a polite smile and inquired about everyone in the banquet hall. The 5th Prince. Girls Rubrazana Kidion. Mubian still bowed politely to Nan Trang and greeted him, secretly thinking I never expected to meet someone like this in such a crowded place. Marisa approached very excitedly, Girls, and he happily stepped forward, sister. Marisa frowned and reproached. You should have said something when you just arrived. Now I only just found out you're here. Girls immediately apologized to her. I'm sorry, I should have greeted you first. The two sisters laughed happily, causing the people around them to be momentarily surprised. STO fell silent, staring intently at the two of them. Marisa kindly asks about her brother, probably because he's very busy with his studies.
Is it okay for him to spend time here? Girls smile and say they don't mind. It's something he should do as a close relative of the royal family. Marisa pretends to be heartbroken, tears welling up as she laments that she's still too stiff and no longer as adorable as before since growing up. Girls politely bid farewell to her, thanking her for thinking of them, and say it's time for her to go back now. Marisa was a bit surprised, already so soon. Girls explained thoroughly, just as you said, I've been quite busy lately, I just wanted to personally send you a gift. He took out an exquisite red box and handed it to his sister, then opened it to reveal a precious necklace, carefully packed. It is a sacred item, capable of healing her wounds. Marisa happily took the necklace. It's beautiful. She quickly put it on excitedly, promising her sibling, thank you. I will cherish it. Girls suddenly hesitated. Yes, but then... The boy looked at SGO and Mubin and questioned his sister, are these ink dogs the answer you gave to me? He pretends not to care and shrugs casually. It's okay, I know you'll test me. Marisa sweats nervously about her sister's intentions. She knows, but still came here, huh? Suddenly, Girls rushes forward like a gust of wind, holding her sister tightly as a sign that she has shown everything without hiding anything, hoping she will listen to her plea. Girls earnestly requests, you must always support me, okay? You can't abandon me. Marisa gently embraces him, softly expressing her feelings. But out of her sight, Girls frown fiercely, silently warning, don't interfere. Girls think that STO's warnings are scrutinizing her mind, and since you're a superpower user, you can read thoughts, right? Stay there and do nothing, I will protect you from the enemies threatening the Ignis Society. Her thoughts make STO silently nod. Girls' eyes suddenly flashed with a threatening glare, but if you dare stand in my way, I will destroy the original guild, so it's best for you to choose the next ruler of Ruberzon wisely. After a long moment, Mubian sighed and said, that kid is a bit troublesome. He feels heavy and a bit annoyed, just like a copy of the Emperor, damn it, but he still seems very close to the princess. Bakko cheerfully replied, she even brought a gift, seeing how close the two sisters are. I think the next generation will be very peaceful. Mubian shook his head in disagreement. Peaceful? Nonsense. He wouldn't sit still because he's not the next in line for succession. Bakko hesitated awkwardly and stammered, oh my, Lord Mubian, how could that be? The fifth prince seems to be very fond of Princess Marissima, doesn't he, Captain? Go remained silent, seemingly not hearing what they said. Bakko called out to him again. Captain. Only then did he suddenly snap out of his daze. STO hurriedly asked Bakko, sorry, Bakko, what did you just ask me? He sweat nervously and stammered, no, it's nothing, but this captain. Bakko also noticed that STO seemed troubled and asked with concern, you haven't said anything all this time. Are you worried about something? STO was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Antko. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and understood the meaning. This feeling is called worry. STO finally looks worried. This isn't a good sign. It seems we're in trouble. Everyone suddenly stands still, waiting for him to speak. I'm listening. What's going on? What is it? STO began recounting in detail what just happened, the fifth prince. After STO finished, Mubian exclaimed in surprise, there, that clearly was a threat. He crossed his arms in anger. This is no longer childish rebellion. Bakko quickly turned pale and urged STO to refuse this request. Captain, we need to leave here immediately. Mubian interrupted him and asked, I agree too, but is it even possible? Bakko hesitated for a moment, his face growing paler. The princess has already threatened us that our heads will roll if we fail. Suddenly, he remembered your analysis. But the content of the request has changed, hasn't it? This is no longer a simple mission like finding the traitor. He reflected on the bloody battle and sighed, realizing it was a fight for the throne. Thinking about it, Bakko became even more worried and continued to advise STO that these kinds of issues are not something a guild should interfere with. We should heed the prince's threats and stop here, even if it means upsetting the princess, and the captain can handle the consequences. Now that I've spoken my mind, I understand, although I had suspected this possibility. Bakko exclaimed in surprise. You know her, she continued, but I still think this has become more dangerous than we expected. Her eyes full of anticipation look at STO. What will you do, Captain? STO shakes his head without answering. I am not the one to make that decision. Marisa quickly runs in and interrupts their conversation. She hurriedly says, I cancel the request. I will send the cancellation fee later. And please leave immediately. STO hesitated and wondered if it was okay that the gods wouldn't tell anyone what they read today. Marisa hurriedly advised, that's right. Don't tell anyone what you read today, not even me. She broke out in a cold sweat, feeling anxious. And there's no need to meet with Delphia anymore. The request ends here.
Marissa thought to herself. I don't want to know. It's best if I find no evidence. It'll be fine. Girls don't have anyone supporting her. Suddenly, STO exclaimed upon reading her thoughts. He does have it? His words surprised Marissa. How could that be? STO continued. He is stronger than people think. He suddenly voiced his thoughts, never complaining. He has been prepared for this since he was very young. What he said about not abandoning me is sincere. Her words made Marissa freeze. She clenched her teeth in anger. This is so rude. Who gave you permission to eavesdrop on private thoughts? Once again, she warned them that the only reason she treated them differently was because of her request, and told them not to interfere in this matter anymore. They understood, and all bowed their heads to accept the order, requesting permission to leave according to her command. Immediately after, they left this castle. Seeing the flower pot on the table, Marissa gently held the small flower pot and fell silent. She fiddled with its leaf, pondering SGO's words. Wait, could it be that the girls are stronger than I thought and have been preparing to seize the throne for some time? Could they all be traitors? It was still pouring rain outside that palace. SGO's group quickly left after the party. Seeing Marissa still standing silently, the maid anxiously called out to her, Your Highness. Suddenly, Marissa turned quickly in one direction, causing her to panic. Your Highness! Marissa hurriedly rushed forward, shouting for the group to stop, then firmly grabbed SGO's arm and asked, Tell me, how deeply can you read into other people's hearts? SGO quickly replied, I want to know to what extent. Marissa kept trembling, then she lowered her face and hesitated before speaking. I need to stop that child. Marissa looked directly at SGO and said, Tell me everything you can read. After a while, SGO's group finally left in a carriage heading somewhere. Parker's face drained of color as he stammered, In the end, everything turned out like this. The calm and composed noblewoman crossed her arms and replied, There's nothing we can do when the Princess HH herself begged and cried for us. Parker broke out in the cold sweat and asked nervously, Even if that's the case, I truly thought the request had been cancelled. I never expected we would be moving all the way to the Delphia family's territory like this. Soon after, they arrived at the elegant grounds of a powerful family. A courteous man inclined his head and asked, Pratina L. Delphia, may I extend my greetings to the Crown Princess? Marissa also responded politely with a bow. It's been a long time since we met. Delphia family, please wear a welcoming smile for our distinguished guests. God has prepared a bath for you. Please take some time to relax. Marissa agreed politely and replied, Thank you. After Marissa and the maid left, Shin suddenly changed his attitude and expressed his dislike, saying that the matter was settled. He crossed his arms, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Mubian. Someone from the Higa clan shouldn't have any connection with the princess, so what are you doing here? Mubian hides his frustration but still forces a polite smile. Oh my, why would you say that? We still have blood ties with the princess, sneered at him softly. How ridiculous if you truly cared for the royal family, as you claim things wouldn't have turned out like this. Mubian calmly responded to his sarcastic remarks with a polite smile. Oh well. But the crown princess has a reason for coming all the way to Delphia territory. Can you explain what it is? Mubian's sharp words left Sin Kwang speechless and only angry as he muttered in frustration. You're still quick-witted as always, aren't you? Mubian laughed loudly, thanking him for the compliment. Thanks for the praise. The smile on Sin's face tightened as he secretly cursed this guy, really. He still tried to act polite and forced a smile while speaking to Mubian. At least I truly respect you for surviving the Emperor's game, the two-chicken formula. Having said that, he straightforwardly warned Mubian. But that was all. Even though everyone knows that you often lurk around your territory like a beast, I hope you will keep your humanity within my domain. He clearly stated his wishes and asked to leave, and my servant will escort you to your rest area. After a period of relaxation, you will be received in the elegantly arranged dining room for distinguished guests. The beautifully arranged dishes were laid out on the table, and STO and Marissa silently looked at them without rushing to taste. Sitting in the host's position, I suspiciously inquired about these commoners. No, they are. Marissa promptly explained to him, They are my people. You don't need to worry about them. Her words made the nobleman angry, and he couldn't probe further. The gods have spoken, Your Highness. Soon after, they quickly began the feast, and bottles of red land wine were brought out to enjoy. The atmosphere was strangely quiet, everyone silently enjoying the dishes on the table. After the tense meal, Marissa put down her fork and spoke up, Delphia's recipe. She went straight to the point, saying, I came here to return your heart. I asked her back, confused. Your heart, what do you mean by that? Marissa warned sharply. Right now, we are not in a formal setting. Don't act like you don't know. Marissa politely uses a napkin to wipe her mouth and continues. I think I need to ask this to have an honest conversation. She sternly questions, "Who is your master or servant, huh, Delphia?" I sweat nervously at her words, feeling even more confused. "Princess Marisa, how could you ask the goddess that?" Marisa impatiently presses again, asking, "Who are you supporting now, Delphia?" Shin furrows his brow and pauses to think carefully. Suddenly he stood up after a moment of thought. He approached Marisa respectfully, knelt before her, and begged Platina for Delphia's mercy. "I declare that all children born into the Delphia family will serve His Majesty the Emperor, now and in the future." Marisa did not trust Shin's words and loudly accused him of lying. She sternly questioned him, "If you are truly loyal to the Emperor, then who dares to think about pushing Gers towards the throne?" Shin broke out in a cold sweat and quickly denied it. "No one dares to do that, Your Highness." Marisa clenched her fists in anger. "So why?" Shin further clarified that I believe you also know that it is the duty of royal family members to choose their servants as masters. He confidently raised his face and affirmed that Prince Gers has achieved that. Shin's words angered Marisa, who stood up and scolded him. "The heir to the throne is Gu, not Gers, who is trying to oppose the Emperor's will." Shin remained calm despite her harsh attitude and respectfully asked her to reconsider, Princess, as that is a choice that can be changed at any time. Gers, please clarify, the prince is still very young, but back then he chose to fight for this position to protect everyone. "Your Highness Prince of Marisa," I said with a determined brow, that the Delphia family will follow the Emperor's orders in any case. But if we can help secure the future of the royal family, we humbly wish to use our strength to support a leader willing to fight to protect. Please, punish this disloyalty. The information I just shared caused Marisa to lose her composure. Her face turned pale with shock. Suddenly, she turned and left, kneeling down right there. Before leaving, you quietly said to the SGO group that we will return tomorrow. Outside this mansion, the rain still falls nonstop, and dark clouds are gathering rapidly. In some room, Parker sighed sadly and complained, "This is so boring, we've come all this way." He briefly felt uneasy, wondering what if something big happens because of this, but Mubian remained calm despite what just occurred. This isn't the first time internal conflicts have arisen in the Empire's history. Honestly, I find it more surprising that the Emperor still remains in power. Parker, not agreeing, tried to advise him. Even as the man standing on the front lines to defend the Empire, he still made such a statement. Suddenly, Mubian asked him, "Have you ever raised a dog before?" Parker replied confusedly, "No." "What's wrong?" Mubian once explained that dogs also like their owners who feed them, take care of them, pay attention to them, and love them are their true owners. Parker hesitated, understanding, and exclaimed, "I understand now." Mubian continued clearly, "I feel the same way. I'm not raising my sword to defend the country anymore, so what will you do now? If you keep letting the princess be like that, the situation will only get more complicated." SGO also remained silent, looking at him with a puzzled expression. SGO also looked confused and said honestly, "At this moment, I don't know how I should continue to ask anymore." The group fell silent for a moment before Ahuru suddenly spoke up. "Well then, he suggested that you can't control all of them, Duke, Prince, or anyone else." Ahuru jumped onto the table and said, "Just give orders for them not to kill anyone, and the problem will be solved." SGO replied, "My ability doesn't last that long, so unless I stay inside the palace, it's very hard to do." SGO turned away, unable to help but wonder if he really wanted to use that power. He silently mused, "Is this why the Dragon Clan keeps their distance from humans?" Ahuru continued to suggest a different approach. "What if we provoke the war ourselves?" Nezu did not agree and quickly rebutted, "We can't do that, SGO will be in danger." So Ahuru raises his arm so we can say Mubian supports the fifth prince. If both princes support him, then even the Emperor cannot oppose. Mubian interrupts him, saying, "Hey, sorry, I can't openly oppose the Emperor's wishes." Ahuru, surprised, asks why, since Delphia just did the same. Mubian looked into the distance and explained that our situation was different from his. In short, it involved the fate of those within the territory that had abandoned us when our family was on the brink of destruction. A new day has come. The rain has stopped, and the sunlight warms the mansion. A cat is gently scratching at a window of a certain room, and the person inside hears it and calls out, "Suki?" STO quickly opened the door for him to come in, and Suki immediately asked for a report. The child asked him to find his father, and I have found him. Ryun-U's father. Suki carefully explained that his name is Ajik, and they probably didn't want to leave any traces, so it was quite difficult to find him. I spent quite a bit of time tracking him down. STO asked in amazement, "Did someone come directly to find him?" Suki confirmed, "Yes, there are signs that he was taken into the fifth prince's palace, and now he is in the capital." Kai also saw you step past the window, and Moho guessed that Black Tiger had gone to find the child's father, and STO once confirmed that it seemed the fifth prince's people had taken him. Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Are the city guards proficient in Maifuk and San Lung to corner them?" Suki recalled the scene and recounted that a few other soldiers came from the same village as him. You reply that they are not treated well, secretly training on their own, and you won't easily meet him. Suddenly, STO lifts you up, thanking you for the information, Suki, but then gently hugs you and advises you to tell me before going out next time. I was very worried about you. Suki felt the warmth and nodded willingly. All right, I'll do that. Back also stepped closer to them. Oh, Suki, you're back. He couldn't hide his excitement. Nezu chuckled and teasingly asked Suki, Welcome back, Suki. I'm glad you're okay. Ahuru misses you. Mubian pointed at Ahuru and said, Now the cactus is sleeping. Should I wake it up? Suki lazily leaned on STO's shoulder and replied, No need. Let's get ready to go. Not long after, right in front of Sahwa's residence, I respectfully asked Marisa, Your Highness Marisa. She suddenly turned around in the carriage. Is there still something she wants to say? The Delphia formula. Please place your hand on your chest and respond. This insolent one dares to inform you that the one holding the key to this battle, Your Highness. Marissa suddenly burst into laughter, saying, well, she couldn't hide her fury. It's ridiculous. How could someone like you, who cannot sway the hearts of a lifetime of loyalists to the Empire, possibly have such power? Amid her fierce insistence, he quickly knelt to show his sincerity and begged Lady Marisa not to avoid this conflict. He affirmed that he would follow any decision made by the princess, for the future and glory of the Rubrazan Empire. The carriage convoy then quickly left the estate, suddenly stopping somewhere, with the carriages halting in front of a solemn building. Marisa walks carefully among the knights, almost unaware of Gur's plan to oppose the emperor. She frowns in thought, and if the crown prince intends to eliminate all other heirs, it means the emperor knows, but is deliberately ignoring it. Marisa couldn't help but feel confused about the complicated situation, and wondered what she could do from now on. Suddenly, she turned back to the Gate of Destruction and said, Well done, we will part ways here. Marisa looked around at everyone present and said, Thank you for giving me courage. She smiled brightly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought to visit Duke Delphia. SGO also respectfully nodded in greeting. Yes, I wish you a safe return. She cheerfully bid farewell to them. That's right, everyone. Before she could finish speaking, Marisa suddenly widened her eyes in shock as she sensed something unusual and dangerous. Something was hurled past her face, making her terrified. A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the room. Marisa, terrified, collapsed to the ground as the elite guards hurriedly stepped in front of her to protect the princess. Marisa, still trying to regain her composure, looked toward the blinding light. What is that? A group of people dressed in black cloaks appeared near her, and the leader just threw the dangerous object from earlier at her. Marisa demanded loudly. Who are you? Show your face. I am always sweating nervously, Your Highness. They are individuals with quite advanced magical skills. Marisa, trembling with suspicion, thought they were targeting her, right? Then Miss Jiang regained her composure and advised the knights. I'm fine. Everyone focus on fighting. We need to capture at least one to ask about the one who sent them. I always understand and follow your orders. I obey. The others, without a word, once again reach out and summon a glowing orb. The flashing orbs kept firing at Marisa and the knights, making it hard for them to defend. A thick cloud of dust obscured their view for a moment. Damn it, they disappeared without a trace. Marisa watched in amazement as STO faced off directly against a mysterious figure. STO, she couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking she had heard that he was not a combat specialist. She immediately ordered her knights to help him, while one of the masked men loudly scolded. Damn it! That person ran off quickly while looking back to warn his teammates. What are you doing? Hurry up and move your leg. The person facing STO hesitantly responds, My leg can't move. Through the thick smoke, STO's sharp eyes stare intently at the mysterious figure. A masked guy hesitated, confused as he looked at his teammate. His leg couldn't move. What nonsense are you talking about? That guy shouted angrily. I really don't know either. His ruthless teammates abandoned him and quickly left, everyone else retreating first. The other person turned pale in horror as he remembered that he only looked into his eyes for a moment. At that moment, as he hurried to retreat, he suddenly froze and looked over at STO nearby, snapping out of his dazed state when he saw his two careless teammates thrown right at his feet in a miserable state. Blind Bien just threw them aside, complaining, Oh my god, I caught them pretty easily, but one of them ended up dead. Nezu eagerly carried two of them over to him, saying, I caught a few of these guys too. Bake joined in, bringing another one he caught,
and one more was successfully handed over. Seeing my teammates all being captured, the guy standing in the middle of the room panicked. Ah. He gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted, "Just kill me!" STO indifferently ordered him to sit down, an invisible pressure forcing him to kneel. He clenched his teeth in confusion at his body's reaction. STO calmly stepped forward, looked down at him, and continued to order, "Lower your weapon. Place your hands on your head." The other person once again obeyed your command, raising both hands above his head, his body not following his will. Marissa wiped her sweat, amazed at STO's team's abilities, and stepped forward to thank them, saying, "Thanks to you, we were able to catch the culprit more easily." "Thank you all very much," STO replied. "We still haven't caught the real mastermind behind this," Marissa nodded thoughtfully. "That's right." She straightened her dress firmly, contemplating that now everything has come to this point, and she needs their strength again. With that in mind, she proposed, "Until we find the mastermind behind this attack, I want to hire your services once more." STO asked in surprise, the person using their royal status to give orders to their subordinates. Marissa responded firmly, "No. I, Crown Princess Marissa S. Rubrazanaconia, need your support and hereby make a formal request." Reflecting on the group earlier, the Palagon Magic Society, one of the strongest, is a professional magic guild composed solely of mage dregs. Marissa secretly suspects the person behind this attack and the one who hired them, Crown Prince Gu. She silently laments, "I don't want to believe it, but the Crown Prince truly intends to eliminate all the other heirs." She suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this still wasn't enough. I still need more solid evidence. Immediately after, everyone approached Marissa's palace. Marissa instructed them and then turned to leave. "Please wait here." Uncle Ko looked up at the luxurious dome and sighed. "Wow, we're here again." He clenched his fists excitedly and exclaimed, "We must be the first members to enter the princess's garden twice, right?" The voice confirming his words responded, "Yes, Blind Bien couldn't help but inquire about her. Strange indeed, I heard that the Ignis Society has a very close connection with the Imperial Court." She shrugged her shoulders reluctantly, as it was a relationship built on exchanging documents. Suddenly, she remembered Lesky's lazy demeanor, and then thought, "I heard that Vice President Lesky had personally met with the Emperor." Hearing his name, Uncle Ko crossed his arms in displeasure. Mostly, foreign affairs were handled by the deputy head, but that day still seemed somewhat untrustworthy. STO remained silent, not participating in their conversation. Then she looked at him and asked, "STO, after this, Hwangtuk owes our society a favor. Are you intentionally hinting for Princess Dinha to seek our help again?" She continued her judgment. "Are you preparing for the decisive clash with Su Hanan to target our organization, and using it as an excuse to protect the guild?" STO replied straightforwardly, "That's not entirely my intention. Helping Princess Dinha was my personal wish, although I had other intentions. But they were only for myself. So you don't need to see anyone else." She nodded understandingly, thinking to herself that if that was your wish, ever since I discovered STO's true identity, I've seen him as a weapon to confront Su Hanan. Suddenly, she fell silent. But he was different from Su Hanan. He wasn't driven by rage and had many human emotions. She hesitated for a moment, questioning whether it was truly right to involve him like this. Meanwhile, Parker wandered around the garden, gazing at the familiar flower arrangement. Ah, that crystal flower. Mu Bien was curious, and Tien approached to examine the flower. Isn't this the frost crystal flower we've been searching for?" Parker suddenly realized something. "Yeah, the color of the flower has turned a dull green, making him marvel, but it doesn't look very lively." Nezu looked closely at the small flower and asked, "Q, I think it's still healthy?" Parker also looked at the flower and nervously said, "Maybe I was mistaken." Everyone suddenly fell silent and looked at SGO, who was confused by their intense stare. You suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Ah!" SGO quickly stepped closer to them. "Let me see." Parker happily jumped up. "Thank you, Captain." SGO approached the small bouquet, his hand gently touching its Japanese-colored leaf. What's going on? Is the crystal really not healthy? Did it get sick after coming here?" You look back at those lifeless flowers. They will wither soon. And suddenly, SGO falls silent as if lost in thought. Nezu and Ahuru, hearing your words, also look sadly at the small flower pot. Mubian was surprised by Parker's insight and said, noticing that its vitality had diminished. Parker turned to look at him and replied, "It's just a feeling. I thought I saw it wrong." He was troubled by SGO's words earlier. I was a bit sad. Even as it was dying, it could still say it was in pain. Mubian quickly reassured him, but its wish to return to its owner had already been fulfilled, so it must also be very happy. Suddenly, the small flower pot loudly protested, "I'm not happy." SGO noticed its words and looked at it intently. The small flower pot continued, "Is there any creature that would be happy when it's about to die?" It felt satisfied and said so. "But even so, I can still return to my birthplace before I fade away. So I have no regrets." Then it turned to SGO and expressed gratitude. "Thank you." SGO. Parker noticed something unusual with the flower pot and asked about it. "Huh? Did the flower just move?" And suddenly the door opened, interrupting their conversation. The maid steps forward to invite them to the party. The princess invites everyone to join a feast. As the evening sky turns a fiery red, an opulent table with delicious dishes decorated with vibrant flowers leaves everyone in awe. "Wow." Marisa cheerfully invites them to join. "Welcome, everyone. I feel a bit embarrassed for not being perfect." Mubiangu was stunned, opening her mouth in surprise at this statement from her. "So this is what you mean by not being thorough, princess? What is all this?" Marisa replied cheerfully. "I want to use it as a token of thanks." Suddenly she fell silent, and although I had just made that request, I realized that what the royal members desire is completely different. Moreover, choosing to become one of her subjects in dangerous times is not an easy decision. Marisa hid her emotions and smiled brightly. "I want to show my gratitude through this feast. I hope everyone will enjoy it." They followed her words to the table. Bake eagerly ran off quickly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mubian quietly pondered about this princess. She is completely different from the timid summer prince. They quickly sat down at the table to enjoy the delicious dishes. Suddenly STO spoke up. "Your Highness?" Marisa, noticing this, eagerly asked if there was something you wanted to tell me. Suddenly she seems to realize something and makes a suggestion. "Am I making you feel uncomfortable? I'm leaving now?" STO objects. That's not the case. Marisa fell silent, pondering something, then leaned in close to STO, carefully observing his expression. Why had it become like that? I was startled and awkwardly stepped back. I didn't mean there was something wrong with it. But since you usually only show one expression, I was just a bit curious. "Sorry, did I make you feel uncomfortable?" STO, hiding his face, replied softly, "No," while secretly pondering in his mind. That's right. People who can't hear others' thoughts will try to guess their emotions through facial expressions, so it would be strange if you always had only one expression. The two suddenly became shy and didn't say anything else. To break the awkward silence, Marisa raised her glass and cheerfully introduced the special drink in her hand, saying, "Try it. I used very good petals for our victory." She happily takes a big sip of the drink, and the others quickly try a sip as well. The flavor of this drink made Mubian involuntarily gasp in amazement. He loudly exclaimed that he had tried many delicious drinks before, but this was the first time he had tasted such a unique flavor. Marisa straightforwardly explained how this special drink is made. Its original ingredient is tantalus nectar, a rare flower that blooms only once every 10 years. It is also known as the golden flower because of its yellow color. Mubian exclaimed upon hearing the name, "Wow, that name sounds quite elegant." Marisa shook her glass and continued, saying that nectar has been used in brewing for a long time. There's a saying that if you get to enjoy a drink made from nectar, you'll have both heaven and earth. She cheerfully joked that nectar flowers are said to be enchanting and can seduce all creatures, enjoying her story, which was quite funny, but her tale made Mubian jump in surprise. Foon hurriedly spat out the drink he just took in horror, his expression making Marisa worried, and immediately asked him if it was the recipe or the chicken. "What's wrong?" And Mubian's face was covered in sweat. He stammered as he took the medicine and sniffed. "The one who said this is the medicine of her." Marisa chuckled softly, "Haha, surprised by that. Don't worry, nectar flowers are completely harmless to humans." She continued to speak in detail about this interesting flower, but I heard that it has an alluring scent that attracts dragons. Since the dragons have long since left, this is a sad flower with no purpose left to lure. Mubian feels more confused and quietly wonders what he means, while STO continues to hold his glass, about to sip his drink without paying attention to their conversation. Suddenly, Suiki approaches to get his attention, advising STO that it's best not to drink that. Marisa suddenly remembered and looked at STO. "Oh, right, isn't there something you want to say?" STO stopped drinking the wine and placed it back on the table. "Yes." He continued carefully, "The divine crystal flower is returning to the withering person as they drink it gradually." Marisa was stunned to hear him mention this. "Oh my, it still looks fresh and vibrant. Can anyone really tell?" STO pondered the fading crystal flower and said, "The gods can. It will wither soon. But this is also an inevitable event. Usually, crystal flowers only last a year." Your words made Marisa briefly feel sad.
Flowers bloom quickly, then wither, but another bud will grow in its place. And when spring comes, a beautiful new blossom will bloom again. As if recalling something, she hurriedly explained, "Its lifespan may be short, but it is also very beautiful. I didn't intentionally give you a low-quality flower. Please don't misunderstand." STO interrupted her and narrated that the flower had asked the gods to bring it back to its owner. Marissa froze, confused. Why? STO looked at her and continued clearly, "It wishes to spend the remaining time with that person, Your Highness." Marissa paused for a moment, then asked it that suspiciously, "Can it read the hearts of beings beyond humans?" She was momentarily surprised and asked if that child wanted to return to my side before withering away. "Do plants also have such feelings?" STO answered her doubt. Rarely can a plant reveal its thoughts or express emotions so passionately. You continued to speak passionately, yet they also knew who cared for them and shared similar feelings with humans. Marissa tremblingly hesitated before speaking. Impossible. Mubian seemed to understand Marissa's emotions and quietly sighed, saying that he liked plants because they couldn't speak, but now he realizes they can think like us. Marissa burst into tears, mourning the withering flower. If I had known this sooner, Mubian was stunned and whispered, "Really?" She stood up urgently. "I need to see her right now before the crystal flower fades away." Someone who can help me read her true feelings. STO. STO was momentarily surprised by her action. Yes. The others quickly left the party to go to the garden, leaving only Nezu and Ahuru standing silently. "Huh? What's wrong? Did you forget something?" "I smell something strange in the air." Nezu continued to ponder the strange scent he had just detected, when suddenly he stood up in shock and shouted, "This scent is—" "In that garden," Marissa exclaimed, recalling precious memories. "This glasshouse garden was a gift from the Emperor for my 5th birthday. I started to like it because it was very beautiful, and over time it became a place where I could spend quiet, private moments with the flowers and soothe my soul." She looked again at the beautiful, vibrant flowers. They grew and bloomed as I poured love into them. The more I cared for them, the more beautiful they became. Marissa reached out and hugged the small, pitiful flower. I thought this was the place where the mark of care was most clearly shown. She happily shares her thoughts with everyone, which is why I always thought our interactions were one-sided. And I need to take care of them. I never considered that these children might also come to like me. My mother's red face sighs, and now I realize I was like a fool. She presses her face against the small bouquet in her hand, welcoming you back to me, and we will meet again next year. Small Flower Mix was so moved that she exclaimed, "Marissa!" Suppressing their emotions. Nezu rushed over, shouting a warning. "I smell something burning." Everyone looked at him in shock. Nezu urgently said, "There's a fire!" Right after Nezu's warning, the palace servants hurried to deal with the fire, some flames rising at the garden entrance, quickly putting it out. The old man anxiously exclaimed, "If it's at the garden gate, wasn't that the area we were in earlier? Hopefully the fire isn't too big." Marissa, sweating nervously, agreed with him. "You're right, that's the garden gate." Mubian hesitated for a moment, sensing something was off, but before he could think further, he quickly urged them, "We need to leave here immediately." Everyone hurriedly followed him towards the swarm of fruits. From the gate area, a fire was burning with thick black smoke. Luckily, it hadn't spread much. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted among the flames, spreading toward them, and Mubian quickly reached out to protect Marissa. Immediately after, Marissa anxiously checked on everyone, asking if they were all safe, and Mubian sensed the danger and reminded her, "Your Highness, please step back. This is quite dangerous. The flames near the gate are spreading and blocking our view. This is an attack." Amidst the thick smoke, Marissa's maid also stepped out safely. Marissa was relieved to see she was unharmed and hurried over to ask if she was okay. "Luckily, we need to inform the Emperor before things get more chaotic." Banshee interrupted her with a sad voice. "I am sorry, Princess Marissa. Saoko Banshee uses magic to do something." The door quickly closed behind them, and Marissa was stunned and widened her eyes. "Wait a moment, Bansia." Mubian approached cautiously. "Inside, there's a trap. I believe you must have also considered this possibility." "Your Highness?" Marissa clenched her lips in anger. She turned around in agreement with Mubian's words. "You are right, Your Highness. The palace is a battlefield where anything can happen." "How detailed is the magic protection layer of this garden?" Marissa hesitated before answering him. "The highest level." Mubian swung a powerful strike at the closed door, but it remained unscathed after his attack. The chessmaster anxiously asked, Kai, is this difficult for you too, Kai?" He sweated and explained that my puppet is made entirely of wood. Mubian looked up and observed, unable to help but feel anxious. This was a disaster. If he poured more power into the attack, the entire structure would collapse. Suddenly something seemed to dawn on him, causing him to pause. "Sir, do you not need to water the tree?" She suddenly remembered and said. "Ah," Marissa quickly replied. "There is a pond in the center of the garden that provides water. We can get water from there." They quickly moved to that water pond. "Let's hurry up." After a while, they carried large buckets of water here, and the fire was quickly extinguished. "Phew, we made it." The tired chessmaster said, "Now we can go outside, right?" Marissa replied, "Yes, since there's no magic protection at the gate, we can destroy it and escape directly." Mubian suddenly grew more tense and reminded her that gods think like humans, Your Highness, but please, look outside. Marissa hurriedly turned her head back. Back, meaning that outside that door, bloodstains stretched from a fierce battle. Marissa, unable to speak after recovering, looked distressed as Mubian sighed and said, "This is the result of blindly trusting the Emperor's orders." The Crown Princess suddenly knelt down in shock over something. Nezu worriedly approached and asked Han, "Are you okay?" Suki also couldn't help but worry about his unstable emotions. "STO. You've been sweating for a while now. When did this start happening?" STO's face was covered in sweat as he panted heavily, thinking to himself, "Why is everything so hot now? Could it be that drink?" Mubian also noticed his condition and asked with concern, "STO, are you okay?" STO vaguely replied, "I don't know." Marissa noticed Mubian's way of addressing her and wondered to herself, looking back now. The 2G formula isn't a member of the guild, so why did they speak so humbly to him that day? STO's face paled significantly, and he awkwardly said, "Princess Marissa, the flower has a message for you, Your Highness." Marissa looked up in surprise and asked back, "Giko?" "Right now." Ah, suddenly voices from the flower pot spoke in a jumble. "Hello, my beloved human." Marissa was amazed to hear those voices and thought, "Oh, so there are many voices." Each leaf falls with a deep voice. "We know you very well, Marissa. The plants all speak out. Even though we have been asleep for a while, we always hear Marissa's greetings." Marissa looked up at the surrounding trees and marveled, "Can people also hear the feelings of other plants?" STO replied to her, "Yes, the plants that have grown under your care are speaking now. Your words only surprise Marissa more. It's not just me who's blending into the crystal." STO's face is flushed with difficulty. "I tried to do the same, but I can't control it now. The surrounding trees keep speaking. Marissa always talks to us. Now it's our turn. We will protect her. Don't worry, Marissa. Everything will be fine." Parker noticed the branches stretching out and said, "The branches are growing longer. The canopy is gradually covering the space, calming the atmosphere here, and it's no longer as hot as before." Blindfolded, the trash priest looked around. The fire outside has been put out, and the chaos outside is gone. There are urgent knights outside the door coming to rescue. "Your Highness the Princess, are you all right?" They burst through the door, here to rescue her. Marissa happily saw her people and said, "I'm okay now." Suddenly a leaf fell onto her face. She paused and looked up at the sky. Oh, the burned trees gradually disappeared. Oh, they kept reassuring Marissa, "We will protect you. Everything will be fine." Marissa burst into tears at the sacrifice of the beautiful trees. They extinguished the flames and are always by my side. Her tears flowed endlessly with deep sorrow. "Thank you, little ones." Just like that, the little flower pot in her hands has withered. Marissa, with tears in her eyes, gently holds the small flower pot, wishing she had known your feelings sooner. "Thank you for protecting me," the fragile little flower pot responds. "Me too, Marissa." The withered flower pot has nothing left to worry about and speaks out, "But I still feel very relieved to be by your side until the very end." Marissa sorrowfully looked at the small flower pot in her hand. "I still haven't given you a name, even though I really want to call you by one right now." The flower pot suddenly reacted strongly when she mentioned it. "A name, huh?" Marissa began to think of beautiful names. "Yes, what do you think about Pearl, that kind of cloudy white gem?" She sadly added, "So I can always remember you with this name," when suddenly Kai came over to Marissa and suggested, "We can save it, Your Highness." Her words left Marissa in constant shock. Really? The essence, even if it continues to live in a different form, does anyone want to see it? Marissa quickly nodded in agreement. "I understand. Thank you for your help." The small flower pot in her hand also swayed to show her approval. In the days that followed, the palace servants paid the price for their betrayal after the eel incident, with the harshest punishments imposed on them. And after this event, all staff and security systems were replaced. Some faced the wrath of His Majesty and were executed, yet none seemed to care about finding the real culprit. Marissa was troubled as she recounted the events of the past days, which meant they must have realized who was truly pulling the strings. The Emperor showed no reaction, which means he is allowing the battle for the throne to unfold among his children. I feel a deep sorrow for the trees that sacrifice themselves to protect me. Even plants know who cares for them. Humans are no different. Marisa approached this window where the sunlight shone brightly, a king listening to his people's voices, a country caring for one another and acknowledging the leader who cares for them. She sadly asked the STO group if Rubberazan is now a country like that. STO understood her feelings and gently spoke. Your Highness, Princess Marisa. Marisa seemed to have made a firm decision to turn around, confidently affirming her resolve. I will become the Emperor. Marisa's eyes held a pleading look as she gazed at the STO group. Will they join me? STO? A moment later, the STO group left the palace, and Marisa felt a twinge of longing for them, and then they were gone. She quietly looked out the window at the increasingly distant carriage, feeling sorry that they could have helped her so much. A little girl approached and asked Marisa why she didn't try harder to persuade them. Marisa replied softly, as if they had already decided to leave, I don't want to force them to do what they don't want to do. Then she cheerfully added, after all, I still have many things I want to do. She looked towards the small, pretty girl nearby and said, Let's go, little Pearl. The girl happily smiled and replied yes. As the carriage sped over the high hills, Nezu's voice rang out anxiously again and again. Suki felt annoyed and kept silent. Nezu sighed in frustration. I can't help but worry. Suki annoyedly warned, don't stir up trouble about that. Then you've helped enough. Parker sat nearby, listening to Suki's voice and marveling. Now hearing her real voice, he realizes it's even sharper than he thought. Mubian, not sharing that opinion, coldly retorted, or isn't it just the cat? He turned pale and his head buzzed with too many noisy sounds. I felt like going crazy having to listen to everyone's thoughts. Mubian looked at STO, who was fainting from exhaustion, and silently marveled, it seems his abilities have gone beyond control because of our water. Suddenly, STO muttered tiredly, Nezu gently supported him. We're almost there, we've reached the capital gate. STO looked out of the carriage. Now we have to get off A. Nezu nodded in confirmation. They said we need to walk from here. Outside, the bustling crowd moved past, but in STO's eyes, this lively scene felt overwhelming. STO, tired, closed his eyes, and Mubian silently thought that maybe it would have been better to go around the suburbs instead of through the capital so that he might have fainted. Suddenly, STO turned to call Nezu. Nezu, your eyes are closed and you can't see anything. Take me to the guild dormitory. Nezu was confused by this action of yours, all right, but why are your eyes closed? STO thought to himself. I'm trying not to look anyone in the eye anyway, please. Although you explained, Nezu still didn't understand clearly and kept trusting Nezu. After a while of traveling, they returned to their luxurious building, and Skylar came over to greet them, welcoming everyone back. STO followed Nezu as he walked, then quietly told Parker, please report the mission as completed. Parker quickly understood and left. Skylar approached STO and greeted him. Welcome, Captain. She held a thick stack of documents and said, I need to talk to you. Your eyes are injured, huh? Let me call a healer for you. STO immediately refused her kindness. No, I don't need any treatment. Still, Skylar couldn't help but worry and advised him, Captain, your eye might not recover if it's damaged. Don't hesitate to come to me if you need anything. STO understood and suggested, so please help me get something to cover my eyes. Skylar quickly left. I will go right now. After a while, she brought a bandage and asked if this would work, and STO quickly covered his eyes. Yes, do you have something to tell me? Skylar quickly processed the new information he had just received. This is the report on the person you asked us to investigate. All the details about Isaac are in here. We have confirmed that she is still living in the capital, and we are looking into more details about that. She flips through something because you won't be able to check the report, so I will send it to your teammate now. Skylar carefully takes out a small piece of paper and says, be careful with this. The sweaty smile awkwardly accepts the paper. STO immediately ordered to end the information search mission there. Skylar understood and replied, I understand. Next is the additional information about Su Hanan. Skylar pondered about the entire Holy Palace UN Nga and continued. There is a rumor spreading that Su Hanan will soon move into the Holy Palace. Skylar reported seriously this morning. The current Bishop Lord Sajikul announced his resignation, and the Holy Palace has begun to act. Her words made Kai Bangquan think. It's strange. I thought Su Hanan would destroy the groups blocking his path first. After relaying all the information, Skylar turned and left. This is the end of the report. We will send you more information through the courier when they arrive. STO nodded in understanding. You've worked hard, Skylar. Parker, after a moment of dizziness, scratched his head and chuckled. I have completed the final step of the request. It's great that we've written a detailed report, but suddenly he froze when he saw everyone's attitude was a bit off, huh? Parker looked confused, wondering why everyone's eyes looked so strange. He sweat profusely as he offered his explanation, as if everyone had just seen a ghost. Mubian sighed and replied, "We're about to see something even worse than a ghost." Parker couldn't help but be more suspicious than a ghost. Mubian cast a meaningfully pointed look, something extremely terrifying, right? He nodded in agreement. "I'd rather face a ghost than that." STO didn't follow them, worried and thinking to himself, when will my abilities stabilize again? He frowned with frustration, wondering what would happen if this situation continued like this forever. Everyone's thoughts kept circling in his mind. Mubian fell silent, unable to hide his concern for his current condition. Suddenly, he turned to suggest to you, STO, I will go and complete the remaining part of the mission related to finding the man named Isaac. Mubian respectfully asked STO to rest until his abilities stabilize. I am confused by your proposal and oppose it, as I am personally required to complete the task. Mubian spoke seriously and sternly. I am not a member of the association, STO. I am just a god following you. STO couldn't persuade him, so he gave in. At least let me go with you. I won't participate in this anymore. I need to prepare a way to deal with Suhanan, so please return safely. STO understood and replied, all right. STO turned to Suki and said, in that case, please lead us there, Suki. He quickly received the order and responded, yes. Sometime later, in a dilapidated rundown area, there was a man sitting sadly in a corner. The crates here emit a foul, disgusting smell. Next to the man, another person lies on a bed covered with a simple, stinky blanket. Suki led the STO group to this house. Is this really the place? Mubian frowned in disbelief at the dilapidated house. The fifth prince took him away but left him in such a terrible place. Suki is certain, I am sure of it. Mubian quickly went to knock on the door. Is anyone inside? He knocked for a long time, but no one came to open. Mubian calls out again. No one answers. We came here at Rian's request. Hearing Rian's name, the person inside slowly opens the door with suspicion. You just mentioned Ryan. Mubian peered inside to describe the shape of the boy. Rian from the guard village. Red hair, 10 years old. I came here to meet the child's father, Isaac. The man looked at the group of SGO members, as if asking, you look like members of the guild coming all the way here for a request. Follow me. They quickly followed him inside and approached a stained, dirty curtain. SGO, guided by Parker, also stepped inside, faintly sensing the air thick with the smell of blood and urine. He hesitated and asked, is this man still alive? They all looked towards a heavily injured man who was unconscious. The man leading them responded to SGO, at least for now. Parker looked at the wounds covering the man and said sadly, oh my God, his injuries are too serious. We need to treat him. The man interrupted him. It's no use. This isn't the first time someone has left like this. He turned to glance at the elegantly dressed people. Don't forget, this place is like the Empire's slaughterhouse, esteemed guests. I'm just outside, so call me when you're done talking. As the man left, SGO approached the hospital woods and asked, are you Isaac, Ryan's father? Isaac nodded and responded, Ryan, he asked about you. That child? How is he doing? Is he healthy? SGO quietly thought that he wouldn't survive, that they had arrived too late, and then reassured Isaac that Ryan was very healthy and there was no need to worry. Isaac, if you find it difficult to speak clearly, I understand. Just think about what you want to convey in your mind, he thought to himself, to talk to Isaac. What is the main message you want Ryan to understand? Isaac was stunned by SGO's extraordinary power. His eyes filled with tears. He silently thought, my son Ryan, tell him about my death, and if he asks, let him know how I died. He reflected on the past, recalling every detail. I wasn't captured and brought here. I went willingly. And even at my final moment, I have no regrets about choosing my loyalty to Ruborazan. The only thing I regret is not being able to return to Rian. Isaac struggled to turn his gaze and begged SGO to tell the boy that he loved him. The boy understood and nodded in agreement, saying he would deliver the message from the old man in Kanbin village. Tears in Isaac's eyes as he closed his eyes and turned his hand. He only managed to whisper, thank you. Thank you. His hand loosened and drifted away from this place to a faraway land. At this moment, Neju obediently stands aside in a corner, waiting for SGO's group. Because they are too large to enter together, the people around stop and look at him, whispering, the first guest in a long time. Their thoughts and whispers keep lingering in my mind. I heard they come from the Ignis Guild. What is that monster? Is it a pet? The
The three men nearby suddenly had malicious intentions and whispered to each other, "Let's steal it and sell it." Neju was momentarily distracted by a melody he was hearing. Suddenly, he looked around in confusion as the melody disappeared. As he scratched his ear to hear more clearly, a man suddenly rushed up from behind and struck Neju hard on the head with a wooden stick. He smirked mischievously, thinking he had succeeded and caught Mai, but the scene before him made the man panic. Ha! Neju is still conscious. His head is swollen into a large lump, and Neju turns his head in anger. "Hey, take the long wooden stick from that man's hand." "Nai!" Neju scowled angrily. "Your wooden stick has already hit them, Neju." The other person, terrified, shouted to call his accomplices to retreat. 10. This one is very strong, help me. His two accomplices are scared and are stepping aside to check the situation. "Did you hear that? That monster can talk." The other person replied doubtfully. "It's a rare monster." The other person eagerly thought about the huge profit. "Isn't it just a monkey? It seems selling it could bring a good profit." At this moment, Neju still doesn't realize the danger and looks with innocent eyes at the person with bad intentions towards him. The two men leave, smirking slyly at Neju as if selling him could bring a good profit. Neju still didn't understand what was happening and looked at them in panic. The man who had attacked him, frightened by his strength, quickly let go of his stick. He quickly ran away shouting for help. "Save me!" Neju, surprised, reached out to hold him back. "Wait, hold on." The man shouted in increasing panic. "Ooh, a monster is chasing me!" Neju confusedly protests. "That's not it." "Wait a moment." Suddenly, a streak of blood shot out in front of Neju's eyes. The man who just ran away was taken out by his own two accomplices. It seems Mai understands our language. The cruel accomplice kicked the poor comrade away. "We'll give Mai some food. We will give Mai much better food if Mai comes with us." Neju was so angry his scales trembled. "I don't eat humans. Neju is not a monster." He shouted in anger. SGO said Neju is not a monster. Suddenly something forcefully pushed towards him, a glass bottle hitting his head and making him cry out in pain. The broken bottle spilled out a terrifying red liquid. The blonde boy wiped the substance away with his hand. The red liquid dripped onto his hands as the two villains cruelly laughed while throwing them. A direct hit. The man laughed loudly, thinking he had successfully taken him down. If Mai absorbs that liquid, no matter how strong a person is, a monster can't stand against us. Huh? Neju no longer looks gentle. He roared in anger, his growl shocking the two others. Huh? Neju suddenly changed completely. You become bloodthirsty with sharp claws, growling, quickly advancing violently towards the two unthinking fools who scream in fear. A bloody sweep ensued immediately after, and from inside the house, STO heard Neju's roar as Vui Vong stepped out to assess the situation. Neju, you hurried over to Neju, who was losing his composure. Neju, look at me. It's okay, those guys who made you so angry are no longer here. Neju, trembling with anger, said, STO, those people killed their friends and forced me to eat their flesh. They are truly terrible. His eyes welled up with tears, heartbroken by their cruel actions. Deciding on expressions, I think there might be a minor error here. I'm considering phrases like shoved his head at me or forced his head on me. Saying they shoved his head into my face makes sense for justifying my eyes hurt a lot. That would indeed cause eye pain. But they pressed his head into my face. My eyes hurt so much. All right, and I like the idea of being too furious to stand still, which leads to reach out his hand to cradle him in comfort. Crafting the line, I'm working on the full line. I'm not a monster, but they forced his head into my face. My eyes hurt so much, and I was too furious to stand still. Then, something happens. STO fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently cradle him in comfort, apologizing for leaving him alone. I want to keep it as one line without heavy punctuation. The phrase forced his head needs clarity since it's unclear whose head. I think I should just go with his head instead. Finalizing the line, I'm deciding to keep his head because it sounds more natural. So I'll produce the line. I'm not a monster, but they shoved his head into my face. My eyes hurt so much, and I was too furious to stand still. Stice fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently cradle him in comfort, apologizing for having left him alone. Now, I need to ensure it fits as one text line without disclaimers. I think I've got it. I'm not a monster, but they shoved his head into my face. My eyes hurt so much, and I was too furious to stand still. STO fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently cradle him in comfort, apologizing for having left him alone. Neju has calmed down quite a bit. He suspiciously looked directly into STO's eyes. But hey, STO, did you remove your blindfold? He asked curiously. Do you no longer need to cover your eyes? STO grabbed the blindfold and replied, No, I still need it. 2786 637 35.180 to 637 40.720. He quickly put the blindfold back on his eyes. Let's go home. Then he and everyone else returned to the building. A few days later, at STO's elegant building, STO stayed quietly in his private room, reflecting on the days that had passed. 10 days had gone by since he drank that Netta water, and now his abilities were more stable. But I still haven't fully mastered it. I need to find a way to control the entire power. I still have to wear the blindfold even after many days of rest. Suddenly, he sat up straight as if he had just remembered something, and STO fell silent, deep in thought. He clenched his fists around the bedsheet, which was his power, but why couldn't he control it as he wished? And he needed to find a way to train himself. He pondered about the sacred temple and the mysterious people, wondering if someone might understand the powers of the Kim Long-Su Hanan lineage. He fell silent, dismissing that thought. But who said Su Hanan despises the long song? Stowe clenched his teeth in anger as he thought about this. He turned away from the bed, lost in thought, wondering why Han, who hated the long song, didn't go to the world of their kind but instead stayed here trying to wipe out humanity. You called me. She stepped closer to ask how I was doing since I just returned. I tried to walk gently so as not to disturb you. STO replied hesitantly. I don't know. Suddenly she remembered everyone and looked around nervously, then asked where the others were. STO replied, they will be back soon. Kai, feeling upset, clenched his fists in anger, and Parker, standing coldly by the door, said, we went out to find her. He turned to look at Kai with a mocking smile and said, you've been missing for those days. Really an irresponsible leader, so if you find any information, start talking. Kai quickly reported what he had learned. I have both good and bad news regarding Su Hanan. Which one do you want to hear first? STO immediately made a choice. Good news, thank you. Kai immediately imagined that Su Hanan had stopped his actions. It seems he is considering climbing to the papal throne. Wow, that's good news, isn't it? Kai turned to him and continued, that's right, but it could also lead to more trouble. She considered the worst-case scenario. If he manages to become pope, even the emperor wouldn't be able to easily deal with him. Furthermore, Su Hanan will definitely try to sway the emperor to endorse him. Parker scratched his head in confusion and asked, what kind of trouble would it cause if he became the pope? I'm the only one who didn't know, Kai calmly replied. Su Hanan is not human. He's a dragon. Parker excitedly understood. I get it, but suddenly he froze at the shocking news. A dragon? Kai continued to ask, don't you want to hear more about this? Parker Vuivang signaled with his hand. No, I think it's better if I don't know. He looked terrified. A dragon should be a legendary creature. But why do I see it everywhere? SGO asked Han suspiciously. So what's the bad news? Kai silently handed him a piece of paper. SGO took it and lowered his blindfold. You are amazed when you read the contents on it. Kai continues explaining in detail. Su Hanan seems to have discovered Hak Long's identity. SGO, he wants to meet you. A few lines appear on the paper. The requester, Su Hanan. SGO read aloud the next information. The day the holy light of the Lord covers the eternal resting place of the worthy. On that day I will call you, and you will shed your blood on the altar and reveal the truth. Muy bien. Reading the contents of the paper first. Oh my God. They actually made a request. If it's an order, then yes, he will bring you here at any cost. Ahuru jumped and ran over, amazed. This Su Hanan kid is a minor. I don't even know if this is a request or a poem. Kai continued to detail the information he had, saying that the Holy Pillar of Light was surely the papal inauguration ceremony, a divine ordination performed by God, not humans. At the moment the new pope is appointed, a pillar of God's light will descend to illuminate the eternal resting place of the worthy, proving the holiness of the pope. The brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation. So he will meet SGO when he becomes the pope. We have already received their request. If we refuse, he will even destroy our guild to find SGO. She closed her eyes, sweating nervously, because the only emotion Su Hanan has towards the dragon's roar is deep-seated hatred. Everyone simultaneously looked at SGO, waiting for his decision. Parker suddenly hesitated and said, So, does bloodshed mean he's going to die? He'll probably explain everything clearly to him. He wouldn't call SGO to the Holy Temple just for that. And instead, aren't the followers of God forbidden from killing? Vậy thì chắc chắn anh ấy có một phương pháp bí mật nào dễ giải quyết. SGO. Parker vẫn chưa hiểu rõ vấn đề nên tiếp tục hỏi, vậy tại sao dối truông lại ruột gọi dẹn vậy chứ? The tangled thoughts in the wild, messy hair are pushed aside. Come on, why bother trying to interpret the desires of a crazy dragon? I just don't want my master to get hurt. After a moment of pondering the paper, SGO suddenly called out, Kaya, you turn and seriously reply, if we can't find a way to resolve the papal appointment, I will leave the guild. Kaya disagrees and opposes your request. You don't need to do that. Our Ignis guild won't sit idly by and let everything happen as it pleases. You know that. SGO suddenly falls silent for a moment. I take that paper and feel guilty. Everyone shouldn't have to face danger because of me. I look back at the name on the card. Honestly, I also want to meet him someday. Even if they take me away, they still are. I think about the image of the golden dragon continuing to speak, the first individual of its kind I ever met. But I don't want my choice to cause trouble for the guild. SGO puts the blindfold back on and suggests, may I leave the guild, leader? You purse your lips and wait for Kaya's reaction. SGO quietly feels disappointed. Is she disappointed? I think of Kaya's cheerful expression from before. I don't care if strangers hate me, I'm used to it, but... Then I think of her serious face and silently resolve. I want to protect you. After a moment of thought, Kaya sighed and said, well, there's no other choice then. Let's go meet him. Her words surprised SGO. Huh? Kaya confidently assured him. I've always told you that the Ignis Club always supports you. It means that no matter what choice you make, we will follow your lead. She pointed at SGO and continued, because you are the leader of this club. SGO. She firmly and seriously stands by her choice. That title isn't just for show. Mubian leans back thoughtfully. So do we have time until the previous ceremony takes place? Kaya turned around and replied, right now we don't need them because we finished the previous mission, so the combat specialists aren't necessary yet. Mubian said angrily, it's so unfair. Why does she want to kick me out of the club so badly? Now I am outside my territory, so I will enjoy life. Parker looked in surprise at him and thought to himself, I think you already enjoyed it. Once again, I turned my gaze to SGO and casually suggested, SGO, let's go back to the main base. SGO smiled and nodded in agreement. This morning, the sky is clear, the air is fresh, and the trees are thriving as they greet the morning sun. Parker looks around in awe and remarks summer is coming to an end. Mubian replied, yes, I hope autumn comes soon. Parker curiously asked if something fun happens during autumn. The Autumn Leaf Festival, one of the biggest festivals in Ruborazan. Mubian nodded towards a direction and continued. Parker hesitated and asked, the Autumn Leaf Festival, and Mubian thought of the bright red maple leaves, and replied, that's right. Unfortunately, the Haiga clan's territory is filled with monsters, so it's not a good place to watch the falling leaves. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but feel happy. And when autumn comes, I want to run around and play where there are many beautiful leaves. Parker grew more confused and thought to himself, he's not going back. Suddenly, he remembered and sighed, if it were leaves, my hometown also has beautiful ones. Mubian asked again about Aviana village, and Parker remembered the lush trees between the high cliffs and confirmed yes, although they are deep in the mountains. The more he recalled, the more excited he became, probably because of the location. The leaves there come in all colors, and the fruits of those trees are very delicious. Mubian suddenly asked loudly, do you want to go home? Parker took the opportunity to honestly share, I really enjoy my current life. Now I feel like the owner is no different from my own home. He smiled happily and said, of course, I will go back to my family and rest during the holiday. If there's a chance, I want to invite everyone to my house. He. Nezu also got caught up in their conversation and added that he wants to go too. Parker suddenly sighed. That place might be a bit too high for you. Nezu still looks very excited. It's okay. Nezu can climb the mountain. Parker couldn't say it clearly. He thought about the steep cliff and forced a smile. It might be a bit steeper than you imagined. Time passes quickly. The sunset dyes the sky red as golden sunlight filters through the leaves onto the open ground. The SGO group stops somewhere, where an old wooden sign clearly marks this area as Kanbin village. Parker stared at the sign and sighed. Even though we have to go through here, I think in the end we will return to Kanbin village. Suddenly, someone's loud voice startled them. It's the Ignis group. The children and Ryan excitedly ran to greet them. Ryan hugged STO tightly and asked about Isaac, STO's older brother. Did you find your father? The boy excitedly said, I've been very patient waiting for... you. Tell me everything. STO hesitated, unsure how to begin, while Ryan's eyes sparkled with anticipation for STO's answer. Ryan suddenly noticed something unusual on STO's face and paused. The boy asked Han with concern, his eye injured and lowered, while STO remained silent in deep thought. He knelt down, holding the boy's hand tightly, and softly said, Ryan, you need to listen carefully. There's something I must tell you.
STO slowly responds to the boy's expectation. Your father. Everyone around suddenly falls silent as they listen to STO recount. You clearly explained Isaac's illness and how he passed away. Everyone around couldn't help but feel heartbroken and shed tears. The boys who were so cheerful just a moment ago are now crying uncontrollably. Rian stands frozen, tears streaming down his face in horror. STO felt sorry for the unfortunate boy and said, I'm sorry for bringing this sad news. Rian didn't blame STO and rebutted, why should I apologize? The boy forced a strained smile and said thank you for keeping your promise to me. I will definitely repay you someday. STO was taken aback by Ryan's innocent words. Suddenly someone spoke up, pulling you back to the present. You STO. The group you STO was with had left the village long ago and continued their journey. Mubian anxiously asked about you. Are you still worried about that child? You've been maintaining that evil aura ever since we left Canbin village. STO confided, I thought he would hate me a little. Mubian was surprised by his thoughts. Hate? You? STO spoke quietly with a heavy heart because I brought bad news to him, Yet Ryan still thanked me. Mubian turned to his father in frustration, and he had fulfilled that request. The boy felt grateful too. He looked at STO reassuringly and asked why the boy would hate him. Still troubled, he said yes, but he pursed his lips and said no more, only thinking to himself that sometimes humans need something to blame. Parker looked around the crowded space. Now the estate is a bit noisy. This chaos will continue for a while longer because the power struggle within the royal family has officially begun. She reflected on the countless letters sent in and the waves of requests that would keep crashing on the captain. But we are advised not to get involved in any of them, whether they are from princes or princes. STO nodded in understanding. I get it, Kai suddenly added. There's one more thing. She advised that Suhanan's coronation ceremony would take place in winter, and until then, everyone could do as they wished. Kai waved his hand to ask if they needed anything, then left. I'm busy now, so I'll go first, but if you need any help, just call me. The officer hurriedly turned and left. Parker hesitated before speaking. Captain. He held a pile of letters and asked, I've checked. There are a total of 88 requests sent to you. I'll give them to you. STO is sweating as they organize the large number of letters, asking him to help filter out the requests related to the royal family. After Parker has sorted through them, only 9 requests remain in the basket. Stowe tiredly tilts his head and sighs. There are still a lot left. He quickly grabs the letters. Parker asks Han in surprise, This, Captain, are you planning to get involved right away? He couldn't help but worry about your health and advised you to rest first. Nadu also agreed and reminded you, That's right, you just came back after all. Buying a ticket also costs extra. We're on vacation now, so instead of working, let's go traveling. Parker quickly agreed, I agree. But STO didn't seem to hear their suggestions and was looking over those letters. Mr. Parker. Parker was startled when called by name. Yes. He looked up and asked where the culinary department of the owner's residence was. Parker was surprised and replied, Oh, if it's the culinary department, you mean the assistant chef in charge of the public cafeteria of Society A? They pointed towards that dining area. Parker hesitated and asked, Do you want to eat something? Then I will go and get it for you. STO objected. No. You fold a piece of paper, it's a request. Parker takes the paper and reads the contents. A request from the culinary department. I'm a bit surprised normally members wouldn't send requests to each other. Suddenly, the information made him stagger. At the cheesecake, head of the culinary department. It seems there are 2 creatures we can't distinguish in the kitchen, and because of them, there has been a lot of confusion and continuous incidents lately. Parker continued reading aloud. Captain, please tell us what is real and what is fake, Captain. Are you planning to take on this mission? STO nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I don't want to be unaware of the complicated situation happening in the club. Parker understood and replied, Yes, I understand. So since we have a mission now, we won't split up yet. Suddenly, STO said, Mr. Parker, you won't be joining this mission. Your words shocked Parker deeply, saying STO had explained that a mission from the culinary department didn't require traveling far and there was nothing he needed to worry about. Parker tearfully responded, But STO takes back the request form. The others should rest today and start the mission tomorrow. You're on leave, Parker, so just relax and take it easy. Parker paused for a moment, then reluctantly turned to the girl and said, I am a bit tired, but you don't need to be so attentive all the time. Time flies and a new day begins in this grand house. Walking down the empty hallway, I could smell someone rushing back and forth. Mubian muttered as he walked, It's really good that I still stayed with you. Nezu and Suki were both not allowed to enter because they were covered in fur. STO nodded in agreement. Yes, you did well. Mubian was pleased with the praise and couldn't help but feel satisfied. The two quickly continued on, Mubian adding details because we arrived after lunch, so it should be empty inside now. Not long after, they arrived at their destination, with Mubian happily leading the way. Okay, this way. Suddenly, from that room, someone shouted angrily, "You dare call this a dish?" In that kitchen, someone angrily scolded the assistants. "Are you all okay or what?" Mubian opened the door and entered, so looking disappointed, exclaiming, "Oh my God." STO has already blindfolded itself again because it looks noisy. A tense and fiery argument erupts inside this kitchen. I hope this isn't part of the request. They must be the ones feeling the burn on their tongues. Where is the head chef? Quickly identify this dish for me. No, tell me why I am feeling this burning sensation on my tongue right now. The people in that kitchen bowed their heads and apologized, saying there was a small mistake in the cooking process, but he kept scolding and getting annoyed. Spicy is one thing, but there's a limit. Do you know that my friend, who has a very weak stomach, ate this fiery dish and fainted, had to be rushed to the hospital? After listening to everything, Mubian finally understood the real cause of that fiery body. I thought he was just guiding the way, but it was the spiciness that made him turn red all over. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I am the head chef." The tall head chef stood in the way, blocking his view, but then another person stepped forward and declared, "No, I am the real head chef." At this moment, the two head chefs, identical in appearance, appeared. At this moment, the two head chefs face each other with eyes sparking like lightning. I am the real head chef. After a fake like him dares to ruin the dish. The one who actually spoiled the dish quickly chased this imposter out of here. I am the genuine one. This guy is fake. If you don't recognize it, he's the imposter. And the young man who just complained about the dish looked at them in shock and stammered, "Beautiful, beautiful twins?" Hearing that, the two head chefs merged and faced each other, shouting in unison, "Stop saying such nonsense! I have no siblings, that's right, I am an only child." Everything around them was in chaos in front of Mubian and SGO. At this moment, the female staff member turned to Mubian and SGO, her eyes lighting up with joy. She hurriedly ran over and asked, "Is that the captain?" SGO calmly replied, "Yes, I came here after receiving the request." After seeing the savior, she then gave you a blank stare and looked at the two of them. Mubian asked confusedly, "Hey, why are you crying like that? We're here to help." She's been holding back her tears for a long time. "Thank you both. You see, these past few days have been like hell. We can't tell what's real and what's fake." Mubian calmed her down, stopped her from crying, and explained everything to us from the beginning. "What exactly happened here?" Mubian asked in surprise. "A twin entity," she replied. "Yes, it is a psychic monster. Its body is like a mirror, transforming into a perfect copy of whoever looks into it. After transforming, you can't tell which one is the original, just by looking at their appearance. It doesn't hurt anyone, but it keeps ruining the food, and it really enjoys playing pranks and attracting attention." Then suddenly, Seo Birang appeared and said a crazy idea. "You could kill both of them." As Go was unhappy with this approach and immediately spoke up, Seon Birang, while Mubian waved friendly greetings. "Long time no see, little girl." She replied coldly, "You're not a member, so why are you here?" Mubian answered, "Well, because my master called me." Then Birang mocked him, not understanding why he would use his skills to serve a child like this. Truly a waste of a good sword. Mubian didn't care much and laughed loudly, saying, "Oh, I serve her very well." But Birang didn't seem to care much and lowered the weapon in her hand as she approached the two pairs of twins in dresses. Birang, angry, pointed her weapon at the twin pair and warned, "Don't interfere. I am an independent combat member of the guild, alias Rogue, and I received a request to eliminate a monster from the magic research department." She pointed her weapon at one of the two men and demanded, "All right, speak up if you don't want to die. Who is the real one?" The one being pointed at still claims to be genuine. "I told you I am real here." Hearing that, the other person looked at the one pointing the sword and they both pointed at each other. "No. The monster is him. Don't you recognize it? That guy is the real monster." Birang saw this and decided there was no other choice. "Both must die," they exclaimed. "What is this? How could there be such brutality in the world? Wait a minute. We didn't send any request to you." Then they pointed at SGO and said, "But for him." Birang turned and asked, "That kid, no, did you send the request to the captain?" "Which makes me even more suspicious, Captain. Surely you wouldn't let me kill them, right? But what's with that strange blindfold? Are you hurt?" SGO explains that some things have happened. She asks as SGO slowly approaches, "So what will you do now? How do you plan to tell who is real and who is fake with your eyes covered?" You can't see what's happening in front of you, so how can you use your special mind-reading ability? Am I right? SGO didn't care much and kept doing his job. Please extend your hands. They looked at each other in confusion and surprise, hesitating for a moment before also extending their hands to SGO. Bilang watched SGO from behind, hesitant. Wait a minute, can he really read their thoughts just by holding their hands? SGO concentrates, listening to each head chef's thoughts. Oh, a person with the ability to read minds. Please tell everyone I am real. I beg you. Hearing this, SGO guesses that this person is truly the head chef. So then, I can't feel anything at all, as if he's completely hollow inside. Then the head chefs anxiously asked, Now do you see that I am real? I am the real person, so reveal the truth, Captain. Bilang is no different from you asking about the situation. How is it going? SGO replied, Yes. I understand real cheesehead of the cooking department. It will be revealed when we reach the magic research department. Let's go, everyone. After finishing, SGO turned to Bilang and sent a message. Killing monsters isn't the only way to deal with them. We can bring the clone back to the place where it is controlled. She was furious at SGO for acting superior and lecturing her. That damn brat. At this moment, inside the magic research department, on a gel bell of the large building, the guards are on patrol. Mubian observes around and thinks this is the most secure place of all the buildings in the guild he has seen so far. So it must mean they are doing something extremely secretive. We have brought back the imposter that the magic research department lost. Hearing that, they immediately led SGO and the others toward the first basement, where the head of the magic research department was located. A staircase appeared leading to that place for everyone. Mubian, still in shock, explained that the staircase was also created with magic, and they even had remote communication devices. SGO turned to Mubian and asked, Remote communication devices? Bilan explained that it is a magic marble used for surveillance. It is a three-dimensional object that allows the other side to see what is happening here, and is also used for unmanned exploration during wartime. SGO wondered where the other side was. She replied, Anywhere Telemarbo can send an enchantment signal to. And SGO hesitated, asking, Does that mean someone is watching this place? Mubian continued, Maybe they are always monitoring this area. I have seen these stones throughout the buildings and on the ceilings here. SGO asked in amazement, How do you know all this, Mubian? He just smiled foolishly and explained that it was also installed in my house, so I have some knowledge about it. Like these here are much bigger and more beautiful. At that moment, a voice from inside the door said, Thank you for praising the two-gate formula. That is Suan. She has been waiting to welcome them for a long time. Oh, did I get your title right? Thank you, sir, for the two-chicken formula. Mubian politely replied, The way you said it the first time is fine. Swan is still very courteous. Oh, my apologies. I have never learned how to behave in front of elders since I was born. She suddenly realized, Oh my God, look at me, I lost focus again. Swan quickly went to hold STO's hand and said it was an honor to meet the Lord of the Korra Society. I am in charge of this department, Swan Buck. Please just call me Swan. STO, surprised, could only reply, Call me STO. Swan smiled excitedly. I've been watching you all this time, Po. Oh no, I'm actually a big fan of yours. Your ability to read hearts is so cool, I want to test that ability. Do an experiment. No, I want to study it. Seeing her look confused, STO sweat with worry. I understand. Then Swan continued to greet. Welcome again, Jung. Thank you for accepting the request. She remained as cold as ever. Shut up. I wouldn't have accepted if I knew I would meet the association. Swan asked, Why don't you like him? Bilang just turned around and huffed. Then Mubian got to the main point, so you are the one who sent the request about the substitute? Swan said yes. I asked Jong to handle that. I really thought it was dead by now given how lively it still is, but luckily we caught it without much damage. Mubian waved his hand, sighing in relief. If not for Chef STO, the kitchen would have turned into a sea of blood. Swan responded excitedly, No problem. After all, there's no way to completely kill it. The stand-in is a kind of spiritual entity, a soul that originates from the material world. Mubian wondered, I asked just to be sure, but are you experimenting with creating souls here? Swan, startled, replied, Of course not. It would be great if we could do that, but this is completely an accident. We were just testing whether an old mirror showing spiritual phenomena contains new magic. Those imposters crawled out of the mirror again. Hearing that, STO understood. That's why I couldn't read its heart. Then Swan continued, saying that our club president would take this soul. STO asked, What do you plan to do with the soul of the mirror? Swan hesitated for a moment before replying, The beast has no wishes with anyone and cannot be killed. so we will have to seal it inside the mirror. STO asked again. Sealing, she explained. Material souls have a very strong connection with the objects that created them. Based on that trait, we will lock it inside the mirror. If it feels the mirror is about to break, it won't dare to come out anymore. Mubian seemed a bit hesitant and asked, "Do you really need to threaten it like that?" Swan, determined, went to knock on the mirror, because if she didn't, it would keep causing trouble everywhere. This is the way to protect both the soul and everyone here. If it finds a suitable person to make a contract, a great mage could be born from it. Then she tapped the mirror and ordered, "All right, go back before the precious house of the victim is destroyed." Hearing that, one of the head chefs suddenly changed. From the beginning until the arm starts to disintegrate, STO opens its eyes wide in curiosity. It turns into a black liquid, revealing the true form of the mirror soul beneath. The head chef, after seeing it disappear, grew uneasy. These ghosts, or spirits, or whatever they are, can we be sure they'll stay sealed in the mirror? Swan replied cautiously. Well, we can't be 100% sure yet. We need to study it more. Bilang spoke again to suggest idea 102. No one wants to, so just kill it. We won't know if we can kill it until we try. Who knows when that monster will escape from the mirror and harm humans again? That girl over there is a spirit, not a monster. I don't care what it is. If it harms humans, then it's a monster. And Bilang aimed directly at the mirror. SGO quickly stepped in to stop her. Wait, SGO's eyes showed urgent desperation. He truly wanted to stop this person. Swan could do nothing but gasp. Yes, because at that moment another person appeared right in front of the mirror to block Bilang's strike. In front of her stands a calm, black-haired, brown-skinned version of Bilang standing still. Seeing her other self right in front of her, Bilang points her spear at the opponent and asks, "Why is it black?" As if witnessing something beyond control, Bilang grits her teeth in anger, trembling all over. Swan calmly explains that the mirror's soul reflects your true self, so the teeth originally exist. And as she speaks, she gently covers her mouth and whispers, "Impossible." Go quietly worries it beside her, thinking that Zeon Bilang doesn't want her real name to be revealed. Even the research team only knows her by that name. Just then, Bilang furrows her brows and her eyes turn determined. She swung the spear in her hand as if to attack someone. Luckily, SGO reacted in time and shouted loudly to Mubian. He immediately drew his sword and blocked the spear in Bilang's hand. Their strength seemed evenly matched, with both the sword and spear continuously clashing. Mubian forced a cunning smile, with a certain power behind it. "Are you thinking of killing your own ally?" Clenching the spear in her hand, Bilang's whole body kept trembling. She whispered quietly, "No one should know." She nervously muttered that I used to be her and that I survived there. Mubian looked at the black-haired soul and asked her, black hair and brown skin, "Are you from the east?" Bilang gripped the spear tightly, restless, thinking I should have killed that monster from the start and none of this would have happened. Then she turned sharply to those behind her and shouted, "It's all your fault!" STO quietly feels worried for Bilang, who is scared, while Su-an hesitates because of Bilang's unusual behavior. She steps back a few paces and stammers, "Why did Zhang do that?" STO immediately took action, turning to Su-an and saying, "Forget everything you saw today." Su-an, confused, asked, "What?" He used his power to hypnotize them, telling them the only thing they saw today was the chef turning into the spirit of the mirror, and to forget the girl with black hair. STO's eyes lit up as he issued a command to erase the important memory that they had never been here today, and then put them into a deep sleep, and sleep peacefully. Immediately, drowsiness overwhelmed Su-an and her body lost balance, causing her to fall down. Not only Su-an, but the chef and the two people in her group also fell to the ground and drifted into sleep. STO softly called out Zion Birang. Overcome with shock as her secret was exposed in front of many people, Birang was furious and shouted, "Don't call me that." "There are others watching us through that stone," STO assured, "but that's not the issue." He placed his hand on his chest and swore sincerely, "If I lie to you, you can come and kill me any time." "There are others watching us through that stone," STO assured, "but that's not the issue." He placed his hand on his chest and swore sincerely, "If I lie to you, you can come and kill me any time." Hearing that, Birang lowered the spear in his hand, and the atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Birang bowed his head slightly and asked the question in his heart, "The first time we met, you already read all my thoughts, right? Not just my name, but also where I come from and why I cut my hair." The more she spoke, the more she confirmed her suspicion that you know everything. "So you erased everyone's memories, right?" STO replied, "Yes." And Birang questioned again, "Then why didn't you say anything?" The spear in Birang's hand turned into light and disappeared, and she said to
STO, as if muttering to herself. You already know my secret. You could tell someone or use it to threaten me. STO stepped in front of Birung and sincerely said, I don't want to do this. The girl lowered her head and raised her voice. And I am asking you why instead of giving a specific answer. STO asked her back. Do you need a reason to not do what you don't want to do? Birung couldn't hold back her tears. She sobbed, I knew it. I hate monsters like you. And then she turned around and ran away, not wanting them to see her current humiliating state. After Birung leaves, he looks back at the black-haired Birung soul behind him and asks, Can you stop possessing her? The soul, confused, sadly asks, Why does everyone hate me even though I don't go outside anymore and I haven't caused trouble? The sorrowful spirit began to melt, no longer retaining Birung's form. It gradually turned into a dark gray sludge. When returning to its original form and no longer capturing anyone, it hesitantly asked, If I am a useless soul, then why was I born? STO sat down to comfort it. Someone will come to find you. There definitely will be, the soul half believed. What about me? STO affirmed that no life in this world is useless. 1 month later, during a beautiful sunset in STO's luxurious mansion, he announced that there was a request from the branch in Turkey. STO looked up at them and patiently explained that the trip was for a mirror soul transportation request to seal it in, an extension of the previous mirror soul mission we received, so even though the desert in Turkey was far away, I still wanted to complete it. STO looked up at them and patiently explained that the trip was for a mirror soul transportation request to seal it in, an extension of the previous mirror soul mission we received, so even though the desert in Turkey was far away, I still wanted to complete it. Ahuru the cactus cheerfully exclaimed, Auntie, the desert in Turkey? How perfect! That's my hometown. The cactus replied with a smile. I'm so excited. Let's go meet my mother. Mubien, who loves to gossip, asked, Do plants also have family structures? Ahuru explained, We don't remember our blood relations like humans do, although I remember my mother, my siblings. At this point, he burst into laughter, so much that he could only be called family. Just me, you, and all of us. Everyone marveled. How interesting. The next day, the plant approached with a worried look. I heard you're about to go to the Turkish desert. The trip to the desert won't be easy. She anxiously looked at STO. I also want to go with you. But given the current situation, it's very difficult. I'm sorry, STO reassured her. It's okay. Just as he was about to turn away, the cactus called him back. And there's one more thing, STO. She introduced the member accompanying you. This is the support member for this mission, who will accompany you instead of me, and the one introduced is Birung. She suddenly appeared. Seeing Birung, STO said emotionlessly, I remember you said we would never take on missions again. Birung hesitated. I took the initiative to ask to join. She was a bit tense and defensive, saying I asked the master if I could join the team to support the leader. But if you don't want me, just refuse. I'm not joining because I want to. Birung's voice caught slightly as she said, I need to repay a debt to you, the leader, and stubbornly shouted, At least I'll feel more at ease knowing where the person holding my secret is going. STO pondered silently for a moment before firmly declaring, I refuse. We already have enough members in the team. No need for anyone else. You told Birung to go back. I won't tell anyone your secret. The girl started yelling, Shut up! How can I trust such a promise? STO calmly replied, I feel the same. The boy asked, How can I accept someone who doesn't even trust me and my team? Faced with such questions, Birung clenched her teeth and tried to stay calm. Finally, she lowered her face in thought for a moment and weakly replied, Fine, I was wrong. She remembers the virtues of the creatures she harmed and promised to apologize for causing trouble with your pets and treating them like monsters. Now I know the leader doesn't like killing impulsively. I won't kill anything without permission. I promise. Then Birung pointed at STO and made a request, so keep your previous promise. STO nodded in agreement, understood. As long as the promises are kept, I will accept you as a member of the team. But remember this. You look at your teammates, White Fur Monkey, Frosty Cactus, Sea Fog, and Parker, and then correct Birung's words. They are not pets. They are your comrades. As long as you are a member of this group, they are also your comrades. Birung looked confused and repeated, teammate. Seeing that everything was settled, Kai opened the portal and said, Now let's go before the portal closes. You. STO nodded seriously and said yes. Parker smiled happily and said, We're leaving now. STO pulled up the blindfold, patting Tranan's head. Kai still looked worried but said it won't take long. And she replied, I believe you'll do well. And she advised us to be careful as the group stepped through the teleportation gate into the scorching desert.
a place of only sand and rocks. Among them, Parker recalled his knowledge of desert survival and asked, as I thought, do we need a camel to cross the desert? Mubian slowly put his hands in his pockets and asked, what are you worried about? Isn't the guild supposed to provide all the necessary tools for the mission? Parker lightly spread his legs and replied, only when we ask, and we can't ask for what we don't know we need. Mubian persistently questioned, haven't you already completed many delivery missions and you've never done a delivery in the desert? Parker shyly scratched his chin. No, the wings of the avian race are not really effective in the desert. He explained that we can't fly with the sandstorms around. He then glanced at the white-haired monkey and seemed to think of something. And Parker wondered, now I think about it, is it okay for Nezu to come with us? White-furred monkey, Nezu turned to look at Parker and analyzed. Monkeys with white fur usually live in cold mountains. Is it okay for you to wander around in this heat? The fragrant ahuru cactus is fine with me, let's go. Nezu raised both hands to show he's very healthy, and replied that he hates the heat but carries half-human blood inside him. The sea blind leaned in teasingly. If it's too hot, why don't you shave some of that fur off? Nezu nervously shouted. I don't want to, it's embarrassing. The sea blind crossed his arms and started thinking, maybe we should consider what we need to prepare. I don't know much, so Birang spoke up. I know, which surprised the sea blind, huh? I have been to the desert many times before. This is my 5th trip to Turkey. The sea blind seemed skeptical about the girl, and he asked thoughtfully, a girl like you going into the desert for what purpose? Birang replied, a mission. My question is more about why you take on these kinds of missions at such a young age. Aren't you also very strong? Even if you're not in the guild, you could still have a comfortable position somewhere. This kind of question surprised Birang a little, and she hesitated, turning her face away, seeming uncomfortable and unwilling to answer. It's none of your business. Mubian also turns away, not caring much. Fine, I'm not really curious either, Birang said irritably. Then why ask? Over there, Parker pulls SGO ahead and doesn't interfere with their argument. Let's go find what we need, team leader. Mubian, with her eyes half closed, replied, I'm just bored, and hey. He put his arm around Birang as if they were close, while Birang looked visibly uncomfortable, and he smiled as he said, you need to go through a process of talking about yourself to bridge the gap between people. Mubian smiled and said, you know, it might be very easy to cut down a stranger, but if you knew their circumstances, you might hesitate. Birang frowned and remained silent. The group arrived at a small market selling various supplies in the desert, and after shopping for a while, Mubian assessed, all right, now we have everything we need, so there's only one thing left. He strokes his chin, which is our means of travel to Turkey. SGO thinks we will probably need a distraction. At this point, Birang shares that to reach the Turkish tribe's village, you need a true astrologer. As G.O. wondered, the star-reading experts, Parker explained, they are people who predict based on the positions of the stars, but honestly, I think most of them are just scammers. Mubian shook his head in disagreement with Birang, and star reading was also banned in Rubaraza. The girl nodded, which is why I said it in the true sense. We don't want to encounter a wandering fool, Mubian touching his chin. So what? Birang explained. Divination is a practice similar to Saman magic, used in their world. SGO was confused by the new knowledge, curious about Saman magic, and Nezu wondered if it wasn't magic, but dark arts. Birang sighed casually and explained that since the House of Star Readers could read the stars' paths, they were the ones capable of navigating the desert, and with a skilled star reader, we could even find an oasis in the desert. Parker innocently asked, can't we just use a map? And Birang was speechless at these ignorant desert people. She snapped on, the magic axis in the Turkish desert keeps changing, so maps and magic compasses are useless. Parker was confused and asked, Dai, how does that axis change? Birang explained that there are also illusions that can cause hallucinations, and hungry monsters could be hiding in every corner. Muabian Dong agrees, yes, I also heard that the desert is quite dangerous. Finally, someone in the group has some knowledge. Birang looks worried. Exactly, that's why we need a skilled star reader. We will never reach the Turkish village without someone who can read the stars. Never! On this side, among the less knowledgeable group, Parker hesitantly asked what we should do. Birang shared his survival method in the desert. The best way is to follow the merchant convoy. That's what I usually do. And most merchants traveling between towns hire bodyguards to protect them from monsters and bandits. Parker seemed to realize, so we will take on escort requests for merchants. Birang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, we will go with them with the common goal of reaching the destination safely. In the small market, Mubian spoke up. I accept this, Parker added. I also agree with this approach. SGO made the decision. All right then. They wander around looking for merchant groups in the heat of the desert. A few shout-out invitations, searching for mercenary teams to fight, and looking for an ice element mage to support. Mubian glanced around and asked, Are they all merchants? Parker replied. Most of them seem to be. The merchant group looked at the crowd and whispered excitedly, "Isn't that the Ignis Guild? I think they have Firebird signals and black uniforms, so it's best if the Ignis Guild takes our request." Parker looked around and suggested that since there are many people here, it's probably best to join the largest merchant group. Birang also agreed, of course, this is the time to leverage the reputation of the Ignis Guild. While everyone searches for the team, SGO, with his eyes covered, suddenly turns his head as if sensing something. He listens and feels a small figure barefoot approaches. Strange indeed. That is a ragged girl looking up at SGO and asking why he doesn't have a star, brother. The girl reaches out and says everyone is born under a unique star, which will tell you your fate and guide your way. The girl explained that our merchant family and other mercenaries all have a star. But why? She asked curiously and worriedly. You don't have a star, brother. Sea of Fog crossed his arms and pondered, calling the girl a liar. She looked at him and said, You have a very ugly star, sir. Judging by its ragged shape, this star will face a very difficult life in the future. Sea of Fog didn't believe it. What do you think? He pouted and pointed at himself, saying, I'm ugly. Really? Check again. Is it really that bad? Someone in the group tried to reassure him. Please stay calm. The girl is talking about your star, not you. Mubian didn't feel comforted and grew even more annoyed, saying, Fine. I don't believe it. My star must be big and bright. Parker was speechless too. Please, calm down. The girl looked at Parker and wished silently, This angel has a small star that shines very softly. Are you a guardian angel protecting everyone? These words stunned Parker. Oh no, he quickly corrected himself with a smile. No, I am not an angel. I am a bird. The girl didn't understand, so Parker spread his wings to show her and laughed loudly. We are just people with wings, like ordinary humans, just with an extra pair of wings. The girl was delighted when she saw the wings, her eyes shining as she looked at Parker, but he really looked like an angel, shining softly from his star, probably helping others a lot, which is wonderful. Behind him, someone stepped forward laughing loudly, and he explained that the child was a wanderer who made wishes upon stars. Then he called the girl, Anjanip, and she immediately ran over to him. He greets kindly and says hello. I am the leader of the Porima caravan, Raso. Stowe politely extends his hand for a handshake and introduces himself. I am the president of Ignis, Stowe. Raso was surprised, Chairman. He thought to himself, the new leader of the Ignis Society, who can read hearts. What a special encounter it is to meet the main character of that story. Raso proudly introduces the girl, saying, This child is Anjanip, my granddaughter, and she is also one of the best star whisperers in this desert. Parker politely asks, Excuse me for interrupting, leader, but what is a star whisperer? Raso was surprised by the question. Wait a minute. This is the first time I've heard of this term since arriving in the Turkish desert. Maybe the narrator is guessing that they might call the astral seers like that here. Captain Raso explained in detail, similar but slightly different, that the star diviners are not ordinary bird mages. They are individuals who can directly hear the whispered words of the stars. In his imagination, they are connected to spirits, which is why he said they are called that because it looks like they have made a pact with a star spirit. But in any case, they are very valuable individuals. At this point, Raso chuckled and ruffled his niece's hair, saying, Well, Anjanip mentioned that the girl would meet special people if we came looking for work, but I didn't expect us to encounter a fair. SGO asked after hearing this, So Raso, are you not here to hire mercenaries? He replied, We have finished hiring the fighting squad, and someone behind him called out, Wait a minute. The person from the Ignis Guild waved and greeted, the black-haired kid. Raso silently thought to himself, A kid? George Mark appeared with two others. He smiled and greeted them. You really are a rare sight. We meet again? The merchants exclaimed in surprise. Ballista Guild. George Mark waved and chuckled. Our guild has fallen apart. Everyone was stunned. What? He still calmly talked about it as if it wasn't his guild. It has completely disappeared. The guild leader has fled. Everyone was stunned. Fleeing? George Mark continued. So we are just moving together as a mercenary group since we were originally in the same team. And his two comrades nodded in agreement, showing that they believed what he said. The two groups faced each other. Anjanip pressed close to Raso, and SGO spoke. I didn't think I would meet you again. George Mark casually responded, Yeah, we do meet quite often, if you think about it. Wait a moment. He noticed SGO was blindfolded and asked if he had an eye injury. SGO said little, and George Mark sighed, saying it's tough for a rookie to lose an eye, and he wondered if he could recover. I don't know. SGO replied briefly. George Mark shrugged dismissively and said contemptuously, looking at you all the way to the Thoniki Desert, which belongs to the Ignis Guild. You've really gone far away, Birong behind SG. Oh, didn't look happy when hearing such negative comments about the guild. Perhaps her frustration was so obvious that when George Mark's group saw her, they were terrified like children seeing a monster. What? Why are you with this scared woman? Birong guessed they were warning him not to talk to her, and the group obediently responded yes. SGO asked, George, are you a mercenary group hired by the Parima Guild? He replied, yeah, that's right, we just received our payment. What about you guys? Hearing that, Russo nervously waved his hands and said, no, that's not true at all. Don't talk like that. I don't have that much money. George Mark sighed unhappily. How can a guild leader not have money? SGO stepped forward to cover for the guild leader. Russo, he turned around and asked, what's going on? You expressed your intention that we need to go to the Turkish tribe village in the desert. Can we join you as mercenaries? Russo hesitated. Actually, I don't have money to pay you, SGO reassured. We don't need money. Russo hesitated. Is it really okay for Ignis members to work without pay? Bilan also spoke up. It's fine, as long as we can reach the Turkish village. Parker smiled kindly. We only follow the captain's decision, standing with arms crossed and asking, so what, how do you decide? Can we go with you? Russo hesitantly said with some worry, of course. But the Porema Trade Guild has never made a request without offering something in return. Why? The honorable leader declared. You have to lose to gain. That's the mindset of a merchant. If we arrive safely at the village, I will share a portion of the profits with you. In the scorching desert sun, Russo the caravan leader's voice echoes. Now, to everyone who has trusted and chosen the Porema Trade Guild, I entrust you all. In the end, the group achieved their goal of following a merchant caravan, surrounded by supply carts. They looked around. There were even oxen pulling carts and camels waiting for supplies. Parker was excited, but the caravan leader rebutted, those aren't for us. Parker was confused. If not camels, then what moves in the desert? He exclaimed. Huh? Mr. Russo didn't say much and turned around, and pointing in one direction, we will ride that one. In the desert, a large animal's leg suddenly stepped forward, and someone stammered, This is indeed a rather unique choice. Russo encouraged everyone. They are gentle and reliable, so don't be too afraid. Haven't you all ridden horses before? Just look at the giant beast before us. Russo smiled kindly. After a while, they all looked the same. STO carefully stepped forward, like a blind man feeling an elephant reaching out to touch the creature in front of him, quietly thinking it was definitely real. Does it wear armor? Because I touched the living creature. STO could read its thoughts and feelings. It liked me. Hearing that, you wondered, does it like me? STO turned to ask his teammate Parker, what kind of creature is this? Parker nodded and said, it's too big to even be called an animal. After a moment of hesitation, he announced, this is a desert crab, Lord STO. Standing in front of a giant crab so huge, even STO can't imagine how big it is, I exclaimed in amazement. Wow. Parker raised his hand to explain, they usually live underwater, but apparently they also appear in the desert, and it's really big, so riding it shouldn't be a problem, just looks a bit strange. He looked at the crabs assigned to each person and said, your mount will be a blue desert crab with a beautiful dark shell. Then Parker looked at the crab assigned to him, and I rode a green hairy desert crab. Muabien, with a serious face, pondered for a long time. Truly a difficult situation. I've never ridden a crab before. Director Rastow led his granddaughter away, turning back to reassure him. Don't worry, just sit on the saddle and hold on tight. Muabien turned around and sighed, saying it's hard, even if he wanted to, because the saddle is tilted to one side. A crab approached, and a voice came from above the crab, clearly audible. Bairang sneered with contempt. You're educated, right? The crab is passing by. But what's funny here is that the crab she's riding on is going straight. This made Muabien gasp in horror. You just said the crab was passing by, so why did that one go straight ahead like that? Bairang sneered dismissively at Muabien's limited knowledge. That's a silt crab, a different species. Isn't this basic knowledge? Muabien really doesn't know, he sighed in amazement. Really, riding on the crab. Parker also looked hesitant and nervous. He looked around and asked, is everyone on board yet, huh? Teacher STO still hasn't ridden the crab. Parker lowered his head and asked, Chairman, are you okay? STO turned his head and replied softly, I'm fine. Parker chuckled and asked, really? Then he said something that made STO jump because it hit a nerve. Could it be that you're actually scared? Parker made up the story himself, gesturing wildly and laughing loudly for a while. I guess that's right. I'm a little scared too. You're still blindfolded after all. People say that not seeing anything makes you even more afraid. STO just remained silent. Parker suggested, "Do you want to ride with Nezuko? These giant crabs are very big. Many people can ride at the same time." Just then, STO heard the crab's thoughts. It said, "Don't go." He slightly looked up in surprise, then suddenly felt his body being lifted up, not touching the ground. It turns out the crab had clamped onto STO and lifted him high, whispering that it liked sending me up there. Then it placed STO on a seat next to Anzanip, and seeing that he was no longer floating, STO let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the presence of someone nearby, he asked softly, "Anzanip," the girl holding the reins said, "Poco is my blue crab." She smiled playfully and boasted that this was the first time she saw Poco greet someone on its own. "It only picks me up with its claws because I've been riding it since I was little." "Since you can't see, I'll hold the reins," STO politely said. "Thank you." Anzanip started guiding the crab and warned that it might shake a bit, so hold on tight. The group started their journey, and by evening they stopped, when somewhere in the distance, a bird call sounded. That was Parker, who, despite being from the bird tribe, was feeling quite unwell, vomiting as he said, "I get motion sickness," and he stepped forward to pat his back and ask if he was okay. Parker answered honestly, "No, every time the crab runs, I feel like my insides are all flipped around." Behind them, Anzanip and STO had gotten off the crab. The girl looked up and asked STO, "I'm curious about something. You're not really human, are you?" Anzanip honestly said, "I knew from the first time we met that you are the only one without a star." STO chuckled softly and asked back, "Without a star, what does that mean?" The girl nodded and explained that every human is born with their own star. She looked up at the evening sky and thought about the star-filled heavens, where the brightness of each star depends on their heart. They come in many shapes and sometimes foretell dangers that may befall their owners. STO realized that reading them is like the art of bird love. Under the sunset, Anzanip agreed. "Yes." STO pondered, "No stars. It sounds like I don't really exist." After a moment's thought, he asked her, "Aren't you afraid of me?" She smiled brightly and replied as if it were obvious, "How could a Poco ever be a bad person?" Everyone took a break, lit a fire to cook, the delicious aroma filled the air, and Parker happily ate the meal. As everyone gathered around the fire for dinner, Anzanip asked, "By the way, Angel, what is your name?" Parker smiled gently and explained his name. "This is a custom of the bird tribe. Maybe people don't know, no. Usually a person's name includes a given name and a family name. But the bird tribe is different. We use the village name instead of a family name." Anzanip, curious and confused, asked about the village name, and Parker explained further to everyone, "Yes, when a child is born, the bird tribe holds a ceremony. At that moment, the elder would name the child, so the village name always comes before the given name, which is why Parker is my real name." As Parker and Anzanip continued their casual conversation, Joe Smart suddenly noticed something. "Huh?" A cat walks over meowing, sitting by the fire and licking its paw. Joe Smart, curious, asks where it came from. Mubian, nearby, quietly says it's Lord STO's cat, and immediately Joe Smart, eager to play, calls out, "Come here, little kitty." Mubian glanced at him warningly, saying, "Be careful or something might happen if you say random things to that cat." But Joe Smart didn't seem to care much. Well, it's just a cat after all. At worst, it might bite and hurt him. "Mubian also gave up on this idiot," he said holdly. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Joe Smart turned to look at Mubian and laughed loudly. "I thought you were a brave warrior, but it turns out you're just like this, afraid of a cat. You would have fainted if you saw a desert monster." Mubian refused to comment, turned away, and left a remark that that cat is even scarier than any desert monster. His actions only made Joe Smart more confident that Mubian is afraid of his own shadow. He grinned mischievously. "Just joking. You've never seen a desert monster before, right?" Mubian coldly replied, "No." Joe Smart nodded and smiled. "Us too." Thinking about the mysterious desert monsters, he started to get excited. "I heard they are all extremely fierce, starting tomorrow. Everything might become very dangerous. Be prepared." Mubian hesitated, muttering to himself about danger, remaining silent as a brutal scene from his past flashed through his mind. "All right," Mubian asked, "but I wonder about this." Joe Smart looked confused. "Huh?" Mubian turned to ask, "But let me ask first, why do you keep treating him like a kid?" Joe Smart turned his head to scratch his face awkwardly and said, "I heard he's just a rookie who recently joined the guild," Mubian wondered. So what Joe Smart recalled his previous encounter with STO and assessed that the last time he saw him, he didn't look like someone capable of fighting or cooking. He was low level and didn't know how to use a sword or magic, so he was just a kid. Then he suddenly paused, thinking again, wait a minute, now that I think about it, how did he actually join the guild? A thought crossed Joe Smart's mind. Wait a minute. He was stunned and turned to ask Mubian, is it because of connections later on? Could it be that he comes from nobility? Mubian just sighed. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like 3. Indeed, impossible to have a normal conversation with someone with a strange mind. He didn't say anything but turned to pat the other on the shoulder. Sleep well, Joe Smart. The strong slap almost made me jump. I thought your soul was leaving your body. And the next day, in the vast Min sand dunes, a voice echoed saying the journey was about to end. Parker looked around and marveled. I wondered what the desert monsters looked like, but in reality it was just endless sea of Min sand. The caravan leader said loudly that even if you got close, you wouldn't see most of them. He wondered aloud, why is that? The group's campfire flickered continuously in the desert night. He calmly explained that most of them hide beneath the sand moving through the shifting dunes, giant scorpions included, all tunneling through the sand. Parker sighed heavily. Everything is so scary. Mubian raised his head to add, making it seem more threatening. It will definitely be harder to detect them if they move underground. Suddenly, Joe Mark sitting opposite spoke. But the most dangerous enemies are the desert spirits of green sand. A curious voice repeats green sand as he slowly responds while warming his hands. Green sand is a place that often appears in ghost stories. Joe Mark immediately describes in detail that it is an illusion, and at some point, the magical green sand will flow before your eyes. The blue desert looks beautiful and dreamy, but don't be fooled. The moment you step on it, you'll surely die. The mysterious sea blindness hesitated, asking if instant death was because of a powerful monster in that area, and he answered cautiously, no one really knows. I've only heard that as soon as you step into that area, people die mysteriously. Parker turned to the merchant leader and asked, have you ever seen the blue sand? Sir Merchant, he answered, as if it were obvious. I have seen it before. Recalling the terrifying scene from the past with a sorrowful tone, the green sand was truly just a step away from me. It looked like an ocean, and I was very afraid when I saw it. He carefully warned everyone to be cautious, saying that even if they follow the star's guidance, the green sand could suddenly appear like an illusion, so everyone must be very careful. Parker absent-mindedly pondered, then suddenly turned pale and stared intently in one direction. So, Parker anxiously asked loudly, is it something like that? While everyone quickly stood up around the campfire, green sand, we need to leave here immediately. His trembling voice filled with fear echoed again. What is this? A giant scorpion? A huge scorpion? B. Rang quickly recognized its traits in an instant. They are cunning monsters that always move in packs. Meanwhile, Parker trembled with fear. It's so close to us, and I didn't notice. Then she retrieved her weapon, helplessly. Because they move underground, they've surely been watching us all day, considering us prey. B-Rang stepped forward and shouted loudly, as if to announce, I will distract it. Damn it, everyone wake, everyone up quickly. She boldly approached and taunted them. Hey, come out now, stupid scorpions. B-Rang swung her staff at the scorpion to attract attention and buy more time, grinding her teeth as she stared at it with fierce determination. Then B-Rang cast a spell attack directly at the leader scorpion's head, luckily knocking its head flat and causing it to stagger and fall to the ground in pain. Russell had ordered to retreat. Retreat! Don't fight the monsters. Get out of here quickly. While everyone was fleeing chaotically, Parker, confused, Mubian, aren't we supposed to help instead of just standing here doing nothing? Mubian responded indifferently. Who knows? I don't think I have any reason to intervene while that young girl is fighting. He chuckled and asked back, aren't you too cold-hearted? This is a human life. He didn't even flinch or look ahead. But look, turns out Pirong is fiercely attacking the scorpions in front of them. Mubian seemed to foresee the future. She would probably get even angrier if we interfered. Parker watched helplessly. Yes, that's right, he continued analyzing.
What we need to do is clear a path for escape as frantic screams continue to ring out. The green creatures are pouring in from the other side, from the west, and it's also difficult from the east. The caravan leader looked around and shouted, to the heavens, oh my God.
The herd was surrounded by the continuous flow of green sand. Anzanip, trembling with fear, tearfully called out, Master! Hurry up and set up a barrier, wizards, please. Wait a moment. In this situation, shouldn't we try to escape? He tried to explain as quickly as possible.
That's why I requested a barrier. With no escape route, we can only rely on magic. After analysis, the caravan leader suggested that if we use a barrier spell, the green sand won't get any closer, and we just have to wait inside until it recedes.
The wizard was stunned by this bold idea. Wait, you mean, wait for the green sand to pass? How long will that take? He calmly gestured with 2 fingers, at least a day, maybe a few days if worse.
The young man shouted angrily,
Damn it, do you think I'm a rock? I can't hold out that long, don't even mention a day. Half a day is already hard enough.
Then he hurriedly approached and begged earnestly, sighing reluctantly as he realized there was no other choice. Please, do your best, he decisively announced, placing the crab claws on the sand and gathering everyone as close as possible. The wizard nervously stood in front of everyone, preparing to create a barrier, glancing anxiously at the blue sand covering almost the entire desert, knowing it was the kind of sand that would kill anyone who touched it. Joe Smart is worried about STO, kid. Once the barrier is activated, you won't be able to pass through it anymore. Call your teammates back now. Mubian agreed immediately. I will take her back. He unconsciously marveled to himself, that group is full of skilled people. No matter how many times he looks, it's still an astonishing team. Then Joe Smart looked at STO, who was blindfolded and groping around, and now he wondered what this kid's special ability really was. He just opened his mouth, kid, before he could speak. Mubian already spoke up. They're safe now. Seeing him holding Birong horizontally with one arm, Parker panicked. Did they just fight in such a short time? He hesitated while she led her into darkness, her face in Birong's hair. Mubian had to smile awkwardly as if nothing was wrong. No, I just cut her hair while trying to stop her. Birong snapped. I accidentally did it. After I put her down, he casually said, Sorry, here's this for you, Mubian, with the black string in his hand for Birong. Anyway, it's better than dying, right? The fox shouted. Shut up. While they were running, the yellow-haired wizard raised his staff and shouted, Shield. The barrier appeared as a circle and kept expanding around the group. Suddenly, the scorpion approached and stabbed the circle with its claws, repeatedly attacking as if trying to break the barrier that the wizard had painstakingly created. The yellow-haired wizard warned that if it keeps being attacked, the shield might break, but calmly and slowly, he said not to worry about that. It turns out the squad leader is holding his granddaughter, and the monsters will disappear soon. Suddenly, green circles appeared in the space and moved straight toward the scorpions, surrounding and covering all the nearby ones. Then they gradually lost their color and seemed to break apart. The scorpions gradually turned completely blue and disappeared, and the Blue Sea team was in awe as they completely eradicated the giant scorpions. Parker's voice, full of fear, rang out. How can this be? Muabian saw it too, but still hesitated. Who could tell if it was something like a plague? As he approached the barrier, he calmly pointed out that it still couldn't surpass the protective charm. Parker kept warning anxiously, It's dangerous, Muabian, please step back. Muabian confidently reassures, It's fine, even if it's dangerous, Cat won't get past the barrier. He's still worried, but if the barrier is lost, then what? He answers naturally, Then we can see. Muabian, I don't understand why you're so scared, you can fly away and avoid it. Parker still couldn't be at ease and asked again, But what about everyone else? After a moment of silence, he thought of something. When you fly up, take us along too. As if he just made a clever suggestion, Muabian confidently said, Does that sound reasonable? Everyone can stack up like climbing a ladder and then I'll fly up. Parker was helpless. I can't carry someone heavier than myself. But he still joked around without hesitation, just kidding. Amid the noisy joking, STO suddenly realized something was wrong. He thought about the information he had learned, hearing that the blue sand was a strange phenomenon in the desert. People will die if they touch the blue sand that the original washed away. So what am I hearing right now? STO shouted loudly, startling Joss Mark into an unconscious response. Joss, are you serious about questioning if someone can go outside while the barrier is active? He replied seriously, You can go out, but you can't come back in. STO appreciated it, understood, thank you for telling me. Joss Mark carefully warned, Be careful not to step outside the boundary, or you will... Before he could finish, Yu quickly stepped closer to the barrier, making him shout in worry, Hey, you STO! STO reached out beyond the barrier and directly touched the green sand. Everyone was stunned when they saw what was happening. He touched the green sand, and then, after touching the green sand, he immediately realized, just as he thought, it wasn't a curse. Surprisingly, STO's hand remained completely normal after coming into contact with the green sand. The people around kept marveling at how he was still safe and sound, unable to believe it. He was completely unharmed. They couldn't understand. Sweating nervously, did he really just touch the blue sand and not turn to dust or die? At the same time, Parker spoke up to stop him, saying he couldn't go outside. Both the blind sailors and Nezu were also moving out following STO's steps, leaving him no time to stop them. Parker didn't have time to think and ran after him. Commander, tell us before you act, Nezu agreed. That's right, Kiwu. STO apologized and turned around, saying sorry. He gently said, We are your teammates, Commander. If you keep acting without informing us in dangerous situations like this, as if you don't trust us, I will be upset.
Before calming down, Parker quickly changed his tone to check Mop. Even if the blind sea girl worries about the commander, how can she just follow him like that?
Biren stood speechless inside the barricade. Are they all so stupid to trust others that much? I wonder? She thought seriously. No one in this world is worth trusting with your life. Parker curiously looked at the glowing blue sand. But weren't they told that this blue sand was cursed by the ancient turtle?
Nezu found it strange. Yes, I heard that anyone who steps on it will die. STO pulled up his blindfold to explain that blue sand isn't actually sand. Parker asked, "What?"
He answered casually. They are bugs. He was so surprised he opened his mouth wide. Blue bugs. Meanwhile, Mubien reached out to catch a blue bug flying toward him.
After the surprise, Parker finally noticed that they have wings, Nezu muttered.
Really?
Mubien calmly turned to STO. So that's why you stepped out of the barrier. But do the bugs have thoughts?
You didn't clarify. They're very simple, but they do have thoughts. Almost like confirming to STO that the green bugs are alive, trembling with fear. Uhuru suddenly runs out from somewhere. I know them. Parker was startled by your appearance. You scared me to death. Uhuru, are you awake now? Uhuru confirms that they are death-eating worms. Parker seems to voice everyone's thoughts. What did he say? You keep telling us what you know. They are cute creatures that eat dead plants and animals. They obediently act as scavengers and eat dirty things to keep the desert clean. So why do you all look like that? Everyone suddenly fell silent, unsure how to react to this information. Those inside the barrier asked each other, "Oh my god, so it's not blue sand but worms, then what about the victims up to now? Are all those monsters earlier also eaten by the little bugs? Can I now close the barrier?" Commander Thuong finds it strange. Why aren't they attacking us?
Uhuru also found it hard to understand when hearing this information. It's strange that they attack humans, as they are usually super lazy and sometimes even starve because of their laziness. He realized something. Oh, I see. But who is talking? GO begins to explain that these mutant bugs attack others because they are extremely frightened. A person watching the blue bug intently asks, "Are the mutant bugs hopeless now?" He replied as the barrier was breaking down, "Yes, they attack anything they encounter after their survival instincts kick in." SGO sighed sadly and lowered his voice. I don't know the reason. I think I saw something, but they are just fragments. Mubian, seeing that you seem upset, spoke up and said, "Please don't overreact. Anyway, the important thing now isn't the bugs, but you." Parker was relieved to hear this, glad that everyone here had escaped from that dangerous creature. He used his wings to threaten. Right, Mubian? Mubian just dodged and mumbled, "Probably so." Rosemark looked suspiciously. "Wait, kid, how did you do that?" He kept questioning. These living phenomena have caused quite a lot of trouble for many people for a long time. But you realized what it was as soon as you saw it, and you also managed to neutralize it. The group moved with suspicion, thinking that this whole thing was very suspicious. Rosemark spoke softly, as if he had many things to say. I hope that's not the case, kid. But he used malicious judgment to pressure you. Have you really learned how to summon the Vong Lin that the Empire strictly forbids? According to Rosemark, a skeleton appears before everyone. A sinner who has signed a contract with a dead soul, using forbidden magic to bring the living to death. If this law is broken, the sorcerer who summoned the Vong Lin and all involved will be executed. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. "So stupid I let you speak peacefully, but you only say nonsense." He shouted in panic, "What? Trying to cause trouble so Birang is approaching? That person is the commander of the Ignis Guild." She confidently asserted right in Joe Smart's face that he had just accused a member of the Executive Council and a summoner of Vong Lin, someone even the royal family respects. Joe Smart was stunned and incredulous, and as the member of the Executive Council, he quickly thought, "Now I notice his outfit looks quite expensive. He's been wearing it all day, so it probably has built-in temperature control magic. No way a rookie kid would have high-quality clothes with magic symbols like that." Joe Smart was sweating nervously. "Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? Is it really true?" he stammered, needing a confirmation. "Kid, no sir, are you really a member of the Ignis Council?" SGO, with his shining badge, replied, "Yes." He replied softly, "Is there anything else you're doubting, or should I provide more evidence?" That's enough to make Joe Smart scared stiff. "That's enough," Birang said dismissively. "Just answer straightforwardly when you hear such nonsense. At least show some reaction." SGO remains calm, as if nothing is happening. "Why should I do that? I don't really care." But I still emphasize to make her uncomfortable. "You are a member of the executive board." Birang suddenly becomes very assertive in front of your calmness. The chairman being insulted also means Ignis is insulted. You can't tarnish the reputation of the guild while still being a member of the executive board. Suddenly softening her tone after raising her voice, she said, "Ignis is important to me." Parker was left speechless.
Even more important, Mr. SGO, I think you should take these bugs somewhere else. SGO replied that actually it was impossible. It seemed there was no place for these bugs to return to. Seeing this, he suggested that we should leave as quickly as possible. He slowly pointed out the crux of the problem. Even if we leave, nothing will be solved. More and more bugs are being frightened in this area. The merchants made their request naturally. Can't you protect us all the way there? That's right. Aren't you here to be our bodyguard? Let's just get safely to the Turkish tribe's village first. I hesitated, deep in thought. I still haven't fully mastered my power. Maybe it's better to go to the village first. SGO lowered his voice to ask for help. Understood. I have to rely on you again. Then he turned away while the creepy bugs kept trembling. Terrifying. So terrifying. He turned away, only showing the back of his neck, but he couldn't hide his overwhelming disappointment. Sorry, I can't help. These poor little bugs keep begging. Please save us. It's morning now, and the sun is high, shining, hot rays down on the desert. The group expressed their gratitude, thanking us for escorting them here. Rat Sote smiled and extended her hand. And although we Prima merchants are just a small group, I can assure you of our loyalty. He shook hands with SGO while expressing his gratitude, saying he would never forget what they had done for them. And Jen Nip then spoke about their next plan, saying they had to continue to the other side of the desert, with other mercenaries joining them. The girl holding a blue gem said, "Here, take this," and happily handed him the guiding orb, explaining that when he returns he just needs to follow the path that brought him here, ma'am. The girl tried to warn him that many powerful and influential stars are gathered around him, so he should be careful. SGO thanked for the warning, and Jen Nip also needs to be careful. And Jian Nip walks away with the merchant leader, turning back to say goodbye and thank you for everything. The village is still bustling with a busy market gathering everyone. Parker approached to ask for directions. Excuse me, can I ask you something? We are looking for the Ignis Association building. Kevin laughed loudly and turned around to reply, Ignis? How convenient. This excessive friendliness surprised him. What do you mean? He casually pointed the way. I'm also on my way there to deliver the request, so we might as well go together. Parker was surprised, but agreed. Fine then, Kevin kindly asked. Looking at your outfits, you must be from the guild, right? Did you just rent them for the Turkish branch, or are you just visiting? SGO flinched and replied, We're here to deliver some items, he understood, so I probably shouldn't ask about that. The boy was resolute, but looked unfazed. No, Kevin was both surprised and amused. What honesty. He still happily started a conversation. After all, it's been a long time since we had visitors to our town. Parker asked curiously. Really, I heard that merchants come and go here quite often. Calvin explained enthusiastically while SGO was watching intently. Of course, many merchants pass through here, but the feeling is different from tourists and visitors. I also don't know how to explain it precisely. You helped him out because merchants come here for a specific purpose, so they feel familiar, while tourists come for their own reasons, so each visit feels new. Kevin chuckled and praised, That's right, you speak so well, as if you can see right through me. Seeing that, Parker became curious and asked what his purpose for coming to the gathering was. He turned around and explained that the entire town had decided to send a request, which he understood was something serious. And if it was truly important, there was no need to tell us. Kevin confidently reassures him. I'm the representative, so it's fine. He repeats in surprise. The representative? He proudly introduces himself. Yes, I am Kevin of Thoni Key, the representative of this town. Parker wondered, Are you a lord? Kevin scratched his head and agreed. Yeah, a lord. I'm not quite used to that title in this empire. Parker thought to himself, why did I ask about a lord? Come to think of it, most of the townspeople seem pretty friendly. Everyone looked as expected and marveled. The weather is nice, isn't it? As they walked, Kevin asked casually, Do you know what those blue lights in the desert are? He excitedly recounted that we had actually encountered it on our way here. Surprised. Oh no, so you've seen it already, Parker continued, wanting to surprise Kevin. But that's not all. We even crossed past it on our own feet. He excitedly revealed shocking information. While crossing the desert, we encountered glowworm-like bugs emitting blue light. Kevin rushed forward shouting, Those bugs! He seemed to have found his soulmate. Everyone said they were cursed creatures, but in reality, they are living bugs, right? So I wasn't mistaken, but I heard that touching them would kill you. So how did you manage to pass through? Parker chuckled, all thanks to our commander, and Kevin also praised him without showing his face, standing quietly there, truly worthy of Ignis. He was excited, but suddenly sighed. After all, the blue ones, I mean the bugs, have caused too many problems. Above all,
the desert monsters have become much more aggressive, and their actions are becoming stranger, as if they have a strategy.
The blind sea has been silent all this time and agrees. I also feel like they are intentionally attacking us.
Kevin, feeling frustrated, seems to want to share his thoughts. They are really strange, don't you think?
But the townspeople don't believe me. There's definitely something strange going on, but they have no intention of investigating it, which makes Parker really curious.
Isn't he the Lord after all? He can just order them to do it? He gestures with his finger like an experienced person, saying that making people do unbelievable things will only cause trouble and end up with them ignoring him.
That's why I'm on my way to send a request to the guild.
Kevin is curious. I heard that the Ignis Guild will accept any request no matter what it is. Is that true?
Parker isn't quite sure and responds, if it's something they can handle, they'll send the right person to deal with it.
Some requests might be refused. They stand in front of a pristine white building, informing each other that they've arrived.
The door of the building gradually opens.
A girl with blue hair greets softly. "I've been waiting for you, Commander. I'm Jinju, a member of the Turkey Branch Management Team."
She suddenly stopped speaking, then continued softly,
"There's someone with the same type of ability as you, Commander."
SGO asked curiously, "The same kind?" Jinju explained that she can infuse her voice with emotions and transmit them to others, as someone with a psychic ability,
and while everyone was watching, she self-claimed it being that her power is called emotional assimilation.
SGO looks more excited than usual. I never thought there would be someone with a power like mine.
Jinju shook her head in denial. "No, President, I can't read others' minds, and my ability's effectiveness isn't strong, nor does it last long."
She happily admired and praised, "You are truly the best in the field of psychic abilities. It is an honor to meet you, Chairman." After hearing Jinju's explanation, he bowed his head in disappointment. "I see." The old man standing to the side extended his hand as if trying to get our attention.
"And I think you should listen to our request first. You promised to speak first. Apologize to the Lord of the Territory. What is your request?"
Fabian quickly recited his request.
"I want someone to investigate the greens and find out why the bugs are appearing around us. If possible, I hope there is evidence to prove that the greens are also bugs."
He smiled freely. "I need to inform the townspeople about them." Jinju asked curiously, "Don't you want to eliminate them?" Fabian confidently replied,
"If we have enough evidence and information about their origin, then we Turkish guards can handle the bugs ourselves. The Turkish desert is our homeland." She agreed without hesitation. "All right, I will note your request."
He smiled brightly as if to show off his strong teeth. "Everyone, if you encounter any problems here, come find me. I will help as much as I can." Then, like a gust of wind, Fabian rushed away as if flying. "All right, see you later." Parker was still stunned by Fabien's amazement and exclaimed, "This lord here, how should I put it? He's truly impressive." The guild is a vast space with endless long staircases. A curious voice spoke up in front of the round mirror. "So, is this the soul-containing mirror?" Jinju recounted. "I heard that mirror. Souls can change shape like imposters." SGO said slowly. "That's right. They are currently unresponsive because they are sleeping, so we need to hide it somewhere quiet and safe." As SGO explained, he recalled a moment when he was talking to an indistinct creature, hoping that one day, when the seeker appears, they can wake up from their deep sleep and find happiness. He gently asked around, "I heard there's a suitable place to store mirror milk in the Turkish desert." She also pondered and remembered that near the town there was an ancient temple from long ago, carefully maintained by the guides, making it a good place to store the milk. But right now, there's a problem. Jinju suddenly remembered the temple and the green sand and felt worried, just as the Turkish lord had said.
"Recently, the green sand and monsters have appeared repeatedly and attacked the area around the temple, making the path to it dangerous and causing explorers to stop going there."
Stowe gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, so that's why he said he hasn't had any visitors in a while. The image of Kevin practicing the spear appeared in his mind. After all, it's been a long time since anyone came to our town. While everyone was gathered around the board, she announced some news that shocked Parker into shouting.
"We also found this phenomenon very strange, so we conducted a preliminary investigation." He turned back worriedly. "But isn't the Turkey branch supposed to be restricted from acting without orders? That's a violation of the guild's rules."
Jinju solemnly recounted that the guild leader ordered us to investigate the strange activities in the Turkish desert. As soon as she finished, everyone started speculating and recalling Kai. "Wait, is that why she also sent us here? The blind sea is so uncomfortable that I can't control my facial muscles. That damn kid, she's using us as pawns and still pretending to be innocent." It's getting dark in Turkey now, and the sky is filled with twinkling stars. On the transparent window, a blue dragonfly is clinging. STO is awake and lying on the bed, while Mu Bien is asleep. He kept staring blankly at the foot of the house, lost in thought.
Suddenly, STO sat up quietly, quickly put on his shirt and slipped out the door. You're going somewhere, aren't you? STO immediately glanced back and saw Suki. He opened his mouth to explain something, but didn't know what to say. STO boldly steps out of the room and calmly replies, "Nothing is wrong." As he keeps walking further away from the building, suddenly he stops as if sealed by an invisible barrier. "It seems you've discovered someone. This place might be dangerous for him." STO turns around suspiciously. "Have you been watching me all this time?" So it turns out Mubian, who should have been sleeping all along, is definitely what I need to do here. Suki also wonders, but following him all the time isn't really interesting. He crouched down and chuckled softly, joking that if no battle happened, then he knew what to do next. Black cat. The cat doesn't care about anything. I am not a black cat. Mubian kept rambling, even if it was boring. Safety is still the best. Black cat. Even though I understand, you still come over to ask. More importantly, this isn't a good area for a walk. Are you having trouble sleeping? STO replied softly, supporting. Mubian suddenly remembered the bloodstains spreading everywhere. And there were days like this when my body was tired, but my mind was clear. I could only keep thinking. He shrugged back to his usual casual tone, so at times like this I felt I needed to do something. So I hunted a lot. Suki doubted what she just heard. Hunting. Mubian kept recalling hunting monsters. Everywhere there are monsters, so I could get lost in hunting them. Then he suddenly stood upright and serious. STO, after surviving the encounter with the abnormal phenomenon in the desert, I have a question. STO was unhesitating. Mubian guessed if someone was controlling the monsters. As he aimed at the golden dragon Suhanan, he also issued a warning that the Turkish desert could be much more dangerous than we think. Suddenly, a noise startled him, and he looked around alertly. Mubian turned to the woodpile in the corner and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Behind a shelf, something was flickering. After a while, a cactus thief appeared, and Mubian sighed in relief. What was that? Turns out it was just a shy cactus. The frightened cactus said, "That must be what I said. So why are you standing there in the dark? I thought you were a monster." Uhuru used a stick to lift and move closer to STO's group and asked, "What are you three doing here? The atmosphere seems serious. Are you fighting?" Mubian sighed and said, "We're just out for a walk at night." STO asked with concern, "Uhuru, do you want to go back to your family?" Uhuru questions family. STO says, "I don't know how you got to Galatia, but I don't think you want to go there." He asks Uhuru, "Don't you want to go back home?" The cactus startled and replied, No, I think you misunderstood." Uhuru pointed to himself, confused. "My family? Is it even really a family? After all, we don't have the deep familial bonds that humans do." He started telling me about his tough childhood. We were born underground, and after reaching a certain age, my mother would send each of us to the surface. My first memory of the surface is the desert. Under the scorching sun, you probably have a bad impression of it. I hate the hot, silent desert. Uhuru remembers the human shadow that protected him. And then by chance I was able to travel across the continent thanks to humans. You were placed inside the Tron, carried on a horse and taken everywhere, which is also why you lost track of your family. I don't know where my other brothers have gone or where my mother is now underground. So I like being with you like this, STO. The straw hat crossed his arms casually and asked, "So Wrong, where do you plan to go alone in the middle of the night?" At this moment, STO had already lifted the mist in his hand, and the cactus also crossed his arms in response, so I went outside to find him after STO disappeared. STO was moved and thanked him, then asked him not to do that again. But Uhuru didn't understand why STO explained that going alone was very dangerous. He advised him, "Next time, please wake someone up or wait for me to come back." The cactus in his chest, STO promised. "I promise to return as soon as I can, to take care and warn." Uhuru also understood. "All right, you promise, right?" At this moment, Mubian stepped forward and suggested, "Let's go inside. It's very cold at night." STO spoke up. "Mubian," he responded, "what's going on?" STO then explained his plan. "I intend to go to the distant temple tomorrow morning." Mubian replied calmly, "If you order, I will follow, but I can ask why you are willing to risk this danger." STO pondered and replied, "The insects asked me for help. I want to see what makes them so afraid." Uhuru suddenly promised. "I hate ticks," Mubian asked, surprised. "But you're a cactus. Why do you hate insects?" The prickly cactus replied. "Does being a plant mean you have to like insects?" The next morning, in the luxurious, dilapidated house, an apology was heard. "I'm sorry," Jinju nervously said. "If I had known you were going to the desert shrine, I would have prepared in advance," STO replied. "It's okay." To save her support service, Jinju hesitated, and we quickly prepared a means of transportation. A few minutes later, everyone was arranged to ride the giant desert crabs. Mubian muttered to Birong, sitting in front. "Don't give me that look, girl. I'm not this kind of guy. Just because I want to, if you hate it that much, you can get off." He forced a reluctant and annoyed smile. "I alone can protect him." Suddenly, the reins were jerked out of his hand. Birong glared at him and growled, "What do you mean by that? Get off, I'm the one driving." Mubin, resting his hand behind his head and bloodshot eyes, "Fine, fine. Drive carefully." Birong irritably thought, "Be careful, huh? Don't make me laugh." "Do you think I will regret letting you drive?" the person behind casually said. "I should probably close my eyes for a bit." STO was controlling another desert crab, and hearing the argument from the other side, he found it amusing. They were arguing again. Nizu hugs Ahuru as they control another crab, lamenting poor crab. Ahuru agrees. "Luckily, I was born a cactus." Seeing the team ready, STO volunteers. "Let's go." The place they arrived at was an old, dilapidated temple, with damaged angel statues, broken wings, and missing heads, showing it had suffered severe destruction. The crumbling walls covered in cobwebs make it look even more deserted. The group stepped down from the crab's back. Parker also got off the giant crab, following STO, and asked, "Is this the leader, the destroyed temple?" STO looked around, unable to sense any human presence here. You look at the trembling crabs and think, and the desert crabs are also very afraid of this place. The blind sailor then suggested we set up the weapons we took from the guild and explore the surroundings. STO looked up at the ruined temple entrance before him, feeling the mysterious and dangerous aura emanating from inside. "You didn't say it was right, but chose to go inside." Inside, I hugged like ink, wondering what awaits them in there. "Because I think the group should spread out to avoid getting lost," Mubian commented that with this we probably can't call this place the treasure area. Parker was worried, but I didn't think there was anything here, nor any signs of human activity. STO walking ahead with a serious face. Silent. Seeing him quieter than usual, Parker softly called out, "Leader." Then suddenly, STO rolled his eyes, and hearing someone crying and begging for help, I was scared and wanted to go home. Parker reached out to touch STO ahead, leader. Then he suddenly ran inside. "I can hear someone here." Parker shouted urgently, "Wait for us, leader." Inside the abandoned temple, flickering torchlight from wall sconces was the only light guiding them. The group carefully descended the stairs, and as they went deeper, the architecture and carvings inside left them in awe. Truly magnificent. This is a temple built by people who lived thousands of years ago, yes? It's hard to imagine constructing something like this even with all modern techniques. Parker nervously spoke up. "Leader, let's go back. I don't think we'll meet anyone if we go any deeper." STO confirmed. "No, someone is living here." His eyes showed determination. "I can hear them deep below. Someone is calling for help. Please save me. I want to go home." Parker followed anxiously, thinking to himself that the leader's abilities seemed to be growing much stronger. He quietly remarked that it was as if he was evolving. Lost in thought, STO pointed at the altar in front of him and called, "Parker, there's an altar over there. They've reached the bottom of the temple, and there's nothing much here except murals and an altar covered with a red cloth." Parker looked around and said, "I think this was originally a place of worship." STO was surprised. "A place of worship?" Parker continued, "I heard that in the past people sacrificed live animals to the gods." Mubian nodded. "Yeah, I've heard about that too." "Do some people still do it?" Parker explained. "Nowadays, they only do it on special occasions in ancient temples. Every worship involves a sacrifice." Mubian nonchalantly said something shocking, "And there are records indicating they also sacrificed humans." Parker was terrified. "Huh?" While STO looked around, Mubian was busy sharing information. "It's just a hypothesis. When ancient ruins were first discovered, human bodies were found buried deep within the grounds of temples like these." Hearing this, Parker was so terrified his soul almost left his body, he stammered and trembled. To save his trembling soul, he argued that it was impossible. Why would worshippers of the gods do such a thing? Surely they did it to increase the offerings, right? Mubian crossed his arms and continued. "Some findings show they placed living people in coffins and nailed them in so they couldn't escape. We also cover them with magical preservation powder to stop decay. I don't know if they knew these would be discovered in the future." "Let's change the subject," Parker decisively shouted. "We're from the Ignis Association. Is anyone alive here?" This time, even Parker can hear the cries for help. "Oh, divine spirits have answered our prayers." The voices of those calling for help are echoing. "We are still alive. Move quickly."
Parker looked around. I can hear the sounds too.
He was confused, but why were those sounds coming from? At this moment, SGO seemed to have found the source of the noise and sat down, cross-legged. He tapped the stone floor, carefully listening, then concluded that the floor was hollow. As Womahuru approached, Parker stood stiffly beside him. Mubian also came over, wondering how they got down there.
There is a handle on the tree picture on the wall that serves as a guide. SGO stands up and finds the handle as instructed.
He gently presses, and the floor below opens up, surprising everyone standing right there.
The passage under the floor opens, and soon after, a boy in a white scarf appears, happily relieved to be outside. Oh my God.
Mubian stood silently to the side, wondering how long they had been down there. But it was surprising that they still had air. He expressed his gratitude, thank you very much. If it weren't for you guys, we would have suffocated in there. SGO asked if this mechanism was to prevent escape from the inside. He replied, yes. We are being chased by the insect horde and running inside as fast as we can, but it can't open from the inside. SGO asked, did the green ones also come here? He replied, yes, that's right. At that moment, he suddenly panicked. We have to get out of here right now. SGO doesn't understand what's happening. Below, it's not just the boy earlier, but several others helping each other to escape. The boy initially explained,
That this temple is their home, and if we stay here, we will be overwhelmed.
SGO pondered silently, looking at the wall and realizing that's why I can hear her voice from this place. Instinctively, he stepped forward and gently pressed his hand on a brick in the wall. Mubian saw that and said there is a door behind the altar. The door looks heavy and silent, not moving at all. The group of white-clad monsters has escaped and is huddled together, trembling, when one of them speaks, saying that door won't open, it's a room sealed long ago. They say that, according to legend, unless a person is a divine being blessed by the gods, it cannot be opened. But at that moment, SGO has already opened the door. The group of head-dressed people was also stunned as a light flickered inside the door. Seeing this, they were terrified and ran away, cutting the scene. Parker nervously asked if we should let them go. The blind man didn't care much, just let them go. They'll be fine. SGO looked inside the room, which was much brighter than outside. You comment, it's interesting, the underground is brighter than it has been in 3 days. With such light, it feels like we're inside a cave filled with crystals. SGO ponders, we have found the survivors and also learned that the blue sand originates from this temple. So why are we still risking moving forward into this dangerous place? The sound of footsteps echoed behind, just let me burn this place down. Bilan stepped forward and suggested that even though they are small, if the path is on fire, their numbers will be significantly reduced. She desperately persuades SGO that they are different from the monkeys and cacti he loves. The little worms are man-eating monsters, and if we want to eliminate them, we must make sure they can no longer come to the surface. Wait, they were originally gentle creatures. We need to understand why they turned into monsters. Bilan questioned. You said we would understand if we go in, SGO replied. I'm not so sure. On your side, there's still the sound of cries for help and fear. I'm very scared. Please, help. SGO pushed the stone door and said, I will check after I go in. Then he entered and turned back to give instructions as if he wanted to say, don't follow me. Bilan stubbornly said, I will check too. She worries that gentle creatures could turn into monsters due to external factors. Bilan clenched his teeth as if contemplating some unpleasant matter. After all, it could also be an important issue for me. So please read their minds and find out why the larva turned into a monster. She begged, please. SGO hesitated. Do you think, please? He looked down, his eyes worried. Looking at his hand, SGO wondered if this ability was worth anything. Without thinking much more, everyone moved forward, and in the bright light they were excited. What lay ahead was a mountain of gold, enough to make them all ecstatic. Gold. Everyone looked in amazement at the pile of gold before them. SGO calmly stepped forward. Mubian crossed his arms and wondered if all this was really gold. Parker was overjoyed, thinking they would become rich. Mubian shook his head and coldly poured cold water on him. Wake up. All the treasures of the temple are considered relics. Everything here will be reclaimed by the saints. Hey, but why is there gold in the temple? Mubian nonchalantly replied, who knows? He frowned slightly, especially in such a secret place. Thinking about those green kids, Mubian suddenly asked, wait a minute, could the little bugs have been born from the gold? Nezida probably not. White Fur,
looked at the pile of gold in front of him and said, "There are no little bugs beside the gold." In the brightly lit room filled with gold, someone spoke, analyzing that they only appeared at a certain point.
Parker shrugged, saying, "I don't see anything suspicious. Isn't this just an old secret vault?" as SGO sat down to inspect.
Birung also finds it hard to understand why the temple needs a treasure. Wise Mubian spoke up. Even warriors need to live and eat. Young girl, the Pope is also very wealthy. There must be about 10 such vaults in the Holy Palace.
Birung complains that's blasphemous.
He sneers mockingly. You yourself said it while not even believing in gods. She turns to ask, so do you believe in him? Mubian adopts a devout attitude, clasping his hands with a somewhat sarcastic tone, saying that all citizens of the Empire are baptized at birth. My religion was decided before I was born. It's a forced belief.
Then he expressed his opinion. Well, that's also true, but I personally believe there is a God who cares about humans and sometimes intervenes in their lives. Returning to STO, you hear the sound of a green cut scream for help. Save me, you are confused. How can I save?
You close your eyes and listen, they say the box. Parker, curious, asks, Leader, did you find something? STO replies, the bugs are talking about a box. Parker looks up, hesitating. The box he mentioned is. Looking at Parker, on a tall shelf, there is a finely crafted box placed separately. He flies up, takes the box down to STO and asks, is this the one, Leader? In STO's perception, he is surprised to see the bugs changing their movement. Curious, he opens the box to reveal a layer of golden light inside. Looking at the object that looks like a piece of gold shining with light, someone exclaimed, "It's gold again!"
Mubian examined it carefully and concluded, "No, this is not gold. This is," Ahuru in Nezu's hand said, "a gold dragon scale."
Mubian turned to ask, "Does this cactus know anything about gold dragon scales?" STO also looked over, and the cactus replied, "It's just as the name suggests." Ahuru explains that this is a dragon scale. Unlike fish scales, it is infused with magic, and everyone is surprised by the magic. The cactus continues, dragons are a race that created magic, right? So naturally, each of their scales contains immense magical power. Mubian still didn't quite understand, so he asked, for example, Parker was confused, wait a minute. He thought you were worried that it had magic that drove monsters crazy and caused them to kill people. Ahuru jumped onto Nezu's head and loudly praised, exactly. Mubian crossed his arms and sighed heavily, so the golden dragon Suhanan was the mastermind. After all, Nezu asked, what should we do? Ahuru replied, just need to destroy the scale and the insect soldiers and scorpions will return to normal. Parker was confused, but how do you know all these things, Ahuru? Ahuru confidently said, I inherited my memories from my mother. Someone asked, is your mother the 1,000-year-old Akiuminata in the Turkish desert? Ahuru laughed. 1,000 years is a bit too long. My mother lived during the era of dragons and humans coexisting. The frost tree recounted that she also directly conversed with them and learned many secrets from various sources. Ahuru proudly declared, my brothers and I inherit all those memories. Akiuminata is a dragon race like this, and we are one, and one can become everything. Anyway, back to the main issue. The fog tree jumps onto the dragon scale box. The dragon will die if killed by another dragon. It looks at STO, meaning in only you can do it, STO, you nod, I will destroy it. Suki, unhappy, flicks her tail and disagrees. I oppose. It could be very dangerous. Do you think the dragon scale is just an ordinary scale? It suggests you give your opinion, which is very suspicious. If you think simply, it can't break easily like a twig. It turns around, showing it wants to leave. We just need to go back, tell them the reason, and let them handle it themselves. SGO says seriously, I will still do it. The green ones are killing all living creatures they encounter. Suki hesitated when hearing SGO say that even the little bugs are suffering because they are forced to hurt others. It arrogantly turned around and asked if he would risk his life for those bugs, and SGO calmly replied, I don't just want to help someone. Suki didn't care much, and then what? SGO sincerely expressed his personal stance, explaining that he wants to see this through because I have seen it, because I am here so I don't want to leave and pretend nothing happened. Suki looked up sadly, saying, I don't want you to be in danger. I hate that you are also involved in this. SGO smiled gratefully. Thank you for caring about me, Suki. He turned to the dragon cloth box, picked up the cloth, and quietly wondered how to destroy it. SGO tries to muster all his strength to tear the dragon fabric with his hands.
Seeing him struggle, sweat pouring down his face and cheeks flushed, Parker hurriedly calls out squad leader. Seeing that, Suki also stepped forward. You need to use your strength. SGO naively replied, I don't think strength is what's necessary. Suki sighed, it's not that strength, but your ability. SGO looked confused and turned to look at the dragon fabric in his hand, as if my ability only reads minds and controls emotions, in front of an inanimate object. Oh. He closed his eyes and thought, no, let's try it. SGO focused and activated his power through his hand. You are surprised to see the golden dragon cloth shining brightly, as if responding to your power. SGO holds the gem he just retrieved from the bag and examines it. Parker curiously asked, so you can destroy a golden dragon like that? I never thought it could happen. Kong Tuk Mu Bien turned back and said, Then the insect control magic will be nullified right now. As soon as he finished speaking, an earthquake suddenly struck where they were, and Parker ran over saying, Wait, I have a bad feeling about this, and Kong Tuk and two roosters agreed. I feel the same way. Right now, Parker looked a bit scared and asked, SGO, can you stop it? He froze in helplessness and said, Sorry, I think it will take some time for me to gain control. At the same time, Pirong panicked loudly as rocks and debris fell around. So what should we do now? SGO calmly replied, It seems like you will dream a little. Just wait in the dream. Everyone was amazed and confused, exclaiming out loud as the stone in SGO's hand glowed. The dream faded. The scene shifted to a strange place where SGO was still dreaming, eyes closed, when a clear voice appeared beside him saying, Hello, who are you? SGO slowly opened his eyes and saw himself lying on a green field, quietly wondering if those unfamiliar voices were people he knew or not. The clear voice suddenly spoke, startling him as he opened his eyes. Hello, Suhanan. I am Joe Aron, one of the black people. On the grass where SGO is sitting, there is a boy lying down and a girl jumping and talking non-stop. The blonde boy opens one eye and asks Suhanan. The black guy smiled kindly at him and said, I'm very happy to meet a little bird like myself. SGO sat there in a daze, thinking to himself, this must be Suhanan's memory, maybe because I touched the dragon's fabric. Suhanan sat up and sighed, saying to Joe Aron, I will forgive your rudeness because you're still young. Kid, I am not a little bird anymore, Joe Aron said eagerly. Really? But you're quite small, which made him furious. Then Suhanan continued, I deliberately dressed like this to appear more kind to humans. Joe Aron sat down beside him, looking curious and asking nonstop, Really? I've never talked to humans before. What do they look like? Do you understand them? Suhanan turned to him and said, You ask a lot, just as I expected from a little bird. I don't like humans. The girl happily asked, So why are you here, and why did you change your appearance? The boy's eyes looked a bit sad. Just for fun. Joe Aron obediently said, I understand. Someone is calling you from afar, girl. Joe Aron. The girl heard the call and stood up, saying she would play with him and asking to hear more about humans later. Then she ran toward the call, smiling brightly and waving her hand while he rested his hand on the grass and replied, Don't turn back anymore, you're annoying. The scene shifts to another setting in the future where they finally become friends and walk side by side on the grass. Then it shows the two children grown up, lying on a vast green meadow, gazing at a small flowering tree in front of them. The scene shifts again to a bridge where the two children are sitting. Joe Aron, why do you like humans so much? She gently tucks her hair behind her ear with a faint smile. They are adorable. Hearing that, Suhanan turned to say, I heard that people with dark hair are very good at abilities related to the mind, reading souls or similar things. Joe Aron leaned on one hand on the bridge and happily replied, Yes, I can also hear your heartbeat. Suhanan exclaimed in panic, What? The girl continued, I heard that from the first time we met. And everything you wanted to tell me, Suhanan, actually you. Joe Aron chuckled softly and continued, You love humans very much, don't you? Suhanan stared at her intently. Then he shyly turned away. Now I like them. Suhanan awkwardly blushed and hesitated to turn away, explaining to the girl that finally I like them because you also like them. Joe Aron gently asked, Suhanan, are you wondering why you like humans? Still blushing, Suhanan turned with a curious expression and said, Yes, Joe Aron began to explain, saying that we are born as intermediaries of this world. Among them, the black-skinned person was born to love all living beings. And the girl explained while imagining a beautiful scene where there are adorable people, sharing thoughts and feelings with them. In that scene, a happy family of 3 was walking together. So why can't I love humans? Another beautiful lotus flower blooms in the pond. Even a lotus in the water is so adorable.
Saying that, Suhanan gently reaches out and takes the small girl's hand beside her, shifting to a scene of a sunny noon with white clouds and golden sunlight, where two people, a boy and a girl, are present. Joe, Aaron, with a beautiful smile, runs quickly to Suhanan and calls out, "Suhanan, you said you would return to the Lord right after meeting him, but you've taken so long, I have so much to tell you." Suhanan, with a slightly sad face, calls her, "Joe, Aaron, don't come near humans anymore. That's an order from the Lord." "Joe," Aaron, as if not believing what he's holding, asks, "What do you mean by command, Suhanan?" He lowers his head and explains to the girl that all the dragons have decided to abandon this world. They will leave this place. No, this world should stop loving humans. The girl gently let go of her sleeve and said, "I'm sorry, Suhanan, I can't go. I won't go, and I will stay here." Seeing her actions scare Joe Aaron, she quickly explained, "I'm sorry for shouting at you. I didn't mean to. If you stay here, I will stay with you. Promise me, Joe Aaron." Suhanan sincerely raised her hand and said, "Let's never leave each other, okay?" T.O. stood behind them, silently thinking, "I can't see any more memories, but I still can't understand." Has Joe Aaron broken her promise yet? And there are still some things that can't be explained, even if they are the truth. Black people were born to love all living beings. STO slowly walks through the darkness and says, "To love." The scene shifts to a place filled with shouting and anger. Those intense emotions are not due to my abilities, but because I have encountered people like that. STO, this ability has saved Nezu. Allow me to join the church and lead me to where I am. Maybe I am afraid of this power, if everything else changes a little. STO smiled. Do I resemble you? Under the vibrant morning sky and the cool atmosphere of the new day, STO Parker, Nezu, and Ahuru stand still in silence while lying in a circle, peacefully sleeping despite being on the cold, rough stone ground. Suki, who had been silent all along, saw you wake up and softly called out, "Mayo," a sweet good morning. STO, hearing this, turned his head, looked at Suki with narrowed eyes, and asked softly, "Did you have a beautiful dream?" "I guess so. I don't know about the others." "It seems they've slept enough." Pucker quickly sat up, looking a bit groggy, resting a hand on his chin and softly grumbling, And Suki continued to silently affirm her thoughts. It was a beautiful dream, and then everyone gradually woke up. Nezuko sat up happily and said, "My mother appeared in my dream." But only Biran was still not awake. She lay still and motionless, and Mubien softly called her to wake her up. Still, she hasn't woken up yet, so he asked suspiciously, "She still hasn't woken up. Is she sleeping very deeply?" Seeing Nezuko's worried gaze, he suggested, "Let's wait a little longer." After a long while under the clear sky, someone spoke. "Our leader, we've wasted too much time. The desert crabs might have been eaten by now." Seeing that, Asgio turned to Nezuko and asked, "Can you carry the sword on your back?" Everyone gathered around Biran, worriedly watching her. Nezuko, hearing the question, replied, "I can." As soon as she finished speaking, Nezuko suddenly hesitated and added, "But I don't think she would like it." Without saying a word, Biran suddenly placed the bag on his shoulder and naturally said, "I will carry the luggage. Let's go." Suddenly, SGO became tense and asked seriously, "But before we leave, I have something to ask everyone." He recalled the room filled with gold in the temple and then continued, "Even after we return to the Turkish village." "Please don't tell them we saw this room," someone asked back. "Do you want to keep the temple's treasure secret?" And you replied, "Yes." Mubien, standing in front of you, asked hesitantly, "I don't oppose it, but can I ask why?" I remembered the dream from earlier, and in a calm voice I explained that in the dream I saw a fragment of the Golden Line's memory, featuring a beautiful girl with black hair and a handsome young scholar with golden hair. Fragments of broken memories appeared before SGO, and he continued speaking. "This temple might hold a precious memory of him. I don't know what it means to him, so I don't want to touch it without permission." He lowered his head in thought and continued in a calm voice, then suddenly made a decision. "I also think we should leave the mirror containing the soul here." Everyone else nodded in agreement at the same time. Then everyone took turns approving, "So that's what we'll do." "All right, I will keep the secret, so you do the same, I promise." A few days later, on a clear morning in the beautiful Turkish village, from a magnificent and splendid ivory white mansion, a voice echoes out, "This trip seems to have been successful. Our mission was completed without any issues, and the chairman's condition has improved. Now you can control your power." "Yes, at least I won't cause any harm without paying attention." You look at Birang's rosy face and softly speak. "But I am a bit worried because Miss Jiang is still not awake. We need to return to the master early." Parker, Nezu, and Mubien looked anxiously at Birang when Mubien suddenly spoke up. "We can't take her through the teleportation gate like this."
After thinking for a moment, SGO said, "I will enter her dream and bring her out." Hearing you say that, all three of them were surprised and shouted in unison, "Can it be done?" Then he stood up and slowly approached her bed, saying, "I can only find out by trying. It varies from person to person. Should we wake her up or not? Can't we just leave her here until she wakes up on her own? I don't like her. She's the one who said that anything that isn't human should die." Suddenly, Ahuru leaned forward and spoke in a calm yet angry voice, expressing my inner thoughts. "It's us, and I also feel my nose going numb from the smell of blood on her." Then STO turned his back to Ahuru and spoke in a low voice. Cutting in, Ahuru stopped walking. Seeing this, Ahuru felt annoyed and thought to himself, "Hung, why am I the only one being scolded?" You tiredly muttered, "I'm not scolding you. I share the same thought. Jiang won't change no matter how much we try to help her." Then he bitterly lowered his head and said, however, "This time it was my fault." Suddenly, Suki steps softly closer to him and gently calls out. Suki lifts her head, her clear, two-colored eyes looking up at him, conveying her thoughts. "Let's go together, STO." STO nodded in response to Suki's gaze, then gently approached Birong's bed, placing his hand softly on her forehead. His palm still held strength, but suddenly, bright shimmering lights began to flicker within his hand. Under the clear blue sky and warm sunlight shining everywhere is a lush, vibrant bamboo garden. Then he lowered his head to look at Suki standing beside him and asked, "Can you find Xian Barong here?" Suki looked around and responded mentally, "I can't find him from here." Suki pushed him back and warned him that we are in a dream, and he should be the one observing. Hearing that, STO scratched his face in irritation. It seems he figured something out. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, "STO, look at that one bamboo!" He grabbed it and forcefully broke it in half. After breaking it, he immediately placed the snapped bamboo head down and cracked. He gently shook the bamboo trunk, then let go, and the bamboo suddenly tilted over. Then he looked closely at your fallen bamboo body and turned to look in that direction, and said, "I think we should go that way." Suki, feeling helpless, asked, "STO, who told you this?" And STO, standing up, replied, "I saw it in a book. Even a foolish way can be a sure way here because we are in a dream. Anything can be a sign, and anyone can appear if you wish." Xiaoyo and Suki walk along the chosen path. Hearing Suki say that, he replied, "But the dream's owner must be the one who desires them, not me." Suki glanced at him briefly and slowly said, "That's right, but you are the one who can control the dream." Hearing that, I instinctively lowered my head, my indifferent eyes drifting into thought. I quietly thought to myself, this ability of mine now feels like a natural thing. Deep in his heart, a picture of a fierce dragon with an unreadable face suddenly appeared, and he kept thinking to himself, what am I becoming, and what kind of creature is a dragon? As he was lost in these thoughts, a familiar voice kept calling his name. S-T-O. Calling out repeatedly, but he still stood motionless. Suki annoyedly projected her thoughts, saying "Sto" soothed, but the sound she made was, hearing that STO jumped in surprise. Suki suspiciously projected her thoughts, asking, "What are you thinking?" standing there lost in thought and stared intently at the tense STO. Suddenly, amid the tangled bushes, Suki saw a familiar figure and shouted, "Look there!" Hearing that, STO immediately looked over and saw tiny Birong and exclaimed, "Xian Birong!" Suddenly, a small yellow ball rolled to your feet. STO carefully picked it up and showed it to the cat. "It seems like she's looking for this." He looked at the girl, quietly searching for something, then saw the ball roll toward him, and it seemed like she would never find it. Then, as if she saw something, she suddenly ran ahead with excitement written all over her face. Hidden behind the trees is a bloodied, human-bodied white tiger with dull eyes. The girl greets, "Hello, white tiger lord." Suki seems to sense something and explains, "A divine presence exists in the world through the body of an animal, but they are not gods of humans, rather gods of animals." STO reiterates, "A god, clearly they are not true gods, but animals cannot resist the commands of the beast gods." Next to the tiger, Birong was trembling and kneeling in confusion, stammering, "White tiger lord, are you injured?" The tiger, in pain, could no longer roar and could only emit faint sounds. She was worried, "Is it painful?" Seeing that the tiger looked too weak, I suggested, "Do you want to come to my house? I will apply medicine for you." Hearing that, it just opened its eyes and remained silent, as if it was thinking about something. Then it still decided to stand up, facing its bloodied body and exhausted strength. But it could only hold on for a few seconds before the white tiger immediately collapsed. Birong shouted loudly, "White tiger." After recounting her terrible memory, She was a bit emotional. I should have left it there. Hearing that, SGO was startled and turned back, unable to hide her surprise. The girl continued, "If I had ignored it back then, the Xeon family wouldn't have suffered." Her face was now tearful, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. That divine beast, whether it was a white tiger or anything else, I shouldn't have trusted it. You don't know what to do, so you just call Jong, but all you get in response is the confused face of a girl. Just call me by my real name since we're all in my dream anyway. You probably already know everything, right? I came to find you because she still hasn't woken up after all this time." Hearing that, Birang quickly turned away bitterly and said, "Do you feel responsible for me or something? Just go. I won't resent you because I am stuck in this dream." But SGO's response made her stop in her tracks. "I truly feel responsible for her, so I told her, I apologize for trapping you in this dream. I will do my best to help you escape." She quietly walked away, but it seemed SGO's answer didn't shake Birang, who quickly headed toward a wooden house. Inside that house are her mother, father, and younger brother. Birang returned and told him, "I never said I wanted to leave." The gentle mother happily placed a fragrant pot of soup on the table and called out, "Tang!" Hearing someone call her, Birang eagerly ran in from outside, "Mom." Seeing the happy family scene from the past, the girl from the present couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Do you know how many times I've dreamed this dream? Should I tell you what will happen next?" Birang tried to hold back, her hands clenched into fists. "The divine beast I saved in that forest is the one who cursed my family. A divine existence. A great white tiger protecting our country. Don't make me laugh." Then she shouted loudly, her eyes full of resentment. "A divine beast not capable of signing a contract with the king can protect whom?" In her memory, she sees a house engulfed in flames with the figure of the white tiger outside, and she continues to tell her story. The white tiger spirit is called the god of all four-legged creatures, capable of controlling all animals. In front of the tiger, there was a small tooth, unconscious, beside a terrible pool of blood. I fainted immediately afterwards, so I don't know why I was the only survivor, but now it seems meaningless. The tiger seemed to have left just as I remembered, not long after the king's army arrived. And my family, those who cared for the white tiger, were accused of treason and branded as thieves of the royal beast. As she spoke, she clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face with extreme fury. Everyone was falsely accused because of me. We were condemned as criminals. Those who harm the divine beasts are never given a trial, and that beast just... The bloody images and the bodies of loved ones keep flashing through her mind as she continues to sit and do nothing, even though my family is being destroyed. After telling that heartbreaking story, she simply said softly, "So it's okay to be in this dream too. As long as I can see my family, that's enough for me." Birang turned back with a bright smile to the two who had listened to her story from start to finish. "Thank you, everyone." After witnessing that tragic scene, SGO was a bit confused and remained silent for a moment. Suki then spoke up, saying that divine beasts are truly gods of animals, and they would not kill humans without reason. SGO, after a moment of silence, implied that he would help her, but Birang responded sharply. "I said I don't need it. It seems her dream of helping her return only made her angrier. Once outside, what more could I do? That king and the entire country are already crazy. How can I fight against those beasts, the ones I don't even understand what they're thinking?" He gently placed his hand on the girl and said, "I still don't like you, but I don't want you to die." Then he looked straight into her eyes and slowly said each word. "Live on, Zion Birang." The familiar image suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the words of her late mother had spoken to her. My grandmother was wounded then, but she still tried to tell her little daughter to live. "Jiang," SGO's voice pulls her back to reality. "I will go meet the white tiger. I will ask him who betrayed the Zion family." SGO held her hand tightly and begged, "Please don't run away anymore." Hearing that, Birang's emotions were in complete chaos. She was moved, confused, and a little scared. "For now, I haven't had time to react." But SGO continued, "Meet the king who accused your family and let them know your pain." Realizing his sincerity, I was a bit moved but still cold, even though he helped me. "I won't change anything either, and hearing that, you not only didn't scold me but responded, expecting that. I didn't expect that." Birang was surprised. "So why then?" One answer moved the girl's eyes to tears. "Because I want to help her." The girl lowered her head to hold back tears, trembling as she agreed with SGO. "I will go with you. Wake me from this dream." Birang's eyes slowly opened, looking tired. Hearing the call, she quickly sat up, rubbing her head. Beside her, SGO had just woken up as well. Suddenly, a voice called out to both of them, Jiang and SGO. He, now awake, hurriedly turned to Birang and said, "Tomorrow we will return to the owner. rest today. She slightly moved and softly said, "Thank you." Parker, hearing this, was extremely surprised, clutching his head as if witnessing something extraordinary while Jong just asked, "Thank you?" "So what exactly happened in that dream?" Mubian added a sarcastic remark, saying that people often change before they die. Hearing that, Birang got furious. "I am not going to die." "White tiger, huh?" Birang said with a tone of disgust. "A hated divine beast that looks like a white tiger. He wants to use beasts to crush humans and dominate them." Hearing the name of that divine beast, Mubian could only marvel, "Oh my god, am I really involved with someone like that?" At this moment, the girl was about to get off the bed and slowly explain to him that we haven't met it yet, and will go when the guildmaster says so. Suddenly, loud noises outside the door, and a messenger from the guild hurriedly whispered, "The protagonist of the Ignis Association is here to fulfill the customer's trust. This is the owner's order." Everyone is curious. From the owner, you say on the note there are two words, owner. Lord Rivito, the head of the Ignis Association, is in a vast and magnificent area that rivals any royal palace. Seeing everyone return, she eagerly and warmly runs out to welcome them back, greeting them as the commander. She happily sat on the table, spreading her arms as if asking to be carried, praising him. "I heard you handled the problem in the desert brilliantly." STO, not fooled by her innocent and naive appearance, retorted, "Weren't you the one who deliberately sent me to talk?" Seeing she had been caught, she could only laugh loudly. "I sent you there because it was in the area." Seeing STO's confused and slightly surprised expression, she continued, "But luckily it seems you've found a way to control your abilities. Congratulations." He returned to his office to work seriously on his daily reports to Kai, and it seemed the guild didn't have many members either, which made Kai a bit confused. "Oh, about that," she explained, "the current situation in the Empire is very unstable, with the Crown Prince, the Princess, and the Fifth Prince officially opposing each other. Furthermore, the nobles have yet to find a direction to unite the fractured factions, and internal power struggles among the aristocrats are quite tense. There have been alliances formed and divisions created as Kai continues to share the information she gathered in their absence. As a result, the Fifth Prince and the eldest Princess have formed an alliance, and she concluded that it seems the Emperor no longer wants to turn a blind eye to this power struggle." Hearing those complicated and headache-inducing stories, Mu Bian couldn't help but feel indignant. It's truly a chaotic family, and I can guess the Emperor's intentions. With your sharpness and experience in the industry, you can immediately sense the leader's plan. To end the internal conflict, he will turn his sword outward. I heard that their first target is the border countries between the Empire and the Eastern continent. The girl suddenly spoke up after remaining silent all this time. "So everyone is being mobilized to become mercenaries, right?" Kai replied, "Yes. The Ignis Association is responsible for supporting the royal palace." Uncle Ko beside him also curiously asked some questions while looking around as if searching for someone. "So the library staff are also involved in the..." Kai's response surprised him a bit. "No, I have already given them leave. The library is now empty because all the staff have taken their days off. Only paperwork remains scattered on her desk. Because I find it difficult to work with others around due to my weak heart, I am easily influenced by others' thoughts when working." After briefly describing my current situation, I asked Kai to be sure, "But I beg you, Chairman, please do not interfere in the Empire's war. I understand now." "Seeing that your comrades also seem exhausted after the trip," Kai gently said, "so I will let you rest. Go somewhere peaceful and enjoy life. I will call you back for the coronation ceremony." She smiled mysteriously, and then suddenly STO was pulled back. Kai's sudden action left him quite confused. After the conversation, everyone parted ways. STO felt grateful. Mubian thanked him for accompanying us and asked him to return to those he needs to protect. But Mubian didn't seem entirely satisfied and argued back, "I am a bodyguard and the person I need to protect is still here." STO interrupted, "But you were also a good fighter before." Seeing the unwilling look on my friend's face, I comforted him, saying, "I will always be here, so please return after you finish what you need to do." "You didn't resist this promise, so I will come back as soon as I can." Jiang also seemed to want to go somewhere, "So I will go too." Her words surprised Parker a bit. "Huh, Jiang, where are you going?" She replied that she would go become a mercenary, and only the squad leader was not allowed to participate in the war. "Your promise. Call me when you want to fulfill it." And, before the two figures disappeared into the distance, Jiang managed to say those final words, which also served as Mubian's farewell. "Even if it's not because of that promise, if you need me, just call, and if it's your order, I will follow without question." Watching my comrades leave one by one, I momentarily felt lonely, and Parker, beside me, turned to ask, "So, squad leader, what do you plan to do next?" He remembers what Makai whispered to him earlier. If he goes to Elia, the sky island rumored to be home to Pegasi and Keelan, he might find clues about his origins. There seems to be a path leading to this island if he reaches the mountain cliffs of the Wind Range. Her last words still echo in his mind. Whether to go or not is up to him. SGO decided where to go next. I planned to go to the sky island Elia, hearing that Parker eagerly jumped to his commander and said, "I will go with you." Hearing that, SGO hesitated a bit and asked, "Are you okay to use your vacation to go with me?" But Parker didn't seem to care about his own holiday and said with bright eyes, "I've only heard of Elia, but I've always wanted to go there." So the four of them began their journey to a new land. "You've been chasing quite a bit, huh? Looks like this is our first long trip since we left your village without using the teleportation gate." Seeing that your companion is showing signs of exhaustion and falling behind, SGO turned back, apologizing for this tiring journey. Parker was alarmed but quickly realized it was also a chance to exercise. SGO looked up at the sky as the sun was setting and he immediately ordered, "Find a place to stay overnight." While everyone was still deciding where to rest, Neju's keen ears picked up something unusual and quickly alerted SGO. "I hear something strange. It sounds like a large beast in pain in the deep forest." SGO then relies on Parker's ability. "Parker, check the surrounding area for me." He jumps up. Following the command, Parker spreads his large wings and quickly takes off into the sky, flying around while scouting the area. Suddenly, something caught your eye and made you extremely excited. Parker quickly flew towards his teammate, who was flying and shouting, about 30 meters north, where there was a small hole and beside it, there is a bloodied unicorn lying unconscious on the ground in a serious condition. The team quickly moves to check on it, and Parker guesses it was injured by hunters or pursuers, probably escaped because he didn't see anyone else around. The Birdman hesitantly rummaged through his bag, confused. "I don't have any medicine for such serious wounds." SGO then had an idea. "Do you have a knife or something sharp?" Parker quickly handed it to his leader. "I have a dagger, thank you." SGO tightly clenched a cloth in his mouth to stop himself from crying out, then cut his palm with a gold knife to draw blood, and offered his hand for the unicorn to lick. Seeing that it seemed to be better, SGO quietly felt relieved. The team decided to set up camp here and rest for the night. The unicorn suddenly hears a voice echoing, "Does it hurt?" It slowly opens its eyes. What catches the eye of the little unicorn is something very hairy and white like snow, and the creature seems excited. "Ah, you're awake. Are you okay?" Seeing its strange shape, the little unicorn is a bit frightened and thinks to itself, "A beast, will I be eaten? But maybe it's better than being caught by a human." Then it quickly curled up in the corner of the tree, afraid to look at the big creature. Seeing this, Nezu was quite surprised and said hello. Nezu's greeting not only failed to help, but also made the little unicorn cry loudly and become more frightened. Hearing SGO adjusting the warmth and then turning around to ask what's wrong, Nezu replied, "I think I scared it." SGO quickly reassured, "It's not your fault. It's probably still very confused after just waking up from being attacked." The little unicorn was quite scared and suddenly startled. That voice, I've heard it somewhere a long time ago. Over there, SGO had already started to stand up, preparing to go rest alone, still pondering his thoughts and doubts. When was it, I wonder? SGO calmly reached out and said, "It's okay. We can help you get back home." The unicorn hesitated, tears welling up, and asked again, "Really? Who are you?" "You didn't introduce yourself." "I am SGO," the unicorn replied. "I have never heard that name before, but you have a very familiar scent. I feel close to SGO, so thank you for saving me." Keelan observes the surroundings and explains that his group includes many different races traveling together, which is why he feels more trusting. The child, curious, asks why, and the child, recalling the brutal people, responds that the humans he knows do not like to stay with other races, and the cruel people from Uncle Kailan's memories keep giving orders to capture him. Nezu looked puzzled, but aren't other races also like that? Sugi and Aharu also dislike humans. Nezu used to be the same. The image of you gnashing your teeth and glaring from the past gradually appeared in my mind. My eyes widened in surprise. I don't quite see it that way, but what you said is also correct. SGO looked at the starry night sky and announced, "It's late now, go to sleep, we'll talk later. Tomorrow at sunrise, we'll set out." Everyone else is lining close to the fire, but you are sitting quietly with your knees drawn up. Sugi slowly approached and asked, "Ite Almost. Yand Abshumax." Startling SGO, "Why haven't you slept yet?" "I'm just not sleepy." "What about you, Sugi?" the black cat said softly. "How could I sleep in a place like this?" SGO tried to reassure him. "This mountain isn't dangerous. Asuji shook his head and walked away. There is no place in this world that is completely safe. The black cat sighed and advised, I know I talk too much, but you need to stop trusting people blindly. SG. Oh, of course, when I'm here, everything's fine. I'll watch over them for you. You suddenly call out Sugi's name, and immediately a response comes back. What? While recalling the image of a giant dragon standing on the globe, I heard that Su-Han-An hates humans, but for some reason he still stays in this world. Sugi flicked his tail and replied, just like what Kai said, he might have stayed to bring this world to destruction. You stroke the cat's head gently, but Sugi calmly questions, do you think there's another reason? SGO lowered his head and thought, that makes me uneasy. A flood of questions kept racing through your mind. What happened to Jo Arin? Did Jo Arin really die, or did she betray Su-Han-An and leave? The last question echoed as the image of a blonde-haired man silently facing a girl's interrogation appeared. Or was Su-Han-An just a mad golden dragon? SGO was confused. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't understand why he hated humans so much. Sugi comfortably lies on your lap, playing around, and he probably will never know unless he reads his mind. Just as the cat spell is about to sit up hesitantly, wait. You don't firmly deny it. I will have to meet him eventually. Sugi calmly questioned, assuming it was true, but if his target was a mad dragon, what would he do after reading his mind? SGO hesitated. I don't really intend to do anything. The black cat turned away, showing indifference. Su-Han-An is very dangerous. I won't stop you from meeting him at the ceremony. But that's all. Sugi emphasizes the warning, don't sympathize with anyone. SGO. The black cat's advice makes you wonder if you're sympathizing with him or not. The sun gradually rises, signaling a new, beautiful day. While everyone is on the move, I breathe a sigh of relief. During the attack, I truly thought I was going to die, so you are also heading to Eliasau? It's truly fate. The unicorn still has many knots to untangle, but why do I recover so quickly? It's really interesting. SGO seems confused and hesitant. I don't think I can confidently explain my bloodline. Maybe silence is better. Nezu looked confused. Have we arrived yet? Parker immediately replied, not yet. He observed the vast scene and announced that we are still far away. This is only the initial estimate. We need to cross 5 more mountains to reach the destination. Uncle Kai Huang Hot repeated as the child was still enjoying himself. 5 mountains? Parker happily confirms yes, but luckily I know a shortcut. Not long after celebrating, he doubted himself when he saw the scene before him. This is indeed the shortcut. At that moment, I fly up high now. Miss Kylan guides fly from this point. Parker hesitated and said, my daughter, only my nose has wings. The others don't know how to fly. But I trust you. It's okay, of course I wouldn't ask you to fly alone. Kylan smiled suggestively. SGO, do you think I wouldn't repay you for helping me? Your joyful demeanor makes SGO puzzled and look up. Suddenly everyone starts looking around in unison, and I hear the sound of hooves somewhere. Nezu suddenly points up to the sky, where 4 beautiful unicorns are flying toward them against the blue sky. A golden-haired unicorn spoke up. You brightened up, Elder. Kareen slowly descended. So you're still okay. I was very worried when I heard the birds say that you were chased by humans.
I signaled that these people saved me. Can we invite them to Elia? The elder, incredulous, asks again, humans saved me. He refuses without hesitation, but we can't wait for humans, the girl exclaims in surprise. The blue unicorn girl continued to plead, Elder, they are not hunters. They are the benefactors who saved me and healed my wounds. I am grateful to them and want to repay them. Kareen frowned and asked insistently, healed my wounds? The elder doubted, but I didn't see any wounds on you, and I didn't smell any blood around you either. Were you injured when the Thozan captured you? I recall myself being wounded heavily, stepping into a trap and breaking my leg, then attacked with magic, suffering a fatal wound. The other unicorns were amazed, unable to believe that only the spring water from Elia could heal Pegasus's wounds. The elder stared intently at SGO standing quietly, and if not him, then only the dragons that created Pegasus could have done it. He landed in front of you and asked, what's your name? SGO politely introduced himself. I am SGO. The unicorn unexpectedly kneels as a sign of respect, humbly bowing to welcome the last descendant of the Black Dragon bloodline. Parker's surprised voice echoes, I can see Pegasus and Kieran everywhere, and I wonder if you're that amazed. We have a good relationship with the bird people, and often communicate with them. His eyes sparkle as he happily explains, I left the bird village a long time ago to work in the city,
So everything here is very interesting. The blue unicorn silently sighed to himself. But what was more interesting was you guys. As I watched SGO's back, I couldn't believe it. A person who is the descendant of the black bloodline. Kieran continued to think. He looked completely like an ordinary person. And at the same time, Kieran respectfully invited, "Lord SGO, this way please." A shimmering blue lake appeared after the elder's introduction, and Kieran was born from this lake. Kieran, with her blonde hair, continued, "I want to show this place to Lady Do'Aran if she returns. The divine horses she blessed will still be born here." SGO immediately denied, "I am not from Aran." The elder calmly replied, "But I still want you to know that you are the last remnant of the black dragon remaining in this world." Lord SGO. I pursed my lips as if to deny it, but held back. I didn't want it to be like that. He continued his monologue. The lake blessed by the gods, with pebbles soaked in the magic of the imperial dragon. As if to prove Kieran's words, sunlight shone directly down onto the lake and the sunlight. He paused for about 3 seconds before continuing. "These 3 elements combined to create the unicorn." SGO asked. "So how were the Pegasi born?" The elder lowered his voice sadly. "They are no longer here. As you reach into the water and pick up a stone, Kieran says that Pegasi are born from the magic of the black dragon." The elder calmly explains that since the young lady has returned to the embrace of the divine due to Aran, no one can supply that magic anymore. Kieran sweat and suggested, "So maybe you could share your magic with us as a successor of the black line." SGO silently felt helpless. "I can't. You seem to give up and drop the stone, thinking to yourself as if blaming yourself. I don't know what magic is, and I'm not a successor either." The stone falls into the water with a sound that is neither loud nor soft, but enough to stir the heart. SGO continues to question. "I have one question. Did Suhanan help this place?" Kieran asked in surprise. "You already know about the Master Suhanan," the elder thought puzzledly. "How strange. The Master Suhanan has never mentioned this person before." His voice echoed through the vast space. He once wanted to destroy everything that Do'Aran cherished, but at least he still cared for Elia. He looked at Kieran in confusion, wondering why it was like that. He continued to recount what he knew. "I don't know the details, but Suhanan's master was originally a human-dragon hybrid." SGO respectfully calls out, "Elder," gently suggesting, "Please call me Kieran." You calmly inquire to uncover the truth. Surprising the elder, was Suhanan truly the one who killed Do'Aran? Kieran couldn't keep calm and immediately denied it. "No, that can't be true. Is that really what people are saying?" The elder hurriedly wanted to clarify. "They are life partners sharing one heartbeat. If one dies, the other will die too, so they can't hurt each other." Quickly, SGO realized the key point. So if Suhanan is still alive, then Do'Aran is not dead. Then Kieran gently replied, "Lady Do'Aran has already passed away, because I was created by her myself, so I can sense it." The elder continued speaking despite your confusion, "But her heart is still alive." Kieran recounted what she knew, saying that "I heard that dragons can pass their hearts to their offspring before they die." The elder's eyes gradually filled with emotion. "So as long as the blood dragon still exists, the heart will continue to beat, and I can feel its rhythm inside my chest because of Aran." SGO, holding his chest tightly, continued your unfinished words. "I am the heir of Aran's heart." Immediately, SGO analyzed in his mind. But the timeline didn't match up. Aran had died over 1,000 years ago, and I was only born 19 years ago. Wait, how long was I asleep inside that fruit? Kieran, furious, revealed the truth. The one who betrayed Aran and took her life was not Suhanan, but a human. SGO couldn't believe what he had just heard. "I need some time to think about this." The elder understood the situation and said, "I will step outside for a moment." At that moment, in the warm sunlit forest filled with the sound of rustling leaves, SGO gently called out his own name, and the cat seemed to sense his emotions and comfort him, telling him not to cry. Suki was heartbroken when she saw his tear-streaked face. Why was it him crying? SGO suddenly realized he was clutching his own heart. Not because he wasn't here, but because he was always by his side protecting him. He sobbed uncontrollably, unable to speak, as Suki kept pleading, "Please don't cry." Suddenly, the black cat called out unexpectedly, "SGO," as loud noises kept ringing out, startling both of them. SGO hurriedly looked up at the sky in disbelief. The scene of the unicorns hurriedly fleeing from human chains appears before him. Ruberry's commanding voice rings out, calling the remaining horses. The brutal commands keep coming, regardless of whether they are killing the adults or not. SGO immediately runs to check on everyone and ask if they are okay. Parker was horrified and furious, unable to believe they didn't even have wings yet. She immediately saw something over there. He couldn't believe he saw a bird trying to catch the unicorns. Why would a bird do that? Uhuru nervously warned, "Wait, there's something more serious." You stare intently at Aruberry's uniform, which bears the symbol of the silver bow. Seeing the cross emblem on the uniform, Parker nervously exclaims, "The Silver Knights! They are knights who act only under direct orders from the church." The group of Silver Knights looked down from above. Below them were the SGO team and 2 unicorns. A male team member with pink hair turned to look at the blonde man, the leader, who was not mentioned in the orders, and the leader spoke, asking if they should proceed with their mission. "It would be wiser if we didn't interfere in other matters." Then he signaled a red-haired female soldier, Li Pei, to open the gate, and Li Pei immediately obeyed. "Yes, here, the magic domain sound barrier," the high priest shouted. "This is the order of the new church. Ilia will now be under the authority of both the Ruborazun Imperial Palace and the Holy Temple." Down below, the boy angrily retorts that this land will belong to no one. Up above, the squad leader draws his sword, and any opposition will be considered an act of rebellion. His eyes bulged with anger, and he would be judged according to the law. Dropping his words, he swung his sword into the ground, the blade sinking deep with sparks of lightning crackling along it. The lightning grew stronger, and the thunderclap exploded more fiercely, almost spreading across the entire island. Seeing this, the young man with pink hair earlier sighed, "Is he going to destroy the whole island?" Libethoan said he can't. He hasn't even burned half of the female yet. Another member of the White Knight team shook his head mockingly. He was assigned to protect Ilia, yet he's already destroyed half of it. Kieran stepped forward to question, "Is this how the Holy Electric manages Ilia? Under whose authority?" The blonde captain didn't seem to care much, turning to ask Liba if they were rebelling, and she replied, "It seems so." Parker, the yellow-haired man, stepped forward and said, "Please stop." He sadly said, "Ilia is the only place left for the divine horses." He begged, "Please don't turn this sky island into a battlefield." At that moment, a hunter approached without Parker noticing. The hunter was injured, but still looked fierce, holding a bow in his hand, whispering through clenched teeth that the horses were right in front of me. "Don't get in my way. Move," the whistling of the arrow echoes. Parker instinctively closes his eyes and reaches out to catch it. It's over. The pain didn't come suddenly. He opened one eye to check the situation and was surprised. "Huh?" Parker held him steady. "Shh." Not injured because the others had helped block the arrow, which had gone through his neck. The child fell heavily, blood pouring out. Parker panicked and shouted, "Kieran, Nezu, and SGO all moved forward to check." Because the captain above was displeased with this person's actions, he shouted loudly, "Hey, I told you not to target the horses," the hunter stammered. "It just suddenly jumped out." The captain of the Silver Knights scratched his head and sighed. "Damn it, this is exactly why we shouldn't bring hunters along, huh?" Suddenly, he kept sniffing again, panic rising in his heart. "What the hell? I suddenly can't move." His eyes flickered as he looked down at SGO, the person in the black cloak below, and he wondered if it was because of that little black guy. The more he looked, the more terrifying the opponent seemed, and a thought suddenly flashed in the captain's mind. What the hell is that thing? Below, SGO seemed to be furious, and he asked, "What do you want me to do with them?" Parker anxiously checked on the child's injuries, looked up in confusion. "Huh? We can erase their memories and let them go." His expression doesn't show it, but he's quite terrifying right now, though I don't know if that method will solve the problem. Probably not. Then you asked a pretty creepy question, like, should I just kill them all? Parker hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, strange, the chairman doesn't seem like himself today. Suddenly, SGO looked up and apologized to Parker. He looked around drunkenly and said, "I also don't know who is truly right in this battle. Suhanan, you protect Ilya just to keep it for yourself?" SGO clenched his fists tightly, wondering if even the angels are just pawns to be sacrificed for his wrath. SGO said, "You will not die. She has my blood, my little Chili." SGO, you order, get up and stand up. SGO gently touches the child's face and asks carefully, "What do you want me to do with them?" The boy sincerely says, "My child can do anything you want." Watching SGO's actions below, the captain concluded this is dangerous, a form of widespread mind control. He saw SGO's eyes and thought he also has eyes just like our popes. Li Pei suddenly spoke, seeming to be the leader of the Ignis society whom our pope is interested in. The captain was stunned, so it's him, Li Pei commented. I heard he can read others' minds. In the sky, another team member spoke, but given the current situation, it seems he has even more potential, and someone else firmly said no way that thing is human. Remembering that terrifying man, the yellow-haired captain concluded that he is connected to our master. The pink-haired member chuckled as if he had just heard a terrifying joke. Please warn us before you say such things. You sound so confident, leader, but the captain's face remained calm and serious, without a hint of fear. A crooked smile gradually appeared on the pink-haired team member's face. Finally, he bit his lip and asked, "Are you serious?" The captain replied, "We will know if he's real when we face him, and he realizes he can move normally again. I can move now." He turned to signal to Lipa. "Lipe," to switch to the teach form, she responded. "Understood." Green energy flickered as she cast her spell, and a shimmering sword appeared before Lipe. The energy gradually dissipated, making the sword appear even more real. A hand reaches out, gripping the sword tightly, the captain holding the sword pointing downward and speaking. "Handle the troublemakers first." The sword begins to gather energy, emitting a blinding light. The gathered light forms a powerful attack that strikes the island, flashing brightly before crashing down with such force that it shakes a corner of the island. Dust flew everywhere, forcing the SGO team to close their eyes and shield their faces from the debris. Parker groaned, "Oh my God." When the aftershock passed, Parker opened his eyes, surprised and delighted. Seeing the hunters lying scattered on the ground with shockwaves, the hunters couldn't believe it. Only they had fallen. The leader of the Holy Knights spoke, the head of the Ignis Guild. It seems he landed on the island right after launching that attack, walking over with his sword to show his intentions. "Since you seemed unsure how to handle the trash, I took care of it for you." He introduced himself. "I am Rupari F. San, the only knight ordered to protect Elia and the papal authority." SGO replied indifferently, "A papal substitute who has not been baptized cannot be called a pope. He has no right to command the Holy Knights. So you underestimated Rupari," and continued, "He is not a knight loyal to the Pope, but only a loyalist to Su Hanan." Seeing the arrogant one in front of him, SGO concluded, "Your words, a bodyguard." Rupari chuckled, "Oh, so you already knew. What is your gang leader's real name?" SGO remained silent, not answering. He also seems unwilling to hear an answer, slinging his sword over his shoulder and saying, "Well, fine, I never do anything except follow orders anyway. But still, I think removing the threat that could hinder my master's work is the right thing to do." With that, Rupari lunged at SGO, shouting that his master would be very pleased if he brought back SGO's head. The sound of clashing echoed. The sword and Rupari were both pushed back, the sword still intact in his hand, showing the impact was quite strong. He quickly wondered if he had blocked his own attack. In front of Rupari now was not SGO, but a tiger with two different colored eyes, yellow and green, glaring angrily at him. Suki, the tiger, protects SGO from behind, having just pushed Rupari back. SGO anxiously calls out, "Suki!" Rupari, teeth clenched in fear, looks at Suki with a fierce glare. He suddenly realized that a beast was unharmed despite touching the yew sword, and Suki opened her mouth in a cry. The sound startled Rupari, causing him to fall backward, and his team members panicked, rushing to support him. Rupari forced a smile and said, "I used to think maybe, but I didn't expect you to have a guard beside you." "Oh, I didn't care about the captain," and reassured Suki. "Calm down." "Suki, the tiger turned to look at you. He tried to kill you," SGO said. "I'm fine. I'm still alive." SGO nodded. "But anyway, he couldn't hurt me." Suki asked, "Did you read his thoughts?" SGO's eyes flickered with a hint of obsession. "Yes, but not exactly. Not. You look at the sword in Rupari's hand. I have read the will of the sword he is holding." At this moment, Li Pei steps forward and Rupari is startled. "Huh, Li Pei." Seeing her act on her own, Rupari was unhappy and said, "I never ordered you to turn into a person." Li Pei didn't care and stepped in front of SGO to ask, "What's your name?" SGO replied briefly, "SGO. I have decided that from now on, I will no longer attack you." Rupari, still sitting on the ground out of fear, angrily said, "Whose order are you following? Retract that, it was an order." Li Pei stubbornly turned her head and argued, "I don't want to." Li Pei has the right to decide. Rupari was frustrated. "This thing really drives me crazy." SGO pondered why she betrayed her teammates. "You seem to recognize the girl, and upon closer look, she resembles Joe Arendt. Suhanan and Joe Arendt, I know they once performed a bonding ritual." SGO speculates that means my father is... Thinking this, SGO no longer hesitated and coldly said, "Go back." Li Pei turned around immediately. While Rupari, just helped up by a team member, looked surprised, Han Lon pointed at himself and asked, "What do you mean you don't plan to kill me and even let me go back to you?"
SGO calmly replied, "That's right." Rupari was confused. "Even though I tried to kill you, you still didn't hold a grudge." SGO explains that those who made me angry are all gone now. Looking at my group, the ones I want to protect are still alive, so I don't care. You step forward and tell him that, based on what he said, he should go back to Suhanan and tell him that I will come to the Elysium Temple on the day I promised. SGO said seriously. I also have something to ask him in a few weeks. He placed the newspaper down and complained, "I think we could finally relax after all the chaos in Elia." He slammed the paper in frustration, but every day is a war. This country is a complete mess, and at that moment, SGO brought over a tray of cookies. Parker looked up at you anxiously and said, "Every day there are urgent news reports. I'm afraid it will be a long time before Mu Bien returns." SGO set the tray of cookies down and replied, "I understand. So, you've been practicing making these cookies for several days, right?" SGO chews happily and replies, "Yes." SGO invited me to eat cookies, so Parker quickly changed the subject. "So you're not worried about Mu Bien's day, right?" SGO shrugged, "Not yet." Parker looked confused and asked if it meant he's okay because he hasn't heard any bad news. SGO picks up another cookie and explains that he's really okay. "No need to worry, I can feel it." Just then, there's a knocking sound. Parker stands up and looks around. "Did you hear that knocking?" He looked around for a moment and realized someone was knocking on the window. Parker was stunned to see something on the windowsill. On the windowsill, a soldier-style doll salutes with its hand, speaking as if it has a soul or is pre-programmed, smiling brightly. "I am the doll of the owner. Hello." Parker opens the window to let the doll in, and it introduces itself standing on the windowsill. "I am Johnny. I am here by my owner's order." SGO greets back. "Hello?" The doll says, "The owner has a message for the leader?" SGO wonders. A message, as if a recording program has been activated to deliver the message. The doll begins to speak, saying, "Today you are resting well. It seems like today is a special day off for you. This is a message from Kai, the owner of this messenger doll," her voice echoing through the doll, apologizing for disturbing your rest. "But upon receiving this message, please prepare carefully. On the first day of the new year, the light binding ceremony will take place at your luxurious house that night. Inviting me to such a ceremony is not the emperor, but myself. It's truly a great honor." The boy clenched his hand as his thoughts wandered. Perhaps Su Hanan also knew that he himself. SGO turned around, pondering. No, there's no way he doesn't know about Arin's death. He wondered, then why did Su Hanan call me here? Right now, I hear a voice in my ear, and this feeling is terrible. SGO. It's Suki, jumping onto SGO's bed and comforting him, just as I thought. "Don't go to the baptism ceremony anymore. Meeting him will only hurt you." SGO sat up and replied, "I still need to go there. Suki is worried this time I might not be able to protect you." You pick up Suki, reassuring her that everything will be fine, and that no matter what happens, I will handle it. Hold Suki close, gently stroking her, so don't worry. Feeling reassured by you, the loving cat's eyes showed worry but said nothing as the year ended. Parker had arrived earlier and was talking with Kai and Zen, noticing that SGO had also arrived. He gestured and shouted, "Captain is over here!" SGO approached, surprised to see Kai standing next to Parker. She nodded and smiled, saying hello. "Long time no see." SGO also greeted her, and she gently bowed her head in return. "You wonder, but," SGO asked, "aren't you busy, Kai?" Kai replied, "I am busy, but thinking about you meeting Suhanan alone, I'm really worried." She explained that unfortunately there were no suitable members in the group to accompany you, and Lord Higa was also busy at this time. Although it might not be enough, I feel that my going with you at least could help a little. Hearing that, Parker smiled. "So if you look at it that way, the captain isn't completely alone, but I would feel more at ease if the master went with us." His older sister forced a smile to hide her worry. "I was a bit scared about this." Kai spread his legs and said, "After all, SGO, thinking about that holy temple, I will go with you there as requested. She sincerely shares that when you're in danger, she will do her best to support you." Kai seems sorrowful, of course, because this visit is a sacred baptismal occasion and such things shouldn't happen, especially considering the people we're facing. I can't be certain. SGO thought to himself, should I tell her about my relationship with Suhanan? No, maybe it doesn't matter. Anyway, he felt sad. Han has never met me even once in the past 19 years. Kai spoke. "Let's go.
Watching everyone step through the teleportation gate, SGO's mind was still a jumble of thoughts. He must surely be. He walked with the group, feeling somewhat lonely, thinking they don't need him. Crossing the teleportation gate, they arrived at the Holy Temple, where statues of angels stood on the other side. The Holy Palace is quite tall, built in a circular architecture where you can see the stars above. Someone exclaimed, "This is Elysium?" Parker looked around and commented, "It feels very solemn here, and there aren't many people." I saw two people sneaking away quickly, as if trying to avoid them, and said, "I didn't see this kind of situation here before. It's strange." Kai became more cautious, sure something had happened. She notices the small incense sticks in the corner. The sacred incense used to ward off negative energy has weakened. It's best that we avoid meeting anyone from the new pope's side until we reach the grand ceremony. As the group was walking, a chilling howl suddenly sounded. As usual, Parker was the first to panic and speak up. "What was that?" SGO analyzed. "It sounds like a wolf. Is there a wolf in the palace?" Parker nervously suggests her theory. Maybe Suhanan released a monster to take over the palace. Kai laughs. "That's not a wolf." Miss Tuoi smiles and says it's a dog. Parker doesn't believe it, looks confused but still asks nervously, "A dog?" A shadow suddenly appeared and landed, a growling, menacing sound echoing through the Holy Temple, its mouth drooling and looking anything but friendly. It is a white dog with a unicorn-like horn. Kai introduces it as the guardian dog of the Saintess Heaven Isius. Nezu squints and praises it looks just like her daughter. Parker turned pale with fear, looking more like a bear. The shadow of the guard dog disappeared, vanishing above the sacred circle. It jumped down to the ground along the ancient trees supporting the dome, and seeing that, Kai continued, "I heard that Heaven Isius is a divine beast descended from the heavens to protect the Saintess." When it saw the dog blocking their way, Kai said, based on my understanding, it wouldn't be as savage and bloodthirsty as a monster. Parker didn't think so, trembling and stepping back cautiously. "Are you sure?" Sensing movement, the guard dog growled warningly in alert. Parker jumped in shock and shouted, "I take back what I said." The angry dog growled and bared its teeth as if about to bite him, believing he was an intruder in the sacred temple. SGO darkened his eyes and walked ahead of Parker's worries, ordering him to stay back. "I will make everyone hear its voice for a moment." His gaze was full of determination. "I'm glad it's not here to harm us. But why is it the holy woman and not Suhanan?" His eyes became determined, and he replied, "I hear no one but Jigrazo." Only then did SGO ask, "Is it really true that Suhanan is the Pope?" Have also replied that Suhanan is loved by God. He has the right to change the world and the power to control justice, which is why Jigrazo believes he is qualified to become the Pope. That is why it is obvious that Suhanan will be appointed as the Pope, even though he is also qualified. He grits his teeth, showing his hostility. At this moment, he questions why you are telling me this. Have replies, "I will take you to Jigrazo now, but you cannot bring your friends with you." Parker, hearing its request, was taken aback. He immediately hugged one of your arms and tearfully said, "We can't send the leader alone." The white monkey beside him isn't much different from Parker. "Neju will go with you." Hab's face lit up with eagerness. "Make your choice now. If you don't meet Jigrazo, you won't meet Suhanan either." STO asked, "But why?" It then began to explain the whole story. The maiden is the one who chooses the Pope and cares for them because Suhanan has received the maiden's blessing. Suki suddenly advised you, STO, "Go ahead, you said you wanted to meet the Golden Line Suhanan." She urged you to go and persuade the maiden. Then we can go meet the Golden Line together. Suki's eyes glistened as she looked at him intently. "I will wait for you." The two who were holding STO tightly, not wanting him to leave, then let go and stammered, "I will wait here. I will wait too." "You go with Hef, but don't forget to turn back and tell them I will return." And it immediately stomped its foot hard. Its appearance instantly transformed into that of a unicorn. STO's gaze fixed on it as it confidently climbed onto its back and sat down. The scene shifts to a different place resembling a grand temple, where STO is gently adjusting its robes and looking around. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. "Thank you for accepting my request, special person." Lady Than softly introduced herself. "I am one of Jigraso's descendants who inherited his name." You also confidently said, "I am STO," and she warmly replied, "STO, I am very pleased to meet you." Jigraso also patted Hef's head beside him and said, "Thank you, Hef. STO carefully reminds you of his presence today. I came here at Suhanan's request." If you plan to stop me from seeing him, you haven't even finished your sentence, before she interrupts, "STO, I truly hope you get to meet Suhanan someday." Jigraso explains that the only one who can calm him down is you. The judge who can read people's hearts. One of the black lines. Now I will tell you the story about Dae Suhanan, and she immediately clasped her hands as if praying again. When I first met Suhanan, he was completely out of control, unable to overcome his rage, and had caused himself many injuries. His back was covered with wounds of various sizes. Water can heal physical wounds but cannot mend the wounds inside his heart, which were even soaked through his shirt with blood. I can't stop his madness. All I can do is cry. Gigrasso wraps you in silver. Her voice seems to plead as she continues. After all, as the last member of Gold, I decide to follow him. In the end, even if he chooses to destroy all of humanity. STO wondered at Gigrasso's strange words. How can she be so sure that I can stop him? She didn't hesitate to answer, because you are one of the black lines. The people he loves. I immediately countered this opinion. Suhanan loved Duaran, not me. Gigrasso asked softly, Can you listen to my story? She whispered. Lord Suhanan never had the chance to see the final moment of Lady Doaran. When all the black lines left the world to return to the world of the lines, Lady Doaran suddenly disappeared. I heard that this happened because when humans realized that the judgment gods were abandoning the world, they betrayed Lady Doaran to steal her power for themselves, leading to Suhanan's increasing loss of control. It means they hunted a dragon, and humans mercilessly killed her. They believe that possessing the black dragon's heart will help them rule the world, but whether this story is true or not doesn't really matter. Those heroes took scales and bones of the black line as trophies, and when Suhanan saw this, he lost control. Poor little Doaran was left only with a skeleton. Jigsaw's flow becomes slower each day, and even I don't understand why Lady Aran became a victim of human temptations and couldn't resist them. However, she has disappeared. When Lord Suhanan learned the truth, he became furious and started destroying the world. He grew crazier every day. In the end, the other chains had to pull him away with shackles. But at the last moment, just before the door between the two worlds closed, he broke the chains himself and fell down. Now, because of the suffering he endured then, he has lost most of his power and is gradually dying. She feels deep pity for his situation. SGO was the first to learn this truth and was very surprised. Gigrasol pleads, so I dare to tell it, but please end his final madness so he can find his ultimate peace. Without hesitation, I silently agree. Yes, I need to. Tell him that Aran's heart is inside me. At least that's what I think. SGO gently places his hand on his chest and then responds, if that's true, the anger I felt just now. Suddenly, as SGO was speaking in his mind, an image of Suki lying in a pool of blood, calling out to him for help appeared, and SGO's eyes widened in shock while he shouted Suki in panic, startling Gigrasol. She hurriedly called out when she saw your hurried footsteps. Lord SGO. On the other side, SGO had just finished dealing with the soldiers. Suddenly he froze when an unexpected voice called out, Lord SGO. Suki's voice echoed, stopping him. SGO. Don't come here. Don't come. SGO. Meanwhile, Rupari arrogantly says, we meet again. Ignis's leader beneath his feet is Suki's blood. SGO quietly kneels before her blood-stained body, and he sarcastically remarks, I almost had to come find you. So thank you for coming on your own. You still didn't answer him and kept staring at Suki lying in a pool of blood, softly calling her name. Suki. When Nezu was also injured but managed to escape and urged you to go, SGO. Go now. It's similar to what prevented you, SGO. You need to run away. I should have protected them better. I have no excuse. It was an ambush. They just happened to have someone using fire, so my puppets had a hard time. Not far below, the burnt wooden puppets are scattered all over the ground. She has been significantly affected, even needing Jen to help her up so she can continue. Suhanan seems to care about him more than we expected. She panicked and shouted, Master! SGO ignores their objections and advises Kai to rest now. Kai, I can't. Rest now. Your face has turned cold and different from usual. Kai tried to respond, but before she could finish her sentence, she fell into unconsciousness from exhaustion. Rupari's voice rang out. So you just returned from your meeting with Jigsaw. Clearly, she's just a saintly girl who's curious and also likes to talk nonsense. He clearly shows contempt for Jigsaw. He continues to warn, but with a threat. If you say you won't meet my master, or that you'll run away right now, you'll face serious consequences. Leader, Rupari confidently claims that if you break your promise made to Jigsaw, you will be punished by those above. SGO's face darkened, his eyes showing a clear intent to remind you of the punishment from the higher-ups. Your terrifying gaze made him startle in shock. Rupari slowly raised the sword in his hand. SGO immediately used mind control, causing him and his subordinates to tremble with fear. They had to raise their weapons and be cautious of every word he said as a consequence of their actions. You have completely taken control of Rupari's mind, forcing him to press the sword against his own neck. Aren't you satisfied yet? SGO's sharp voice rang out. Suhanan sent you here afterward. Then you should have come only to deliver me as he commanded. Why did you attack the others? Rupari's sword-holding hands kept trembling internally, realizing that his abilities had become much stronger in just a few weeks, and he could no longer resist his divine power. At this moment, SGO widened his eyes and responded to what he was thinking as if he had heard everything, saying that you are just facing what you have already done. So don't blame others. Every word you speak is filled with deadly intent. The Ahuru cactus jumps out to block the way. Wait a moment. You speak up. I have no intention of opposing the killing of these people. SGO was also surprised by its appearance and blurted out, Ahuru. Rupari looked at Ahuru in his mind, but his body kept trembling, fearing that he might die at the tip of his own sword any moment now. It was not an ordinary cactus. You continued, we should ask why they attacked us. Of course, I understand if you don't want to hear their explanation at all, but are you sure you won't regret killing them? No, SGO, Ahuru said sadly. Now, SGO regained his composure and stammered, I already felt regret as he held Suki's body in his arms and replied. SGO held her tightly, his mind conflicted. I shouldn't have hastily assumed that the golden dragon was not my enemy. Remembering its appearance back then, Suki was right. I only sympathized with him impulsively. I shouldn't have left them alone. Right now, all I can think about is blaming myself. No, actually, I shouldn't have brought him here with me. After careful consideration, I decide with Ahuru, I have no more regrets, please. Don't stop me, Ahuru. Seeing that, it hurriedly explained nervously, No, there's another issue. These people are the guardians of the golden dragon, right? If you kill them all, can you say whatever you want when you meet the golden dragon? And surprisingly, no one has died yet. So let's calm down a bit. I say so. Ahuru happily informs SGO that everyone close to him, including Kai, Zen, Nezu, and Parker, are still alive. Although in a the boy stammers in disbelief. Can they really still be alive? He firmly confirms that they are not dead and will recover after I heal them with my flowers. So, what do you want to do now? SGO, this question makes the original goal of killing all the Ruberry to avenge those in the team. But now that they are safe, let's focus on the most important thing right now. Start healing them. Ahuru also agrees, fine. At this point, SGO no longer shows the same hostility towards them and tells the Ruberry group, who can sit and rest for a bit, they no longer dare to act arrogantly like before, so they obediently follow orders. After some time receiving treatment, Parker, Nezu, and Kai were bandaged and left to rest. Almost all medical tools and supplies had to be used. Suki, the most seriously injured, has also been taken care of. A pair of legs approaches and calls out Ruberry turns pale. SGO calmly asks, what is the order you received from Suhanan? He honestly answered that it was to deal with the people around him. As soon as he finished, he immediately faced a harsh punishment, not because he was controlled, but to remind him to be correct. Are the commands from him not to kill me, but to kill my allies? Ruberry also had to admit honestly that it's not to kill them, but to make sure they no longer follow you. After receiving the answer, SGO lowered his eyes and wondered if Suhanan had ordered him to deal with those around him. So why did he target them instead of himself? He warned himself not to assume I would obediently follow Suhanan just because he asked me to come. Ruberry hesitated and asked, don't you want to meet our master? SGO turned around and replied, I do, but I have to wait for my teammates to recover first. All 3 members of Ruberry's group are helpless and sad, but you don't care about them and only ask about your teammate. Kai, is your wound okay? She woke up happily and said, this wound has healed thanks to you. It's amazing that your cactus has such impressive healing abilities. Ahuru, hearing the praise, smugly demanded, call me doctor. Far away, Suki is still unconscious, and SGO sadly says, I thought I could protect you. I'm sorry, Chu. He kneels before her body, and behind the darkness of the night, the light shines directly onto the round glasses on the roof. A new day begins. The sky is clear and peaceful. Kai gazes at the scene outside and sighs. It's time. Have a safe journey. SGO calmly replies, I am not going. I don't know what will happen if I leave you guys again. Protecting my teammates is more important, especially after what happened yesterday, which left a bad impression on you.
Suddenly, G-Razel, who had been silent until now, spoke up. You don't need to worry about that. I have used my divine power to bring your friends to safety, SGO asked cautiously. Where did you take them? She didn't hesitate to explain. I sent them to your guild headquarters so you can rest assured. You wish to stand above and protect. The familiar footsteps are now gradually ascending the stairs. SGO followed the music coming from above, feeling a complex mix of emotions upon hearing that sound. After walking for a while, SGO stopped in front of a large open door. Inside was decorated luxuriously and opulently, with piano keys continuously producing soothing music. A silhouette of a man stands in front of the window. His ears suddenly twitch at the sound of noise beyond the music. The cold, sharp eyes opened with a chilling gaze. It was none other than Suhanan, the one who summoned SGO to meet him. You see him silently, not daring to cough, just quietly assessing. Could that be Suhanan? He's so still. It feels like he's no longer alive. SGO was worried because he was meeting him for the first time in this situation, and it was like a broken piano pipe. It was this sound that pulled him out of the illusion, causing him to turn around. SGO was startled and straightened up at Suhanan's gaze. His eyes widened as he called out loudly, due to Aaron. Suhanan looked at him and said strange words. Once again, another illusion, this time dressed in different clothes. The light always chases after the darkness. If you chase too quickly, you'll find that the darkness has already left. If you're just an illusion, it's okay, so please stay with me a little longer. By Aaron. Suhanan desperately pleads as SGO stands still, allowing his hand to touch his hair. Suhanan immediately thought that touching her meant she was truly his beloved. Oh my god, it's Aaron, she's not an illusion. At this moment, you finally introduce yourself. I am SGO of the Ignis Guild, and yes, Suhanan, the one who made the request. Suhanan's eyes are surprised at this information, and in an instant, a clear sense of disappointment appears in his eyes, softly saying, not the one from Aaron. So, why do I feel Aaron inside you? As Suhanan's body trembles and grips your collar. Seeing his suffering, SGO seems to understand, feeling pain, sadness, and anger all flooding through him. You seem to understand Suhanan's inner thoughts. What does life mean without her? If I were the one who died in her place, why was I left here alone? Bring her back to you. Suhanan quickly changed his attitude, grabbing SGO's shirt and demanding answers. I can hear Aaron's heartbeat inside your body. The person who killed her, right? In the end, was it a human who took the heart of a dragon? His eyes blazing as if he wanted to tear you apart. Suhanan gritted his teeth and asked, You're the one who cut off her scales and skin to take her heart, aren't you? Suddenly, a loud, gleeful laugh echoed out of nowhere. In the end, his mind seemed to say, Look here, Aaron. She loved these humans, but in the end, they didn't love her back. If she no longer existed in this world, I would have no reason to stay either. Despair and helplessness always marked Suhanan's face. He immediately summoned his weapon, Liper Stigmata. SGO was startled by the sudden move. Hurry up and run over to stop him. Wait a moment. Give it to me. SGO tightly grips the sword, causing him to be stunned and say what? Suhanan also noticed his actions and became confused. Wait, how could he touch the sword when he's not a guardian? SGO held the sword out in front of him and explained, This heart was left by Aaron, and I will return it to you, her beloved. So, Lam, stop hurting yourself, please. After saying that, SGO, without hesitation, drove the sword straight into his own chest. He lowered his eyes and thought to himself, So you won't know anything about me. Maybe that's for the best. Suki's image flashed through SGO's mind. Before he could finish speaking, SGO had already taken out the heart and said, This is Aaron's dragon heart. The boy looked at the heart in his hand and thought only blood relatives could hold a dragon heart within their bodies. Before he could finish speaking, SGO had already taken out the heart and said, This is Aaron's dragon heart. The boy looked at the heart in his hand and thought only blood relatives could hold a dragon heart within their bodies. And the sword, SGO, looked again at the sword lying on the blood-stained body. At this moment, Suhanan also held that heart in his hand. Only the golden dragon could grasp the sword, the guards, and him stared wide-eyed at the sight before them. Suhanan looked at SGO's tilted face and sighed, resembling Aaron exactly. The appearance of the girl he longed for appeared before his eyes, leading him to a bold thought. Perhaps he is our child. SGO, after taking out the heart and falling into a coma, is lost in his own illusion. Am I dead? Yet he continues to keep his eyes closed, letting everything unfold. But a faint sound made me wonder if I was already dead.
Then what is this crying noise? Duaran bowed her head to look at SGO and cried, I'm sorry. Sorry for not being able to protect you until the end. SGO gasped in amazement. Is it Duaran? She cried while blaming herself. Suhanan, I didn't think I could keep my promise, but I will protect this child even if it costs my life. I want us to see him grow up and be happy, my child, in SGO's consciousness. The name Duaran echoed out. The scene shifts back to reality. SGO opens her eyes, and where there was darkness before, now the sunlight streams in through the window. Suhanan pushes the door open and calls out, Hey, SGO, sees that face and wonders, Suhanan, is he angry? Because I didn't give him Duaran's heart. Then Suhanan takes his child into his arms. SGO looked at Suhanan in confusion as he held SGO tightly in his arms. Everything is fine now. Are you hurt? I should have taken care of you during this time. I am sorry. It's been a week since you fainted. I didn't wake up during that whole time. I was very worried. SGO was still confused and even more stunned when looking at his own body and appearance. Suhanan turned SGO around and said, You're probably surprised. Maybe you've never appeared in this form before, right? No one has ever taught you how to transform like this. SGO thought silently. This man always talks like that, huh? Then Suhanan laid SGO on the bed. You've been badly injured, so I changed you back to your original form. To help you recover quickly, I will return you to your normal shape as soon as you are fully healed. You won't be able to talk, so try to communicate telepathically. SGO still can't believe this. But why am I still alive? Suhanan explains that of course you won't die because of that, even if you sever the connection with Duaran's heart. You still have your own heart, but you must promise me you won't do anything reckless like that again. Promise. SGO silently raises his arm to look at Suhanan, then slowly takes hold of his little finger, and Suhanan adds, When you recover, I will teach you magic. SGO was stunned and asked, Why? Why are you treating me so well? Suhanan replied, You are my son, and Duaran is the support of our tribe. Just like humans teach their children how to speak, you have the right to learn the magic we create. Thinking back, where did you grow up? Did you live alone? Is there anyone taking care of you? If you don't want to talk about it, then rest. SGO watched his figure disappear into the distance. Suhanan, I want to return to my guild. Suhanan was about to leave, saying we will talk about that later, and for now, focus on recovering your health. Oh, and one more thing. Call me father, my beloved child. SGO looked at him slowly and confused. A person approaches to inform him, Lord Suhanan, you have guests. Suhanan replies, Please inform them that I am not available to receive them yet, the guard says. But they, is that me? Suhanan irritably turned around and asked, They are looking for that child, right? He replied, Yes, they said they wouldn't leave until they meet the child. Suhanan realizes that it is SGO's companion leading them to meet him. He wants to see what they have to say. Finally, they are allowed inside. Introduce yourselves before the Holy Pope. Mubian also respectfully replied, I am Mubian Zerhaiga, pleased to meet the Holy Pope. I came to find SGO, but Suhanan firmly responded, I refuse this request. Mubian couldn't stay calm and asked directly, Kim Long Suhanan, what did you do to him? Suhanan replied, That's outrageous. You claim to be a guardian, so you don't even know the current situation of your master. The one who wasn't by his side when he needed protection, and now you're here questioning me about his whereabouts. How pathetic. These words touched Mubian's pride, forcing him to hold back by biting his lip. Mubian tried to steady his emotions, while Yen Jiang looked very uncomfortable. But then you have to bow your head and beg. I know you don't mean to harm him. Please tell me the current condition of my master, I beg you, Suhanan asked. Oh, are you saying that you trust me? Mubian replied, My master trusts you, and if you truly wanted to, perhaps he would have already died by now. In that case, you wouldn't allow us to see you. Suhanan smugly twirled his finger, silently assessing. What an interesting ally, then he decided. Very well. That gave Mubian confidence, and he immediately looked up at him. Suhanan continued, but with one condition. 10 days later, STO happily transformed back into a human. So, at that moment Suhanan entered, and Lian said, I will go back, but he firmly refused. No, why do you keep wanting to leave? STO replied, My friends are waiting for me. Suhanan warned him that humans can betray you at any moment. STO, as these words were spoken, looked at Suhanan and thought, His unconditional hatred is only aimed at one race, as if I am facing another Bairang Xion. Then Suhanan continued to advise STO, The place where you should return is not that guild, but to the dragon world with me. Son, STO, confused, exclaimed, the dragon world, images of dragons appeared, but they were just shadows. Suhanan explained, yes, it is a beautiful star. A place where the dragon race lives in peace. You will return with me to where our people live. STO silently thought, our people are special. It's truly an enticing offer, but you refuse, saying you want to stay here. Suhanan frowned sadly and asked, are you going to abandon me like errant? The boy quickly replied, no, that's not it. I used to think I wanted too many things, and memories of everyone gradually ran through my mind. The things I valued have disappeared, and every time they turn away from me, I always thought it was my fault. But recently, I've learned a few things. I've learned about what I can do and what I must do, and they are the ones who taught me that. Suhanan realizes you are talking about your friends later. STO replies, that's why I want to go back to them. To love someone. Oh no, sir. STO's words touched Suhanan's heart, causing him to involuntarily shed tears. Quickly, Suhanan turned away and quietly said, I will let you meet them. STO was overjoyed. Are they here? Suhanan replied, yes, they said they needed to see you. It's good that you've built good relationships, STO. The scene shifts as Suhanan leads STO to meet everyone, and upon seeing him, they cheer joyfully. Captain, everyone rushes over to embrace STO. Captain, Izito asks how he's been. Are you all okay, Suki Nezu? STO. It's really you, STO, Mel? Parker tearfully recounted, we were all so shocked when you suddenly disappeared like that. When I woke up, we were back at the main base and my wounds had healed, but I couldn't find you anywhere. STO apologized, saying, I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Let's stay calm. Mubian quietly approached from behind, surprised STO, and asked, Mubian, why are you here? Mubian replied, it's the instinct of a guardian. It's a relief to see you healthy. Parker hugged STO emotionally and said, that's right, I'm very glad you're safe, Captain. Parker's eyes suddenly changed as he looked ahead. So it turns out Suhanan arrived. The holy saint was coldly responding, don't worry about me. I only came to keep my promise. I won't ruin everyone's reunion. The meeting between STO and everyone took place with joy and excitement, alongside the witness of Suhanan. Parker hesitantly asked STO, Captain, what is your relationship with the holy saint so suddenly? Parker quietly glanced at him, then looked again and saw that he seemed much more at ease than before. Could it be that they have become friends because they are both of the same lineage? STO approaches Suhanan. Suhanan is my father. This shocks Parker, Nezu, Suki, and Mubian. They fall silent for a moment before shouting out in surprise. Transition scene. Parker ties a letter to the leg of a hawk and releases it into the sky. Mubian comes over and asks, what's going on? Parker replied, I sent a letter to the leader explaining the situation of the master. That Suhanan is not a mad beast, but the captain's father, and I think it's best for her to know the exact situation here. Well, the guild was formed to face Suhanan, and no one expected that he was the captain's father. STO asked with a dazed look, so you've really been waiting to meet me? Parker turned back and replied, yes, we have been waiting to meet you again, and I have one condition. Parker recounted the initial plan with Suhanan at that time. One condition he mentioned was that if you learn divine magic and defensive magic, you will meet STO. Parker was stunned divine magic. But we're not priests, Suhanan replied. Everyone who becomes a protector, including the Cactus Man, Hyga's people, and Chimera, can use divine magic. Learn and practice with Holy Knight Commander Ruberi. He bows and introduces himself. I am Ruberi F. San, Protector of Kim Long Suhanan, and Holy Knight Commander, pleased to meet you. By the way, I also apologize for my past rudeness. Nezu roared in anger, but he almost killed STO. Ruberi looked stunned and hesitated before nervously saying, that matter. Suddenly, a force struck towards Ruberi, knocking him to the ground. Suhanan, full of authority, said, I did not order you to harm STO. Ruberi coughed and replied, I am sorry. He asked why you didn't report this to me. Ruberi explained that at the time there was no confirmation that he was the heir, and I thought he had interfered with your plans. Master, Suhanan decreed. Ruberi, who overstepped his authority, responded with deep remorse. I made a mistake. Please punish me as you see fit. Nezu watched silently, clutching the thorny branch in his hand. Suhanan requests, I will change the condition. He points to Mubian, the one fighting Ruberi. If you defeat him, I will allow you to meet STO without having to learn magic. But if you lose, you will have to obey my command. This is my final offer, and it's the only way for you to meet STO again. Understand? At this moment, both of them have entered into a fight with each other. The person drops his sword to the ground, and the blood flowing from that wound is Mubian's. He gasps for breath and thinks to himself, "It's so annoying, but I lost." He hasn't even used the holy sword, only divine magic. Yet he's still so powerful. How much stronger can he possibly become? If Mubian can learn divine magic, after a moment of inner struggle, Mubian's battered body admits defeat. "I lost. I will accept your condition." Suhanan replied, "Then let's decide on that. From now on, my knights will teach you divine magic. I will allow you to meet STO when the time comes." Although I learned holy magic when I was resting and reflecting for a while, Mubian expressed that I was angry at myself for losing the battle. "But if Suhanan is your father, then I understand what his intention is now." STO replied, "Really? Mubian thought that perhaps he told us to learn divine magic to protect you." STO, Parker added. "And since you finally met your father, he would be very sad if you left early. You might regret it because there are many things you want to say to him." STO replied, "I understand." Parker added, "And since your father is here, this place can be a home any time." STO was stunned, his eyes shining. "A home for me?" STO silently wondered if it was possible for them to truly live together, since Suhanan is his father, and he doesn't hate STO. If you leave and come back after some time, will he still welcome STO? A few months later, Suhanan is walking forward with two people holding his cloak behind him. STO just ran into him. "You ask Suha, where is your father going?" Suhanan immediately smiled and replied, "Oh, my child, you wake up early. I was about to come find you. I have a few things I want to talk to you about. Crown Prince Vujay Arubhurasan has passed away. According to sources, he died from wounds sustained in the war. Right now, only a few people know this, but the information will be announced this afternoon. You don't seem to be doing well. Are you close to him?" STO replies that previously he had received a request from Princess Marisa. "Are you saying that the princess will inherit the throne after the prince's fall?" And that has happened. STO wondered to himself if she was happy and whether the prince's death was caused by wounds from the war. And if STO feels happy that the princess survived this royal conflict, seeing STO lost in thought, Suhanan will come to comfort you. Don't worry. Since the crown prince failed in the power struggle, your loved ones will no longer be in danger. Anyway, I have to be away for a few days to attend the funeral. I will return in about 3 days. Can you wait for me in Elysium? STO obediently replied, "Yes, I will come back," Suhanan said while wiggling her finger. "Very good now. Can you turn away for a moment?" He immediately handed something to Suhanan. "Yes, I understand. Thank you." He put it on STO. "This is a gift." You're surprised and say thank you, but sir. Suhanan replies, What's wrong? STO wondered how long Father planned to be the holy saint of chaos. Suhanan explained that he initially hated this world so much that he wanted to destroy it. "So what is the reason for you wanting to attend the funeral as the holy saint destroyer?" Suhanan replied, "You're right. I was very desperate and hopeless to find Jo Aren's trail, and I tried to destroy the world to take her away from me. However, now that I have found you until you change your mind and return to the world of the dragon race with me, I will do everything to be by your side." You touch the item he just gave you, wondering why he would give STO this divine artifact. You have no choice but to wait. Should STO visit the group of friends? Visit. Just then, a girl jumps out of nowhere. "Lipe is here. I came to protect you." STO glances at her as Lipe turns to the side, and then another, "My father told her to come later." Lipe confirms, "That's right." She looked at STO with a delighted expression and said, "Lipe really likes STO a lot." STO asked, confused, "Well, why do you like me?" Lipe is excited. "My owner is very happy that you're here." Since STO was born, Lipe has never seen the owner so happy. And at that moment, Lipe secretly looked into Suhanan's room. "In the past, my owner was always sad, immersed in grief to the point that one day he even forgot about us, even though he was the one who created us. But now he remembers us. He even told us about you. I really like our current owner." Lipe bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, STO." Sto waved his hand. "No, it's nothing." Suddenly, STO was startled and looked outside, exclaiming, "Huh, those guys." Lipe also turned around and said, "Oh," she introduced them. "It's the angel cemetery." "Are you sure this is the angel cemetery?" Lipe explains that the grave was made for a fallen angel who fell to earth a long time ago. Of course, the real body of the angel isn't here, it's just a decorative statue. STO looked up at the statue, seeming at ease, as if wrapped in soft feathers. "Huh? Suddenly, something fell on STO's head, and he quickly caught it. STO exclaimed in surprise. A bird. Ruberry appeared from the beginning and confirmed that this is an evil point. STO exclaimed. Captain, Ruberry continued, a red fruit, an evil bird that brings bad luck. I heard they went extinct in the Empire because they were wiped out by the people. I don't understand why a symbol of bad luck like this bird could reach Elysium. The bird keeps crying loudly and begging for help. Please let me live. Save me. STO expresses his remorse, saying, I'm sorry for frightening you. I won't hurt anyone, so please stay calm. I will take you to a safe place. The little bird quietly responds, a safe place? STO expresses his remorse, saying, I'm sorry for frightening you. I won't hurt anyone, so please stay calm. I will take you to a safe place. The little bird quietly responds, a safe place. Ruberry curiously asked, Young master, where do you plan to take this unfortunate, unlucky bird? STO replied, I will take it to the headquarters of the guild. Ruberry doesn't seem very happy, miss, but this turtle-possessed bird must be eliminated before someone gets hurt. STO replied, We don't kill others just because they hold a sword. This bird might have that ability, but it has never harmed anyone in its life. If possessing a terrifying power means being killed, then I should be the first to be killed, right? Ruberry hurriedly saluted and apologized. I misspoke, STO replied. It's okay, by the way. Why are you here, Ruberry? Libby is getting married to the hometown captain, is scolded. Ruberry continued. Reporting your guards finished training today and are on their way back. Maybe they're resting at the barracks right now. Cut 2, Ahura calls out. Oh, STO, I miss you so much. STO gently pats him away. Ahura feels sad and mumbles, He rejected me. No, that's not it. Then he spread his hands apart and Ahura asked, What is this? A split bird. STO said, I hear it's called a red fruit. We'll bring it back to the guild. Parker walks over to observe, and inside it's more pink than red. Mubian continues, probably because it's not fully grown yet. Nezu's bright eyes exclaimed, How adorable. Mubian asked, Do you know this type of bird brings bad luck? STO calmly replied, Yeah, I know, Mubian said. All right, if that's your decision. Seeing the bird resting in STO's hand, Mubian asked, What do you call it? STO replied, I just call it a bird. Parker added, Wouldn't it be better to just give it a name? Nezu also agreed, yes, a name. Everyone started to gather and discuss. Parker suggested, How about calling it RERO? STO was surprised and replied, RERO. Parker explained, It's short for the red fruit, and it's also quite cute. Hearing that, STO agreed, I agree. Then Parker asked, I heard your father went somewhere. So, can we see you more often during this time? Hearing that, Nezu happily hugged STO. Oh, that's wonderful. He said, Calm down, we need to start planning to return to the headquarters soon. After that, we will have a lot to talk about. Cut 2. A few days later, Suhanan looks a bit down. Where are you headed? STO replies. Back to the guild headquarters. Suhanan frowned. Hearing you say you want to leave as soon as I return truly pains me. STO bowed his head and humbly replied, I have been here too long already. Thank you, Father, for the opportunities to learn. Suhanan teaches that you and the guards still have much to learn. STO replies, however, that this does not mean you can delay your departure any longer. You will start gradually with what you are capable of doing. Suhanan insisted on his decision, but that's not the issue. You're just a young child who needs protection. STO refused, No, Father, I don't need protection. Suhanan pointed at him and said, We have to do this. Remember how you behaved when you had no protector. The issue isn't how grown-up or strong you are, but how little awareness you have of your own safety. The first time you met me, you did something that almost cost you your life, yet you remained calm as if nothing happened. Do you realize that your guardian also feels the pain you are experiencing? I don't know, and those guards won't let you find out either. STO clenched his fists. Now you know you won't act recklessly anymore. From now on, you will always go with your guard. Suhanan still disagrees with STO's decision, but if it happens again, about letting you leave. STO hurriedly interrupted him, saying, I will return to my father. Isn't that what family means? A place I can always come back to. Hearing this, STO paused and said nothing more. You hesitated and broke out in a sweat. Then Suhanan turned back with a very satisfied look and replied, Truly, I can't refuse you.
All right, go travel around the world and come back home when things get tough. Home and family are like that. Dad will be waiting for you here. STO felt the warm embrace and couldn't help but smile. Suhanan quietly told his wife that Aaron, our son, is very strong and you don't need to worry. Transition to the headquarters of Ignis, celebrating your return. Captain STO, the number of pending missions. It's 726. Hearing this, STO's emotions suddenly drop, his face pale from being overwhelmed. Because there are so many tasks, STO quickly reads all the mission details. Luckily, the guild had summarized the client's name and mission content beforehand. Parker said, I was really scared just thinking about having to read through over 700 task forms. Even summarized, it's still several pages long. Parker, half happy, half worried, said, I didn't expect the news about the captain's abilities to spread so quickly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I don't need to look any further. I've already chosen my mission. The client, Hark Rowley, branch manager of Galatia, requests the transportation of the guild's pets from the main office to the headquarters as specified. Transitioning scenes that day. STO quickly went to start the mission, and after everything was prepared, Parker hurriedly called out, Captain, it's time to depart. Where are you going? STO replied, Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Here, the food has been enchanted to change the color of your feathers. This is the best I can do for you. Then the little bird bowed its head and ate happily, its pink-red wings gradually turning brown. STO placed the little bird on a branch. From now on, this will be its home. In the garden of the guild, you will be able to live comfortably without any problems, without having to hide from humans or go hungry because there's no food. The sad little bird lowered its head. Did you abandon me because I did something wrong? I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry, I won't show myself to you anymore. STO was stunned, his shy eyes just like when he was a child. No, that's not it. I just want you to be safe and free. Riro, hearing that name, the bird sighed deeply. Riro, STO told it. That's your name. I will come back to visit you when the mission is over. Your name is the promise between us two. The bird is moved to tears and thanks you. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Ignis Society, Galaxia branch, where everyone rushes out excitedly to greet them. Welcome STO, or should I say STO Day. Haha, it's complete. He steps forward and excitedly calls out the names of the two, Rosalie and Hack, who greet him enthusiastically. I'm glad you took on this mission. It's a relief to have you here right now. STO shook hands with him. I am always ready to help Mr. Hack with the task. Hack added that, actually, there's a bit of an issue with this mission. STO asked what kind of problem. Hack will explain, well, the pets that needed to be transferred to headquarters have disappeared. STO frowned and sadly asked, disappeared? Parker as well? All the animals on the list have vanished? Hack replied in a dazed manner, not all of them, but most of them have disappeared. Only a few remain. Sorry for not clarifying this earlier. We should have anticipated this and taken better precautions. STO asked, do you mean you had an idea this might happen? He added that recently there have been rumors spreading across the river area about a monster attacking livestock, but there's no evidence or witnesses. So no one knows what kind of monster it is. Luckily, there were no casualties, but not only did the livestock disappear, the situation worsened to the point where hunters couldn't find any wild animals, and the local economy has been affected. But I never thought our guild would be impacted. Parker felt something was off, but doesn't it seem strange that for a monster, its actions are too systematic? Mubian is involved in the story with no evidence, no witnesses, and no traces at all. This isn't normal skill. It resembles the work of a high-level wizard. If a monster caused this, there's no way there wouldn't be any traces, and normal monsters don't distinguish between humans and animals. It only harms animals and not people. Huh? Sounds like a fairy tale. Hat bowed his head in disappointment, clearly with many questions about this case. To be sure, STO immediately took on the task. I will start right away. Let me know what I need to do. Hat thought for a moment, then spoke. Hung, you just arrived. You don't need to rest. STO replied. I've rested enough before coming here. Rosalie hands over a bundle of information. This is the latest intel on the case, and I will explain the new details afterward. As mentioned earlier, the current situation is a bit complicated. Please investigate the disappearance of the pets, which should have been transported to the main headquarters. First, could you visit Lord Sack's beast and check the status of the remaining animals in the guild? They are survivors of the accident and also witnesses. STO quickly arrived. Parker looked around for a while, then made his assessment. I thought this was a beast habitat, but it's just full of dogs. Sack suddenly appeared furious, stepping over the fence. You damn monsters!
Parker quickly transformed his arms into wings to shield himself. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" Then, seeing nothing dangerous, he lowered the broken branch. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. You guys are members of the guild, right?"
T.O. asked Han if this place was really a beast collaboration with the Ignis Society. Sack replied, "Yes, you asked because you only saw dogs, right? This place has been completely looted. The monsters or that terrible creature took everything." STO looked up at the animal cages around him. At least they didn't take the dogs. The muffled voice quietly pulls Parker away. He's hesitating, waiting for the conversation to finish. "Come out now?" Parker is still scared, covering his head with both hands, and Sack adds, "Lucky, huh? These guard dogs are as noisy as devils."
STO said, "I heard a few of the Lucky Society's animals survived."
Sack replied, "Yes, only 6 remain. I've always been watching over them in case the Trong come back to harm them." STO suggested, "I want to meet them right now." Sack pointed out that they are over there. Go meet them and catch the Trong or some monsters to help me. Inside, there's an extremely cute red panda. Can you talk to me? You're not human, are you? STO hesitated and said, "Well, I have something I want to ask," and it replied, "What do you want to ask?" "My name, my age, where I come from. Do you want me to introduce my family as well?" STO replied, "I want to ask something even more important," it asked with an excited look. "What is it? Did you see anyone break in and steal the other animals?" The bear suddenly started tearing up. Then his eyes welled with tears, sniffing softly. Mubian, confused and worried, shouted, "Why are you crying? I didn't mean to hurt you." Parker stepped closer and said, "Mubian, you're scaring it when you say that." STO saw it keep crying and helplessly realized I couldn't get the answer. A golden voice spoke. "A star. There is a star." The intruder brought a bright star under the night sky. As the Sphinx finished speaking, a star shot up. "A star," it said. "If you want to know more, solve the riddle." Parker was puzzled by, wondering what kind of riddle this was. Mubian explained, "You must have heard of a creature that loves riddles, with the body of a lion and a goat's tail. The creature is the Sphinx, sitting proudly in the lap. Oh, you know who I am, so let's start with the first riddle. I ask you," STO said, "do I want to eat you?" You replied, "No, you don't intend to, and besides, you're in my embrace right now, so I can't." The Sphinx frowned angrily. "What kind of strange joke is this?" STO calmly replied, "I didn't use any tricks. Did I say something wrong?" The Sphinx gritted its teeth in defeat, then accepted reality and muttered, "Fine, since you asked, I will tell you about the star I saw. The intruders are humans, appearing from nowhere, completely covered in clothing so I can't see their faces. But they have a very strong smell, like medicine, a foul, unpleasant odor of unknown origin. They are carrying a shining star. Are there other creatures trapped inside that star? Wait, they have a star in the sky. It confirms, yes, I am sure they are holding a star in their hand." Parker started to think, increasingly absurd, how could humans hold a star? The Sphinx reaffirmed once more. "But it is the truth. I saw it very clearly." Parker couldn't figure it out, endless questions swirling in his mind. Now it sounds more like a riddle. STO politely asked, "Can I read your memories for a moment? Everyone here will see your memories." The Sphinx nodded in agreement. "So humans also have such abilities, just like before." "Very well. Do as you wish." When it allowed STO to touch the Sphinx's hand, a connection of energy formed between them, and the light emanating from that link was the first step for STO to penetrate its memories. Inside are people in blue robes. Could they be mages? Is that the star the Sphinx mentioned, but it still hasn't shown yet? As soon as it finished speaking, it lit up and spread throughout the room, making STO's eyes widen in surprise. They sweat with worry over the magical artifact that can contain a space. Does the country have such technology? Then they go to meet Kai. A voice echoes, "That thing is called a box." She happily smiles. "Commander, long time no see." The official name given by the Magical Academia is the box, because it looks like a box. Inside, there is a vast space capable of holding many items, but for safety reasons, storing living creatures is strictly prohibited. STO wondered how she knew about this Kai. She answered all of it based on her knowledge, because this is a relic studied jointly by the Royal Mages and the Ignis Guild. But a few months ago, we received a secret letter from the BNDN, stating that some research boxes had been stolen, so you couldn't return to Elysium with us. And since the thieves only targeted animals, the guild sent this request to the leader, who has the ability to read minds, but ultimately, whether you agree or not is your choice. Parker realized, so this mission is actually about catching the thief who stole the box.
Kai confirmed. That's right. Parker suggested an idea. So they will continue targeting animals. We need a lure to attract them, but now this area is heavily guarded. Will they come back?
Kai replied, "What if we use something truly attractive to lure them?" Mubian shook his head, dismissing the idea. A unicorn might work, but after leaving behind the Sphinx, where else would we find rare creatures? Just then, Mubian and Parker looked at Ahuru and Nezu, as a few days later, Mubian was spreading information around the area. Nezu's details were being circulated, and Parker was also spreading the information and handing out flyers to make it more widely known. Parker was working and yawning if they've heard the rumor about the talking white-haired monkey. They'll show up soon, but I'm starting to worry. Could they have already left the area? Mubian replied, no. They will definitely come even if they know it's a trap. Parker wondered, why is that? Mubian confidently believed his hypothesis. The smarter the target, the more they tend to be competitive. That night under the crescent moon, a shadow appeared, and Mubian hiding inside announced they're here. But strangely, only one intruder showed up. There were two in the memory, but no sign of the other nearby. Could it be a trap? Still, if he has the box. That guy slowly walks inside and stands in front of Nezu, who is sleeping soundly. As expected, he pulls out the box, and Mubian takes the opportunity to open the curtain behind him right now. He attacked with his sword, forcing the man to retreat, dropping the box from his hand. Mubian pointed his sword at him and began the interrogation. You'll never use that arm again, unless you want the rest of your limbs to end up the same way. Answer my question, who are you with and why are you stealing animals? He remained silent, only he is smiling strangely. The sound of her picking up the box made her realize this is a modified version of the original, which should have had magical safeguards to prevent containing living creatures, but all of them had been removed. Altering an ancient artifact still under secret research without permission would not go unnoticed by the palace, and the Night Order would be mobilized. He suddenly laughed so strangely, "The knights won't come, fools. We belong to the imperial royal family." Mubian couldn't believe it. It was impossible. In these unstable times, our commander had paid special attention to the rumors. While Mubian was speaking, STO ran over to Neju to ask if he was okay. Neju, a power capable of subduing all beasts. Do you think the guild would keep that for themselves? Mubian sensed something was wrong, and STO stepped back. He shouted out for the glory of His Majesty, the Emperor Aperio Busum. The light from the crystal sphere radiated out. Mubian Vuivang ran to STO's side, and after that blinding light, STO was closing his eyes. Vuivang mở mặt ra. Satif ngồi dậy từ hối dậy là dâu vậy. Cậu chợt nhớ lại, quay lại chỗ buộc tuông dòng vật. Hẳn là nỗi nấy rồi. Luckily, we are all together with STO in this flower-filled land. Look at the flowers. So beautiful. Parker asked in amazement. Captain, where are we? STO also doesn't know. He only knows it, unlike us being outside. Parker looked confused and said, huh? And Suki has also disappeared. What? Looking around and exclaiming, the scenery is so beautiful, Mubian reminded her. Hey, leader, now's not the time to enjoy the view. Do you know how to get out? The answer? That's the real issue. The box was originally designed so that humans couldn't enter. As far as I know, it can only be opened and closed from the outside. Kai explains that theoretically it's possible, but since this box has been modified by alchemists, we don't know what mechanisms are inside. I'm sure it's very complex magically, and none of us are properly trained mages, so it's quite worrying. Suddenly, an idea flashed in STO's mind. Kai, I have an idea I want to try. Kai exclaimed in surprise, oh, is it a good plan? STO said, what if we use the activation spell from inside? Kai nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Using the spell relies more on magical power than on technique. STO continued, then I will try reciting the spell we heard when we entered. STO recited the spell again. A bright light erupted, the imperial symbol shimmered, and the box fell to the ground. Everyone was transported outside. Parker covered his eyes, afraid to look. Are we really out of the fallen box? Mubian looked around. It seems so. Kai took it and announced, I will keep this box. A box? It will be the necessary evidence for this case. No, about this incident, by the way, I suspected that we might be trapped inside the alchemist's laboratory. But this place definitely isn't an ordinary lab. It feels more like a mythological maze than a laboratory. Mubian feels something's missing. Wait a moment. I also don't see the white monkey or the cactus, Kai replies. Maybe they are in another part of the laboratory. If we're careful, splitting up for experiments makes sense. Parker looked at SGO and asked, Captain, do you feel anything? Meanwhile, SGO heard a voice lamenting, it hurts so much. SGO was startled and exclaimed, Suki.
The scene Suki saw in the fragmented memories, filled with various weapons, chemicals, and mazes, SGO realized something and hurriedly ran off. Parker shouted, "Captain!" SGO was running and speculating that this might be where Suki was created. Seeing SGO run without saying a word, everyone had no choice but to follow him. Parker, worried, called out as they ran, "Captain, what if you get lost?" Yet. Then Parker stopped in his tracks and asked, has the captain been here before while trying to find the way through this maze? As SGO stepped in, Kai called out, "Wait, Captain, can you tell us where you're going?" SGO replied, "Once I arrive, I can hear Suki's voice. In my opinion, the commander, he, Wygom, and the Sword of Thane are enough to lead the others out." Kai spoke up, "Sorry, but as the club president, I need to gather evidence about the research project approved by the palace while I still can." SGO replied, "Got it." With that, Kai turned away, "So we'll meet outside. You can call for help if needed." The behemoth Imperial Alchemy Corporation under the Lubazan Empire aims to create sacred objects with powerful magical reactions by combining magic and alchemy. Their first project, developing the teleportation destruction gate, was extremely successful, and thanks to that, they gained full support from the Empire. Johann Rendemir, the head of Behemoth, said, "All we need to do is complete this box. I'm sure I will gain the Emperor's favor. I even caught an Esper from Ignis. My future looks bright." He was so excited, never expected things to go so smoothly. "Luckily, I only sent my subordinates to catch her. What if my daughter had been hurt?" "Right, Kitty. I never expected to reunite with the experiment I thought had been discarded. What does it feel like to return home after all this time?" Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. "Master!" Johann angrily. "Why are you shouting like that? It's rude." He was flustered, apologizing. "It's just that this matter is very urgent." He ordered, "Speak!" Esper and his group we caught have escaped from the box. Johann was stunned. What? How did they manage to get out? "Damn it, the box still isn't stable because it's still in the testing phase." "No, but we already locked them in Mekong, right? Just let them get lost in there." He nervously added that they had also escaped from Mekong. Johann was stunned and turned around. "So you mean they are already out of here?" He reports that according to the data recorded on the teledrone device, instead of leaving, they are moving deeper into the laboratory. Meanwhile, Li Pei announced that the door has been broken open, and Parker, panicked, clasped his hands together, looking as if they had smashed through the wall. STO stepped forward and approached Johann, leaving him in disbelief. "How did you guys get in here?" STO reassured Suki. "Suki, it's okay." STO's gaze flicked over Johann, his entire body radiating menace. "Are you the ones who caused Suki to suffer?" Johann objected to what STO said. "We never mistreated the person you call Suki. We helped him grow." At location 1251, the first subject of the body modification experiment, the enhancement was quite successful, but due to poor control and aggressive behavior, we thought it had been eliminated. However, against all odds, it survived and returned, fully grown and incredibly impressive. No matter what Johann says, STO still grins brightly at him. STO holds Suki tightly. "You can rest assured, I will protect you." "So Suki was experimented on here?" Parker painfully asked, "So shape-shifting ability is not innate?" Mubian looked at the machines here, feeling worried, wondering what they had done to cause such transformations. Johann said, "After all, we initially planned to capture their abilities, but ended up with an unexpected gain. Should we be grateful?" Parker hurriedly asked. "Captain, can I completely control their minds?" STO hesitated and replied worriedly, "We can't." Parker exclaimed in panic. "Wait a moment." Johann chuckled proudly. "Ha ha ha, do you think we would bring out a power without having a way to deal with it?" STO quietly looked at Johann in front of him. Whether through direct communication or other methods, we couldn't read their thoughts. Then he told his teammates it seems they have cast some kind of magic on themselves or are carrying a special holy object. Parker braced himself. "So my combat ability," Lipe confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry, Lipe is very good at fighting." Johann noticed Lipe speaking up and wondered what kind of ability that girl had. The more subjects we test, the better. So let's see how special her power really is. As Johann snapped his fingers, the ground trembled and shifted, everything became unstable, and a horde of monsters with sharp claws appeared. More than one, Johann ordered, "All right, attack them." The sense of blindness feels off, really strange. We haven't seen a single chimera on the way here. And SGO is still worried. I still can't read their minds. Maybe they cast a spell on themselves or are carrying a holy relic somewhere. Suddenly a voice rings out. "Kill me!" A tiger pounced, but deep inside it was begging, Please, kill me. Can you hear me? Please answer. I can help. Just kill me. This is too hard. I don't want to exist without a will of my own, and I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. The leopard's eyes glisten with home tears. I've endured for too long. Please end this pain. SGO senses that this place is so still, it's almost unsettling. Not just because of the magic or the relic's influence, but because the minds of countless beings have been shattered by experiments. SGO gritted his teeth in anger. I will end this pain. You will no longer have to suffer. SGO silently communicated with Mubian and Lipe through his mind. Mubian, Lipe, these beings no longer have full consciousness. Let them go in peace. Next, you guide Parker to distract the alchemists. He takes off and responds, Got it. A place like this must disappear as the tiger arm strikes, Mubian shouted. SGO number. Quickly, Mubian rushed to protect his master. A place like this must disappear as the tiger arm strikes, Mubian shouted. SGO number. Quickly, Mubian rushed to protect his master. Mubian attacked the tiger, checking if you're okay. SGO reassured him. Yeah, I'm fine. But at the same time, Mubian was also countering the poison. Parker flew over with the antidote. I brought some detox herbs when I left the headquarters. Here, take this. Johann shouted, It's useless. Do you think this type of poison can be neutralized just with antidotes? Soon the muscles will paralyze, you'll lose consciousness, and you'll fall asleep soon. SGO asked, Do you have an antidote? Johann sneered and said, Clever of you. If you give us a little of your blood, we will provide the antidote. SGO hesitated. My blood, Johann confirmed. Yes, we need a sample for research, just a small amount, and we will give the antidote and let you leave. Isn't that a fair deal? Actually, we are at a disadvantage too. SGO looked skeptically at Johann in front of him. Suddenly, Mubian warned, Don't do that. Do you really trust their words? Johann quickly replied, Ha, in less than a minute, you won't even be able to move your tongue. SGO worried about Mubian's safety. My blood. Ban has, SGO happily exclaimed. Nezu. Ahuru. Ahuru confirmed I can detoxify that poison. Johann couldn't believe it. No way. SGO happily asked again. Really, Ahuru? He replied, I have trained very hard in Elysium. A very troublesome priest once told me that this flower, blooming with divine power, can purify toxins. SGO asks about the situation. Mubian, can you do your duty? He quickly takes the sword in his hand as a support. I'm fine. SGO hands Suki to him. Parker, take care of Suki. Parker reaches out to pick it up and responds. Got it. SGO spreads his hand to release a surge of power inside, and Johann looks up in confusion, wondering what this is. He barely realizes it, but it's too late. Fire, hellfire, what is this? I thought you couldn't use magic. Wait, let me think this over again. SGO's arm lowered. An explosion erupted here, destroying all the inhumane experiments. After the blast, black smoke billowed out. SGO's team managed to escape. He inquired if everyone was okay. While helping Mubian walk, SGO suddenly stopped. A group of people appeared, bowing respectfully. We have been waiting for you, leader. The master has ordered us to escort you back to the headquarters, and we will handle the cleanup at the Behemoth Research Institute. The scene shifts away from the Behemoth Research Institute. Parker cheers, thankful that the boss managed to escape safely and has finally returned to the headquarters. Parker presses his cheek to look outside. It's Suha. No. It's the captain's father. Wait, how did he know to come here? Because Li Pei reported through the relic. SGO exclaimed what so fast the dragon outside roared and spat fire into the tower, causing everyone to fall into deep thought. If they make a sound to break this silence, Li Pei will go, Rest right now. Suha rides away on the dragon, leaving only a few traces. Parker turns pale with fear, and we can only hope the owner has gathered enough evidence. Muabie and Suki are helpless, so they must have handled it all properly. Ahuru spoke. After all, SGO's father has the right to be angry like that. If anyone dares to take my child for biological experiments, I would also make everyone pay. SGO quietly looked outside, feeling a bit unhappy. They also wanted that research to disappear, but is this really the way they desire, as long as SGO's father still exists in this world? Your danger would mean the destruction of others. Then SGO inquired about how the body of Muabien was doing, and he replied that the effects of the cactus flower were very good, and he was feeling much better. So please don't worry. Cut to a few days later, the guard announced that the owner was waiting for him, coming this way as the gentle breeze blew through the trees inside. SGO quietly stepped in, holding out a finger for the bird to land on. So you've arrived? This bird seems very friendly with humans. As soon as I saw it, I knew the captain had brought it back.
I've already registered it as a guild pet, so no need to worry. The guild will take good care of it.
The bird flew over to SGO, chirping happily, and SGO looked at it in surprise, smiling warmly as it joyfully called out, "SGO is SGO. Thank you for visiting me again. I missed you so much." Kay stepped forward happily and said, "Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. I heard that the BIH1 Research Institute was completely burned down. Ha ha ha." SGO was confused and didn't know how to explain, so she interrupted and said, "Please help Suhanan. Don't worry, the fury of the Golden Dragon is completely justified. And I personally collected most of the evidence linking that research institute to the royal family." SGO asked in surprise, "How could you do that in such a short time?" Kay replied, "I have a reason for bringing that bog." SGO guessed that she had hidden the evidence inside it, and Kay explained, "Yes, I plan to use the proof of the unacceptable experiments conducted on this living creature to sever ties with the royal family." Parker was relieved. As expected, the boss had planned everything in advance. SGO then suggested, "Could you share the Research Institute's data with me?" Kay replied, "Of course. I will organize the documents soon and send them to the team leader." SGO confirmed, "Understood, and I want to put other requests on hold for now and head to the Eastern Continent." Parker exclaimed, "The Eastern Continent?" Ahuru added, "It's because of them, the rough ones from Hedong." Mu Bienvu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Actually, there's a reason I called everyone directly to the headquarters instead of the Galaxia branch." A hand appears behind the grass. She speaks up. "You remember now?" SGO exclaims. "Birang," she curiously asks, "Are you really planning to go all the way to Hedong with me?" SGO replied, "That's right, I will keep my promise." Birang smiled gently and thanked him. Then she explained there are 2 ways to get there. The first is to use a teleportation gate to the border area. Then hire a carriage or ride a horse. However, unlike Lubazan, where the Eastern Continent is full of mountains, once you cross the desert, the terrain will be entirely mountainous. The second option is to travel by sea. If nothing is holding us back, this way could be faster than the first. However, even without crossing deserts or mountains, we might encounter sea monsters or pirates, and predicting the weather is also quite difficult. The decision is up to the captain. Whichever path we choose, we must prepare thoroughly. Parker suggests that we will follow the captain's decision, and Muabian casually proposes that any way is fine. SGO started to think, "I finally chose the second way, sailing across the sea." Parker was excited, waving his arms and shouting, "Look at the sea!" Seagulls flying in the sky, and below, a boat was heading out to sea. Nizu stands on the boat, eyes brightening, while Parker is full of excitement, enjoying the beautiful scenery and sea breeze. "It's wonderful." Ahuru, happy to be there, exclaims that it's even more lively in real life. On the other hand, Muabien gets seasick, so her nervous voice whispers, and everyone else is thrilled. He is extremely excited. Nezu is on his first boat trip. It's so beautiful. Ahuru looked at Muabien and asked, "Why does Muabien look like he's about to die?" "Hey, I told you to stay in the cabin." Muabien sat leaning against the boat, enjoying the fresh air outside rather than sitting in that shaky cabin. Ahuru wondered, could it be that Muabien, a high-level physical user, gets seasick? And Muabien angrily told him to shut up, cactus. SGO also approached and asked if he needed help to sleep if he was feeling too uncomfortable. Muabien replies, "No, I'm fine now." Parker looks out to sea. I can't see the land anymore, only the ocean around me. SGO asked, "Parker, do you often go to the sea?" He replied, "My delivery work isn't limited to the land. In fact, I once got stranded on an emperor's island." Bilang joins the conversation. "Lucky you, I once washed up on a remote island inhabited by cannibals." Parker exclaims, "What?" "Tell us more," Bilang recounted, "a few years ago." And then the stories kept being shared among everyone, cutting to 10 days later. Parker felt relieved. The trip was smoother than expected. "We should arrive in about 3 days, right?" Bilang replied, "Yes, that's correct." Parker laughed at his own overreaction. With the captain along, I was hoping to see something like a kraken or siren cur, but I was a bit disappointed. Bilang turned serious and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Encountering a kraken at sea means death. It's not something humans can handle. Luckily, if we escape beyond their territory, they won't pursue us." Parker thought to himself, "Oh, that's quite polite." Secretly, he thought, Mr. Bilang isn't even angry, he's so gentle. Just as he finished speaking, Mubian hurriedly pushed the door open and said, "We have a problem." "No, it's worse than that. It's a magical aurora phenomenon. The ship has entered the magic control disable zone." Parker wondered if we were under attack. Bilang explained, "No,
it's just a natural misfortune. The problem is that we can't gather mana here. The magical energy was swept away by the aurora borealis, absorbed by storm clouds, and turned into chaos. In other words, we cannot control or predict the weather and the ship's course. Lang orders everyone to hold on tight as the raging rivers surge towards the ship. The scene shifts to STO's side, where Suhanan feels a sudden gust of wind, an ominous premonition. Rift's energy is heading east. Are they crossing the sea to the eastern continent? Hopefully the journey will be peaceful and not interrupted by arrogant fools like last time. However, if there is a decisive action, it's probably because of what I did on the eastern continent. At that time, someone presented a treasure. Your Majesty, this is a dragon eye as a tribute, a rare and precious herb found nowhere else. Suhanan was furious. How dare you take Lauren's eye? And in the end, everything was burned to ashes. Suhanan commanded, my guardians, destroy this village, erase it forever. Remembering that fury, he decided, yes, I must mend the chaos I myself created. Rupari, summon the holy knights and prepare to head to the eastern continent. Han asks, to go immediately. Suhanan requests immediately. No, wait, I have one more place to stop by first. Rupari takes me back to my homeland where my child has grown up. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning in a stunning seaside area. A voice echoes, Thuong Hai. Parker, Lipe, Nezu, and Ahuru go down to check on STO. Captain, you're awake. STO sat up groggily and asked, where are we? Parker replied, maybe somewhere nearby or in the east. In short, we're stuck. Maybe you don't remember, but Lipe used all the Maluk consort to avoid being absorbed by the Aurora and transported us to this island. The ship was hit directly by a wave and was completely shattered. Luckily, there was an island nearby, but the sea was foggy. Parker added he said he was just scouting around Birong and came back quickly. He reports that we have checked all the places worth checking, so we haven't found anyone. Birong also says, I found some traces of fruit eating, but it doesn't look like a human. Parker was so frightened he was scared. Could it really be an island with cannibals? Birong laughed loudly and replied, I survived after the ship, so show some courage of someone experienced. Parker replied, just because I've been through a lot doesn't mean I can stay calm. Ah, Lipe, can't you use magic to contact Lord Suhanan? Leip sadly replied that he had used up all the Maluk consort to eliminate them, and maybe due to the aftershock of the Aurora, the message couldn't be sent. Nezu also expressed concern, but Ahuru looked very strange. Everyone quickly looked on in surprise and exclaimed, oh! Nezu held him in his arms and said, Ahuru is wilting away. STO looked at Ahuru gradually withering. Everyone was already drooping. I guess seawater is really harmful to plants. Mubian added, it's not just harmful, it usually kills the plant outright. Hey, Mr. Cactus, are you okay? Ahuru couldn't say anything else, only managed to say a word. Don't. He added the rest, don't talk to me, go somewhere else. Mubian asked STO, what is he saying? Ahuru continues, I'm about to die here. STO inquires about the situation. Mubian, is there any water source on the island? He replied that he hasn't gone inland far enough to find a stream, but given how lush the forest is, there must be a water source somewhere. Suki just appeared and shouted. STO asked, Suki, where are you going? Wait, are you okay? Suki replied coldly, that's enough, just follow me. So they followed Suki to a waterfall. Parker exclaimed, just looking at it makes me feel cooler. Mubian said, are you just going to stand and watch? Parker replied firmly, no way, of course not. Then STO poured water over Ahuru. Ah, it's so cold, STO said. Just bear with it a little longer. Then Mubian's group and Pirang lowered their legs into the lake. Suki takes the opportunity to catch fish while Parker uses a pot to collect the refreshing flowing water. Parker calls everyone over. I've lit the fire, come and eat. Mubian asks curiously, when did you bring the cooking tools? Parker happily replied, I'm on support duty, so I should at least be able to do this. Besides, Neju never seems to get tired. In this hot weather, maybe it's better to stay in the cool water. So, normally, Neju must find it very hard to endure the heat. I heard he used to live in a snowy mountain area. Parker exclaimed, a snowy mountain in this weather? Only STO can sense it. Neju is trying his best just to stay close to STO. Is keeping him like this really the right thing? Maybe one day, STO should take him to a place where he can live more comfortably. And at that moment, Neju stepped ashore and happily called out, STO. Sorry, I got so comfortable I lost track of time, STO said. You can play a little longer if you want. Parker continued, there's still plenty of food left thanks to Li Pei going back to get more, so we still have supplies. As the scene shifts to the peaceful island, the sea blind suddenly feels uneasy.
Holding his sword ready, I hear more than 3 footsteps nearby. They are approaching very quickly from this direction. Parker is scared. Yes, maybe not a person. The sea fog predicts. The substance is certain, but definitely not a quadruped animal. Neju is confused when hearing these sounds. Squeaking. 3 monkeys emerge from the bushes. The sea fog exclaims in surprise. Monkeys.
They look exactly like Neju. Are they the same species? Parker argued, just with different fur colors, right?
Who knows what they're thinking? Parker watched eagerly, observing them as they climbed down from the tree. Pirang approached cautiously. What are they planning to do? Threaten us. Parker quickly stopped her.
Xian Pirang, wait, calm down. Pirang restored her power in her palm. Try to come closer and see. I will. But that source of power appeared and then quickly vanished. She worried. Damn it. Is this the residual effect of magical auroras? One of the 3 monkeys approached. Pirang hurriedly shouted, Stop, don't come any closer.
A voice echoes, Please don't be angry. We mean no harm to the stranded travelers. STO exclaims in surprise. It can talk, the monkey recounts. This island is isolated by whirlpools and storms. Occasionally, shipwrecks or the bodies of lost travelers wash ashore. It's been a long time since we last met someone alive.
Mubian wondered, but how did you learn the human language on such an isolated island?
It said we are a different kind of people, like the ones you see over there. Parker pointed at himself and wondered, Us? It added, and this is our kingdom, ruled by a king, you understand, an outsider. Mubian stepped forward and apologized. I was rude. Then it continued. Long ago we lived alongside humans, called Zeti, or primates, and learned the imperial language from them. But then the aurora borealis eroded magic, isolating islands from the outside world, and some ventured out to meet humans again. But after losing the prince, 50 years ago, the king banned sailing, and those days were filled with sadness for a long time. STO was curious, but why are you telling us this story? Suddenly it knelt down, then it bowed in return. I am glad you have returned, Prince Atara. Nezu looked confused, pointing at himself. It's Nezu. It said, the king has been longing for Prince Atara for the past 50 years. He thought the prince had been swept away by the whirlpool and died. Nezu hid in fear, lost at sea. So, the person who truly reached the new land. Atara, wait, the prince from 50 years ago.
Sorry, but our little one is still just a child, Nezu confirms. Yes, Nezu is only 10 years old. I can't believe it. What, that can't be true.
A white dragon, like snow and red eyes. Those are exactly royal colors, but for someone believed to be over 100 years old, the girl's body is too small. Nezu spoke up, but... Well, I know who Atara is. That is my father's name.
Atara Linan, I vaguely heard that name when I was a child, but I never called my father by his name, so I forgot.
The monkey exclaimed, So that means you are the son of Prince Atara. It happily said, I am Nezu Linan. Then Nezu approached the monkeys and said something, and they were moved to tears as they embraced each other. Parker said, Oh my God, I'm sorry for the trouble. Please forgive me, you need some time, right? Blind Sea replied. Maybe so, now that I think about it. Turns out he's Origin, so that means little Nezu was truly human. Parker thought for a moment, then wondered where the line between human and non-human really was. Looking back, even I am often mistaken for an angel or something. If you're human, you're respected. If not, you're chained, silenced, and sold like a commodity. The recent incidents with alchemy test subjects also reveal that the line between right and wrong is blurred. STO listened to Parker and thought for a moment before the monkey asked Nezu, Hey, child of Atara, do you want to come with us to the village? There are still many people who remember Atara and would be very happy to meet his son.
Nezu excitedly asked, Is there a village here of our own? The monkey replied, We study and live on snowy mountains, in vast caves. Even the king wants to meet you.
Nezu hesitated for a moment, then looked at STO. But he understood and said, Nezu, do what you want. Nezu was confused but determined. Even though it's a snowy mountain, it's not where he used to live. Now, Nezu's home is wherever STO is. But since this is my father's homeland, I'm a bit curious too. STO begged him to go away. Nezu silently clasped his hands together and said, I don't want to go alone. Can't we go together?
The monkey raises its hand and says, Fine. Everyone go together. Let's have a feast and celebrate Atara's son's return. The blind sea giant is surprised and asks if it's really okay for us to come along, and the monkey replies, If Atara's child has accepted you as allies, we will respect that decision. I am Puka, and I invite you to rest whenever you need. Travelers, please accept our invitation. STO nodded gratefully and said, I understand, but then she turned to Barong and asked, You'll wait here, right? She hesitated and asked,
Zico, it's just me. Do you think I'll hurt those Origins Kings? I won't touch them, don't worry. Isusu replied, I have no doubts. I mean, if you don't want to go, that's okay too. Birang turned away and replied, I already said I will follow the leader. I won't act impulsively, so don't worry about me causing trouble, and I was a bit reckless earlier. Can I go with you? STO stayed silent, then smiled and nodded. All right, let's go together. The scene shifts to a snowflake falling as everyone walks with Puka below. Parker Genji. It's strange how an island can have so many different seasons, but I feel like I'm about to die of exhaustion. Nezu anxiously asks if they've arrived yet. Puka replies, yes, this is our village. As they entered a blaze of light, Nezu walked and observed, while STO thought this place resembled where Nezu used to live, and maybe he would want to stay here. A sneering grin and a fierce gaze, it headed straight for Nezu. His punch reached out, knocking Nezu aside, then they fought fiercely amid the smoke and flames.
Parker panicked, Captain. Should we help?
STO calmly replied, It's okay, I don't sense any hostility. The fur and eyes of my longtime rival, comrade, and only equal must carry Athara's blood, that quick reflex, just like him. It introduces itself. My name is Mesa Liquid. I am a close friend of Athara. Nezu took Mesa's hand and politely asked, My name is Nezu. Does that name mean pure white snow? It suits you very well. Thank you all for coming this way. Nezu said, I didn't mean to come. It was just an accident. We got stranded after encountering the aurora on the sea. Mesa exclaimed in surprise, then laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. So Athara never told her children about this island? She then led them along. Come with me, I have something I want to show you. These are the belongings Athara left behind before she left. I kept them, thinking that one day they would return. And luckily, I did. Mesa held out a hand. Nezu asked, What is this? And it replied, Your father's hand, a weapon forged from sacred stone. This type of sacred stone comes from a tree deep beneath our cave, formed from the gems that grow in the lowest layers. Our tribe was both blessed and cursed by this sacred stone. Nezu was amazed, and it shrank back. Mesa says, blessed and cursed. No matter how far we go, our tribe is always pulled back to this island. Mesa replied, That's right, because Nezulino is on the ship, because he carries the blood of Atara. He is bound by the same destiny. Nezu exclaimed, What wow, I'm sorry, I had no idea. STO, calm down. Of course you didn't know. It's okay. Mesa says sometimes people go out to sea and only return as corpses. You're lucky to have reached the safe island. Nezu is confused, but we cannot stay on this island forever. We must reach the Eastern Kingdom at all costs. Mesa snapped his fingers, immediately coming up with an idea. A way. Not certain, but still possible, and that is the sky. If we go through the sky, we might reach the Eastern continent, Nezul said. But first, we need to meet the king and talk to him. Mesa laughed and pointed at herself. Ha ha ha, I am the king here. Everyone together exclaimed in surprise. Mesa said. The previous king died while waiting for Atara. Therefore, as the closest relative and confidant of His Majesty, besides Ataraja, I have inherited the throne. Hooray. This story will be quite long, so we need food. Let's hold a welcome feast and a farewell party too. The monkeys gathered around Nezul and asked, Are you really the son of Ataraja, the lost prince? Tell us your story. We're very curious. The blind seer in the background immediately said, So they weren't lying about you being the prince's son, but for now, let's focus on how to leave this place. Nezul nervously introduces himself, saying, I am 10 years old, I live near the mountain by the river. But the monkeys reply, Oh, not that. You say you're a traveler. Can you tell us about your adventures, and why did you become a traveler? Do you have a dream you want to achieve through this journey? Nezul thought that a dream I want to achieve through this adventure is simply because I like SGO. As he thought about it, his expression turned somber, and Nezul, then looking sad, said, I've never really thought about it. Nothing comes to mind. Maybe Nezul doesn't have any dreams. Mesta moved closer to Nezul's head, but not too close. Having no dreams is not strange at all. Some have dreams, some don't. Happiness doesn't depend on having a dream. Nezul was surprised and asked, Really? Mesta added, But I still think having a dream is better. Life is more interesting when you have dreams, like Atara, who pursues her dreams and wants to see a bigger world. Do you think Nezul might also have a dream? Mesta replied, No one can know for sure, but exploring your own dreams can be very enjoyable, and I hope your journey will become such a journey. Nezul politely replied, Thank you. Mesta continued, And from what I see, you already have the eyes of someone with a dream, you just haven't realized it yet.
Nezel's eyes sparkled, reflecting only STO's image, and the first thing that came to mind was STO's smile. Perhaps this could be called a dream. Then Nezul turned to look at STO ahead, who suddenly smiled back. The scene shifted to the flickering firelight in the dark room, where Nezul and everyone else slept here for the night. Actually, I'm not really tired, just a bit tense because I've met so many new people. STO understood Nezul. After all, it was an unexpected encounter, and it said, "I'm sorry that I caused the ship to be destroyed. The others on the ship probably..." STO comforted Nezul. "It's just a setback, don't blame yourself too much," it replied. "But at least it's good news that our group is still safe, even though we don't know when we'll reach Hedong." STO said, "Don't worry about getting to Hedong. What's more important is that I just want to see Nezul smile and feel comfortable." Nezul happily responded, "I guess this is the first time I've spoken so much. If you suggest you want to stay here, I will understand too." Nezul, the brave one, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? STO is my home. Of course, meeting people who know my father and look like me is great, but the one who has always been by my side all this time is STO. So I want to go to Hedong with you." STO was surprised, opening his big eyes to look at Nezul. Then he smiled and said, "All right, thank you, Nezul." It replied, "Yeah, so while we're still here, STO should enjoy it too." A few days later, the unicorns flying high in the sky called out to STO. Mesta looked up at the sky and immediately realized that you were not ordinary travelers. "I never thought I would see unicorns and Pegasus with my own eyes." Mubian spoke, thanking you for suggesting that we could escape through the sky instead of the sea. And luckily, we could use magic inside the cave. Nezul excitedly jumps up. "It's been a long time since we met." The unicorn lands and says, "Wang Rion sent us here." Mubian realizes that Wang Rion is not coming, so Parker just laughs and asks if we are ready to set off. So, the little unicorns wave goodbye to Nezul, wishing him a safe journey. "Nezul, take care of yourself and have a wonderful adventure." Mesta wishes you well and says she was happy to spend a few days together. She will always support your journey and dreams. Nezul thanks her for everything. It waved goodbye. "Thank you. Take care." Then they flew away, and Mesta quietly watched Nezul's figure fade into the distance. She smiled and said, "Someday we will meet again." The flying unicorns are leading the STO group through the sky. The unicorn said, "We have already started to see the land. If we go a little further, we will arrive." STO replied politely, "Thank you for your help, my child." STO quietly talks to my son Suha. "No, I mean my father sent you here from the previous laboratory and now you're still being helped again. My senior Kwang Reong sent a message when you arrived at Haidong. There are also divine beasts there, similar to the elemental spirits of the animal world." Parker wondered if it was the 4 sacred beasts guarding the 4 directions that Lord Baran mentioned. Baran angrily retorted, "Not 8, but 4 divine beasts guarding the directions. I also heard that one of them is an Eastern Dragon clan called Trong Ryong." STO wondered, "So there's still another type of lineage in this world?" "I heard that the Eastern lineage is different from the usual one, but I don't really know what the difference is. Anyway, if we find the reigning Rayong, he will help us because the issue is between the White Tiger and humans. So it makes sense for a fellow divine beast like the reigning Ryong to step in and mediate." "So where is Trong Rayong?" I asked again. "Zico," STO said. "I mean his location. We need to know so we can ask for help," I said. But Wang Ryong just said that we'll find out once we get there. STO was surprised and said, "Don't tell me you've gone that far and still don't know the location." The child replied, "Wang Ryong said that STO can read the Manaflow and find it, but I don't really understand what that means." STO was surprised to read the Manaflow. "I've never learned how to do that." Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared from afar, beyond the mountains, moving a bit east. "I can sense a rather unusual flow, but I'm not sure if it's Ryong or not." The child confirms, "All right, let's follow that direction, and try to avoid attracting attention. When we arrive, we will hide at the foot of the mountain." STO is very grateful, and replies, "Yes, thank you." The final scene has arrived. Parker speaks. Everyone here has black hair. It really feels like we've arrived or are close. And everyone's eyes look at us the same everywhere, right or wrong. Mubian wondered, pitying STO, "How much further do we still have to go?" STO replied as he walked, "Just a little more." "I think this is the place," Mubian exclaimed. "Oh, this place feels completely different from the others." STO hesitated and said, "Not entirely sure, but we have no choice but to try." You step forward and knock on the door, and immediately someone comes out to open it. "Welcoming you, we've been expecting you." This morning, the divine beast foretold that at the highest point of the sun, a guest would arrive. Mu Bien was surprised. So this divine beast can also predict the future? He invited them in. The divine beast is waiting in the backyard. From here on, it's the divine beast's territory. Please be careful. STO hesitated. It looks like an ordinary garden, but there's a barrier. Once you step in, anything can happen. Inside, there was a brilliant pink light, and STO shielded his eyes from the glare. He slowly opened his eyes as the light dimmed, revealing a glass dome-shaped structure inside. The chess master exclaimed, "In the middle of the city, there's a place like this," Li Pei added. "So beautiful. But where is the divine beast?" STO replied, "Over there." But suddenly Li Pei stepped forward again. "Please wait. Do not come any closer. Something's not right, that person." STO replied, "I know, it's okay, but Li Pei insists that person is not from the Ryan. So who is he?" A girl stepped forward to greet them. "You're already here. I am Huyen Vu, Big Greya. You knew I wasn't from Ryan, but still came here. You're quite brave. Aren't you afraid I might harm you?" STO replied, "That's what I should be asking. Why did you call us here?" Greya replied, quite indifferent to a divine beast. "Fine, I will be direct. I demand you leave Hedong immediately." Parker spoke up, "But we just arrived and you suddenly said that." STO stopped Parker from speaking further. "We won't stay long. We'll leave as soon as we meet the White Tiger and clear up the misunderstanding with the King of Summer." Greya took a deep breath and said, "So it's just a misunderstanding, right? Is it because of the Xeon family girl? If the misunderstanding is cleared up, you will leave. Then I will go to see the king and ask for exoneration for the false accusations against Xeon. You don't want to know what those accusations are. A child of the Dragon Clan wouldn't lie." STO suddenly spoke, making Greya and the family of ducks and spices tremble with fear. "Greya, why are you so uneasy? I quickly told the truth about my dragon before you arrived. I had a dream where flaming meteors fell like rain and lightning tore through the cloudy sky. Both heaven and earth are engulfed in golden light. Unfortunately, you are the seeds of disaster for this land. Soon the heavens will rise and destroy the world." Gray raised his hand as a warning. "So everyone, please leave this place before the disaster strikes." STO protests, "I cannot accept that request. There is something I must do." Gray retorts, firmly defending his opinion. "Even if you are a dragon." "You're still too selfish. Are you saying you don't care if the disaster falls upon this country?" "As the guardian spirit of this nation, I order you to leave." STO, with a cold and commanding tone, said, "Then I have even less reason to obey your orders." "I don't care about a divine beast," Greya exclaimed. What just then, someone jumped down from above as if not touching the ground. Greya looked up at him, and he quickly landed on the ground. Greya exclaimed, "You?" And he laughed loudly and said, "Oh, impressive. I was planning to sneak out from the bottom of the tiger, but I couldn't help but laugh." Greya angrily asked, "Do you think you can come and go freely in a place like this?" Thanlong laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, it's funny coming from someone who has arrogantly stolen my guest. Don't you see how ridiculous you look?" Greya crossed her arms in silence. "Thanlong," he added, "you know that the prophetic dreams of the mystic vulture only reveal part of the future and cannot be stopped. Your role is just to prepare appropriate measures." Gray retorted, "Don't interfere in my affairs. Among the 4 great divine beasts, I am currently the most powerful because I have the contract holder." "So, are you planning to harm the child?" Greya replied calmly, and Thanlong chuckled heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha. Come to think of it, you've never seen a dragon offspring before, right? With an emoji like me, I am just struggling and ascending like a fish. But a child of the dragon race cannot even be born without a divine being directly creating the soul. If anything happens to such a lineage, the dragon gate itself might open. And then the disaster you mentioned would be caused by yourself." Gray didn't know how to argue and could only grit her teeth in frustration as Thanlong approached STO and said, "Then I will take the child away." Greya shouted. "Thanlong," he reassured, "don't worry, I will take good care of them. Let's go, come with the big brother. Little one." STO looked at Thanlong confused, but then also followed scene shifts to another place. Huyen Vu, known for being naturally pampered, so don't be too sad, little one. STO replied, "Do you know where the sacred dwelling of the White Tiger is?" Thanlong exclaimed in surprise. "The White Tiger? Why are you guys looking for that big fierce cat?" STO replies that this friend has something to discuss with White Tiger, and they are here to help her do that. Birang secretly wonders in fear, what are they talking about? The line of the U family. The child of the U family. Is the captain really from the dragon race? But strangely, next to the captain, Birang doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. Could it be that she trusts the captain not because he's human, but because of who he truly is? After a conversation with STO, Thanlong asked Birang, "So who are you that wants to meet Bach Ho?" She answers sincerely, "I am Zeon Birang of the Yang Ah clan, the eldest daughter of the now destroyed Supreme Healing clan of Haidong and a warrior of the Ignis guild. I must meet the White Tiger who destroyed my family." Thanlong hesitates. Hatred, huh? I usually avoid complicated matters, but if your father asks kindly, I might consider. Without hesitation, STO said, "Please help." And Thanlong looked at him helplessly, before replying, "You don't seem like it, but you're pretty easygoing. Is it because you're still young?" "All right, I will take you there." STO asked. "Do you know where the White Tiger is?" Thanlong replied. "The four divine beasts can vaguely sense each other's presence, just like you and your guardians. Of course, if someone tries to secretly hide like I just did, they still can." Saying that, Thanlong plucked a flower and pinned it to STO's ear. Thanlong chuckled. "Ha ha ha. Your husband is amazing, kid." Suhanan was also super adorable when she was young. "I pretend to be older than most of the children of this generation. Even your father was once a child in front of me." The blind sailor was stunned. So how old is he really? Bakko suddenly covered his mouth. If he knew Suhanan since she was a child, then that was over 1,000 years ago. Thanlong suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. What's your name, little one?" He replied that his name is STO. Then Thanlong pointed to the dragon and said, "STO. I'm sure those people are your allies, so come with me and them. We will have to pass through a few cities then." As he said that, he transformed into a dragon. And Bakko watched the majestic dragon before him and concluded, he truly is Thanlong. Change of scene, Thanlong has brought them to the destination. The White Tiger is inside. Recently, he has been frequently entering this cave. STO asks, "Does the White Tiger usually live in caves?" Thanlong explains no. When the White Tiger enters the cave, it means he is feeling regret or guilt. STO is surprised, feeling guilty himself. Thanlong sighed deeply, loving humans too much. Even though he knew he shouldn't, he still kept approaching just to feel a single touch. When something happens, he blames himself entirely. Truly a coward. Birang is a bit scared, just approaching to feel a single touch. "No way. That's impossible." Thanlong looked at Birang affectionately and called her. "But kid, I have a question for her. When that misunderstanding happened, why didn't you try to talk to the White Tiger? Are you afraid?" Birang replied, "That's because we can't communicate. How can a human talk to a divine beast? I don't have the ability like the leader." Thanlong was confused. But the White Tiger understands all human languages. Birang was surprised and asked what that was. Thanlong explained again that the White Tiger cannot speak human language and only understands soul language, but that doesn't mean communication with humans is impossible. Birang spoke up to refute, lying, "No way," Thanlong said. "He's talking to me just fine, right? And I'm not even human." Birang argued back, "That's because you're from the Dragon Clan." Thanlong calmly replied, "So the dragon race is allowed? Based on what I heard from STO, you hate everything that's not human. Think carefully, who was the one refusing to communicate first?" The Black Tiger appears from the shadows. They shout out, "Black Tiger!" Suki quickly draws her weapon to confront it. Then Suki leaps up. STO hurriedly stops her. "Wait, Suki!" But at this moment, Suki is transformed from a cat into a tiger and charges forward. Black Tiger nervously shivered and exclaimed, "King, what is this Black Tiger doing here? Meow meow in the ring. Why are you here again? Meow meow." Thanlong calmed him down. "Stay calm, it's a Black Tiger from the Western continent," the White Tiger replied. "That's not the issue. Meow meow, forget about the Black Tiger. Why are you bringing a bunch of humans along too?" Birang frowns, eyes wide with surprise as he looks at the frightened White Tiger in front of him. "Mayo, mayo, huh?" Thanlong asks, "We've met before, haven't we?" Birang didn't answer but hurried over. You are the Black Tiger, aren't you? But why? Why do you look like that?" Right now the Black Tiger looks so pathetic, with such a look in his eyes. Birang mustered all his strength and said, "It was you who destroyed Wyong-A, so why do you still dare to act like that?" SGO approaches and touches Birang's shoulder. "I will help you understand his soul's words." Birang, surprised, turns to look at SGO and exclaims, "Auntie?" At this moment, the voice of the White Tiger echoed in her mind. "Sorry, the people of Yeong-A are all very good. Mayo, mayo. So I want to protect them at all costs, mayo, mayo. But in the end, I still couldn't stop it, mayo, mayo." Birang shouted out fiercely. "The White Tiger I know is not a coward like this." That day, it was you who summoned the beast to attack the village. You burned Yeong-A.
causing the whole world to accuse them of treason against the throne. You destroyed everything and killed everyone. The white tiger cried out in protest. No, that's not true, Meo. I didn't summon the beast. I may have failed, but it was a big misunderstanding, Meo. Birang replied, Don't make me laugh, you're just making excuses. Then Thanlong quickly spoke up. Kid from Yong'ai, didn't you say you came here to talk? You only have one chance. If you don't want to miss the truth, try listening to what it has to say. Birang listened to these words and tried to control her emotions. Then she calmed down and replied softly, I see. She asked, If it wasn't you, then who issued the order to the beast? That's. The white tiger replied, A dragon. Even Thanlong was surprised. What? The white tiger continued, For beast clans, a command from a dragon blessed by the gods is absolute. Meo. Yong'ai is a family of healers. Meo. They don't hesitate to speak about precious herbs, Meo. But one day, the head of Wyong-a heard rumors about an immortal herb. He spent a fortune to buy it from a merchant who crossed the desert, and Huang Kim-long Su-hanan found out about it. I think I must retrieve it and return it before his wrath falls on Wyong-a, but it's already too late. Su-hanan has no intention of forgiving humans who dare to touch that, Thanlong asked. What is it? Bak Ho replied, It's the eye of Hak Long, her partner, Meo humans. Wait a moment. Enough, Bak Ho said confused. What's going on? At that moment, Bak Ho turned his gaze to STO. It looked in shock and said, Don't tell me, Thanlong replied. Yes, that child is the son of Su-hanan and Jo Aran. Bak Ho hurriedly apologized. Oh my God, I am truly sorry, Meo. I should have spoken more gently or not said anything at all, Meo. Hearing Bak Ho's words, STO realized that the Birang family, who loved him, had been manipulated by Jo Aran's eyes to pursue immortality. Yet, STO still dared to think he could understand his father's anger and pain. Birang exclaimed, So it wasn't Bak Ho leading the beast attack on Yuang-ai, but the child of the Star Clan? Bak Ho replied, That's right, Meo. Birang turned to look at STO silently and said, Then our family's enemy is not the white tiger, but... A loud noise echoed across the ground. Thanlong sensed something was wrong. Wait, everyone run out of the cave quickly. Hearing the warning, everyone rushed outside, and the cave suddenly collapsed. STO asks about everyone's condition. Are you all okay? Thanlong, full of anger, asks, Huyenvu, what are you doing? Ji appears and replies, My lord wants to eliminate that child. Thanlong exclaims, The king of the north? Jia said, I have conveyed the prophecy from his dream. My lord believes that banishing you from this land is not enough to prevent what's coming. So he decided to eliminate the threat at its root. Thanlong exclaimed, Jia, are you serious? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Thinking about it means declaring war on the entire dragon clan. All the lines from the 4 continents have already returned to the dragon realm. Jia replied, No, not yet. There is still one here. Thanlong explained, You know that the golden dragon is still here. Jia continued, She coldly said, We will soon face a great battle. I apologize for everything turning out this way. Parker, terrified as the ground trembled, I am being pulled down. What should we do? Birang shouted, This is the power of the Black Void Phoenix, burying those who oppose the king's will. If you don't want to die, hold on tight. The ground beneath your feet now forms a whirlpool. Birang quickly commands, You, fly up and pull each person one by one, then help them ride the unicorns and winged white horses. Parker responds stiffly, Yes. Parker spread his wings and took off into the sky as raindrops fell. He exclaimed the rain. Compared to the beginning, it has weakened. Water is the element Thanlong controls, holding back the Earth's collapse. But flying has become more difficult, Birang warns. Don't complain. J.A., are you really planning to interfere with me, Thanlong? Thanlong replies, You don't think I will step back silently, do you? White Tiger responded, I also oppose this action, Mel, attacking so suddenly. G.A. confidently taunted, Ha! You really think you can defeat me before having a contract owner? Thanlong replies, We may not win, but we can buy some time until the golden dragon arrives. As Thanlong speaks, Mubin strikes first, attacking G.A. before we even realize. G.A. then blocked Mubin's attack, using her strength to deflect it, feeling the divine power, illusion, or reality. She then extended her arm to slip past the sword and strike at Mubin, who quickly retreated as a burst of energy surged to support him. Birang shouted from behind, I will protect everyone. G.A. refused. Things won't go according to your plans. Then she placed her hands on his shoulders and started singing. Bako looked confused, wondering what she was singing.
Thanlong explained that it was one of Hot Huyenvu's psychic abilities, and if he was enchanted by that song, he would lose consciousness. Damn it, I knew normal people wouldn't be able to handle this. Bako covered his ears with his hands, but since it's a spiritual power, maybe our team leader can suppress it. Bako looked at STO and shouted, "Captain!" But STO also drifted into sleep, losing consciousness again. Captain.
Blue Dragon starts to worry. Damn it, we need to change our plan and join the tribe. Okay, come here quickly. I will tell you what to do.
The scene shifts to a deep, tragic consciousness. The monster, it is the cursed child. Do not go near it. STO wakes up from within the memories.
Mother, she screams, "Who is your mother? Don't call me that. It's disgusting."
Then STO called out to someone else. Brother, he ran away, father. He's trying to peek into your heart. At this moment, STO's sister Rosette Nuna appears, and STO is truly pitiful. They say you're a monster, that you can see through others' thoughts. So guess what? What do you think I'm thinking right now?
STO is terrified. I want to run away. I don't want to know anymore. I just want to survive. I want to live.
The scene shifts outside in heavy rain. Hot Huyenvu appears, attacking the White Tiger and Moop Bien. Li Pei is struggling to hold on. Thanlong is also having difficulty dodging, and no one can touch or get close to Zia.
She speaks up. I'll give you one more chance to negotiate peacefully. Hand over that child. The Azure Dragon's martial arts responded. Of course, I refuse that offer. He thought, moreover, at the very moment she launched her attack on the young dragon, she had already exceeded her limit. And if she continued further. Parker shouted in fear, "Stop! I have someone else with me." He's pale from fear of heights. "Hey, you! That strange little demon behind, can't you let me down?"
Zia exclaimed in surprise. What is that? He's angry. What? You? Do you really call me sir?
Parker said if you fall from this height, you'll really die. You know that, right? Thanlong exclaimed. Wow, you did it, tribal friend.
Mubin tries to lift his gaze and observe.
Huh? Who is it?
Thanlong said. Ha Kuyen-vu. The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. The capital is very far away, yet you reported to the king and received a new order in less than half a day. So I guess the Keichu must be nearby. And that person, yes, is the king of Haidong. Mubin immediately understood.
So the king of Haidong, I see. You say this is an order from the lord of Hak Huyen-vu?
Mubin looked up from below and asked, Hey, king of Haidong, cancel the order you gave to the beast. Then I will spare your life. He wouldn't accept it. No, impossible. Hak Huyen-vu's prophecies have never been wrong. The seed of disaster must be destroyed.
Mubin raised his sword, pressing his will upon him. You refuse to obey. Then I have no choice but to slay the wretch who dares threaten my master.
While Mubin was negotiating, SGO woke up from behind. Yes, Thanlong quickly asked.
Yeah, SGO, you're awake?
He said, I think I just fainted for a moment. Thanlong looked at the necklace SGO was wearing. That shape. Thanlong hurriedly asked, Who gave you that sacred object? SGO replied, My father gave it to me. Thanlong realizes that the transmission cord is actually a spatial locator device, and just when things are at their worst, he appears. Meanwhile, the two kings on this side give a loud order, drop the drone, and he hurriedly lands. Yes, as usual.
Thanlong's voice echoes a warning, everyone get down. At this moment, a lightning bolt strikes the ground, and a golden dragon appears from the sky.
A quickly launched an attack. The golden dragon. I never expected him to be able to burn down the entire territory, or the eastern region, in the blink of an eye. Thanlong warns her and GA that this fire is just the beginning. The disaster you have brought upon yourselves, as meteors fall from the sky and burn down an entire forest.
Thanlong is panicking. Damn it seems Suhanan is completely out of control now. We need to find a safe place to hide immediately.
SGO is still groggy as he wakes up, feeling dizzy. I have to stop my father.
As SGO was about to slump forward, Ruberry appeared and caught him. Young master, are you all right, SGO?
SGO was stunned. Ruberry, he said. Please rest assured, I came with His Majesty Suhanan. From now on, we will protect him. SGO shouted.
Yeah, there's no need to go that far. Right now we hold the initiative. They won't dare to target me anymore.
So this battle is pointless, and since I ignored Brother Hai Huyen-vu's warning and still went to meet the Silver Tiger, I also bear some responsibility. This is not the first time that Emperor Suhanan and Haidong have had conflicts. In times like these, we must set an example so they will never dare to draw their swords again. Only a new day can make the Emperor feel afraid now. SGOO silently watches the battlefield in front of him. Ruberry continues to plead, asking him to understand her feelings. The Emperor is so frightened that he might fall ill because he could lose him once more. SGO bowed his head as if letting go of everything. There's no need for that. Ruberry, confused, exclaimed, trying to stop him. Quickly, SGO slipped down unexpectedly, causing Ruberry to panic. Young master. SGO climbed onto Suki and rushed to intervene and stop the fight. Ruberry reminds you that you can't go there right now, young master. SGO ignores the warning and keeps rushing forward. Suki, thank you. Can you take me straight to where the battle is happening? Suki agrees. Yes, I will take you as close as possible. SGO concluded that the only one who can stop this right now is SGO. The fire has surrounded the entire forest on this side. Suki observed and felt worried. It seems everything is getting out of control. Do you really have to go there? SGO is determined. Yes, I will go. Suki saw how determined SGO was and guessed he would run into the chaos. Fine, if that's what you want. Inside, GA is collapsing and struggling to breathe from the toxic smoke of the fire. She wonders why it had to come to this. SGO appears. I assume you're not stupid enough not to know the reason, or you think I don't realize. Lift your head and look carefully. Witness this country's moment of destruction, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. GA, trembling with fear, stammered, I know that my blind faith and the prophecy have caused me an unforgivable sin. King Kim Long, but don't you see, the child is still safe. SGO replied, how pathetic. Do you really think that excuse works? Just because people worship a beast like you as a divine beast, they start to believe they are truly a divine being. You have crossed a line you were never allowed to touch. Now pay the price. GA closed his eyes, refusing to believe it was true. Damn it, is this how everything ends? A voice calls out to save her life. Please stop. That arm stretches out to stand in front of GA's protector. It's SGO. Wait, father, please listen to me, just a little. I beg you, please don't hurt them anymore. Suhanan's eyes still sparkled with intensity, his heart filled with anger. SGO added, the master of the Black Tortoise will withdraw the attack order, isn't that right? Here, the king or the eastern side hides under Parker's wing to speak up. Yes, I swear before the tombs of the previous kings. This is my order. Sobach GA will also withdraw. And Su Hanan remained silent. He glared at his son and said, SGO, humans are a species that can break promises as easily as eating a meal. Do not trust their empty vows. SGO stepped forward to explain, I'm not asking you to trust humans. You can't. Just trust my choice. Just this once. SGO looked up into Suhanan's eyes, feeling the same unwavering gaze as Aron's, but then Suhanan spoke. SGO, you're still here. You immediately interrupted Suhanan and said you would return to the Dragon Realm with your father, and then the scene shifts to a few weeks later. Mirang asked, Captain, why did you save me? Why did you save Hedong? Hedong really isn't a country worth protecting, is it? SGO replied calmly. It's not her or this country that I want to protect. Mirang wondered then why. SGO said you don't need to know, Mirang. You have taken many lives just because of your momentary desires. Even if she stops slaughtering people now, the fact that she committed crimes won't change. But the very people she considers deserving of death have helped her and Hedong. So if she learns anything from this, I hope she will atone for her sins with her own will. Mirang quietly watched SGO walk away as the scene shifts to another place, the door closing loudly behind. Kai stands inside, looking out the window, and it seems the commander has had a positive influence on Mirang. Furthermore, Mirang has also expressed a desire to change, so please don't be too harsh on her. SGO asked, so why? He explained that he was here to talk to the leader, not Mirang. Kai hurried over to greet him, so don't just stand there. Come down, SGO replied. Okay. While she was pouring tea, SGO spoke up. Kai? Kai continued, I hope you won't leave the guild. SGO looked up in surprise. What? How did you know? Kai takes a sip of tea and says, the captain is about to set off on a long journey, right? SGO confirms. Yes, Kai says. And you've also thought about returning someday, right? SGO clenched her hand in thought, but then replied, maybe so. Kai said, I understand. Then I want to leave your seat empty for that day. At least have a familiar place waiting for you when you return so you won't feel lonely. SGO spoke. It might take a long time, Kai reassured. It will be fine. She continued, everyone in the guild has their own circumstances. I hope the guild can become a place where they can return to rest any time. I will handle the situation of the guild leader being temporarily absent, so don't worry. and go to the place you need to go. Are you leaving for the Dragon Realm today?
SGO replied, "No, I still have a few things to tidy up."
Kai is curious, what does packing up mean? SGO says, I want to leave after erasing any traces that could cause trouble if they remain in others' memories. Kai was surprised and asked, what about the traces in my memory? SGO replied that he wanted Kai to remember everything because he thought that way he would feel less lonely.
Kai immediately stood up and chuckled. "Ha ha, our commander is really greedy. You've thrown away so much."
SGO was confused, even now. He took Kai's hand and thanked him for everything. Kai, she politely asked about your destination. May I ask where you're headed next? SGO replied, it's Galaxia. The scene shifts to Hack and Rosalie receiving a formal greeting. Oh, the captain is here. Welcome.
It's a pity that last time you left so quickly after finishing the task that we didn't get to see you.
But it's great to see you again. Looking back, I haven't seen your other teammates. Is something wrong? SGO decided. So we decided to take a break from work for a while.
Hack happily replied, "Oh, taking a break? You really tend to throw yourself into work too much. That's a good decision. You should rest well for a while."
SGO bowed his head. Thank you for your concern. I will take my leave now. Hack was stunned. Hum followed immediately behind. He didn't even enter the headquarters. SGO replied, I'm just here to say goodbye, so no need for a long farewell. Hack, confused, asked, the last time, what do you mean by that? Please forget everything I have done here, where I came from, who I have met, and what abilities I possess. Please erase my existence from everyone's memory. Hat tried to stop him, but gradually lost consciousness. SGO then quickly turned away. Hat shouted, "Who is that?" Rosalie also stopped singing and asked, "Is something wrong?" The branch manager replied, "He was just here." Rosalie almost lost her memory, and there was no customer at all. She softly sang and said in a familiar tone, "So why? But I don't know why I have a feeling I just met someone who made me very happy." Suki suggested to SGO that if things get tough, he doesn't have to erase all his memories. SGO replied, "It's okay. The people who need to remember me are still there." Just then a voice rang out. "SGO, is that you?" the girl asked. "SGO, why do you look so stunned?" "Don't tell me you don't recognize me." SGO quickly turned around and called out, "Sarah and Hiro." She happily said with a smile, "You still remember? It's been a long time since we met." "You're back here again, SGO, he replied. "I came to do a little thing. Now I'm on my way back." Sarah suggested, "So you won't visit our house for a while?" SGO hesitated for a moment before kneeling down, and she looked up at Sarah, thanking her very much for not being afraid even after hearing my secret. And I was very happy that she called me a friend. She looked at SGO with a face flushed red. Sarah blushed and asked, Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Are you going far away? How long will it take to receive the next mission in a faraway country? A year? 2 years? Could it really take 10 years? But don't worry, no matter how long it takes, I will never get used to you, and I will wait for you, right? Hilu, it barked once to affirm. Sarah said, SGO, I have so many things I want to tell you. I've made new friends, and I'm volunteering at an orphanage. SGO replied, I see, then from now on, just wait and keep living happily like that. SGO's arm gently rests on Sarah's shoulder, and at this moment, please forget all memories of me. Goodbye for now. Her consciousness quickly faded as she opened her eyes and saw SGO walking away. What was I just doing? I knew he would leave someday, but still. Parker said, It's really sad. Mubian let out a long breath and said, Look, she's crying so badly her eyes are swollen, but she still said she would support the captain's decision. Parker shyly denied it. I wasn't crying. Ahem, Captain. Our village is home to the oldest traditions among the bird tribes. SGO confirms, Yes, I understand. Parker says, Even if the captain returns later, even if I am no longer here, the name Bernie will continue to be passed down, and so please find Bernie, even in future generations. Mubian spoke up. Honestly, I don't know if Haiga has a backup plan, or even if it will still exist tomorrow, but one thing I am sure of is that a sword alone is not enough to protect someone from now on. Maybe I won't be able to stand beside you anymore, but I will stay here and wait until SGO returns. Mubian looked at SGO with a determined gaze, then smiled and replied, Thank you, Mubian. He wondered, So you will leave tomorrow afterward? SGO replies, I won't go to the underworld just yet. I'll visit the Giant's Island first, and then probably head to the Tuk Desert. SGO replied, I will miss you too. Nezu reminded him, You have to come back to see me. Nezu can live up to 200 years, so remember to meet me before then. SGO kept holding Nezu tightly, both of them embracing each other. See you again, SGO. Ahuru, with a mischievous look, said, I won't go to that endless desert, absolutely not. Isn't it true that humans can't reach the dragon realm, but plants might be able to? I heard that, but my father said the environment there would be very different from here, Ahuru said. But still, it should be possible, right? SGO responded, adaptation is one thing. Ahuru wanted you to focus on the main question, whether it's possible or not. SGO replied, maybe, and Ahuru immediately said, then it's decided, I will go with SGO into that tiger, Suki complained. So noisy, Ahuru continued. But where are we going now? It's not the way to Elysium. Don't tell me we're heading straight to the Dragon Realm. No. I want to stop by the place I grew up one last time. That is Serbia Village. The village was engulfed in a fire, and the smell of burning still lingers. I silently looked at the village in front of me with an expressionless face. Suki expressed concern. SGO. This is the third time now. The village you're looking for no longer exists in this world. SGO quietly replied, I think my father won't leave the village alone after knowing the truth, but maybe I shouldn't have existed here from the start. Because of me, and because of them. Then let's go. As SGO made his decision, he felt life within him, his eyes shining with hope. Someone is still here. Suki was surprised. What? She worried about him. SGO could get hurt running through the mountains like that. Ahuru shouted, I didn't hear anything. SGO kept running until he reached a patch of green land, and in front of him was a baby, unexpected to find a newborn in such a place. The baby was abandoned alone in a strange place, just like SGO. Suki approached, but how is it still alive? Did someone leave the baby here after the village was destroyed? Moreover, it is very healthy. SGO picked up the baby, and Sarah said she was volunteering at an orphanage. Before I go to the underworld for the last time, I want to take this child there safely. Izum gently smiles and confirms from now on, your name is Ygritte. Ygritte's innocent eyes look at SGO.